After merely 10 chapters, one will be exhilarated to the skies. In the kitchen, Fong Xin's, Aunt Fong Huilan's family of 4 sat around the table. Besides simple home-cooked dishes, there were 2 peculiar light blue potions on the table. Fong Huilan's younger daughter Jiang Xiaoyu glared at the 2 potions and said angrily, "Mom, there are 3 of us, but only 2 potions. The talent test is coming soon. Without this potion, what am I supposed to do?" My classmate's father pulled strings and bought her 10 whole bottles of this potion. Now only a few kids from really poor families in our class don't have it. Aunt Fong Huilan apologized. "Xiaoyu, this stuff is in short supply now. Your father and I pulled a lot of strings just to get these, and they're ridiculously expensive. Your father and I have discussed it. You're still young, so skip this talent test. Let your sister and your cousin Fong Xin take it. Next time we'll buy you 2 new ones, okay?" Jiang Xiaoyu slammed the table. "No? So there should have been one for me, but because of Fong Xin, he stole mine, right? What kind of talk is that?" Jiang Xiaoyu stood up in anger. "Am I wrong? You are just partial to your orphan nephew. He eats our food, uses our things, and now he's taking what's rightfully mine. Does he have no shame at all? Are you going to keep this up?" Jiang Xiaoyu turned to her father Jiang Weidong, who sat at the head of the table, her eyes glistening with tears. "Dad, say something fair. Why should Fong Xin get my share? If we hadn't taken in this stray dog, he would have starved to death long ago." Jiang Weidong looked at the 2 potions on the table. "Huilan, maybe give Fong Xin's potion to Xiaoyu. After all, Xiaoyu is our own daughter. We've done our duty by Fong Xin. He eats our food and uses our things." "No," Fong Huilan immediately retorted, "the talent test is very important. It determines whether one can find a good job in the future. If the talent is good enough, the country will even provide key training. My brother and sister-in-law dedicated their lives to the nation. If Xiao Xian could be like them, they would be so proud." Jiang Weidong slammed the table. "Why not? Is your nephew precious? But my daughter isn't. Who rules this household, you or me? Without us, your nephew Fong Xin would be a stray dog by now." Sitting at one side of the table, the elder daughter Jiang Xiaocha looked up and adjusted her rimless glasses. "Strictly speaking, everything we eat, use, and even this house, all belong to what Fong Xin's parents left him. Without us, Fong Xin would probably be better off, and we would be the stray dogs. If I'm not mistaken, the money for these 2 potions came from what my uncle and aunt left for Fong Xin, right?" Jiang Weidong was at a loss for words. Jiang Xiaoyu persisted. "The money his parents left is long gone, and Fong Xin has lived with us for so long. Hasn't the cost of our parents' care for him already offset everything? I don't care. This potion is mine. I don't want my classmates to laugh at me for not being able to afford it, and I've already boasted to them that my parents would buy me one." As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed one of the potions and claimed it as her own. Just as Fong Huilan was about to speak, a noise came from the door. The family looked toward the entrance. Fong Huilan stood up and greeted him. "Xiao Xin, you're back. It's so dangerous at night. Why are you so late?" Fong Xin changed his shoes. "I went to the bookstore to read." "Come eat." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Fong Xin with hostility and muttered under her breath, "Shameless thing." Fong Xin pretended not to notice. He had clearly heard everything his aunt's family said. When his parents passed away, they left behind a vast fortune, attracting the greed of many relatives who wanted to take everything. It was then that Fong Xin saw through human nature. Later, he lived with his grandfather for a while, during which his grandfather told him many stories he had never heard before. At the beginning of the last century, a mad scientist discovered that the world had changed. Under some indescribable force, human genes underwent a tremendous transformation. At first, people dismissed it as the ravings of a scientific madman. Until one day someone could lift a 1-ton object with one hand, someone could summon wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, someone could turn invisible, and someone could do push-ups without using their hands. From then on, everything changed. As power surged, so did the desires of the human heart. The awakened gradually split into 2 factions, good and evil, known as the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army. The 2 sides were in constant conflict. Later, at the end of the last century, the historically recorded War of the Gods erupted. It ended with a narrow victory for the Light faction. Over the years, awakening became more regulated. The official authorities strictly controlled the awakened, starting talent tests in high school to determine whether one would awaken. 4 E's of memory talent levels ranged from E to the highest SSS. The higher the level, the rarer. Every year, among millions of test takers in Dragon Country, no more than 20 SS-level prodigies emerged. Each of them had a bright future ahead. Fong Xin didn't know his exact talent, but based on the awakened classification, his current combat power should be level 4, unmatched among peers. Fong Xin had previously checked the records. In Dragon Country's history, only 2 people had reached level 4 at his age, both with SS-level talent. Different talents led to different growth ceilings. The higher the level, the better the benefits and treatment, and the more likely one was to be recruited by official forces, various factions, and other terrifyingly powerful organizations. Fong Xin's slaughter talent awakened after his parents' death. Through killing, he could enhance his overall strength. This talent also awakened his strength talent. When he told his grandfather about this, Fong Xin still remembered the stunned and shocked expression on his face. That night his grandfather didn't sleep a wink. He sat in the yard smoking all night, muttering words like fate, twilight of the gods, and Godslayer. The next day his grandfather said he was going on a long trip. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Fong Xin not to show this talent to others and gave him a pendant to wear around his neck to avoid detection. Since then his grandfather had disappeared without a trace. Around the time of his grandfather's disappearance, Uncle Jiang Weidong's business failed, leaving him heavily in debt. The family was on the verge of eating garbage. They finally begged Fong Xin for help. Back then Jiang Weidong still acted like a decent person. Fong Xin helped clear his debts. With nowhere to live, Fong Xin let the family stay in the house his parents had left him. Fong Huilan handed Fong Xin a bowl of rice and ruffled his hair. Xiao Xin, I heard from Xiao Feng's mom that you ranked second in the monthly exam last week, right? Fong Xin hummed in acknowledgement. My Xiao Xin is amazing. Fong Huilan looked at him with pride. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed disdainfully. What's the use of being good at studying? Times have changed. Talent awakening is what matters. Jiang Xiaocha, eating quietly, chimed in. If you're stupid, even awakening talent just makes you cannon fodder. Fong Huilan signaled her daughters to stop bickering and continued to Fong Xin. Xiao Xin, the talent test is in a few days. Annie bought you a potion too. Xiaoyu, give the potion to your cousin Fong Xin. Jiang Xiaoyu clutched the potion to her chest. Why should I? It's mine. Just as Fong Huilan was about to speak, Jiang Xiaocha wiped her mouth and pushed the potion in front of her toward Fong Xin. Brother, this one's yours. I'm done eating. Going to my room. Xiaocha. Fong Huilan called out, but Jiang Xiaocha had already returned to her room. Jiang Xiaoyu gloated. Mom, if she doesn't want it, that's her problem. Fong Huilan looked at her elder daughter's closed door, her expression complicated. Jiang Weidong put down his chopsticks, sat sideways, glanced at Fong Xin, and picked up a newspaper with a cold tone. Fong Xin. My. Fong Xin looked up. This potion was hard to come by. Oh. Seeing Fong Xin's reaction, Jiang Weidong shook the newspaper vigorously, tapping the table with his fingers. Do you have any idea? I had to swallow my pride and pull every string I could to get this. Wow. In warning you, don't you waste it. Don't let my efforts go to waste. If you don't show some results, get out of my house. Tisk, never heard of that. Furious, Jiang Weidong slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Fong Xin, his finger jabbing the air, then threw the newspaper on the table. As he walked to his room, he deliberately kicked the trash can in anger. Fong Huilan gritted her teeth, followed him into the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Jiang Weidong, what do you mean? Jiang Weidong's voice was loud, intentionally meant for Fong Xin to hear. What do I mean? What else could I mean? Look at him. An ill-bred brat. Is that how you talk to your elders? I want to see what kind of talent he awakens after stealing my daughter's potion. Jiang Xiaoyu bit her chopsticks, shaking her head smugly and humming. Fong Xin, I specifically asked the seniors. Being good at studying doesn't mean you'll awaken a good talent. A few top students from our school didn't even awaken any talent. If you end up with the worst level talent, he'll laugh at you for 2.5 years. Fong Xin took a bite of his meal. Comparatively, he still preferred his cousin Jiang Xiaocha, who was well-mannered, studious, polite, and kind-hearted like her mother. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, she had perfectly inherited her father's despicable traits of being a snob and favoring the rich over the poor. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Fong Xin chuckled and said, rest assured, even the dead skin from my heel has better talent than you. You're disgusting. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Fong Xin with contempt, then snorted again. I'd like to see what level of talent you can awaken. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the potion and returned to her room. Aunt Fong Huilan emerged from her room, her eyes slightly reddened, clutching her apron tightly, and cast an apologetic glance toward her eldest daughter, Jiang Xiaocha's door. After hesitating for a long while, she finally stepped forward and knocked on the door. Xiaocha, can I come in and talk to you for a moment? Jiang Xiaocha's voice came from inside. Mom, I'm asleep. Let's talk tomorrow. Fong Huilan let out a sigh. She returned to the dining table and glanced at the potions on it. Nowadays, it was the age of the awakened. Many important jobs were monopolized by them. Non-awakened individuals like Jiang Weidong and Fong Huilan could only find meager-paying jobs to support the family. Xiaoxin, don't take your uncle's words to heart. Show him some results and prove that my nephew is no pushover. Fong Xin felt a pang of pity for his aunt. As the saying goes, a good man often marries a shrew while a rogue gets a virtuous wife. For Jiang Weidong to marry a woman as virtuous and kind as Fong Huilan was nothing short of an ancestral blessing. Fong Xin often felt sorry for his aunt. Ever since his parents passed away, she had taken care of him with unwavering devotion. It's fine, Aunt. I'm full. As he placed his bowl and chopsticks in the sink ready to wash them, Fong Huilan gently patted his shoulder. Go back to your room and study. He'll do the dishes. Fong Xin returned to his room, his phone buzzing incessantly. The class group chat had already reached over 99 messages. The homeroom teacher announced that talent tests would be held the day after tomorrow, and those who could afford it should buy a potion in advance. The potion, fully named SpaceX, was designed to maximize the awakening of human potential. It was developed by the research team of the internationally renowned company Leon Corporation. However, nearly 80% of the produced potions were seized by powerful conglomerates and influential families, leaving a meager 20% for ordinary people. During talent tests, injecting the potion increased the success rate by 10 to 15%, equivalent to adding 10 to 15 points in college entrance exams. Thus, many families were willing to spend money to buy a potion for their children. This year, the testing format had been reformed. Talent tests were now available from the start of high school. Each student had 2 opportunities before graduating from senior year. So even first and second year students could participate early. With 2 chances, some would use the first one early. If their talent test results were good enough, they could enjoy generous subsidies ahead of time. That was why Jiang Xiaoyu, only a sophomore, was eager to take the talent test. Ever since homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin announced the news, the group chat had been buzzing nonstop. The most frequent poster in the group was a student named Qin Juanhao. His nickname was an ordinary rich second generation. He was average in studies and looks, but his family was exceptionally wealthy. His father was a well-known local businessman. From the day Fong Xin met Qin Juanhao, the latter had been dedicated to being an exemplary employee in the core production line of inflatable dolls. He couldn't survive a second without showing off. Ever since a year ago, when Qin Juanhao bullied a poor student to death and got away with it through family connections, Fong Xin had never given him a kind look. Qin Juanhao rapidly posted a dozen photos of potions in an exquisite box. "Sign my dad is something else. I said I didn't want any, but he insisted on buying me a whole set. Now I've got 20 potions. Don't get it wrong. This isn't my bedroom, it's the bodyguard's room. Mine isn't this shabby. Qin Juanhao, Chu Xinyao, have you bought your potion yet? If you need more, I'll have my bodyguards deliver 2 to your house." The class belle Chu Xinyao replied, coldly, "No need." After being rebuffed, Qin Juanhao immediately turned his attention to Fong Xin. Fong Xin came from a decent family, was handsome, and excelled in his studies, all of which made Qin Juanhao feel constantly overshadowed. "Qin Juanhao, Fong Xin, I heard someone saw your aunt and uncle buying potions. They only got 2. Having money isn't enough, you need connections. I heard you have 2 younger sisters. 3 people sharing 2 potions isn't enough. Beg me, and I might sell you one." Just as Fong Xin was about to retort, his phone vibrated. Chu Xinyao had sent a message. "Chu Xinyao, Fong Xin, Xiao Fong, I happen to have an extra potion. Come to my place to pick it up, or if you're busy, you'll deliver it to your house." The ambiguity in her words made many in the group pick up on something more. Fong Xin smiled faintly. It was quite a coincidence. This adorable round-faced girl had been his classmate since kindergarten all the way through high school, in the same school and the same class. "No need, Xiao Chu. Qin Juanhao, Chu Xinyao. He doesn't want it, but I do. Give it to me." Qin Juanhao was muted by the admin Chu Xinyao for half an hour. As they say, what you can't have you desire. Despite being a professional rich second generation, Chu Xinyao still ignored Qin Juanhao, which saddened the young master. Seeing Chu Xinyou's favoritism toward Fong Xin only made Qin Juanhao want to target him more. Without the show-off Qin Juanhao, the group quieted down considerably. Someone redirected the topic. "I heard from a former classmate that at their school, the neighboring No. 1 High, a student awakened in a grade psychic talent. Several special departments fought over him tooth and nail. So jealous. I don't ask for much, just a grade would be enough. I wonder who in our class will have the best talent. I think it'll be Fong Xin. With his grades, his talent can't be bad either." Not necessarily. There have been cases where top students ended up with terrible talent, or even none at all despite acing exams. This was said by Qin Junhao's loyal lackey, Su Xiaoqiang. "I think my boss Hao is the best. We'll know the results when the test comes out." Homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin sent a message, "Everyone stay calm. No matter the outcome, face it with composure. This is your first talent test in senior year. Even if it doesn't go well, we have targeted practice for the second test. It's late, time to sleep." Fong Xin put down his phone. He raised his hand and looked at the back of it. His pupils slowly turned a deep crimson, and over a dozen bloodthirsty runes emerged on his knuckles, 4 of them especially vivid. It looked like a hand of slaughter. He had awakened this killing talent while helping his grandfather at a small restaurant in town slaughtering chickens. Through killing, Fong Xin's overall abilities steadily increased. Strength, speed, agility, and his 5 senses all improved, but the most terrifying was his self-healing power. Later, he encountered aberrants, a type of awakened being who, upon gaining power, let their desires run wild, committing every evil imaginable. After being forced to act once, Fong Xin discovered that killing such aberrants greatly enhanced his abilities. From then on, he targeted them, hunting them down until now. Currently, Fong Xin's combat prowess was unmatched among his peers. Moreover, unless he actively revealed it, no one knew about his killing talent. Since his grandfather told him not to display this killing talent lightly, he would use the strength talent awakened through it instead. Although strength talent was inferior to killing talent, it was still formidable. The next morning after breakfast, he went to school. The classmates had arrived unusually early. Before he could even sit down, the homeroom teacher Chung Wenjin, dressed in a floral dress with a beautiful face, walked in. Everyone, don't be nervous. Relax and wait for my notice before injecting the potion. By the way, does anyone still not have a potion? Qin Juanhao flipped his middle-parted hair and immediately turned to look at Fong Xin by the window, grinning insincerely. Fong Xin, the teacher is asking you. Before Fong Xin could respond, the round-faced pretty girl sitting in front of him opened her backpack and took out a potion. Teacher, I brought one for Fong Xin. She placed the potion on his desk, giving a sweet smile that revealed 2 adorable little fangs. Qin Junhao's face instantly fell. Chung Wenjin smiled gently. As I said, don't be nervous. Stay relaxed. Your mindset greatly affects the test. I believe you all are the cream of the crop and will achieve great talent. Maybe even Scrade. A student chimed in. Itll definitely be Fong Xin. No way. Scrade belongs to my boss Hao. Su Xiaoqiang quickly added. Amid the commotion, a voice called out, Teacher, Chung, come out for a moment. Everyone looked toward the door where the principal stood, flanked by 2 people, one in a trench coat and fedora, the other with silver short hair and ice blue eyes. What is it, principal? The principal gestured to close the door, then peered through the window into the classroom and asked curiously, Teacher, Chung, which one is Qin Juanhao? Chung Wenjin was slightly taken aback. Instinctively, she turned her head to look at where Qin Juanhao was seated. The principal, hands clasped behind his back, bent over and peered through the window into the classroom. The 2 individuals behind him were from a special department. The principal G was eager to get a glimpse of any student who had already caught the attention of such an elite unit. Chung Wenjin first glanced at the 2 people behind the principal, then pointed in Qin Junhao's direction. That's Qin Juanhao. Captain Xiao, wearing a fedora, stooped down and followed Chung Wenjin's gesture to look into the classroom. He then turned to the beautiful woman with icy blue eyes. Ellie, take a look. Is it him? Ellie's ice blue eyes fixed on Qin Juanhao through the window. He was wearing a mask before, and I was nearly unconscious at the time, so I didn't get a clear look at his face. But the height and build match. Chung Wenjin asked in confusion. Principal, who are these 2? Principal G chuckled with his hands behind his back. Teacher Chung, these 2 are from the 7th Division. This is Mr. Xiao Wudong, and this is Miss Ellie. Chung Wenjin was stunned again, then exclaimed in surprise, the 7th Division. Looking for Qin Juanhao. Has he been pre-selected? Xiao Wudong immediately raised his hand, signaling that it was classified and not to be discussed. Yet the pride of having snagged a prodigy ahead of time was clearly visible in Captain Xiao's eyes. After a brief exchange, Xiao Wudong led Ellie away. As they were about to leave, Ellie's gaze suddenly fell upon a figure sitting by the window. The moment Ellie appeared, Fong Xin muttered to himself about what a small world it was, then quickly brushed his bangs aside and casually put on his deskmate's glasses. What's wrong, Ellie? Ellie snapped back to reality. Nothing. As they walked out, Xiao Wudong was in high spirits. Those bastards from the 9th Division reported to their superiors to delay the test results by a day, just so they could snatch up talented students first. Damn it, they may have outstanding merits and old Master Yi backing them, but this is too domineering. But who says old Xiao isn't lucky? I found a gem ahead of time. As soon as the talent test ends, we'll go sign the contract with Qin Juanhao. Just thinking about the sour faces of those 9th Division guys makes me want to laugh. Back in the classroom, it had erupted into chaos ever since the principal called Chung Wenjin out. Because just as the door was closing, students in the front row clearly heard the principal asking who Qin Juanhao was. Then the 2 individuals who clearly held significant status both looked in Qin Junhao's direction. Holy crap! What's going on? Who are those people? A student near the door perked up his ears. I heard them say something about the 7th Division. No way. The 7th Division. I have a distant cousin there. It's the 7th Division of the legendary Shield Bureau. My cousin was discovered early too. They just took one look at him outside the classroom, and right after the test ended, he signed a contract. Now he's living the high life. Many were stunned, and those lacking information whispered, Shield Bureau. The Shield Bureau is an official organization specifically established for superhumans. It's a very formidable outfit. It oversees 9 special action divisions. Although the 7th Special Action Division isn't in the top 3 overall, it's still part of the Shield Bureau. And their bar is incredibly high. They only recruit at least rank. Damn, rank as the minimum. That's nothing. The most impressive division in the Shield Bureau is the 9th. According to my cousin, the 9th is also called the Monster Room. All geniuses within rank minimum. Holy shit, rank. Only prodigies get in there. We can only watch from the sidelines. The lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately chimed in. Wow. Boss Qin, you've made it. No matter which division it is, being discovered early is the best. I always said Boss Qin is the best. You all didn't believe me and kept barking at me. Come on, anyone else want to argue now? Qin Juanhao was also a bit dazed. Qin Juanhao, how did you get discovered? Share some tips so we can cram at the last minute, a classmate asked. To be honest, Qin Juanhao couldn't explain it himself. The lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately defended him. Does it even need to be said? Boss Qin, your family is so impressive, you must know people in the Shield Bureau, right? Hearing this reasoning, Qin Jianhao suddenly had an epiphany. Right? My dad knows them. I remember now, my dad even had dinner with some of them before. Hear that? That's what real family background means. Even if Boss Qin teaches you, could you ever learn it? Su Xiaoqiang groveled. The corners of Qin Junhao's mouth curled up. Xiaoqiang, they're all classmates. Don't say that, it hurts their self-esteem. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Chu Xinyao. Su Xiaoqiang, ever quick-witted, added, class beauty, Chu, see the real deal, that is my boss. Chu Xinyao snorted. They just took one look at him. Who knows what really happened? For all we know, Qin Junhao's dad committed a crime, and they're here to arrest him. Su Xiaoqiang was choked silent. In terms of family background, Chu Xinyao's was no less impressive. Everyone knew her mother was the director of the Electric Power Bureau. But her father's occupation was unknown, rumored to be a high-ranking official. So Qin Junhao's posturing meant nothing to Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao waved her hand in front of Fong Xian. You're not nearsighted, so why are you wearing glasses? Fong Xian smiled and returned the glasses to his deskmate. Just trying out how it feels. He glanced out the window where Xiao Wudong and Ellie had already walked far away. Fong Xian hadn't expected to run into them again. Luckily, it had been raining heavily that day, had worn a mask, and Ellie had been badly injured, or he would have been discovered. His talent was very peculiar. Fong Xian had searched online, but found no relevant entries. Who knew if they would take him away for dissection and research? The class was still buzzing. The classroom door opened. Homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin walked in and cast a significant glance at Qin Junhao. Teacher, what did those people say? Nothing much, Cheng Wenjin said with a smile. Is my boss Qin being specially recruited by the 7th Division? The lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately asked. Cheng Wenjin raised a finger to her lips, signaling that it was not to be discussed. Seeing her smile, the students of Class 3 Grade 11 erupted once more. Boss Qin is awesome. Qin Junhao was also getting excited. If I really get recruited by the 7th Division after the test, everyone in this class, whatever you want to eat, drink, or do, it's on me. Hell yeah. Boss Qin rules. The lackey Su Xiaoqiang screamed, his voice cracking. Fong Xian watched Qin Junhao celebrating prematurely. If his talent test results turned out poorly, the higher he flew, the harder he would fall. Chu Xinyao, sitting in the front row, turned around and rested her chin on a stack of books on Fong Xin's desk. Fong Xian, let them do their thing, we'll do ours. Are you free after the test? There's a new ocean theme park in town. I want to go. Will you come with me? We'll see. I'm not sure. All right then, we'll go when you have time. Okay. Chu Xinyao smiled, sweetly revealing 2 cute little fangs. It's a deal then. You can't back out. Cheng Wenjin glanced at her phone. Everyone take your student ID and your potion. Set off in an orderly fashion. The talent test is about to begin. The line stretched into a long queue. Many students were nervous. After all, this was a pivotal moment in life. In the current era, only the awakened held absolute authority. For ordinary people, making a living was tough. If the talent test yielded at least a grade, as long as one didn't commit crimes, a stable job was guaranteed. The talent test was conducted in 3 zones. Freshmen and sophomores shared one zone, while seniors were split into 2. Chu Xinyao stood behind Fong Xian. Her delicate fingers traced patterns on Fong Xin's back, occasionally poking him to guess what she had just drawn. In the distance, around the talent test area, many uniformed individuals stood, through information passed by sharp-eyed students. Most of those in uniform were from official departments, while others belonged to prestigious families and various large organizations. Awakened individuals were in high demand now, with everyone vying for promising talents. Qin Junhao raised his chin, searching for the 2 members of the 7th Division he had seen earlier outside the classroom. Many students looked at Qin Junhao with envy. His lackey Su Xiaoqiang rubbed his hands together like a fly. Brother, how over there? Over there. The people you're looking for are over there. Following Su Xiaoqiang's pointing finger, they saw Xiao Wudong and AI Li standing side by side. How imposing. Brother, how you'll definitely become like that someday. Remember to look out for me then. Qin Junhao put his arm around Su Xiaoqiang's shoulders. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Just as they were speaking, 2 figures appeared in the distance. A tall, lanky, white-haired man with sunglasses walked past the official's, hands in his pockets. Behind him followed a pretty girl, lollipop in mouth, carrying a suitcase. Everyone stood at attention upon seeing them. Non-official members nodded in greeting, while official members saluted in succession. Even Xiao Wudong and AI Li of the 7th Division straightened up and saluted. But the white-haired man at the front ignored them, all hands still in pockets, walking straight into a classroom. Who's that? So arrogant that every official member has to salute. The 9th Division. The legendary 9th Division. See the suitcase that pretty lady is carrying. The 9-dragon emblem on it is the symbol of the 9th Division. No wonder it's the 9th Division. The best benefits: their members are ranked 1 level higher than other divisions, and they can mobilize members from the other 8 divisions in emergencies. They show no favor to anyone. If I could join the 9th Division, I'd even marry the school beauty. Fong Xian watched the white-haired man and the pretty girl enter the classroom. Even though they released no aura, Fong Xian, having experienced countless battles, could keenly sense the threat emanating from the two. Especially the white-haired man, Fong Xian felt that with a single thought the man could annihilate him. Based on his earlier online assessments, Fong Xian estimated his strength talent to be Scrade. If he were Scrade, he might be taken by the 9th Division. And with people that powerful, if they discovered his killing talent and harbored ill intentions, he might end up being dissected for research. In fact, Fong Xian had already decided last night not to use the potion to avoid attracting high-level attention. Jiang Xiaocha's test was in the afternoon, so he would give the potion to his sister later. The reason he hadn't given it yesterday was simply to annoy Jiang Weidong. The following students: bring your student ID, inject the potion in advance if you have one, and enter the test area orderly for the talent test. Zhang Yuxuan, Wang Zihan, Li Sini. Each zone had several classrooms equipped with cabinets over 2 meters tall. Students would enter, and after 3 to 5 minutes the test would be complete. But Cheng Wenjin had just announced that this year's test results would not be released on the same day, but postponed by 1 day. This tormented many students as waiting for the results was agonizing. Qin Junhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wudong of the 7th Division. Xiao Wudong looked back and nodded with a smile. "Brother Hao." He nodded at you. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed excitedly. "Did you all see that? That guy from the 7th Division nodded at my brother Hao." Su Xiaoqiang boasted to the surrounding students. Qin Junhao's grin was harder to suppress than an AK, but he still urged Su Xiaoqiang, "Keep it low. We don't know what talent or grade he'll get yet." He glanced sideways at Fong Xian and Chu Xinyao, noticing that Chu Xinyao was drawing on Fong Xin's back, the two of them playing a game of draw, and guess completely ignoring him. Qin Juanhao shot Fong Xian a sidelong glare. "I wonder what talent you'll end up with. But I've heard that sometimes students who study well with overdeveloped brains end up with disappointing test results. There was a senior who was excellent in studies, but ended up with a grade excavator talent. Fong Xian, I think you might just get a talent like that too." Fong Xian nodded in agreement. "That's fine, still better than a grade sycophant talent. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharp blade." That single sentence shattered Qin Junhao's composure. His face changed instantly. Su Xiaoqiang quickly patted Qin Junhao's chest to soothe him. "Brother Hao, don't bother with someone like him. You're going to join the 7th Division. Once you're in, controlling him will be as easy as a word." Qin Junhao sneered. "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xin's lower back. "Where's the potion I gave you?" "Forgot to bring it." "You." Chu Xinyao frowned and pouted. "How could you be so careless at such an important time?" As she spoke, Chu Xinyao shoved her own potion into Fong Xin's hands and turned to run back to the classroom to get the one she had given him earlier. Fong Xian grabbed her arm gently and said softly, "It's almost our turn. Going back now won't leave enough time. Missing the scheduled time means being marked as absent." "How could you?" Chu Xinyao said anxiously. "It's okay. If this time doesn't work, there's always next time." From ahead came Cheng Wenjin's voice. "The following students, bring your IDs and enter the test area orderly. Qin Juanhao, Su Xiaoqiang, Zhang Hao, Yu Li Bowen, Fong Xian, Chu Xinyao." Fong Xian gave Chu Xinyao and its fine look and walked toward the test area. In the distance, Xiao Wudong saw Qin Juanhao heading to the test area, smiled, and turned to AI Li. "Quick, the contract. As soon as he comes out, well, sign him in advance." "Huh. The 9th Division has been domineering for too long. It's time for the 7th Division to show some strength." Fong Xian entered the large white testing machine. He placed his student ID on the sensor pad. After identity verification, red light continuously scanned him. Fong Xian touched the pendant his grandfather had given him hanging around his neck. In the classroom, the white-haired man sat on a chair rocking back and forth. The girl with the lollipop opened the suitcase, revealing a precision keyboard and a display screen. A lens protruding from one end of the case projected images from each test zone onto the wall. Time ticked by. Beep beep. The sudden piercing sound made the white-haired man pause his rocking. He couldn't help but look at the wall projection. On the screen showing Fong Xian. A box appeared flickering above. After a few seconds, lines of text emerged named Fong Xian. Talent strength type S grade no potion, talent perception type, grade no potion, talent bestaming type, grade no potion, talent light type, a grade no potion, talent spirit type, a grade no potion, comprehensive combat power assessment level 3. The girl looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Without using any potion, he tested S grade talent and revealed so many talents. If he used a potion, all his talents could rise by 1 grade. And his combat power is level 3, a rarity among students. The white-haired man slowly pushed his sunglasses down with a finger. His eyes behind the lenses shimmered with blinding light, as if harboring 2 terrifying thunder pools. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Fong Xian, the 9th Division wants him. Ding. The test is over. Candidates, please take your documents and exit the testing pod. Fong Xian grabbed his student ID and stepped out of the pod, following what his homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin had said. The test results wouldn't be officially announced to the whole school until 2 days later. But in truth, the results were known on the very same day. So over these 2 days, those well-connected organizations would do everything in their power to access the scores early and snatch up the promising talents. Of course, everyone had to yield to the Ninth Bureau. They had priority selection rights, and other organizations had protested, claiming it was unfair and high-handed. After much negotiation, it was decided that the Ninth Bureau could only select up to 3 rank or above talents per district each cycle. Fong Xin reached up and touched the pendant hanging around his neck. With this pendant, his killing talent could be masked from detection. Based on the knowledge he had gathered online, he estimated his strength talent to be rank. Today, he hadn't injected any serum. What was measured should only be a rank. It might attract the attention of an organization like the Sky Shield Bureau, but it would never get him into the Ninth Bureau. For Fong Xin, the people from the Ninth Bureau were terrifying. Being mixed into that den of monsters, he would likely be exposed quickly. He let out a breath. Just then, he heard a gasp from his classmates. Qin Juanhao had just come out of the classroom when Xiao Wudong dragged him into another room. This scene drew exclamations and looks of envy from many. Su Xiaoqiang was especially excited, whistling loudly. "Brother, how you're awesome." It immediately sparked a small commotion on the sports field. Qin Juanhao stopped pretending. A smug grin spread across his face as he waved to the cheering students. Inside the classroom, White Hair looked out the window. "What is that idiot Xiao Wudong doing?" The pretty girl said, "He's signing a student early. Did we miss any good prospects?" "No." "Then what is he doing?" The pretty girl casually brushed her hair aside, revealing a pair of delicate fair ears. On her ear was a beautiful ear cuff. "I caught a bit of it." Xiao Wudong said he found a good prospect and wanted to steal our thunder. White Hair scratched the side of his nose and pointed at the box in front of the girl. "This idiot. Doesn't he know we brought the most advanced detection device this time?" The girl rested her chin on her hand. The news about the device upgrade hasn't left the Ninth Bureau yet. It's normal that he doesn't know. What rank is the person he snatched early? The girl glanced at Qin Junhao's test results. Originally crank, but boosted with a lot of serums to barely brank. White Hair stretched lazily. "Trash. By the way, prepare the contract. We'll go to Fong Xin's place tonight to sign it. If we time it around dinner, we can even mooch a meal." Fong Xian walked towards his class formation. The topic among his classmates was all about Qin Juanhao, though everyone was envious. This wasn't just an iron rice bowl, it was a golden one. Entering the Sky Shield Bureau, even if not the monster den of the Ninth Bureau, was still an unparalleled honor. Chu Xinyao came up and took Fong Xin's arm. "Xiao Fong, let's go sit over there. It's too noisy here." Fong Xian paused. "I need to go back to the classroom first, then to class 8 to find my sister." "Why are you looking for her?" "To give her the serum." Chu Xinyao pouted. "So you didn't use the serum just to save it for your sister? Are you that unwilling to use my things? If you don't have enough serum, you can just use what I gave you." "Xiao Fong, we've known each other since kindergarten. I won't allow you to be so formal with me. You can ask me for anything you want. If I have it, I'll never let you lack it." "Got it." As she spoke, Chu Xinyao stood on tiptoe and tapped Fong Xin's head with her fair finger. Fong Xin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Anything? Can you kowtow to me?" "Fong Xin." Chu Xinyao fiercely pinched Fong Xin's lower back. "Oomph." He picked up the serum and found class 8. There were no classes today, so discipline was lax. Through the window, many students in the classroom were chattering about the talent test. Almost everyone had a serum vial on their desk. Zhang Xiaocha was wearing headphones reading a book. "Zhang Xiaocha." Fong Xin called out. Her desk mate nudged her. She looked up, saw the door, pushed up her glasses, and quickly walked out. "Brother, is your test over?" "Yeah, this is for you." Fong Xin handed over the serum. Seeing it, Zhang Xiaocha froze for a moment, recognizing it as the one from last night. You didn't use the serum." "I forgot. You use it." Zhang Xiaocha hung her head, biting her lip. "Brother, thank you. Don't mention it." Zhang Xiaocha looked up at Fong Xin, her eyes slightly red. "I know you didn't use it just to save it for me." "Oh, come on. If I wasn't going to use it, I would have given it back to you last night, right? You didn't give it back last night, just to spite my dad, didn't you?" Fong Xin scratched his cheek awkwardly. He flicked Zhang Xiaocha's forehead. "Don't talk nonsense, okay? My classmate is watching." Zhang Xiaocha glanced at Chu Xinyao, who was looking back at her. They both gave each other a slight nod. When Fong Xin returned to the classroom, Qin Juanhao was standing at the podium. "Everyone, since you've seen it, I won't hide it anymore. I've been recruited by the 7th Bureau. I told my dad, and he said he'll donate a building to the school in our class name to thank everyone for taking care of me all these years. Also, my dad has ordered the butler to book a venue. The day after tomorrow, he'll send the family driver to pick you all up. The whole bill is on me." With that, Qin Juanhao looked at Chu Xinyao. "Chu Xinyao, you have to come too." "Sorry, Fong Xin, and I have already made plans to go to the ocean theme park. You guys go ahead." Qin Juanhao was choked up. He wanted to say more, but Chu Xinyao put on her headphones. Seeing her refusal, Qin Juanhao sat down, his face full of gloom. The look he gave Fong Xin was as if he wanted to skin him alive. Qin Juanhao pulled out his phone and sent a message. Dad, book out the whole ocean theme park in our city. I want to have a class gathering there. The talent test continued until nearly the end of the school day when a bombshell dropped. Some genius had leaked the test results of some students. The score sheet quickly spread like wildfire through the school. Seeing the results, some rejoiced while others grieved. Fong Xin also received the test results. He scrolled through it for a while. He didn't find his own name, but was surprised to see the scores of Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Xiaoyu. Name: Jiang Xiaocha. Talent 1, Psychic Talent, a Rank Serum. Talent 2, Healing Talent, Crank Serum. Name: Jiang Xiaoyu. Talent: Beast Taming Talent, Crank Serum. When Fong Xin got home, his aunt was bustling in the kitchen, a cheerful smile on her face. Uncle Jiang Weidong had even brought out a bottle of wine he had aged for years, drinking merrily and slapping his thigh with joy. Jiang Xiaoyu was sprawled arrogantly on the sofa, legs crossed, with an air of him in charge today. Jiang Xiaocha was sitting at the table reading a book. Xiao Xin is back. Aunt Fong Huilan happily wiped her hands on her apron and greeted him cheerfully. Fong Xin took a sniff. Aunt, what delicious food are you making? Chicken, duck, fish, and meat, everything. I made all your favorites. Jiang Xiaoyu sat up with a start. Mom, what does he have to do with it? My sister and I are the real heroes today, right? Fong Huilan was in a great mood. Both her daughters had done well, especially the eldest Jiang Xiaocha. With this result, many organizations would be vying for her. You're all my precious babies. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Who knows if your precious nephew will turn out to be trash or a treasure? Fong Huilan clicked her tongue. You child, what are you saying? Spit that out. Your brother definitely won't be bad. Today is a day of great joy. Don't say such things. Xiao Xin, sit for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Jiang Weidong cleared his throat loudly and placed his phone on the table, showing the electronic report cards of his two daughters. Come, Fong Xin, take a look. Look at your two sisters' results. Fong Xin glanced at them and smiled. They're both great. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Great or not, who are you to say? Jiang Weidong took another gulp of wine, tapping his fingers on the table. Fong Xin, look at your older sister Xiaocha. An A-rank talent. Do you know what that means? Many organizations will be fighting over her. Other kids have organizations choosing them, but your sister Xiaocha gets to choose which organization to join. That's the difference, understand? Fong Xin flattered him. Uncle, you are absolutely right. Jiang Weidong slammed his glass heavily on the table, pointing a finger at Fong Xin, and roared with the courage of alcohol. If you hadn't taken Xiaocha's serum, her result would have been even better. You, Fong Xin, remember this, you owe my daughter. You'll owe her for the rest of your life. Fong Huilan immediately defended Fong Xin. Jiang Weidong, on this day of great joy, saying such heartless things is too much. Too much, my ass. Jiang Weidong slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Fong Xin. Happy and drunk, he used the alcohol as an excuse. I'm telling you, Fong Xin, remember this well. My daughter was generous and gave you the serum. If she hadn't, her talent might have been shrank. Her future achievements would have been even greater. You ruined my daughter's bright future. You owe her. You'll never be able to repay it in your lifetime. Slap. Jiang Xiaocha suddenly slammed the table hard. Jiang Weidong jumped in fright and looked at her with a fawning smile. What's wrong, Xiaocha? Did daddy scare you? It's my fault. I was just worried that Fong Xin's results would be mediocre and that serum would go to waste. Jiang Xiaocha slapped an empty syringe on the table, glaring up at Jiang Weidong. My brother gave the serum to me. I am the one who owes him. Our whole family owes him. The family's gazes were all fixed on that vial of potion. Jiang Weidong fell silent instantly. He recognized that vial. And he was also absolutely certain that Jiang Xiaocha could not be lying about this matter. Thus Fong Xin had not used that potion at all and had instead given it to Jiang Xiaocha. Aunt Fong Huilan snatched up the syringe. She quickly turned around, tightly gripping Fong Xin's arm with both hands, then, with reddened eyes, gently patted his arm. Why, oi, you child? You're going to infuriate me. This is yours. Why did you give it to your sister? As she spoke, Fong Huilan's lips trembled and two streams of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. And it's fine. I can manage without the potion. Fong Huilan wiped away her tears. Auntie is sorry to you. Auntie is so sorry to you. Jiang Xiaoyu chewing gum said, Mom, why are you crying? You're ruining my good mood. Even if Fong Xin had used that potion, it's not certain he'd be better than my sister, right? Besides, your dear nephew gave the potion to Jiang Xiaocha voluntarily. No one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, have some conscience, will you? Jiang Xiaocha rebuked angrily. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He himself said he's fine without the potion. Why are you worrying for him? Besides, he eats our food and uses our things. It's him who should have a conscience. A sharp, crisp slap landed on Jiang Xiaoyu's face. The slap was clean and decisive. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. After a few seconds, Jiang Xiaoyu burst into loud sobs. Dad, do something about her. She's siding with an outsider. Jiang Weidong hugged Jiang Xiaoyu, rubbing her cheek. Xiaocha, what are you doing? How can you hit your Xiaoyu for an outsider? She's your own sister. Jiang Xiaocha stared coldly at Jiang Weidong. Outsider. We are the outsiders. Don't forget it was my brother who took our family in. Now I ask you immediately right now for what you just said. Apologize to my brother. Xiaocha, I'm your father. Jiang Xiaocha repeated coldly, apologize. If you don't, I will give up joining any organization. Jiang Weidong became anxious instantly. Xiaocha, you. Jiang Xiaocha's gaze was icy. Now that Jiang Xiaocha's results were out, she was certainly the family's future pillar. Besides, Jiang Weidong himself knew he was in the wrong. He glanced at Fong Xin. Sorry, Fong Xin. What I said was indeed out of line. I apologize to you. Please also persuade Xiaocha, don't let her give up joining a major organization. Fong Xin gently flicked Jiang Xiaocha's fair forehead. This sister was not raised in vain. She was far better than an ingrate like Jiang Xiaoyu. I'm hungry, Xiaocha. Oh, okay. I'll get you some food. Jiang Xiaocha walked towards the kitchen. Fong Huilan, with reddened eyes and a face full of apology, looked at Fong Xin. Xiao Xin. And I'm hungry. Let's eat. Fong Huilan squeezed Fong Xin's arm. All right. Auntie will cook 2 more dishes, and then we'll eat. Jiang Xiaoyu, nestled in Jiang Weidong's arms, was still aggrieved. Dad, it hurts. Jiang Weidong patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back, rubbed his daughter's cheek, and cast a vicious glance at Fong Xin. He felt Fong Xin was the root cause. He snorted and led his daughter away to find an ice pack to apply. He said to Jiang Xiaoyu in a very low voice, Xiaoyu, your sister, and we are family after all. This whole thing is Fong Xin's fault. That slap is on his account. I've never heard of a child testing well without a potion. He's clearly waiting for the next test, and then he'll still need me to pull strings to buy a potion. Just wait, Dad will definitely get that slap back for you. Jiang Xiaoyu stared viciously at Fong Xin. Okay, Dad. A knock came at the door. Who is it? Auntie ran to open the door. Standing at the door was a chubby man with a genial expression carrying a large pile of gifts. This is Jiang Xiaocha's home, right? You must be Jiang Xiaocha's mother. We are from the Tian'an Merchant Guild. We've come specifically to discuss with Jiang Xiaocha about her joining us. Without waiting for an invitation from Fong Huilan, the chubby man freed one hand to shake hers and with his assistant squeezed directly inside. Fong Huilan was bewildered, but she quickly reacted and called towards the kitchen, Xiaocha, someone's here for you. Jiang Xiaocha came out of the kitchen, drying her hands. Jiang Xiaocha. Hello. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tian'an Merchant Guild. The chubby man smiled warmly as he approached and reached out to shake Jiang Xiaocha's hand. And you are? Jiang Weidong quickly came over as well. The chubby man, adept at socializing, immediately bent over and scurried over. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tian'an Merchant Guild. You know the Tian'an Merchant Guild, right? It's the largest guild in the entire district. Jiang Weidong immediately nodded, his eyes shining. Hello. Please have a seat. Have a seat. Have you come about our Xiaocha? Xiaocha's results are outstanding. Our Tian'an Merchant Guild has specifically sent me, the Lansao City Director, to invite her to join us. If she joins, we'll give her a large penthouse in the most expensive Baohu Garden in Lanzhou and provide a luxury car for her transportation. In her first year with the guild, her annual salary will be 800,000, doubling every subsequent year. After 3 years, she will be allocated shared dividends based on her contributions to the guild. Tong Fengwu, the chubby man, listed a host of benefits in one breath. Jiang Weidong's eyes were practically sparkling as he listened, swallowing several times. Jiang Weidong turned to look at Jiang Xiaocha. The saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If Jiang Xiaocha took off, he as her father certainly wouldn't fare poorly. What do you think, Xiaocha? Tong Fengwu asked again. Before Jiang Xiaocha could answer, another knock came at the door. Fong Huilan opened the door. Standing there was a woman in a professional suit wearing glasses, followed by 2 assistants carrying gifts. The woman extended her hand for a handshake. You are Xiaocha's mother, right? Hello, I am Li Yinxiao, the agent for the Li family of the provincial capital in Lanzhou. We have come for Jiang Xiaocha. Welcome. Fong Huilan looked at her eagerly. The woman exuded a strong aura, the image of a formidable career woman, and stepped aside to let her in. Li Yinxiao walked in on her high heels, sweeping her gaze over the chubby man Tong Fengwu. Tong Fengwu returned a harmless smile, which was met only with a cold snort. You are Jiang Xiaocha's father. Li Yinxiao extended her hand to Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong licked his lips, feeling a bit giddy. Someone had come to vie for his daughter. After being downtrodden for so many years, he could finally hold his head high. He had already noticed the neighbors gossiping about their family. Hello. Jiang Weidong quickly extended his hand. Li Yinxiao turned to Jiang Xiaocha with a smile. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I am Li Yinxiao from the Li family of the provincial capital. It's a pleasure to meet you. I believe our friend from the Tian'an Merchant Guild has already presented an offer. To show our sincerity, the Li family will double whatever they offer. Tong Fengwu's squinty eyes widened a bit. Director Li, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Li Yinxiao replied with an unyielding smile. I believe Jiang Xiaocha is worth it. Seeing the 2 sides vying for her, Jiang Weidong felt like he was on cloud 9. This was incredibly satisfying. Everyone please sit down and talk. Jiang Weidong tried to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, another knock came. Fong Huilan opened the door. This time the person at the door was more formal. He wore a uniform, and the gifts he carried were simple, not as flashy as the previous two groups. The leader was a man with a square face that looked somewhat rigid. Hello, I am Chu Gang, captain of the 2nd Special Action Brigade 4th Division of the Tian Shield Bureau. I have come for Jiang Xiaoqiao. Fong Huilon quickly opened the door. Please come in. Chu Gang strode in. His gaze swept over Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao. Both of them smiled. Captain Chu has come too. Has Jiang Xiaoqiao made her choice yet? Not yet. Oh, all right. The 4th Division also wishes to invite you to join. You may choose now. Jiang Weidong was so excited his voice cracked. He felt this was the highlight of his life. Captain Chu, right. Please have a seat. Have a seat. Chu Gang sat down. All of you please sit as well. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao sat down in turn. Li Yinxiao was the first to speak. No matter how we argue, the final decision rests with Jiang Xiaoqiao. It depends on her choice. Jiang Xiaoqiao herself was a bit overwhelmed. She had heard that those with high talent would be fought over by various powers, but she hadn't expected it to be so concrete. After a slight hesitation, she said, "I'll listen to my brother." Fong Xian was stunned for a few seconds. He clearly hadn't expected Jiang Xiaoqiao to say that. The three parties all turned to look at Fong Xian. Li Yinxiao smiled. You are Jiang Xiaoqiao's brother. Which family would you like your sister to join? Jiang Weidong immediately interrupted. Why listen to him? I'm her father. I make the decisions in this house. Can any of your organizations also recruit this daughter of mine? As he spoke, Jiang Weidong pulled Jiang Xiaoyu over. May I ask, what is your daughter's talent? Crade Beast Tamer talent. Chu Gang said formally, talent too low. The 4th Division does not accept her. Tong Fengwu's eyes darted around. We'll take her. Li Yinxiao said without hesitation. We'll take her too. Conditions are still double what the Tianan Merchant Guild offers. Director Li, why do you always have to clash with me? The chubby man said helplessly. Li Yinxiao ignored him and continued looking at Jiang Xiaoqiao. Jiang Xiaoqiao, the decision is yours. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoqiao still said, I'll listen to my brother. You child. Jiang Weidong stood up in agitation. Tong Fengwu sized up Fong Xian. Are you also a student? Yes. What's your name? Fong Xian. Jiang Weidong inquired. Do you have access to the results in advance? Can you check his results? Tong Fengwu smiled a bit embarrassed. The results list we received only includes Crade and above. The name Fong Xian is not on my list. So that means it's below Crade. Jiang Weidong felt a secret thrill. That's about right. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately laughed out loud. Jiang Weidong also cast a sidelong glance at Fong Xian, a smug hum escaping his nose. Fong Xian was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected not even AC. Jiang Weidong crossed his legs and glanced sideways at Fong Xian. Below Crade, huh? Work prospects might not be very good. Jiang Xiaoyu also looked at Fong Xian, smugly rubbing her still slightly swollen face, feeling a sense of revenge. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoqiao suddenly spoke up. Whichever of you is willing to take my brother, I will go to that one. This statement stunned everyone. Chu Gang was the first to speak, still rigid. The 4th Division has high standards. We don't accept those with too low talent. Tong Fengwu's small eyes darted as he weighed the pros and cons, feeling it wasn't a good deal. Li Yinxiao spoke up. Our Li family can take him, but the benefits and treatment will be relatively low given his talent is too low and he. Before she could finish, another knock came at the door. Someone else. Huilon, hurry and open the door. Jiang Weidong stood up, excitedly pointing at the door. His face was alight with excitement. Fong Huilon went to the door and opened it. After opening the door, a man with white hair stood at the entrance wearing sunglasses, followed by a beautiful young woman. Are you here for Xiaoqiao? Looking for Xiaoqiao. I'd be looking for coffee too. Is Fong Xian home? Yes, he is. And you are? His friends. Saying this, the white-haired man walked in with the beautiful woman. They're here for Fong Xian. Seeing the white-haired man, Fong Xin's heart tightened. Why is the 9th Division here? Jiang Weidong, still floating on cloud 9, saw a white-haired man walk in. Fong Xian, you're a student. You don't learn anything good. What kind of shady friends are you making? And you bring them home. You. Before Jiang Weidong could finish his sentence, Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao both stood up, bowing respectfully. Master Zhuge. Chu Gang also immediately rose, snapping to attention and saluting. Captain Chu Gang of the 4th Special Operations Division reporting to the officer. The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. Jiang Weidong had been brimming with arrogance just a moment ago. In the next moment, the smile on his face froze solid. Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yinxiao from the provincial city were both respectfully gazing at this white-haired man. Most notably, it was Chu Gang from the government agency, who stood up, saluted, and even addressed him as commander. Jiang Weidong swallowed hard. He never expected this white-haired man to hold such a position. Yet he was filled with doubt. Oh, what could this white-haired man want with Fong Xian, who didn't even possess a clever talent? What business do you have with Fong Xian? Jiang Weidong immediately changed his tone and forced a smile to inquire. The white-haired man completely ignored Jiang Weidong and extended his hand toward Fong Xian. Hello. I am Zhuge Heng from the 9th Special Operations Division of the Tiandun Bureau. What can I do for you? Fong Xian paused for a moment, extending his hand, as well filled with confusion. He clearly had not used any agents, so how could he be discovered? Did the 9th Division possess some special means? The white-haired man revealed a charming smile. Two things. First, I invite you to join the 9th Division. Second, a meal. Join the 9th Division. What is the 9th Division? Do they really accept someone with a talent level below C? Jiang Weidong bombarded him with questions, curiosity overwhelming him. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao looked at Jiang Weidong as if he were a fool. Chu Gang maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. The 9th Division is the strongest special operations division of the Tiandun Bureau. They only accept members with S-level talents and above. But didn't Mr. Tong just say that Fong Xian isn't on his report card? Tong Fengwu replied impatiently, the information of those selected by the 9th Division is encrypted and we don't have the authority to view it. Hence his name isn't on the list. Jiang Weidong's eyes widened, completely stunned. Jiang Xiaoyu had a similar look of disbelief. However, Fong Huilan and Jiang Xiaocha were filled with excitement. The drastic ups and downs nearly overwhelmed their hearts. So does that mean my little Xian has a very high talent? Zhuge Heng sat down as if at home. He has awakened 5 talents. Without using any agents, his highest talent is SS level. This is his report card. As he spoke, Zhuge Heng produced a slender black object that was 2 fingers wide. He opened it into an L shape, revealing a virtual screen that displayed Fong Xin's information. Fong Huilan took it, her hands trembling with excitement. Jiang Weidong also immediately leaned in. Upon seeing the list of awakened talents, he was left utterly dumbfounded, shocked beyond measure. There was actually 1 S-level talent, 2 S-level talents, and 2 A-level talents. Even the weakest one could secure a stable government job. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he hadn't even used any agents. If he had used agents, all his talent levels would increase by 1 rank. After seeing this, Fong Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Jiang Weidong's throat felt tight and dry, his breathing stifled, as if a hand were squeezing his neck. He noticed a button pointing to the right on the document and clicked it. The second page displayed a summary of Fong Xin's family situation. Fong Yingtai grandfather information encrypted. Fong Jingping father information encrypted. Yi Rujia mother information encrypted. When Fong Xian saw this, he was momentarily taken aback. He understood that his parents used to work in research at the agency and information encryption made sense, but he couldn't comprehend why his grandfather's information would also be encrypted. Jiang Weidong continued to scroll, revealing Fong Xin's current family situation with the Jiang family. However, this page had obvious handwritten comments added. Jiang Weidong uncle big idiot. Fong Huilan aunt good person. Jiang Xiaocha cousin little good person. Jiang Xiaoyu cousin little troublemaker. Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's faces instantly turned pale. With a snap, the white-haired man snatched the device back and closed it, pretending nothing had happened. Little dear. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. A beautiful girl named Little Deer presented a delicate and hefty box to Fong Xian. Zhuge Heng swayed in his chair. Open it, input your information, then let's eat. Do I really have to join the 9th Division? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Those who knew little about the 9th Division could understand, but Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao, who were aware of its significance, stared wide-eyed at Fong Xian, unable to comprehend why he would utter such nonsense. Zhuge Heng paused, his movements a smile curling at the corners of his lips. When others hear they can join the 9th Division, they would be overjoyed, setting off firecrackers at their ancestors' graves, eager to celebrate together. You are the first person in history to refuse to join the 9th Division. Fong Xian thought for a moment. Perhaps it's because the 9th Division's history is too short. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao couldn't help but glance at Fong Xian, thinking to themselves how brave he was to speak to Mr. Zhuge of the 9th Division this way. You young lad probably don't know who this person is. Zhuge Heng chuckled. What you said has some merit. The 9th Division was established during the God Wars at the end of the last century, originally as the infamous Divine Court organization, which was later incorporated into the Tiandun Bureau. It has only been around for 92 years. According to regulations, those chosen by the 9th Division can opt to refuse, but while others might decline, you cannot. Fong Xin's heart tightened, secretly guessing if his killing talent had been discovered. Why? Zhuge Heng grinned, showing his white teeth. Let's discuss this in another place. With a snap, Zhuge Heng suddenly snapped his fingers. In the next second, everyone in the room watched in astonishment as Fong Xian and Zhuge Heng vanished from their sight. Where did they go? Jiang Weidong looked on in utter shock. The beautiful girl known as Little Deer, explained Mr. Zhuge, is a powerful spatial talent user. There are some matters that he cannot discuss in front of outsiders, so he has created a temporary space to take Fong Xian for a private conversation. Jiang Weidong's family felt utterly amazed. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao were equally astonished, while Chu Gang displayed the first signs of change on his face as Mr. Zhuge grown even stronger. Mr. Zhuge grows stronger by the second. Little Deer replied cheerfully. Fong Xian looked around, finding himself in a unique space surrounded by rippling water that made him feel slightly dizzy after staring too long. There's no need to be nervous, it's just you and me here. We can talk about some private matters. Zhuge Heng's voice came from behind. Fong Xian turned around. Although the white-haired man before him showed no dangerous aura, the oppressive feeling brought by his every gesture was nearly suffocating. Do you know who your grandfather is? Zhuge Heng asked. My grandfather? Yes. Fong Xian answered earnestly. My grandfather is my grandpa. Zhuge Heng clicked his tongue. Speaking like that could get you killed. After a brief pause, Zhuge Heng got straight to the point. Your grandfather Fong Yingtai has probably never revealed to you all the truths about his identity. He is the foremost commander of the 4 divine generals of the Divine Court organization, the predecessor of the 9th Division. Fong Qingdi. Fong Xian was clearly taken aback. Upon noticing Fong Xin's micro-expression, Zhuge Heng confirmed that Fong Xian indeed had no idea. Fong Xian himself was also greatly shocked. He had never expected that old man to possess such a formidable identity. Reflecting on the old man's past actions and words now, he could indeed discern something. The old man had always claimed to be a retired soldier, but never mentioned his unit designation. Whenever asked, he would say he was just an ordinary soldier from an ordinary unit wanting only a quiet life after laying down his arms. When his parents passed away, Fong Xian accompanied his grandfather in his hometown. During that time, his grandfather told him many stories from the last century. Many details about the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army were barely touched upon even in textbooks, yet the old man could recount them with great clarity. Moreover, now that he thought carefully about the old man's reaction upon learning of Fong Xin's talent, it seemed the old man indeed knew something. Though Fong Xian tried his utmost to keep his face expressionless, a tempest raged within his heart. He forced himself to appear calm as he looked at the white-haired handsome man Zhuge Heng. Fong Qingdi. Never heard of him. Of course you haven't, his name is taboo. Back then your grandfather Fong Qingdi betrayed the organization, dealing an unprecedented blow to the Divine Court. Let me put it this way, the War of the Gods only lightly wounded the Divine Court, but your grandfather single-handedly crippled it. Another wave of shock surged through Fong Xin's heart. He had never imagined that the kind and gentle old man had once been so invincibly powerful. But Fong Xin's expression turned serious. So you mean to arrest me? Zhuge Heng chuckled. Not at all. After all, I'm a huge fan of your grandfather. Moreover, the reason your grandfather betrayed the organization back then was due to rampant factionalism within. Severe disagreements arose among the various factions, and someone falsely accused your grandfather of treason, seeking to kill him, a founding hero. Later that faction fell, and the Divine Court exonerated your grandfather. So that's why I absolutely must join the 9th Division. Fong Xian asked again. Zhuge Heng raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons I hope you'll join the 9th Division. First, your grandfather was a founding member of the Divine Court, the predecessor of the 9th Division. The current leader of the 9th Division, Old Master Yi, was a sworn brother of your grandfather. With him protecting you, your path ahead will be smooth. As long as you achieve military merits, no one will block your promotion. In other words, you could be considered the crown prince of the 9th Division. As for the second point, and it's a crucial one, both your parents were top-tier scientific researchers. Their car accident seems not to have been a simple mishap, but more like murder. Your parents discovered something, a method to enhance genes at minimal cost. Someone coveted this discovery and deliberately orchestrated the accident. After your parents' death, the discovery went missing. Some suspect it's with you. An innocent man may suffer misfortune simply because he possesses a prized treasure. So joining the 9th Division isn't just for your future, it's also to ensure your safety. Of course you can refuse. They'll give you 3 days to consider. Take this. When you've made up your mind, crush it, and it'll appear. Of course, if you're in danger, you can also crush it, and it'll come to save your life. Zhuge Heng flicked his finger, and a nearly transparent sphere flew before Fong Xian. Fong Xian caught it. It was very light. He needed to find a way to contact his grandfather to confirm whether Zhuge Heng's story was true. Fong Xian pocketed the sphere. Are you very strong? Before the War of the Gods, combat realms were divided into 14 levels: perception, source, flow, pulse, grounding, well, observation, harmony, mirror break, void response, and spiritual platform. Later, for convenience, they were simply called Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and so on. As for my combat power, using the current classification with glasses on, I'm Level 11. Fong Xian looked at Zhuge Heng, who had been wearing sunglasses since their first meeting. And without glasses, Zhuge Heng didn't specify a level. He just put his hands in his pockets, flashed his signature grin, and said 2 words with supreme confidence. Extremely strong. Even though Zhuge Heng didn't specify just how strong, Fong Xian could sense an overwhelming aura of coolness reminiscent of Sakamoto. Logically, someone as strong as you should hold a high position and rarely appear in public, right? Fong Xian asked, puzzled. Zhuge Heng grinned, showing his white teeth. I have a nickname, the 9th Division Street Wanderer. But this trip was truly worthwhile. I got to meet the descendant of my idol, Fong Qingdi. Where did your grandfather go? According to the information you left, I went to your hometown, but couldn't find him. I don't know. Didn't he say anything before he left? No. Zhuge Heng interlaced his fingers behind his head. All right. The thing Little Deer gave you is the Tian Shield Intelligent Connector independently developed by the Tian Shield Bureau. Only new members of the 9th Division are equipped with it. New members of the other 8 divisions must undergo a year-long probation before receiving one. Once your identity is verified, you can use it to contact teammates, access information, and check others' talent and combat levels. As for other functions, once you decide to join the 9th Division, someone will naturally introduce them to you. Anything else to ask? If not, let's go out. I'm hungry. I timed my visit to catch a meal. My other talents. Why have I never sensed them? Because they haven't truly awakened. It's like a sharpshooter who doesn't know their talent for shooting until they hold a gun. Even then, training is needed. After talent testing, the 9th Division will provide targeted training to hone your gifts. Any more questions? Not for now. Snap. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. Everything before them shattered like broken glass, and when it reassembled, they were back in the living room. Fong Xian found this talent utterly amazing. However, it was also inseparable from the strength of Zhuge Heng, known as the 9th Division Street Wanderer. As the two appeared, everyone in the room immediately looked over. Zhuge Heng sat down casually. Aunt Fong Xian, bring out the food. Fong Huilan's mind was still reeling. Zhuge Heng was indeed unabashedly familiar going to the kitchen to fetch dishes himself. So fragrant. I knew I should come right at mealtime. Zhuge Heng placed the dishes on the table and looked at Tong Fengwu, Li Yinxiao, and Chu Gang. What are you still doing here? Here to freeload too. Tong Fengwu quickly waved his hands. No. We're here to recruit Fong Xin's sister Jiang Xiaocha. And you are? Mr. Zhuge Im Tong Fengwu from the Tianan Merchant Guild. Zhuge Heng let out an O. So you're the profiteers from the Tianan Merchant Guild. You guys use contracts to exploit students from ordinary backgrounds, making them work illegally for you, don't you? Get lost. Yes, sir. Zhuge Heng turned to Li Yinxiao. And you, the Li family of the provincial capital. Another bunch of profiteers. You get lost too. Li Yinxiao didn't dare show any displeasure. She politely bowed. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. The Jiang Weidong family was dumbfounded. The Tianan Merchant Guild and the provincial capital Li family had enormous businesses. Hardly any common folk didn't know of them. The representatives of such massive organizations in Lancheng were influential figures, yet they were so humble before this white-haired man. Zhuge Heng looked at Chu Gang, who stood up. 4th Division Chu Gang. I know you. Zhuge Heng served himself a bowl of rice. Let her go to the 1st Division. First, they need someone with mental abilities there. If she doesn't adapt, she can transfer to your 4th Division. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. Any objections? Zhuge Heng looked at Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha's mind was buzzing. She instinctively looked at Fong Xian. Listen to him, Fong Xian said. Jiang Xiaocha nodded. No objections. Jiang Weidong quickly interjected. Can my daughter also join your 9th Division? During the time Fong Xian and Zhuge Heng had vanished, Jiang Weidong had inquired about the 9th Division. The more he learned, the more shocked he became. He hadn't expected the division Fong Xian was joining to be so formidable. Which daughter? Both. Zhuge Heng sat down. Your eldest daughter barely qualifies. Your younger daughter is even further off. Even the guard dogs at the 9th Division have grade fire talent. Any other questions? If not, can we start eating? I'm starving. Jiang Weidong's face darkened, but he dared not defy Zhuge Heng. He hurriedly invited him to eat. During the meal, Jiang Weidong frequently and obsequiously placed food on Fong Xin's plate, his face full of smiles, as if ready to kneel before him. Here, Xiao Xian, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiao Xian has been clever since childhood. Please take good care of him. Xiao Xian, what would you like to drink? Today, you're the family's hero. Let your uncle pour you some wine. After the meal, Zhuge Heng grabbed an apple, munching as he walked out. 3 days. Remember to give me your answer. After seeing Zhuge Heng off, Jiang Weidong returned to the room, still fawning. Xiao Xian, would you like another drink? This is fine liquor your uncle bought. No thanks. Fong Huilan looked at Fong Xian with relief, as if remembering something. Xiao Xian, I almost forgot. A package arrived for you this afternoon. I left it at the door and put it in your room. Okay. Fong Xian took the Tian Shield Intelligent Connector and went to his room. On the desk sat a delivery box. He opened it and found a phone inside. Fong Xian immediately recognized it as his grandfather's phone. He quickly took it out. The battery was dead, so he found a charging cable and plugged it in. After restarting, the photo album was prominently centered on the screen, as if deliberately highlighted. He opened the album. Sure enough, he found a video. Fong Xian tapped to play it. The screen was dark, the camera shaking. After a few seconds, his grandfather's urgent voice came through. From the violently shaking footage, it was clear his grandfather seemed to be fleeing. Besides that, piercing screams could be heard in the background. Xiao Xian, it's your grandfather. You must remember the 2 things I'm about to tell you. First, joining the 9th Bureau is not difficult with your talent. The current head of the 9th Bureau is an old friend of mine from years past. He will surely take care of you. Second, Before midnight, stand before a mirror, channel your blood energy to activate your killing rune and maintain it for half an hour. Xiao Xian, there are many things I cannot explain now. Do not lose this phone or I will contact you. The scene froze there. Fong Xin's heart churned with turmoil, unable to find peace. In the video, his grandfather seemed to be evading something. Yet the light within the footage was too dim to discern the exact location. Fong Xian rewatched the video but still found no useful clues about the place. Recalling his grandfather's sudden departure back, then he sensed there must be hidden reasons behind it. Returning to his grandfather's words, as per his advice, joining the 9th Bureau was feasible. This confirmed that the white-haired handsome man had spoken the truth. As for the second matter, facing the mirror at night, what was the purpose? Fong Xian glanced at the time. It was just past 8, still a while before the time his grandfather had mentioned. He examined the phone thoroughly, confirming that the only clue left by his grandfather was this video. Unable to extract any further valuable information, Fong Xian set the phone aside. His gaze fell upon the Tian Shield Smart Connect device on the table. Opening it, he saw it was the same gadget Zhuge Hong had used earlier that day to view documents. When opened, it formed in L shape. A virtual screen emerged from the angle between the two sides. The device was not heavy at all, in fact it was quite light. Upon booting up, the virtual screen displayed 2 buttons: identity registration and account login. Fong Xian thought for a moment and clicked on identity registration. Please face the center of the screen to complete facial recognition. Fong Xian stared directly at the screen. Facial recognition complete. Please enter an invitation code or the name of your inviter. Fong Xian was stumped when it came to entering the name. The white-haired man had only said his name was Zhuge Hong, but had not specified which character Hong was. Moreover, a prompt beneath the dialog box indicated that only one attempt was allowed. Zhuge Hong had left without giving Fong Xian any contact information. When Fong Xian had intended to ask, the white-haired man had vanished outside the door with Xiao Lu using their spatial talent. All he had left Fong Xian was a spatial orb that could summon him. But Zhuge Hong had said it could be crushed to call him in times of danger. Fong Xian did not want to miss the opportunity to exploit this white-haired man for free. He could also gauge the true extent of his abilities when the man intervened. His phone kept vibrating. After Qin Juanhao was recruited by the 7th Bureau, he was so overjoyed that he acted as if his tail were raised to the sky. His father bought him a luxury car worth 7 million, and he was showing off in the group chat with photos. Su Xiaoqiang was fawning over him endlessly like a sycophant. Fong Xian simply watched the spectacle, amused by their efforts to show off in the group. Half an hour ago, Chu Xinyao had also sent a message. Xiao Fong, I want to go to the ocean theme pavilion. Will you come with me? Please, pretty please. Recalling that Chu Xinyao had once brought him potions, feeling indebted, Fong Xian bought 2 tickets for tomorrow and sent her a screenshot. Chu Xinyao replied cheerfully, wow, I knew Xiao Fong was the best. By the way, Xiao Fong, the results were supposed to come out the day after tomorrow, but they've been leaked early, so the school decided to release them tomorrow. Fong Xian was momentarily stunned, not expecting the early announcement, but for him the outcome was already known. Got it. Want to play some games? Fong Xian checked the time. His grandfather had said in the video to stand before the mirror before midnight, and there was still some time left, so he decided to kill some time. Log on. Xiao Wudong paced back and forth like a monkey who had eaten wasabi, looking at Qin Junhao's score report over and over again. Each time he looked as if he might cry. It can't be. How did this happen? Ellie, are you sure this Qin Junhao is the one you met in the alley that day? Ellie's icy blue eyes gazed at the screen of a white-framed smart device. Probably, I can't recall clearly. Xiao Wudong rubbed his head vigorously with both hands, as if wearing a mask of agony. This definitely can't be right. Someone with barely upgrade talent couldn't possibly have a 4th-level combat ability at this age. I thought ID found a gem and rushed ahead to intercept him early. Now I've become a laughingstock. And that Qin Juanhao is throwing a grand banquet, spreading the news everywhere. Oh heavens, I can't stand it. I want to kick his backside with my size 42 leather shoes. Ellie snapped the smart device shut and changed the subject. Higher-ups have given us a mission. The 7th Bureau is to protect someone. Who? Chu Xinyao. The details have been sent to you. Xiao Wudong shook his wristwatch, and from the tiny device a smart connect emerged. After scanning his face, he saw the latest message. Good heavens, this girl is the daughter of that important figure. Those remnants of the Yongya army dare to kidnap his daughter. Ellie continued, that figure is involved in a classified matter. The Yongya army remnants want to use his daughter to blackmail him for the secrets. But speaking of which, the Yongya army remnants have infiltrated too deeply. The early leak of the results was their doing. They want to muddy the waters, pose as a major power, and poach talented recruits to bolster their own strength. Xiao Wudong shook his head helplessly, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, they sent a combatant at the 8th level to kidnap this girl. Ellie nodded. So our team leader will come personally. We need to set off now to protect the girl covertly. Fong Xian put down his phone and checked the time. It was almost midnight. Let's stop playing for now. Okay. I'm tired too. Sleep early. Alright. Good night. See you tomorrow. He put down the phone, stood up, and headed to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he channeled his blood energy. The killing rune on the back of his hand glowed a bloodthirsty red. Yet nothing seemed amiss with his reflection. What exactly did grandfather want him to see in the mirror? Fong Xian stared at it, time ticking away. At midnight, Fong Xian remained fixated on the mirror, bizarre legends flashing through his mind, but still nothing unusual occurred. Following his grandfather's instructions, he kept watching for half an hour, yet saw nothing out of the ordinary. Fong Xian exhaled. Today's time was up, he would have to try again tomorrow. He turned to leave the bathroom. But just as he turned around, his body suddenly stiffened. A chill ran down his spine, raising goosebumps. For in the corner of his eye, he saw that the Fong Xian in the mirror was standing with arms crossed, smiling at him. At that instant, every hair on Fong Xin's body stood on end. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. With a stiffened neck, he turned to look at the mirror. In the mirror, Fong Xian remained motionless, arms crossed, gazing back at him. Fong Xian finally discerned the figure's appearance. It was identical to his own. Yet the other's pupils were a vivid scarlet, just as when Fong Xian activated his killing talent. The two stared at each other through the glass. The Fong Xian in the mirror slowly leaned back, and a blood-red throne materialized behind him. He settled firmly onto the throne. One hand curled into a loose fist, propping up his chin. His scarlet pupils fixed on the Fong Xian outside the mirror, a smirk of innate regal disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. An aura of overwhelming, domineering power radiated from him. Surprised too. A voice suddenly echoed within Fong Xin's mind. Fong Xin's entire body tensed once more. He stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Was his reflection speaking? How could he not be astonished? The shock in his heart refused to subside. Finally, Fong Xian posed the first profoundly philosophical question. Who are you? The Fong Xian in the mirror sat upon the blood-red throne. Once again, that lofty, disdainful, and languid voice echoed in his mind. Who am I? That is a question worth exploring. But I have many titles. Judge Zero, Chief of the Seven Kings, King of Slaughter, Godslayer, or you may call me the Annihilator of Deities. Yet I also bear a title that serves as a name. Fong Xian. If you must ask who I am you. Waves of turmoil crashed relentlessly within Fong Xin's heart. He felt as if his very CPU was about to overheat. Everything before him far exceeded his comprehension. The Fong Xian in the mirror wore a faint smile. You are me. Fong Xian could not believe it. He was but an ordinary model student. Excellent in character and learning, handsome as Pan and well-rounded in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. The other's aura, which seemed to tower above the 9 heavens, was utterly unlike his own. The Fong Xian in the mirror sat on the throne, chin in hand. This question is not worth pondering now. Do not waste time on it. Given your current strength, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After that, everything returns to normal. 1 minute and 47 seconds have already passed. So let me speak plainly. As a Godslayer wielding the killing talent, your understanding of it is shallow. You only know that killing enhances your combat power. But did you know that through killing you can devour others' talents? You can also elevate your existing talents by slaying enemies who share them. The talents you possess now, aside from the light talent, were all acquired through killing. This ability is the true terror of the killing talent. Of course, you have another power. Through killing you nourish me. I am akin to the King of Slaughter, bound to you by contract. When danger befalls you, you may summon me. I can take over your body for 3 minutes. However, for now, I can only unleash power at the peak of the 5th level. To summon me, simply activate the killing rune, place your hand over your heart, and silently chant Sasia. I shall descend. And you must be wary of someone. It is the one who wished to. The voice was abruptly cut off. The image in the mirror twisted like a television screen, losing its signal. Who? Fong Xian hurriedly leaned toward the mirror to ask. The Fong Xian in the mirror also leaned in. They stared at each other, their eyes equally bewildered. Fong Xian moved, and his reflection moved in unison. The 3 minutes had elapsed. Everything returned to normal. Fong Xian gripped the wash basin. The day's events had exceeded his imagination. He splashed water on his face. Fong Xian stared at the mirror. The Fong Xian in the mirror had warned him to beware of someone. Beware of whom? The words were left unfinished. What was he supposed to do today? Fong Xin's first thought was of Zhuge. The only person Fong Xian felt pressured by in reality was that white-haired handsome man from the monster room. Should he be wary of him? Who else could it be? It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow night to ask the mirror again. From outside the bathroom came his aunt's concerned voice. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Why have you been in the bathroom so long? Fong Xian quickly replied, just playing on my phone. You child, hurry up and rest. Jiang Weidong's voice immediately chimed in like a sycophant. See what's wrong with Xiao Xian playing a bit. He has the ability to play. If the kid wants to play, let him play. Fong Huilon scoffed, disdainful of Jiang Weidong's bootlicking behavior. After returning to his room, Fong Xin's gaze settled on his grandfather's delivery box. There was no Cinder's address, only Fong Xin's address and name as the recipient. He placed his phone in the drawer's compartment and gazed at the full moon outside the window. He pondered what he had seen and heard. Looking at his own hands, he never imagined his talent could be enhanced. He had never heard of such a possibility. Fong Xian was awakened early in the morning by Jiang Xiaoyu's cries. Jiang Weidong had risen early to buy Fong Xin's favorite buns from a specific shop, but he had forgotten to buy Jiang Xiaoyu the milk tea she craved. Emboldened by her decent grades from the day before, Jiang Xiaoyu pointed at Jiang Weidong's nose and cursed. Why do you buy for Fong Xian and not for me? You went so far just for him. Is Fong Xian just a little better in grades? Look at what you've become since his results came out. I'm your own daughter. He's just a nobody without parents. Why do you indulge him so much? You have no backbone. I am your father. How dare you speak to me like that? Just because you fathered me doesn't make you my dad. Jiang Xiaoyu shrieked. Slap. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Weidong dealt her a resounding slap across the face. Jiang Weidong was an adult, and his slap carried considerable force. Jiang Xiaoyu's beast-taming talent did not enhance her facial defense. The slap twisted her face, finally silencing her. After washing up, Fong Xian ate breakfast. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him, her teeth grinding audibly, yet she dared not voice her anger. She clattered her spoon against the bowl, producing an irritating clang. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fong Xian asked knowingly while eating. Jiang Weidong quickly smoothed things over with a smile. This child's speaking without manners. I had to teach her a lesson. Fong Xian immediately grabbed Jiang Weidong's hand. Oh, uncle, is your hand all right? It's fine, it's fine. Hearing Fong Xin's concern, Jiang Weidong beamed with joy. Fong Xian turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're old enough now. How can you be so immature? Using your face to hit your dad's hand. Look, you've bruised my uncle's hand. You've even knocked his lifeline crooked. Jiang Weidong's smile froze. Jiang Xiaoyu's tears burst forth. Covering her mouth, she wailed and ran back to her room. Look how happy the child is. Jiang Xiaocha stifled her laughter. Fong Huilan gently tapped Fong Xin's head. Why are you so mischievous? Jiang Xiaocha chuckled. Mom, my brother's sharp tongue isn't something new. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected. What sharp tongue? That's humor. Fong Xian shook his head, reminded of an ancient text from over 400 years ago that told the story of Fan Jin passing the imperial exam. At this moment, Jiang Weidong's every move somewhat resembled Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, school's off today. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. Meeting up with classmates. Going out to have fun. As he spoke, his phone vibrated. A voice message from Chu Xinyao arrived. Calling classmate Fong. I'm out the door. Feeling great. Where shall we meet? Xiao Wutong pressed his earpiece. Everyone get ready. Chu Xinyao has left. Prepare to head to the ocean-themed pavilion. The enemy is on the move. Spare no effort to ensure her safety. Ali suddenly looked up. Captain Xiao, one more thing. Qin Juanhao has also booked the ocean-themed pavilion for his class gathering. After Fong Xian exited the subway station, he spotted Chu Xinyao across the street. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the exit. Upon seeing Fong Xian, she waved her hand eagerly. Have you been waiting long? Fong Xian approached and asked. Just arrived. Then let's go. Today Chu Xinyao was wearing a JK short skirt, her delicate white legs swaying gracefully as she walked, complemented by small leather shoes and white lace ankle socks, adding a touch of pure allure. The ocean-themed pavilion had only opened at the end of last month, but it had been well promoted, so there were quite a few people when they arrived. In the mid-20th century, after humans awakened their talents for over a decade, they discovered that many animals, including marine creatures, were gradually developing intelligence. The newly opened ocean-themed pavilion features a collection of marine creatures that have awakened special abilities. From the outside, the entire aquarium resembles a massive orca lying dormant on the ground. At the ticket check, the staff smiled and said, "You too can enjoy all services and performances inside for free with your tickets today." Inside the pavilion, there was a variety of marine life. Dolphins leaped out of the water waving their flippers while speaking with a rough dialect. Hey there, bro. An octopus was playing the piano while blowing a flute. Fong Xian couldn't shake the feeling that the tune it played was filled with aggression, as if it might flip the piano over at any moment. There were singing jellyfish, starfish running along the bottom in shorts, and king crabs waving their big claws to snatch tips from the visitors. Additionally, people with awakened water attributes were dressed as mermaids, dancing with schools of fish beneath the water. However, the most thrilling performance in the entire aquarium was still the underwater animal gladiatorial arena. At that moment, a seahorse wearing armor and wielding a spear was battling an electric eel that was crackling with arcs of electricity. The seahorse demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, severely injuring the eel after several charges. The audience cheered. Fong Xian watched the battle between the seahorse and the electric eel, truly witnessing something extraordinary, seeing a seahorse and an electric eel in a fierce clash. At both ends of the gladiatorial arena, two seals were beating drums to cheer. Were it not for witnessing this with his own eyes, Fong Xin would have thought he had eaten too many mushrooms. As the duel was underway, a voice called out, "What a coincidence you guys are here too." Following the sound, Qin Juanhao appeared with some classmates. Upon seeing Fong Xin and Chu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao pretended to be surprised. Chu Xinyao frowned, as if she had seen something filthy. "Are you following me?" Qin Juanhao immediately shifted the blame to his father, saying, "That's not true. It was truly a coincidence. My dad said this ocean-themed pavilion is quite interesting, so he booked the place for me to bring my classmates to have fun. Fong Xin, why are you here too?" Fong Xin, with a serious demeanor, joked, "I saw a promotional video while scrolling through videos and heard there are many performances. I heard there's a turtle that can throw its shell, and the audience named it the turtle that throws the pot. I was curious, so I came to check it out." Qin Junhao's expression fluctuated. Chu Xinyao suppressed a laugh. Fong Xin often ignored Qin Juanhao, but whenever he sought to retaliate, Qin Juanhao would surely be left feeling uncomfortable for a while. Loyal lackey Su Xiaoqiang jumped out and angrily shouted, "Fong Xin, who are you calling the turtle that throws the pot?" Fong Xin pointed to the side, where behind thick glass there was indeed a turtle performing. The turtle swam rapidly, its shell lagging behind, and its two front flippers danced between its legs as it swam back into its shell, looking quite comical, causing the audience to take photos. "Look, I'm talking about that turtle. Who else do you think I'm referring to? Are there any other turtles throwing pots here?" Su Xiaoqiang choked, and Qin Juanhao sneered back, "Fong Xin, you should be at home waiting for your results today. How do you have the leisure to come here and play?" "Exactly. My brother has already been accepted by the 7th Department. A person like my brother has a bright future ahead. It's normal for him to come out and have fun." Su Xiaoqiang immediately jumped in to echo his support. Fong Xin remained serious and said, "Did I not just say I came to see the turtle that throws the pot? What's more enjoyable than results?" Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, wearing a forced smile. "In 2 hours the results will be announced. I heard you didn't use any potions yesterday. I want to see if you'll still have the mood to enjoy yourself after the results come out." Su Xiaoqiang chimed in proudly. "I'm just afraid that by then Fong Xin will become my brother's entertainment." Just as he was speaking, a scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the gladiatorial arena. The electric eel that was battling the seahorse suddenly unleashed a brilliant burst of electric light. Instantly, the front row of spectators turned to charcoal. The entire aquarium descended into chaos. With a loud bang, the turtle, which had lost its shell and covered its legs, surprisingly emitted a fierce human-like glare from its eyes. One claw grabbed its shell, and as if throwing a discus, flung it out. Accompanied by a massive explosion, the glass wall separating tourists from these marine creatures was shattered, and the entire glass wall collapsed with a crash, flooding the pavilion with water. The turtle's shell flew back into its claw, and the turtle threw it out again, the sound of impacts echoing. All the glass walls were breached and shattered. The marine creatures swam out one after another. The visitors who had come to enjoy the exhibits were instantly thrown into a panic, desperately trying to escape. However, the entrances and exits were all locked at this moment. The seahorse in the duel slowly turned its spear, pointing in the direction of Chu Xinyao. Xiao Wutong, who had disguised himself as a staff member, stared in shock at the scene before him, holding his head with both hands. "Oh, my God! My God! This group of remnants from the Eternal Night Army are simply insane. They not only deployed an 8th-level powerhouse, but also used this holy-grade artifact shaped like an ocean pavilion. All just to capture a defenseless little girl. Xiao Wudong, get a grip, go protect that girl." A voice came from behind. Xiao Wudong quickly turned around and saw a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses standing behind him. The man was tall, with a cold gaze, calm and composed. "Captain," Xiao Wudong quickly called out. The man adjusted his tie and said, "You guys go protect Chu Xinyao, who I will find that 8th-level powerhouse among the enemies." "Understood." Xiao Wudong immediately gathered his team and moved towards Chu Xinyao. At that moment, the pavilion was in complete disarray. Fong Xin scanned every corner of the venue, gripping the spatial orb given to him by Zhuge Hong. If it truly came to that, he could summon the handsome white-haired Zhuge Hong to take action. In the instant chaos, several men in black rushed forward to protect Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao turned and looked at Chu Xinyao. "Xinyao, don't be afraid, come over here. My bodyguards are all top-notch experts hired by my dad for a hefty price. This strongest bodyguard captain is a 3rd-level powerhouse." Qin Juanhao hid behind the bodyguards, waving at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao tugged at Fong Xin's arm, a trace of panic flickering across her delicate face. She was indeed frightened. "Xinyao, come over here. What are you doing hiding behind Fong Xin? Can he protect you?" Qin Juanhao urged again. Chu Xinyao's face paled. Seeing that Fong Xin hadn't moved, she bit her lip and stood firmly behind him. Qin Juanhao, exasperated, said to the bodyguards, "Don't act unless it's critical. I must teach them a lesson. Let them see that I am the most reliable. And prioritize protecting Chu Xinyao, don't bother with Fong Xin." Fong Xin's gaze fixed on the seahorse wielding a spear. The spear in its grasp was aimed directly at Chu Xinyao. Whoosh! The seahorse suddenly charged towards Chu Xinyao, carving a trail of white foam across the water's surface. In just a few breaths, the seahorse was upon them. It thrust its spear at Chu Xinyao. Though the strike wasn't aimed at a vital spot, it could still incapacitate her. Fang Xian pulled Chu Xinyao back as several figures flashed out from the side. Leading them, Xiao Wutong elegantly swept his sword, deflecting the seahorse's spear. He stood in front. Ellie and her team blocked the path before Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, we are here to protect you. Fang Xian was stunned for a moment, glancing at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao could actually command protection from the 7th Bureau. What was her background? Her mother certainly held some power, but not enough to dispatch the 7th Bureau to guard her daughter. This proved that Chu Xinyo's father was, as the rumors said, no ordinary man. Fang Xian looked up and found Ellie staring at him. Their eyes met, and Ellie smiled with a nod. Fang Xian nodded politely in return. Besides Xiao Wutong's team, another squad had joined the fray. Their leader was locked in battle with an electric eel. Upon seeing Xiao Wutong and Ellie, Qin Juanhao excitedly waved and ran over. Captain Xiao, Sister Ellie, are you here to protect me? Qin Juanhao asked excitedly. Ellie replied coldly no. Qin Juanhao forced an awkward smile. Failing to show off, he quickly changed the subject. Is that a mission from our 7th Bureau? Yes. Qin Juanhao eagerly offered, can I join? I brought bodyguards. My captain is a 3rd-tier combatant. I want to fight alongside you. Xiao Wutong glanced at Qin Juanhao, utterly exasperated. Every encounter with him was painful. He had eagerly taken on the contract only to end up with such a burden. And if the contract signed yesterday were to be terminated today, the 7th Bureau's reputation would plummet. Seeing Qin Juanhao was like staring at a pillar of shame. Out of sight, out of mind. Ellie, take them to find the exit. Ensure Miss Chu's safe departure. Understood. Escort Miss Chu. Qin Juanhao was dumbfounded, staring at Chu Xinyao in shock. He never imagined her status was so formidable as to warrant special protection from the 7th Bureau. The other students also showed expressions of astonishment. Follow me, Ellie commanded, leading the 7th Bureau squad as they formed a circle around Chu Xinyao, running towards the safe passage. Clang, clang, clang. In the distance, the octopus, which had been playing the flute and piano, suddenly slammed its tentacles against the piano keys, producing a maddening melody. The flute shrieked, stirring chaos in the heart. Upon hearing the music, the attacking sea creatures' eyes turned bloodshot and frenzied. Empowered, they fought as if oblivious to pain, charging forward relentlessly until their last drop of blood was spilled. The singing jellyfish floated in the water, emitting a beautiful sound that induced a drowsy, lethargic feeling. Not good. A psychic-type octopus and jellyfish. Ellie, form the formation, protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wutong locked in combat with the seahorse, grimaced. Ellie flicked her wrist, and a SmartLink device flew out. She snapped it open and pressed it to the ground. The other 3 team members did the same. The devices emitted scarlet rays that connected, forming an octagonal barrier that sealed off the overflowing water and sound waves. This miraculous sight filled the students with curiosity. Qin Juanhao stared excitedly at the SmartLink device on the ground, proudly explaining to the other students. This is the Tiandun SmartLink, a treasure developed by the Tiandun Bureau. Only official members get it, and you need to serve for a year first. Bro, how I'm so jealous. In a year you'll have this amazing thing too. Su Xiaoxiang flattered without hesitation. The other students looked on enviously. A smile tugged at Qin Junhao's lips as his gaze swept over Fang Xian and Chu Xinyao, his expression screaming, see how awesome I am. Fang Xian returned a look of indifference. His eyes scanned the SmartLink device. Yesterday, Bai Mao had given him one too. He had thought it was just a communication device for checking data, never expecting such a miraculous function. He thought it would hold for a while. But unexpectedly, almost in the next instant, the turtle from before executed another turtle shell toss. The spinning shell flew towards them, slamming heavily into the barrier. The barrier boomed, and the nearly transparent shield developed cracks. Everyone's expression shifted, not anticipating the turtle's strength. Almost immediately, a wave of icy cold surged. The water outside the barrier instantly froze. The barrier was covered in dense cracks, shattering in an instant. The shell spun back to the turtle, which hurled it again, aiming to smash through everyone within the barrier. But this time, before the shell could strike, someone kicked it back with force. The shell crashed heavily into the turtle, sending it skidding backward across the water until it slammed into a wall. After a few twitches, it lay still. A man in a suit stood before the barrier. He stomped the ground, cracking the ice and forcing the water to surge back, creating a vacuum zone. The man adjusted his glasses. Take them out through the southeast corner. Ellie nodded. Yes, team leader. Team leader. Qin Junhao's excitement peaked at those words. It's actually the team leader. What's so special about the team leader, bro? How? Su Xiaoxiang chimed in like a straight man. Qin Juanhao gazed at the suited man's back with admiration and awe. The 7th Bureau's highest commander is the director. Below the director is the team leader, then the captain, and then the squad leader. Sister Ellie is a squad leader requiring 3rd-tier combat power. Captain Xiao is a captain needing 5th-tier power. But the team leader requires 8th-tier power. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed, "Wow, even our small city of Lanqing doesn't have an 8th-tier powerhouse. Today I've seen a real one." Fang Xian glanced sidelong at Chu Xinyao. To dispatch a team leader of at least 8th tier to protect her. Just who was Chu Xinyo's father? The suited man loosened his tie, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses coldly fixed on the diver in the fish suit lurking behind the school of fish. "My friend, work is already annoying enough. Hiding in the shadows and playing dirty makes it even worse." The fish parted, and the diver smiled. "So it's Team Leader Sheng from the 7th Bureau. I didn't expect a team leader to be deployed." The suited man unwound his tie and wrapped it around his arm. "Such a fine Saint-tier treasure, and you can't even unleash its full potential. What a waste." "Then try this again." The diver's expression darkened as he raised his hand. Ice spread outward from him in all directions, attempting to turn the area into a frozen world. The fish around him swirled into icy cones that shot towards the suited man. The tie wrapped around the suited man's arm blazed with a dazzling golden light. He charged straight at the diver like an icebreaker. The ice was instantly shattered, leaving a massive crack. "Stop staring. Move," Ellie urged. The students snapped out of their shock. So this was the clash between powerhouses. Ellie led the way, but unexpectedly a dolphin blocked their path. The dolphin stared at the approaching group, its gaze locking onto Qin Juanhao. In a thick northeastern accent it asked, "What y'all looking at?" Qin Juanhao shrank behind the bodyguards. "Looking at you, so what? You little punk. Who do you think you're talking to?" The dolphin erupted in fury. Fang Xian watched the talking dolphin. Some animals had high intelligence, and many awakened ones could speak human language. The dolphin spun around and charged. Ellie stepped forward first, her blue pattern blade glowing as she clashed with the dolphin. The dolphin wielded water element powers while Ellie specialized in assassination techniques. Both were 3rd-tier combatants, evenly matched. Qin Juanhao and the others watched nervously. But Fang Xian, having experienced countless battles, remained unfazed. A bloodstain appeared on the dolphin's flank. "Oh damn, you fierce old hag. He'll kill you." "Leopard, what the hell are you two doing?" "I'm holding off this hag. Go grab the target so we can report back." 2 seals, previously seen beating drums in the arena, emerged from the side, with a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They charged straight at Chu Xinyao. "Protect Miss Chu," Ellie shouted back. The 3 team members surrounded Chu Xinyao, immediately engaging the enemy. But the enemy outnumbered them, and the 3 team members struggled to hold their ground. Both seals were at the peak of the 2nd tier. Qin Juanhao licked his lips, seeing his chance. "Xinyao, don't be afraid. They'll protect you." But in the next second, each seal spat out a drum, beating it against their chests, producing a deafening roar. The 3 team members were dazed for a moment. One exploded into a mist of blood, and the other 2 were injured. The seals turned their attention, charging straight at Chu Xinyao. This scene petrified many of the students. It was their first time facing death so closely. As the seals closed in, Qin Junhao's bodyguard captain, following instructions, moved to protect Chu Xinyao. But Qin Juanhao grabbed the captain. "Protect her. Protect me." The 2 seals were already upon them. Ellie tried to turn back, but the dolphin held her fast. "Haha, I'm gonna make a big score." Fang Xian shielded Chu Xinyao behind him. He twisted his waist and threw a punch. This fist. It was the ferocious punch forged through countless life and death tempering. It was the strike of a prodigy who attained S-grade strength talent without any elixirs. It was also a domineering blow, simple, clean, fierce, and mighty enough to shatter all barriers. A single punch. The arm grated against the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. The fist struck the seal's chest squarely. With one blow, it tore through the chest of the foremost seal. Blood gushed from the seal's heart. It struggled twice before collapsing to the ground. Fang Xin's movements did not cease. He leaped up, clamping his legs around another seal's head. His elbow was like a blade. With a crazed smash, he struck downward. A cracking sound erupted. The seal's skull shattered. Blood and mucus overflowed from its mouth and nose. It fell limply to the ground, struggled a few times, and then lay still. All this took longer to tell than to happen. It occurred in the blink of an eye. Fang Xin's face was expressionless. He scooped up water that barely covered his knees to wash his bloodstained fists. Ellis' icy blue eyes flickered. The dolphin monster shrieked, "Damn! How is there a hidden expert here? That little bastard is still a student." Fang Xian washed his hands, then turned to look at Qin Juanhao and the other classmates whose faces were etched with shock. "I've loved boxing since I was a kid and learned a bit of martial arts. It's normal to take down 2 seals, right?" Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. "Normal, my ass. Those weren't ordinary seals. They were peak 2nd-tier combat seals. Even the weakest seal couldn't be killed with a single punch." Qin Junhao's hair stood on end, his shock escalating into terror. Why was Fang Xian so strong? If Fang Xian wanted to kill him, his bodyguards seemed utterly helpless. The classmates stared at Fang Xian in utter amazement. The usually exemplary and friendly Fang Xian was actually this formidable. Chu Xinyao patted her chest, exhaling in relief. She flashed a sweet smile at Fong Xian. Thank you so much, Xiao Fong. Fong Xian wanted to ask why these people had attacked Chu Xinyao, but seeing the crowd of classmates he held back. Ellis' assault grew fiercer, and the dolphin could barely hold on. Screw this. I'm out. The dolphin spun merged into the water and vanished in an instant like a streak. Beneath the knee-deep water a dark shadow surged rapidly. Suddenly a hand shot out from below, grabbing at Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao screamed. Half her body was pulled under the water. A fierce wind swept through the distant passage. The water churned. A dazzling golden light charged toward them. Within the radiance a man in a suit wielded a foot-long blade as wide as an adult's palm, slashing at the hand dragging Chu Xinyao's leg. A shriek echoed from underwater. A severed hand floated to the surface. Not far away a whirlpool formed, and the diver from before emerged pale-faced. The suit-wearing man burst into golden light again and flashed away. When the light faded, the diver was already bound and thrown to the ground. The man adjusted his tie and meticulously tucked it into his pocket. Other agents from the 7th Division gathered around. Xiao Wudong also approached. The man adjusted his glasses and looked at the still pale Qin Juanhao. Xiao Wudong, is this the waste of a slot you recruited for our 7th Division? Mentioning this made Xiao Wudong feel as bitter as swallowing a fly. Captain, I misjudged him, but at least the kid meets the standards right. The subtext of their conversation was clear to anyone. Even the dolphin could understand it. They were obviously belittling Qin Juanhao. Qin Junhao's former pride and arrogance were utterly shattered by Captain Sheng and Xiao Wutong's words. The classmates also looked at him with varied expressions. So it was a misjudgment. Captain Sheng turned to Fong Xian. What's your name? Fong Xian. A strength-type talent who can kill a peak second-tier combatant, at least in a grade, maybe even grade. The classmates were stunned. Fong Xian had such high talent. Qin Juanhao looked utterly dejected. All his former advantages were gone. Which organization have you joined? None yet. That's odd. No one approached you. They did, but I haven't agreed. I'm still considering. Captain Sheng paused. Still considering. So none of the organizations that came to you were good enough, right? Did the 9th Division approach you? No, if they had, with their domineering style, they wouldn't give anyone a chance to think. How about joining our 7th Division? After the probation period, I can directly promote you to squad leader. The classmates were taken aback. Some even gasped. The captain of the 7th Division personally invited him with a promise of promotion after probation. Captain, our quota is full, Xiao Wudong reminded. Captain Sheng took off his glasses, breathed on them, and wiped them as he spoke. Then well, add one more. He'll talk to the director. What do you say, Fong Xian? No need. Captain Sheng paused his wiping. Xiao Wudong and the other classmates were also stunned. Only Ellis' icy blue eyes fixed on Fong Xian as if she had guessed something. The captain of the 7th Division personally invited him, and Fong Xian refused. Just like that. Qin Juanhao was green with envy. When he was recruited by the 7th Division, he had made a huge fuss telling the world. But Fong Xian publicly declined the captain's invitation, especially with the promise of a squad leader position, an extraordinarily generous offer. Fong Xian had publicly declined the captain of the 7th Division, and on top of that, Captain Sheng had promised him a squad leader position after the probation period. Such a generous offer. What the hell? Was there no justice? Captain Sheng put his glasses back on. So do you have other plans? Little one, you can come to me. An old voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled. Captain Sheng instantly erupted in golden light, entering a combat stance, as if facing a great enemy. Turning around, they saw the water surge. On a tunter-high wave, an old man sat atop a turtle shell, smiling at them. Captain Sheng gripped his blade, a flicker of shock in his eyes behind the lenses. In a small place like launching, they actually deployed a 10th-tier combatant. You remnants of the Yongya army sure are willing to pay a heavy price. Captain Sheng glared coldly at the old man on the turtle's back. The old man chuckled lightly. Your Tiandun Bureau sent an 8th-tier peak captain like you. We had to show enough sincerity, didn't we? Captain Sheng swept his gaze around. Suddenly he frowned. The scenery outside the theme hall's windows was rapidly retreating. The entire ocean theme hall seemed to be flying through the sky. All communication devices had also failed at that moment. The old man smiled. Since we've deployed this Saint-tier artifact, we have to complete the mission, don't we? Don't bother thinking about it. You can't escape. No one can save you now. You will all become nourishment for this artifact. As he spoke, the old man's gaze returned to Fong Xian. Except for you, little one. Have you considered it? I saw your clean and decisive moves. At your age, with such skill, you're a rare good seedling. Now I'll give you two choices. Either join us, the Jiuyo, or hell, will have to be ruthless. After all, if you grow up, you'll definitely be a formidable enemy. Qin Juanhao looked at Fong Xian with envy and hatred. You're wanted by the 7th Division, and now the villain wants you too. How is that fair? Fong Xian looked at the old man, clutching the small spatial sphere in his hand. Can I choose option C? The old man laughed heartily. Little one, not many people dare to joke with me. Qin Juanhao lowered his voice and whispered to Fong Xian, Fong Xian, join him even if it's fake. Try to please him, say some soft words, so hell let us all live. Do you really want to watch all these classmates die? The old man pointed at Qin Juanhao. This little one has good awareness and a fine idea. The old man stared at Fong Xian. Little one, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? Fong Xian replied with a straight face, my name is Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao froze for a second. Fong Xian. If you're Qin Juanhao, then what am I? Don't screw me over. Old man, his name is Fong Xian. Huh. Fong Xian, little one, you're interesting. I like you more and more. If you join us, I'll let your classmates go. But if you dare to refuse, I'll have them killed right now. Fong Xian. What are you waiting for? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to save people. It doesn't always have to involve groveling. Then what the hell else can you do? Captain Sheng turned and shot Qin Juanhao a dissatisfied glance. Qin Juanhao forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Fong Xian looked at the old man. Old sir, are you really a 10th tier expert? Indeed. Mid-10th tier. Are you very strong? No one present can beat me, including this captain of the 7th division. Then can he beat you? Snap. The spatial sphere was crushed. Space twisted. A white-haired figure stood with hands in pockets behind Fong Xian, flashing a signature grin with small white teeth. For the first time, the old man's face changed drastically. He shot up and cried out in shock. Zhuge Heng. Hey. Old turtle, no need to get so worked up seeing me, right? Zhuge Heng stood with his hands in his pockets. It was only when everyone looked over that they noticed. His feet were off the ground. He stood in midair. As he walked forward, it seemed as if invisible steps of light materialized beneath him. As he descended the steps, the water that had flooded the ground parted to both sides. Zhuge Heng stood on dry land. Seeing the old man's panic, Qin Juanhao and his classmates were utterly bewildered. They recalled that this white-haired man had also appeared at the school before. Back then he was already arrogant and overbearing. Everyone knew he was powerful, but none expected him to be so terrifyingly strong. Even a level 10 powerhouse was this flustered. But soon, Qin Juanhao and the others immediately realized another issue. How could Fong Xian summon someone from the 9th division? Could it be? Qin Juanhao and his group instantly thought of a possibility. They stared at Fong Xian in disbelief. Had Fong Xian been recruited by the 9th division? The 9th division was the strongest branch of the Tian Shield Bureau, a place known as the Monster Den. All of Qin Juanhao's pride was utterly shattered in that moment. His mentality collapsed as well. Su Xiaoqiang, the loyal sycophant, who always defended his master, was also crushed. He never imagined Fong Xian could be connected to the 9th division. Slap. Zhuge Heng smacked the back of Fong Xin's head. Fong Xin's head jerked forward. Damn it. You freeloaded off me. You're the first one. Though it was a hit, there was no hint of reproach. It was more like an interaction between close friends. Mr. Zhuge. Captain Sheng turned around, and upon seeing Zhuge Heng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that with Zhuge Heng's arrival, the crisis here was resolved, and the situation was under control. Zhuge Heng, hands in his pockets, strolled over to Captain Sheng. Two careless major gaps in intelligence retrieval nearly doomed both teams. Suspended for a month to reflect. Captain Sheng nodded, not daring to argue. Understood. Zhuge Heng lifted his chin slightly, looking at the old man seated on the sea turtle. Will you come over and let me beat you until you cry, or should I go over and beat you half to death? The old man's face twisted with fury. Zhuge Heng, I might as well fight you to the death. So, it's me going over to beat you half to death, huh? The old man spread his arms wide. Everyone present felt a chill sweep through their bodies. The blood in their veins began to congeal as if about to freeze. The human body is 70% water, and this old man possessed a water attribute talent. Naturally, he could forcibly control the moisture within everyone's bodies. The old man raised a finger and pointed forward again. A highly corrosive, pungent mucus secreted from the passage walls, as if intent on melting everyone. You all die, the old man roared. But the next second, his entire body stiffened. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhuge Heng standing beside him seemingly from nowhere. One hand in his pocket, the other gripping the old man's neck, he wound up and slammed him backward. Their figures flickered in midair and vanished without a trace. The next instant, the two appeared before the wall. With a deafening crash, the old man was slammed into the wall by Zhuge Heng. He was embedded in the wall like an old fossil. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His expression was one of terror. Peak level 11. No wonder you're the most likely prodigy to ascend to godhood in the last 10 years. Zhuge Heng slowly released his grip on the old man's neck. Thanks for the compliment, but you're wrong. Zhuge Heng hooked a finger and lowered his sunglasses, revealing eyes that were like two thunderous abysses. It's the last 30 years. A single punch. Zhuge Heng's fist slammed heavily into the old man's abdomen. The punch seemed to tear through the void itself. The old man doubled over like a shrimp, coughing up blood mixed with fragments of organs. He collapsed weakly to his knees. The moment he hit the ground, The wall behind him, an iron fortress, was blasted open into a massive gap 2 meters in diameter by the residual force. And beyond that wall, one barrier after another was also breached by the punch. They formed concentric circles of varying sizes. Miraculously, the walls were still writhing, as if alive. Zhuge Heng kept his hands in his pockets. He bent over, marveling at the squirming walls. Not bad, this saint-grade treasure. Such a waste on you. He'll take it and gift it to the little dragon girl of the 5 Elements Palace, later score a favor. Thanks, old turtle. The old man curled up on the ground, eyes vacant, face pale, utterly despondent. Zhuge Heng turned around. He walked toward Fong Xin. Made up your mind? Sure about joining the 9th Division? Yes. The thing. Fong Xin looked confused. What thing? The Tian Shield Smart Link I gave you yesterday. It's at home, didn't bring it. Where did you leave it at home? Zhuge Heng inquired. Fong Xin was stunned for a second, then nodded. On my desk, why? As he spoke, to the shock of Fong Xin and everyone else. Zhuge Heng plunged one hand into the void. When he pulled it out, he was holding an apple which he took a bite of. Then he reached into the void again, and when he withdrew his hand, he held the Tian Shield Smart Link he had given Fong Xin the day before. He tossed the device to Fong Xin. Zhuge Heng crunched into the apple. When you get home later, explain to your aunt that I took the apple. Might have scared her earlier. Fong Xin's mind was buzzing. He knew this 9th Division drifter was impressive, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. Fong Xin had already opened the device yesterday. After facial verification, he had Zhuge Heng input his name. That was how he learned the exact characters of the white-haired man's name. Beep. Identity verification successful. Member Fong Xin. Welcome to the 9th Division. Zhuge Heng munched on the apple. After joining, someone will contact you for orientation. Training arrangements will be made for you too. They'll drop by occasionally to check your progress. Fong Xin seized the opportunity. Give me your contact info. Zhuge Heng tilted his chin, indicating the smart link in Fong Xin's hand. Little dear will add you to a group later. My contact is in there. Glancing outside, Zhuge Heng continued to Captain Sheng. Mistakes are mistakes, merits are merits. I'm taking this saint-grade treasure. I'll report your 7th Division's contributions without omission. No problem, right? Whatever you say, Mr. Zhuge. I'm off. Snap. Zhuge Heng, apple in mouth, snapped his fingers with his free hand. The surroundings shattered like broken glass, and everything blurred. As the fragments reassembled, everyone found themselves standing in an empty lot. Looking around, they realized they were still at the site of the ocean-themed pavilion. But the killer whale-shaped pavilion had vanished into thin air. The ground was bare. All the tourists looked dazed. Fong Xin exhaled. It was all too surreal. Fong Xin, you joined the 9th Division, the one known as the Monster Den. A classmate broke the silence. The other students looked at Fong Xin with envy. Captain Sheng chuckled. You said you hadn't decided earlier. I thought you were considering other organizations. Turns out it was the 9th Division. You are the first student who hesitates when the 9th Division recruits. Fong Xin smiled calmly. Someone has to be the first to do everything. Captain Sheng laughed softly. Su Xiaoqiang looked at the smart link in Fong Xin's hand. Bro, how didn't you say you only get this after a year in the Tian Shield Bureau? How does he have it early? Captain Sheng interjected. Because he was chosen by the 9th Division. Simple as that. Qin Juanhao looked like a wilted plant. Captain Xiao, your new recruit chose to compromise when facing the enemy. There's a serious problem with his mindset. You need to follow up on this. Captain Sheng adjusted his glasses, his voice clear and stern. Xiao Wudong, on the verge of tears, acknowledged the order and glanced at his disgrace, Qin Juanhao. Got it, Captain. As he spoke, he looked helplessly at Qin Juanhao. Later copy the 7th Division's rules and regulations until you can recite them backward. Qin Juanhao felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Wudong turned to Fong Xin, looking at him with growing fondness. Captain Sheng faced Fong Xin and extended his hand. Im Sheng Tianqi. We're colleagues now. Fong Xin shook his hand generously. Im Fong Xin. Pleased to meet you. Captain Sheng glanced at his watch. Crisis resolved, prepare to withdraw. As the 7th Division prepared to leave, Ellie stepped forward and extended her fair hand to Fong Xin. Her beautiful ice blue eyes fixed on him. My name is Ellie. Classmate Fong Xin. Nice to meet you. Ellie emphasized the word you heavily. Fong Xin, who was shaking her hand, was momentarily stunned. He stared into Ailey's beautiful icy blue eyes. Ailey said this. Fong Xin naturally realized quickly that Ailey had recognized him. But judging from everything Xiao Wudong had done, Ailey hadn't told Xiao Wudong about it. Hello, Captain Ailey. Just call me Ailey. The two locked eyes. Ailey broke the silence first. Shall we exchange contact info? Sure. After exchanging contacts, Ailey left with her team. Fong Xin put his phone into his pocket. Having gone through all this trouble today, although his arm had been clean, the water head used to wash his hands earlier wasn't very clean, so he planned to go home and take a shower. Chu Xinyao stepped forward sweetly and said, Xiao Fong, thank you for today. Then why don't you kowtow to me? Chu Xinyao pouted and poked Fong Xin's stomach with her finger. You're so mean. The results are out. Some students received the news. They all took out their phones to check the scores. The school-wide results. Topping the comprehensive rankings was none other than Fong Xin. When everyone saw Fong Xin's impressive row of scores, all the students erupted into an uproar. Whoa, someone didn't awaken a single talent, but Brother Xin awakened 5. He's this strong without the potion. If he used the potion, wouldn't all his scores go up another tier? An SS-level strength talent. I told you Brother Xin was the best. Wait, Chu Xinyao is second overall. SS-level light talent. S-level healing talent. Whoa. Fong Xin looked at Chu Xinyao with slight surprise. Chu Xinyao lifted her chin. Impressive, or what, your sister Yao? Impressive. It was my eyes that were too blind to see. Fong Xin. Chu Xinyao gritted her teeth in annoyance, glaring at Fong Xin, and poked his stomach hard again with her finger. Su Xiaoqiang was scrolling through the score sheet. Brother, how I found you. Level Earth attribute talent. All the students turned to look at Qin Junhao in unison. Qin Junhao's talent score was considered quite high for the whole school. But in front of Fong Xin and Chu Xinyao, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. Qin Junhao had lost all his spirit, now his previous arrogance gone. He looked at Fong Xin with envy and hatred. Fong Xin ignored him. He checked the time. Xiaochu, I want to go home. Okay. Let's go together. They said goodbye to their classmates. On the subway, Chu Xinyao and Fong Xin sat side by side. Your talent is so high, didn't the 9th Bureau find you? Fong Xin asked curiously. Chu Xinyao paused. No, because of my father I have to go somewhere else. Your father is? Before he could finish, Chu Xinyao reached out and covered his mouth. Xiao Fong, can we not talk about this? Seeing the look in Fong Xin's eyes, Chu Xinyao explained. Xiao Fong, my father's identity is quite special. I can't tell you yet, but rest assured if I can ever talk about it, I'll tell you first, okay? Chu Xinyao looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Fong Xin with a pleading little expression. Okay. I knew Xiao Fong was the best. Back home, the moment he entered, he saw his aunt Fong Huilan and Uncle Jiang Weidong huddled together suspiciously. Fong Huilan held a rolling pin, and Jiang Weidong held a mop. The sound of the door opening startled the couple. What are you two doing? Fong Xin asked in confusion. Xiao Xin, you don't know, something strange happened today. It was so scary. I was cleaning the room when a hand suddenly appeared in the living room, groping around, then grabbed an apple and disappeared. Fong Huilan said, still shaken. Fong Xin immediately remembered it was something Zhu Geheng had done earlier. Aunt, that was Zhu Geheng grabbing an apple while fetching something for me. He said it might have scared you and asked me to tell you when I got home. Zhu Geheng. Fong Huilan didn't react at first. The white-haired guy from the 9th Bureau yesterday. Fong Xin reminded her. Fong Huilan immediately understood, patting her chest. Oh, it was him. Scared me to death. But still, that person from the 9th Bureau is too terrifying. Telekinesis. Fong Xin smiled. You still haven't seen the scarier stuff, or it would leave you stunned for life. He took a shower. Fong Xin looked at the mirror fogged with steam and wiped it clean. Tonight he would have to ask the reflection in the mirror again who he was supposed to be wary of. After changing clothes, when he returned to his room, he saw a light blinking on the Tiandun Smart Link on the table. Opening it, he saw that a user nicknamed Xiaolu had pulled him into a group. The group was named 9th Bureau Honglian District Taiyang District Youth Training Class. There weren't many people in the group. Only 8, including Fong Xin plus Xiaolu and Zhu Geheng. Fong Xin saw Zhu Geheng's avatar was a taiji fish pattern and casually sent a friend request. Someone posted a message in the group. The avatar was a muscular man. All members used their real names as nicknames. The one speaking was called Shi Tailang. Another newbie, named Fong Xin. A girl. Height. Weight. 3 sizes. What talent? Fatty, how can you talk like that? Don't scare the girl away. Please introduce yourself, classmate Fong Xin. The one who spoke next was called Zhang Yaozu, whose avatar was a little yellow chicken with a middle part haircut, suspenders, and a basketball. Shi Tailang retorted, come on Zhang Yaozu, girls like my straightforward type. Classmate Fong Xin, do you like muscular guys? Fong Xin thought for a moment and replied, hello everyone, my name is Fong Xin. My biological sex is male, but I have a gender identity disorder and consider myself a girl. Also, I'm a lesbian, so I only like women. After a long silence in the group, a user with a cool anime avatar named Baiyulan said, great, another weirdo. Doesn't the 9th Bureau recruit new trainees without some kind of disorder? Shi Tailang, Baiyulan, are you the brother or sister now? Baiyulan replied, I am my brother. Shi Tailang said, great, the split personality is getting worse. Now he's got a younger brother too. The 9th Bureau isn't a monster house, it's a damn hospital ward. Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. Have you guys seen it? After this year's national talent test results came out, there were 18 SS-level talents across the 12 districts. Our Honglian district alone produced 3. Since the War of the Gods, the Dragon Kingdom's territory had expanded by half. To better coordinate management, it was divided into 12 districts. Lancheng was a small city under Qingzhou province in the Honglian district. Zhang Yaozu said, didn't that small place launching also produce an SS-level talent? An SS-level light talent. Light talent is already hard to awaken, let alone SS-level. Sure, Tailang chimed in, to protect personal information the score sheet hides names, but I heard she's a particularly beautiful girl. Hey, classmate Fong Xin's profile says he's from Lancheng. Holy crap, classmate Fong Xian, you're not that girl from Lancheng who awakened the SS-level light talent, are you? Fong Xian was taken aback, not expecting Chu Xinyao to already have some fame. Am not. The schizophrenic patient by Yulin remarked, for a small place like Lancheng to produce an SS-level talent is really something. Unexpectedly, Xiaolu suddenly spoke up. Strictly speaking, Lancheng actually produced 2 SS-level talents. 2. The SS-level statistics table only shows 1 instructor, Xiaolu. Xiaolu explained, because the other classmate didn't use the potion, his test result was S-level. That's our classmate Fong Xian. Whoa, everyone who doesn't use potions is a badass. Sure, Tailang said in shock. Zhang Yaozu was also shocked. Oh my god, I barely got an SS with the potion, and this big bro is S-level without it. Big bro, why didn't you use the potion? Fong Xian humbly replied. I heard the 9th Bureau is high pressure, so I thought I'd skip the potion to keep my scores low and go somewhere else to coast. But I couldn't keep it down. After a long silence in the group, Sure Tailang sent a message, I can't take it anymore. He'll offer 500,000 to anyone who goes to Lan City and gives him a beating. He'll add 100,000. He'll add 200,000. He'll add 100,000. Several other members who had been lurking also chimed in, raising the stakes. Xiao Lu changed the subject. Alright, everyone settle down. After the results come out, you'll have a week off. In a week, someone will be sent to pick each of you up and take you to the training camp. See you all in a week. Fong Xin's smart link vibrated again. It was a friend request from Xiao Lu. After accepting it, Xiao Lu sent a message. Fong Xian signed the contract and sent it to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Point the virtual screen of your smart link at the desk. Fong Xian complied. With a faint flash of light, a contract materialized on the table. After signing, click the plus sign in the bottom right corner. There's a transfer button. Send the contract to me. Fong Xian stared in amazement. This was simply incredible. This device seemed to be a spatial artifact. However, Fong Xian couldn't yet determine its specific grade. After finishing everything, Xiao Lu sent Fong Xian a manual for the smart link along with the rules and regulations of the 9th Bureau. She also transmitted a plane ticket and a bank card that hadn't been set with a password yet. Please be sure to read the 9th Bureau's rules carefully, Fong Xian. The card has 1 million, it's your joining bonus. Finally, welcome to the 9th Bureau, Fong Xian. See you in a week. Fong Xian replied, see you in a week. He skimmed through the rules, memorizing the gist of them. Then he read the smart link manual. After reading it, he was even more astonished. It turned out this thing had another name, the all-purpose device. When used by a single person, it could project a laser functioning as a laser sword. In squad operations, 2 or more people could use it to form a barrier or perform short-distance teleportation. This device was a treasure artifact developed at great expense by the Heaven Shield Bureau. The grades of artifacts ranged from the 1st tier to the 9th tier. Above the 9th tier were the Spirit tier, the Sovereign tier, the Saint tier, the Divine tier, the Rule tier, and the Legendary Forbidden tier. The theme pavilion they had encountered today was a terrifying Saint tier artifact. The smart link in Fong Xin's hand was a 4th tier artifact. According to the rules, new trainees joining the 9th Bureau were all issued 1st tier artifacts. But Zhuge Heng pulled some strings for Fong Xian and directly gave him a 4th tier one. If Fong Xin's cultivation level increased after joining the 9th Bureau, his superiors would equip him with an even stronger smart link. Following the manual, Fong Xian folded the smart link, pressed a spot on it, and a beam of crimson laser shot out from one end, taking the shape of a Tang sword, domineering and awe-inspiring. However, although this laser sword could cut through iron like mud and was incredibly powerful, it consumed the user's blood and qi. Therefore, most people rarely used it. Only those with a thick health pool like users of the power-type talent wouldn't care about the cost. Fong Xian felt this item was tailor-made for him. Fong Xian swung the laser sword. It felt excellent in his hand. He felt that if he used his slaughter talent, he could even contend with a 5th-tier early-stage combatant. As he was examining the laser sword, his phone vibrated several times in succession. He picked it up and found it was a message from Ellie. Fong Xian, do you have a moment? Let's talk. Fong Xian toyed with his phone, wondering what Ellie wanted, and replied with an ambiguous message. What is it? Ellie replied quickly, thank you for saving me that day. Oh, almost forgot. Thank you for saving me that day. Fong Xian asked, when did you find out? Ellie answered truthfully, I found out that day when I went to your classroom. Fong Xian then asked in confusion, why didn't you tell Captain Xiao? Because all signs indicated you didn't want to be exposed, so I kept quiet. Fong Xian looked at Ellie's message. You've said so much, but your ultimate goal isn't just to thank me, is it? I am grateful. You saved my life, and I won't forget that. But I'm reaching out today because I indeed have a favor to ask of you. Fong Xian had only met Ellie 3 times in total, and they had spoken just twice. They weren't very familiar with each other, and asking for a favor right off the bat was no different from asking someone you just met for a loan. He didn't reply for a long time. Another message from Ellie came through Fong Xin, "Are you still there?" After thinking it over, Fong Xin replied with a straight face, "My brother is asleep." The other party was typing. After a long pause, Ellie sent another message, a very long one. "Fong Xin, I truly need your help. My parents were murdered many years ago, and my younger sister went missing in my early years. The case was filed as a cold case, but I've been pursuing the truth and searching for my sister all these years. Her name is Ai Ko. I recently found a clue about her, but the other side has a fourth-year combatant, and I'm alone. I'm just a squad leader and have no authority to mobilize the team's resources for personal matters. I've hired a few bounty hunters, but they aren't my people and aren't reliable. So I beg you, can you help me? If you don't believe me, you can access the case files from that year through your smart link." Fong Xin checked what Ellie had said, and the case file was indeed there. It was an incident from over a decade ago. Ellie's parents were both doctors who died in a car accident. The file even included a photo of Ellie as a child, a miniature version of her now. In the picture, she sat with disheveled hair, tear stains still visible on her face, looking utterly lost and helpless. Her small, lonely figure was pitiful, stirring a sense of compassion. After reviewing the entire case, Fong Xin learned that 6 months after Ellie's parents died, her twin sister went missing. During that same period, hundreds of children had disappeared. For some reason, the case led to no leads and eventually became a cold case. Suddenly, Fong Xin's gaze sharpened as if he had noticed something. He called up the file on his own parents' car accident and reviewed it again. His parents' file contained only a few brief lines of description and a couple of photos. The rest were encrypted. Fong Xin's eyes suddenly fixed on the photo of the car that had killed his parents. He abruptly sat up. He then called up the photo of the car that had killed Ellie's parents. Fong Xin zoomed in on the photos. Both cars had a Taro Boza charm hanging inside. Moreover, the charms both bore eerie smiles. Was this a coincidence? Or was it deliberate? Doubts swirled in Fong Xin's mind. Who exactly was behind his parents' death? It seemed he had no choice but to go. After careful deliberation, Fong Xin replied to Ellie, "Fine. Send me the time and place." Ellie seemed a bit surprised that Fong Xin agreed so readily. "Tomorrow, at 9 a.m., Café No. 122, Tian'an Road. As a reward, all the spoils will be yours, and I'll also give you a perception-type fruit, so you can awaken your perception talent before you go to the training camp. See you tomorrow morning." Fong Xin sat up and reviewed the events of his parents' accident. Their file was encrypted. To access it, he would need to either ask Zhuge Heng or achieve a certain rank. He took out his grandfather's phone from a hidden compartment in the drawer. There were no new messages. He had no idea where his grandfather was now. Time quickly passed, nearing midnight. Fong Xin went to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he channeled his blood and qi. For crimson slaughter runes slowly emerged on his skin. Fong Xin stared at his reflection in the mirror. In the dead of night, 12:30, Fong Xin had been staring at his reflection in the mirror for a full 45 minutes. Yet today he did not see that Fong Xin in the mirror. Fong Xin furrowed his brow, gazing intently at his own reflection. He even pretended to turn and walk away, just as he had done the previous night. But there was no anomaly in his peripheral vision. Everything had been fine last night. What was going on tonight? Could it be that some triggering condition was missing? He recalled everything from yesterday. If he were to replicate everything exactly as yesterday, Fong Xin couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he hadn't watched his grandfather's video? The time had already passed for today. He would have to try again tomorrow night. Fong Xin returned to the bedroom. Lying in bed, he thought about tomorrow and Ellie. The next morning, after breakfast, Fong Xin received a message from Ellie. Their meeting point was at a cafe. When Fong Xin arrived, Ellie was already waiting at the door. Her silver-white hair was tied into a short ponytail. She wore a cap. A baseball jacket and tight jeans perfectly outlined her graceful figure. "Over here." Ellie waved. Fong Xin had also deliberately worn a cap today. As he approached, Ellie said, "There's still a certain level of danger. Are you sure you've thought it through? Are you certain he's only level 4? I've scouted for half a month. Then there's no problem at all. What about the others you hired?" Ellie tugged on Fong Xin's arm. "That bunch I hired aren't exactly saints, so we'll use fake names and information. They'll go by Zhao Yaomei, an outsider. You should change your name too. Then it'll be Qin Juanhao. Pick another name. Qin Xiaoqiang, your cousin." As she spoke, Ellie handed Fong Xin a mask and also produced an exquisite small box. "Put this mask on. It disguises your appearance. And this is the perception-type fruit I promised you." Fong Xin was stunned. "Giving me the goods before we even start. I'm just glad you came. Want your captain and teammates help you." Ellie put on the mask. Once it adhered to her face, her appearance changed without any trace of falseness. Even her facial structure and hair color transformed. Hearing Fong Xin's words, Ellie said helplessly, "They've helped before, but this time Captain Xiao took Qin Juanhao and due to faulty intel wasting a slot, and now he's confined to barracks writing a self-criticism. My other teammates, as you know, were all injured in yesterday's mission." Fong Xian scratched his cheek sheepishly. The whole thing circled back to him. If he hadn't thrown his name around carelessly, Xiao Wudong wouldn't have picked Qin Juanhao early, and if he hadn't picked Qin Juanhao, he wouldn't be confined. Fong Xian put the mask on his face. His features shifted. He checked his phone's camera. There was not a single flaw. Opening the delicate box, he found a bright red fruit inside. You can eat it now, Ellie prompted. Fong Xian took a bite. It was juicy and crisp, and in 2 mouthfuls he swallowed the perception-type fruit. A refreshing sensation washed over his entire body, as if he had eaten a large mint, making him feel exceptionally clear-headed. Fong Xin's already keen perception was instantly amplified. Previously, his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch were far beyond ordinary people. But after consuming this sensory-type fruit, Fong Xin's mind could now perceive every movement of everyone within a 30-meter radius, including the ants and mosquitoes on the ground, all materializing in his consciousness as a 3-dimensional semi-transparent map. Within that 30-meter range, Fong Xian could clearly sense what everyone was saying and doing. Even the whispers of a server gossiping about the boss from the restroom in the cafe were perfectly audible to him. Fong Xian opened his eyes and exhaled. So this was what it meant to awaken a perception-type talent. This ability was indeed remarkable, allowing him to clearly sense all activities around him and scout ahead for danger. However, perception was energy-intensive. If he maintained it for too long, his head would feel a bit dizzy. Still, thank you for coming to help me. Ellie tilted her head up. With the mask's disguise, her icy blue pupils had turned black. She looked seriously at Fong Xian and spoke each word deliberately. Helping you is helping me. Let's go. Ellie paused briefly, said nothing more, and led the way. Fong Xian followed behind, watching Ellie's back. Ellie was only a year older than him, a senior from the year above. The fact that she became a squad leader in the 7th Division right after finishing the training camp showed she had put in far more effort than most. They crossed the street and entered a grocery store. A burly man with a fierce face was lounging at the counter. As they entered, the bell at the door chimed crisply. Ellie stepped forward and handed him a card. The burly man glanced at it and said, "Go inside, right-hand side, 4th room." Fong Xian followed the direction indicated, seeing only a wall. Ellie retrieved her card and led the way with Fong Xian behind her. The walls suddenly rippled like water. Ellie pulled Fong Xian through in one step, found the 4th booth, and entered. Fong Xian was still a bit dazed, not expecting the grocery store to hide such a different world. Once seated, Ellie explained, every city has its own black market trading grounds. This is Lon City's black market. You can find and accept quests here, trade items by information. Anything the black market offers you can get here. The bounty hunters I hired will arrive soon. Once they're here, we'll set out. This is our target location. Ellie took out a small orb, tapped it, and it emitted a glow. A holographic projection appeared above it, showing a standalone villa with its structure clearly displayed. Yesterday, I got the impression you were linking your parents' car accident with your sister's disappearance. Ellie nodded. I stumbled upon it from a clue. The driver of the car that killed my parents and the person who took my sister both have a hexagram tattoo on their arms. Fong Xian was taken aback. You found the driver who hit your parents? He was found a year after my parents' accident, but by then he was already dead. So many leads still in there. While Fong Xian was silent in thought, the door pushed open. 3 people entered, one after another. A hulking man as tall as a titan, a middle-aged man with golden hair and an unusually long face full of beard, and finally a dark-skinned woman with curly hair and a very voluptuous figure. She wore a low-cut top revealing a deep cleavage paired with hot pants and fishnet stockings exuding extreme allure. Who's this other person? The hulking man sat down, looking at Fong Xian with a grunt. Ellie said, he's my cousin. He won't take a cut of your commission. The hulking man shot a sideways glance at Fong Xian, scrutinized him from head to toe, and said, your cousin looks as scrawny as a chick. Is he up for it? Don't hold us back. Fong Xian cast a glance at the 3 of them. His perception-type talent had awakened, and it possessed an additional ability. It allowed him to sense danger in advance, the so-called 6th sense. The most elite SS-grade perception talents could even forefeel crises yet to come. Fong Xin's perception talent, without any elixir, ranked at S. In a world where everyone used potions, it effectively placed him at SS. Moreover, the King of Slaughter in the mirror had once told Fong Xian that his talent could be enhanced by slaying foes who shared the same aptitude. Through his perception talent, the 3 before him posed no threat to Fong Xian. That proved they were all combat level 4 or lower. AI Li said solemnly, don't worry, he won't hold us back. Now that everyone's here, let's formulate a concrete plan of attack. The burly man rubbed his bald head. What plan? Just storm in and kill them. No. AI Li immediately cut him off. There are 7 people in the villa. The 2 sentries outside are both level 1. Hey Zhenju, you have a psychic-type talent. Coordinate with me, you can fuse those 2 sentries while I finish them off. AI Li looked at the sultry woman who had been twirling her hair after sitting down. The woman ran her fingers through her hair and said, that's it. You want a peak level 2 to take out 2 level 1s. And I have to cooperate with you. Don't you think that's a bit condescending? AI Li continued, caution first. After we deal with the sentries, there are 2 guards on the first floor, 1 level 1, 1 level 2, and 2 on the second floor, 1 level 2, 1 level 3. Use your psychic talent to bewilder the enemies on both floors. He Jinju and my cousin Qin Xiaoqiang will assault the first floor enemies, Jin Rui, and I will take the second floor. Ai Li then glanced at the blonde man. Little brother, stay behind sister. He Jinju crossed her ample legs, licked her lips at Fong Xin, and cast a seductive wink. The burly man spat tramp. Fong Xin chose to ignore him. Ai Li resumed. Our true target is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 psychic expert. So when we strike Ba Lu, you must go to the 3rd floor and engage that level 4 expert. Hold on a little while, and we'll come up to help you. The burly man called Ba Lu rubbed his head. He's a level 4 psychic. If He Jinju launches a psychic attack, won't he sense it? Ai Li explained. Around noon, he calls a woman over to vent A. At that time, those with psychic talents are often at their weakest. If we strike within this window, his sensitivity will be greatly reduced. Ba Lu patted his bald head and grinned. Won't I just scare him senseless when I go in? I live for this kind of thing, ha ha ha. Prepare to move. Ai Li pocketed the holographic orb. The group left the shop split into 2 teams, and Ai Li took Fong Xin into a car. Over half an hour later, they reached the outskirts, parked 500 meters from the target, and hid the car in a thicket. Soon another car arrived, and Ba Lu and 2 others climbed out. The 5 of them fixed their gazes on the villa. After waiting a while, Ai Li glanced at her watch. It was 11:45. She muttered, it should be coming now. They saw a taxi pull up outside the villa. A woman with cascading waves wearing a form-fitting dress stepped out of the car on long pale legs. Her red-soled high heels clicked enticingly on the ground. With each step, her ample curves swayed. The 2 sentries in the yard immediately stepped forward to inspect her. Taking advantage of the search, they leered and groped. The woman offered no resistance, giggling and coquettishly bantering with them. Ba Lu rubbed his big bald head and licked his lips. She looks like a real prize. Must be delightful and vocal. They'll have to ask her price later. Ai Li's expression hardened. She checked the time again. 10 minutes. Get ready to move. Seconds ticked by. Fong Xin picked at his ear. His hearing had always been far sharper than most, and after eating the perception fruit Ai Li had given him, it had become even keener. As Ba Lu had said, she was very vocal. Fong Xin hastily shifted his listening focus elsewhere. Move. Ai Li gave the command. He Jinju surged forward first. Ai Li crouched low and followed. In an instant, she miraculously merged into the shadows on the ground. Fong Xin was stunned. Indeed, an assassin-type talent. Kid, don't hold us back. Why bring along someone who hasn't even grown a hair yet? Ba Lu slapped Fong Xin hard on the shoulder, grinning, and strode forward. As he rushed on, his body fused with the earth itself. An earth attribute talent. The blond man, looking somewhat one-hunched, and gathered his strength, then charged toward the villa with an uncanny speed. Clearly, a wind attribute talent. Fong Xin followed close behind. He Jinju reached out and grabbed the 2 sentries. In an instant, both men's pupils unfocused, and their gazes went vacant. Almost simultaneously, Ai Li flashed from the shadowed ground. A pale blue glint flashed as she cut a man's throat, then melted back into shadow and slipped through the 2nd floor window. The blond man took a running leap into the 2nd floor window. The earth suddenly writhed, the soiled dragon rose and bore Ba Lu upward. Ba Lu enveloped in an ochre aura as he charged into the 3rd floor window. The sound of shattering glass came in rapid succession, followed by screams. Chewing gum, He Jinju sauntered toward the 1st floor with her ample legs, glanced at Fong Xin. Little brother, hide behind sister. If you get hurt, sister will be heartbroken. She said it, twisted her hips, and bumped past Fong Xin as she entered the villa's 1st floor. The 2 men on that floor rose, intending to move upstairs. He Jinju, chewing gum, instantly neutralized the level 1 man. The other, a level 2, clutched his head in pain. Little brother, am I fierce? He Jinju winked at Fong Xin. Unexpectedly, the level 3 enemy, who had been on the 2nd floor, came barreling down the stairs. Seeing the 2 men on the 1st floor, he snarled and charged at He Jinju. Her face drained of color, she swallowed her gum in fright and unleashed a psychic attack to try to halt his advance. The man's expression flickered. He had been disrupted by the psychic assault. But he was level 3 and had a strength-type talent. He ignored the interference and surged forward at He Jinju. He Jinju shouted, Jin Rui, save me. Wind sounded from upstairs. Yet at that moment, in the corner of her eye, a figure flashed past. Fong Xin drove a flying knee into the enemy's face. Instant kill. He Jinju stood frozen. The blond man was stunned on the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors. Fong Xin turned and looked at He Jinju, smiling faintly. Sister, is your little brother fierce? Black Pearl stared blankly at Fong Xin. Although Fong Xin's appearance had changed now, the transformed face still looked younger. This was precisely why Black Pearl and her companions had thought Fong Xin might hold them back. Until just moments ago, Fong Xin had instantly slain a fighter of 3rd level prowess. Only then did they begin to regard Fong Xin seriously. Black Pearl snapped back to reality, patted her heaving bosom with lingering fear, then traced her silver teeth across her lips before licking them seductively. Little brother, you're quite fierce. I wonder if you're fierce in other places too. Fong Xin returned a smile, thinking to himself, you old fox trying to get the better of me. Dream on. Tremors echoed continuously from upstairs. Fong Xin sidestepped past the blonde man and headed upward. After dispatching another enemy, Black Pearl strode over to Jean Rui's side. We underestimated him. The blonde man spoke in a low voice. So young, yet at least third-level combat prowess. I saw his talent was also strength-based, at least S rank. He must be a young master from some super organization out on training. Black Pearl licked her lips. Then I must savor him all the more. On the third floor, chaos reigned. Baru radiated a earthen yellow glow, his entire body encased in an armor of earth. The beautiful woman from earlier still lay on the bed, now clutching the blanket in terror, shrinking into a corner, her screams revealing vast expanses of fair skin. A slightly portly man in torn shorts fled among the earthen hands that suddenly sprouted from the floor. His face twisted in fury. The man kept reaching out and grabbing toward Baru. A nearly translucent hand materialized in the air, lunging for Baru's head. It launched a mental assault on Baru. Ellie stood in the corner, gripping her blue-patterned blade, poised to strike a precise blow at the opportune moment. After Fong Xin ascended, Black Pearl and the blonde man followed him up. The fleeing portly man roared in fury, rolled on the ground, rubbed a ring on his finger, and produced a transparent cloak, which he quickly donned. The moment he put it on his body, turned transparent, vanishing into thin air. Fong Xin's heart tightened, and he immediately activated his perception talent. Everything in the room materialized in his mind. Perception-type talents were a natural counter to such invisibility cloaks. He saw a plump figure holding a strange revolver in both hands, aiming at Baru's head. Watch out. He has a gun. Fong Xin shouted. With a bang, the earthen yellow light around Baru surged to protect his head, heart, and groin. After the shot, the earthen yellow glow dissipated. A small earthen yellow sphere shattered and fell to the ground. Baru's face turned pale, a gash split open on his forehead, and blood trickled down. He had come within a hair's breadth of death. Baru turned back to look at Fong Xin. The contempt he had felt for Fong Xin earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless gratitude. Fong Xin had saved his life. Had the timing been different, he would have knelt and kowtowed to Fong Xin on the spot. The portly man turned his gaze to Fong Xin, letting out a sinister laugh. Another perception-type talent. As he spoke, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed directly at Fong Xin. Seeing this, Baru, though unable to see the portly man, guessed the situation well enough. He raised a hand, and a wall of earth sprang up before Fong Xin. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The earthen wall Baru had summoned crumbled instantly. Fong Xin had already flashed to another spot. The killing runes on the back of his hand flickered faintly. Brother, you mark his position and he'll kill him. Baru roared. Fong Xin crouched low, his eyes fixed fiercely on the portly man's location. Can't you turn the ground to sand? Then his footprints will be revealed. Fong Xin barked. Baru slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Damn! Why didn't I think of that? He stomped his foot, and the ground turned to sand. As the portly man moved, a trail of footprints appeared in his wake. Haha, brother, you're truly my blood brother. Baru laughed heartily. I looked down on you earlier. Without you, I'd be dead today. The portly man's face contorted with rage as he aimed his gun at Fong Xin. Fong Xin dodged to the side. Since awakening his perception talent, he could anticipate the direction of the enemy's shots, barely evading the second bullet. Baru clasped his hands together. A pair of earthen hands rose from the ground, closing in to seize the portly man. Ha, got you. The earthen hands tightened. The invisibility cloak slipped off the portly man, revealing his twisted face and bulging eyes. Ellie and the blonde man launched successive attacks at the portly man, aiming to incapacitate him. But unexpectedly, he let out a roar to the heavens. A green light flashed from the ring on his finger. He fed a fruit into his mouth. Blood vessels spread across his eyes, and he became utterly frenzied. A burst of aura erupted. Forbidden fruit. Baru exclaimed in shock. The portly man's smile twisted. I'd rather lose 3 years of my life to gain temporary 5th-level power and kill you all. Baru shouted, run. The portly man grabbed at the air toward Baru. A nearly transparent hand appeared behind Baru's head, squeezing it violently. Baru let out a wail, stumbled, and fell, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The blonde man and Black Pearl fled in succession. Ellie's face turned cold as she yelled at Fong Xin, run. But unexpectedly, a light flashed from the ring on the portly man's finger, and he produced a foot-long object resembling a baton. He pointed it at the fleeing blonde man Black Pearl and Ellie, then at Fong Xin. The three, who had already leaped out the window and landed in the courtyard attempting to escape, seemed frozen midair by a spell. They tumbled to the ground, unable to move. Terror filled their expressions. The portly man's gaze fell on Fong Xin, who remained in the room, not fleeing. He saw Fong Xian making a gesture, one hand placed over his heart. A smile crept across the portly man's twisted face as he stared at Fong Xian. Damn it. Because of you I was forced to eat a forbidden fruit. One fruit cost me 3 years of my life. I won't kill you. Since I've lost 3 years, I'll torment you for 3 years first. He'll start by cutting out your tongue. As he spoke, the portly man moved to cut out Fong Xin's tongue. Fong Xian kept one hand pressed against his heart. For him in such a situation, fleeing was less appealing than turning around and fighting back. Besides, he still had the King of Slaughter as his trump card. Fong Xian silently intoned Xia. The portly man was now right in front of him. But in that very instant, Fong Xian, who should have been frozen, slowly raised his head. His pupils were crimson. His face bore an innate sovereign disdain. He slowly lifted one hand. Rings formed by killing runes coiled around his arm. 5 rings in total. Mortal, look up at me. Face the judgment of the king. Fong Xin's palm was aimed at the fat man. The slaying rune on the back of his hand burned a deep crimson. 5 slaying runes had coalesced into concentric rings that whirled rapidly around Fong Xin's arm. The fat man stared at Fong Xin's crimson eyes, his spirit shaken. He had never seen such a talent, nor had he ever felt an aura so overwhelmingly domineering as if a monarch had descended. His features twisted into a grotesque mask as he tried to escape, but his legs felt filled with lead and would not move. Ironically, he was the one who had used a treasure to immobilize Fong Xian. Yet now it was he who stood rooted. Fong Xin's palm faced the fat man. Boom. The ring of slaughter coiling his arm slammed into the man with brutal force. The man staggered 5 steps backward. 5 crimson concentric circles appeared over his chest like the markings of a target. The very center of that target lay over the man's heart. Fong Xian raised his hand again as the 5 rings around his arm spun with frenzied speed. The ring nearest his fingers was the smallest the rings on his arm, growing progressively larger, forming a lethal cone. Fong Xian thrust the cone through the air toward the man's heart. The cone of slaughter pierced the man's chest. He bowed his head, mouth agape, blood trickling from his lips. His bulging eyes stared at the fist-sized hole that had been torn clean through his heart. He forced his head up and looked at Fong Xian in disbelief. What kind of talent is this? Thud. The man collapsed to his knees and then fell face first to the ground. Fong Xian reached out across the space. A mote of blood-tinged radiance flew into his palm. Visibly, the 4th slaying rune on the back of Fong Xin's hand flared an even deeper crimson. This spiritual-type talent could use a boost, he muttered. His gaze shifted to the woman cowering by the bedside. She was frozen with terror, never having seen such a bizarre and dreadful sight. In her panic, she flung open the nightstand and found a pistol inside. Gripping the gun with both hands, she aimed it at Fong Xian when she noticed him looking her way. Thinking she might not escape today, she decided to take her chance and fired at Fong Xian without another word. Fong Xian merely tilted his head slightly. The bullet grazed Fong Xin's cheek, leaving a streak of blood. Fong Xin's crimson eyes fixed steadily upon the woman. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his cheek. Almost immediately, the wound miraculously sealed itself. The woman's shock deepened at his unnatural self-healing. Fong Xin's crimson gaze flashed with killing intent as the arm wrapped in slaughter rings rose toward her again. Boom. A sonic crack echoed. A hole opened in the woman's chest as she slumped to the floor limp. Fong Xin's eyes moved on. He spread his arms wide. From the corpses on the 1st and 2nd floors, and in the courtyard, little glows of blood radiance drifted toward Fong Xin's arm wound by the slaughter rings and merged silently into it. The 4th rune burned more vividly crimson, and the 5th felt poised to ignite at any moment. The coiling ring on his arm gained a deeper crimson tint. Fong Xian casually waved his arm, and the rings folded back into his flesh. The crimson tide in his eyes ebbed away. Gradually, it turned to black. Fong Xian clutched his chest, panting hard, crouched on the floor with one hand braced against the ground. As he came to, his heart pounded so fiercely, he felt it might burst from his mouth. His face was pale, a sheen of sweat on his brow. When his body had been taken over, he had watched the King of Slaughter's actions, as if from a god's eye perspective. Looking at the 2 corpses on the floor, Fong Xian had never imagined that the King of Slaughter, spawned by his murderous aptitude, could be so terrifying. Staring at the man's body, a thought flickered through Fong Xin's mind. He had to find a way to fool Ailey and the others. Sensing no surveillance cameras in the place, he finally breathed easier. With the fat man's death, the seals that had immobilized Ailey and the others outside were lifted. The blonde-haired man and He Jinju looked stunned and wary as they turned their heads toward the 3rd floor. They dared not approach the villa, so they bolted to a safe distance, dragging the gravely wounded and unconscious Baru with them out of loyalty as they ran. Ailey looked back to find Fong Xian still inside. She had been the one to bring him here, and with his life uncertain, she could not simply leave. Now that the immobilization had been lifted, only 2 possibilities remained: the fat man was dead, or he had voluntarily released the seal, though the latter was nearly impossible. But if the first were true, this man had reached level 5 by consuming a ban-breaking fruit. Could Fong Xian have killed him? Ailey thought that unlikely, yet she recalled that when she first met Fong Xian he had instantly downed a combatant at the early stage of level 4, perhaps killing the fat man was not completely beyond him. Regardless, she could not abandon Fong Xian. Ailey gritted her teeth, activated her assassination talent, melted into the shadows, and went upstairs. When she saw the fat man's corpse, Ailey froze. He was truly dead. Her gaze fell upon Fong Xian, who lay on his side, his face ashen. Ailey hurried forward. Fong Xian, are you hurt? Fong Xian clutched his chest, and with effort shook his head at her. What happened just now? Did you kill him? Ailey asked again. Fong Xian assumed a solemn tone and lied. I don't know. I was immobilized, then my chest hurt, and I blacked out. I don't know what happened afterward. Ailey placed her hand on his chest and felt his heart pounding violently. It seemed he had not lied. She was baffled. Who had killed the man? Sensing Fong Xin's rapid heartbeat, Ailey quickly lifted him up. He'll take you to the hospital. Then hurry, if you delay you'll be fine, he replied. Ailey paused, unsure how to respond. From the moment she met Fong Xian, he had always had a knack for speaking in an irritatingly cheeky way. Fong Xian gestured that he was fine. He'll rest a bit, and he'll be okay. He glanced at the dead fat man. He's already dead. The trail ends here. There are no clues to be had. Ailey fell silent for a moment, then said, It's okay as long as you're alive, that's what matters. Clues can be found later. I remember you have a spiritual type talent. Once it awakens and your combat strength reaches a certain level, you can use it to force enemies to speak the truth. Fong Xian was slightly startled. His spiritual type talent had such a function. You mean you'll team up with me again next time? He asked. Will you? Ailey's voice was small, cautious, and a little pleading. Fong Xian looked at her. The first time he met Ailey in an alley, her teammates were all dead. The second time at the Ocean Pavilion, 1 died, and 2 were critically wounded. The third time was today. The tall fellow badly injured, hurt so severely head drool even after healing. Fong Xian wondered whether Ailey possessed a strange talent that cursed her teammates, a gift that oddly enough might be useful for infiltrating enemy ranks as a mole. Studying Ailey's expression, Fong Xian rubbed his slowly calming chest. When will we team up next? The exact time is uncertain, but I have a lead. At the earliest, there will be results in 2 weeks. Fong Xian thought seriously and said, 2 weeks? That might not work. I have something. My great uncle is remarrying, and he wants me to be a groomsman. Ailey puckered her lips and smiled sheepishly. It's my fault for not fully verifying the intel. This time we nearly lost our lives. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just reimburse the medical expenses, he said. Ailey pressed her lips, picked up the immobilizing baton from the floor, then the pistol that had nearly killed Baru. She removed the invisibility cloak, slipped the ring from the dead man's finger, and handed it to Fong Xian. This is for you. As promised, the spoils are yours. Fong Xian looked at the ring. To be honest, those items were tempting, but he had been burned by such spoils before. Earlier, when Fong Xian targeted abnormals, he had looted equipment, but such gear often bonded to an owner. If the owner had powerful backers, they could trace the scent left on the equipment. After being disadvantaged once, Fong Xian never picked up gear again. This item bears his scent. If I take it, what if his people come after me? Other spoils must be turned in, but Location 9 has a special channel to erase the scent from spoils for members. You only need to scan the spoils with the Jillian device. Fong Xian picked the items up. He Jinju and the blonde-haired man, sensing the quiet inside, slipped back in from outside. Seeing the dead man, they were all shocked and turned to look at Fong Xian. Did you kill him, Oi? Fong Xian shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Fong Xian repeated to them the same story he had told Ailey. They received it with skepticism. The group split up and searched the room inside and out. He Jinju looked up toward the upstairs. How does a level 5 die like that? The blonde-haired man thought for a moment and then said more firmly, as I suspected, he's a young master sent out by a super organization to gain experience. Either an elder intervened just now, or he carried some immensely destructive treasure weapon. He Jinju licked her lips. I'm increasingly curious about him. At parting, she slipped a small note into Fong Xin's pocket, gave him a remember to call look, and got into the car. Fong Xian pulled out the note. It was a contact number which he tossed aside. He parted with Ailey in a park outside his home. After returning home, Fong Xian took out his Jillian device and indeed found an option for a spoils processing room. Holding the ring, he sensed that it contained a surprisingly large interior, about the size of a room, filled with many items. Besides the immobilizing baton, the revolver, and the invisibility cloak, there was a pile of cash, roughly 7 million. Fong Xian made a small sound of surprise. He sensed something else. It was a very old notebook. Fong Xian took it out. Inside such a large space ring there lay this notebook. It was like a goblin sitting among a crowd of handsome men and beautiful women, impossible to ignore. Opening the notebook, a torn newspaper clipping fluttered down. Fong Xian caught it between his fingers. It was only the size of a palm. The edges were scorched by fire. On it was a news article. The date was from the mid-last century. The article read, After a decade of relentless research by the Leon Corporation's scientific team, a major breakthrough has been achieved in the Primordial Chaos Project. The newly developed Primordial Chaos No. 1 is hailed as a groundbreaking substance. It can comprehensively enhance the abilities of animals that have already awakened their talents. Height-ear savage beasts under the influence of Primordial Chaos No. 1 can even rival the legendary Primordial Divine Beasts. For those with the beast-taming talent, this is a cross-century blessing. This research project achieved 3 leapfrog advancements in a short time thanks to Professor Xiang and his team. Professor Xiang, and the rest was missing. Fong Xian flipped to the other side of the torn newspaper. It was an old photograph showing the massive logo of the Leon Red Company, now a behemoth in the biotechnology field. Fong Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of the Leon Corporation developing a potion to enhance animals. He searched the newspaper online. No relevant entries were found. Then he searched the keywords from the newspaper on the Sky Shield SmartLink system. Still nothing. There was no record of any Primordial Chaos Project or Primordial Chaos No. 1. Fong Xian grew suspicious, feeling that something sinister might be hidden behind this. Calculating the time, the Primordial Chaos No. 1 mentioned in the newspaper appeared decades before the War of the Gods. Fong Xin's gaze fell on the notebook. Opening the notebook, he found it densely covered with diagrams of various biological structures and complex formulas spanning dozens of pages. From some of the text, Fong Xian was astonished to realize that this notebook seemed to contain the core secrets of Primordial Chaos No. 1. Flipping to the back, he saw a few diary entries, though they were incomplete, with many pages torn out. August 2, 2158, overcast. These selfish bastards. They even tried to threaten the teacher's family to steal the core formula of Primordial Chaos No. 1. The teacher burned down the most important lab. I heard their leader was furious and vowed to torture my teacher to death. I'm terrified, but I must listen to my teacher and never submit to such people. September 4, 2158, cloudy. They've all gone mad. The teacher was captured half a month ago. Today these lunatics killed the teacher's wife to get Primordial Chaos No. 1. They claim to be righteous, yet they commit such atrocities. They don't deserve to be called human. December 1, 2158, heavy rain. My mood matches the weather today, utterly terrible. The teacher has been imprisoned for over 3 months. I've exhausted all connections, but I couldn't save him. I heard a young man named Fong Qingdi spoke up for the teacher, or else he would have been beaten to death today. April 12, 2159, overcast. Today during the prison visit, the teacher told me a secret in a code only I could understand. Before he published Primordial Chaos No. 1, he injected it into a savage beast. The experiment was a success. The teacher named that beast Qilin. That beast hasn't matured yet. The teacher told me to flee with the cub. September 19, 2162, sunny turning cloudy. It's been over 2 years since I escaped that place. The past is still vivid. Countless times I've woken from nightmares dreaming of that day of escape. If it weren't for that young man Fong Qingdi letting me go, I would have died 2 years ago. The teacher has been gone for over a year too. That savage beast has gradually grown up. To my surprise, it awakened the talents of wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. No wonder those people tortured my teacher so cruelly. If Primordial Chaos No. 1 fell into the hands of those hypocrites, the consequences would be unimaginable. My time is running out. I don't have the beast-taming talent, so I can't form a contract with this Qilin cub. Yet I can't find a suitable person. That young man with the surname Fong is decent, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the beast-taming talent. December 18, 2162, heavy snow. I can barely hold on any longer. I sent the Qilin into the Divine Demon Ruins, telling it to find an upright and kind person to form a contract with. I used the last of my witchcraft talent to bestow a blessing and a curse upon this notebook. Whoever obtains this notebook, if they are upright and kind, they may form a contract with the Qilin. If they are evil and treacherous, may they die a miserable death. The diary ended there. Slap. Fong Xin's finger stung, as if pricked by something. Without a second thought, he threw the notebook away. He checked his finger, and indeed saw a small red dot on the pad. Fong Xian stared at the notebook he had tossed onto the table. What's wrong with this person? Just for a lousy diary, you have to add a blessing and a curse. See who keeps a diary anyway. Fong Xian rubbed his fingertip, feeling as if something had been added to his body, yet there was no strange change. However, his thoughts drifted back to the diary's content. The diary mentioned his grandfather's name. That meant his grandfather knew the diary writer, and the writer had survived a few more years because Fong Xin's grandfather had let him go. Beyond that, the unfindable Primordial Chaos No. 1 had created a primordial beast known as the Qilin. The diary writer had left the Qilin in the Divine Demon Ruins, saying that if one were upright and kind, they could form a contract with it. Fong Xian rubbed his fingers. He himself had the beast-taming talent. If he could subdue this Qilin, he'd be set. He checked the Divine Demon Ruins mentioned in the diary. It was marked as a forbidden zone. Fong Xian reflected on himself. Apart from being a bit sharp-tongued and probably kind enough, right? No, starting tomorrow, it'll help old ladies cross the street every day? Fong Xian pondered. But how did this involve his grandfather again? He felt as if he were caught in a web of mysteries like a tangled ball of yarn with no end in sight. The slaughter talent, his parents' car accident, Ellie's parents' car accident, Ellie's missing sister, and now this diary. Everything seemed connected, yet the nature of that connection remained elusive. His thoughts gradually returned. He found the option for the loot processing room. To be safe, Fong Xian first scanned the invisibility cloak. It vanished into thin air. A few minutes later, the smart link's indicator light flashed, and the cloak was ejected. Fong Xian picked it up and found it had become ownerless. Then patiently he stuffed the stun stick, the revolver, and other items in one by one. After processing everything, Fong Xian finally felt at ease and reclaimed ownership of all items. Among them, he was most curious about the stun stick. The smart link had evaluated all items. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-grade treasure. The revolver was also a 4th-grade treasure with only 3 bullets capable of killing a 4th-level combatant without any treasure defense in one shot. But the stun stick was a full 9th-grade treasure. It could only be used after reaching the 5th level of combat power. No wonder that person had such an item, but didn't use it until he had consumed the anti-forbidden fruit. At the 5th level, it could only stun those at the same level or below, and only 3 times. As combat power increased, the number of uses would grow. Fong Xian waved the stun stick. This was a real treasure. Unexpected to drop such good equipment. Time passed, and it was nearly 11 at night. Fong Xian sat up from the bed. He took out his grandfather's phone from a secret compartment in the drawer, opened it, and watched the videos in his grandfather's album. Then he turned and walked into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he activated the slaughter rune. 12:30. Fong Xian gazed at his reflection in the mirror. It was just like last night. No matter how dazzlingly he preened, the mirror remained unmoved. His own image in the glass offered no extra reaction. Fong Xian pondered, incessantly wondering which link in the chain had gone awry. Today, every step before the mirror was almost a perfect replica of that day's scenario. Yet the Slaughter King within the mirror refused to emerge. Returning to his bedroom, Fong Xian lay on the bed mulling over what trigger mechanism he might be missing. He tossed and turned, but could not pinpoint the missing piece. Unable to sleep, his thoughts drifted to the divine demon ruins mentioned in the diary, the place where the Qilin resided. That ferocious beast named Qilin by Professor Shang had awakened the 4 talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If he could forge a contract with this Qilin, a being comparable to the primal divine beasts, it would be a tremendous boon. Fong Xian scrolled through the information. The origins of the divine demon ruins were lost to history. Perpetual thick fog shrouded the place, and few who entered ever emerged alive. Even those who stumbled out were driven mad. Top-tier powerhouses who defied the warnings and ventured in were never seen again. From the fragmented words of the lunatics who survived a picture emerged, the ruins were filled with ancient stone statues of deities. But they were so ancient that many were incomplete. Besides these, the ruins harbored countless rare treasures. Though a forbidden zone had opened twice a year. From the hard-won experience of countless fearless warriors who sacrificed their lives, it was known that the divine demon ruins imposed greater restrictions on higher cultivation levels, treating lower-level cultivators more leniently. The midterm and final assessments of the youth training camp were held at the ruins' edges each year. A gleam lit up Fong Xin's eyes. If that were the case, couldn't he use the 2 assessments to enter the ruins at public expense and seek the Qilin? The thought stirred a hint of excitement. But the curse in the notebook was a real nuisance. The man Fong Xian had killed today was a prime example. To some extent, he too had fallen under the notebook's curse. Fong Xian retrieved the diary once more. This time he carefully studied the complex formulas at the beginning. Much of it eluded him, but many sections had annotations. After a thorough reading, Fong Xian sat on the bed, his emotions slightly stirred. This Qilin injected with the primordial No. 1 serum by Professor Shang possessed 4 SS-level talents. If it matured, wouldn't it rival the primal divine beasts? Calculating the time, years had passed since then. Awakened individuals lived far longer than ordinary humans. As Fong Xian knew, some of the first batch were still alive. Logically, this Qilin should also be alive. If it had survived to this day, its combat power was beyond imagination. Stowing the notebook, Fong Xin's eyes blazed with determination. He must find a way to forge a contract with that Qilin. His phone had been buzzing for a while. Picking it up, he saw that in the class group, Qin Juanhao was showing off again, starting with several big red envelopes. Su Xiaoqiang, ever the loyal lackey, was the first to chime in after grabbing a red envelope. Bro, why aren't you asleep yet? Worry. You're about to report to the 7th Division. What's there to worry about? I'm heading to the youth training camp soon. My dad bought me a private jet and wants me to fly there. Honestly, I wanted to take the train to experience life, but my nanny said trains are full of sweaty migrant workers, so I gave up on that. I want to keep a low profile at the camp and not take the jet. I thought of driving, but I can't decide whether to take my 7 million sports car or the 12 million supercar? The 7 million one is cheaper, but I love its style. The 12 million one is perfect except for the design. I'm torn. Qin Juanhao lamented, then sent another message. Qin Juanhao, Chu Xinyao, can you help me choose? He attached photos of the cars. Seeing free spoils, Fong Xian grabbed several red envelopes. Chu Xinyao noticed his activity and messaged, Xiao Fong, you're up too. Yeah, worried. What's on your mind, Doi? I've awakened too many talents and their levels are just so-so. I can't decide which to train first. Keeps me up at night. After Fong Xin's reply, Qin Juanhao fell silent and the group grew quiet. Fong Xin's phone buzzed again. It was a private message from Chu Xinyao. Xiao Fong, my dad said, thank you for saving me last time. He also said he'd like to meet you sometime. Sure, have him schedule it with my secretary. Fong Xian. Chu Xinyao sent an angry emoji. Chu Xinyo's father had always been an enigmatic figure. The sudden invitation to meet caught Fong Xian off guard. He was genuinely curious to see what kind of person he was. When Oi? Fong Xian asked seriously. Chu Xinyao replied, he's been very busy lately and the youth training camp is about to start. You'll be in training so schedules won't align. Let's do it after the midterms during that 1-week break. Fong Xian agreed, all right. You'd better not back out. Chu Xinyao said cheerfully. I won't. Chu Xinyao then warned him, one more thing, my dad has a quirky temper and his work might make him speak sharply. Be mentally prepared. No big deal. I know a bit of martial arts too. Xiao Fong. Chu Xinyao playfully tapped his profile picture in mock anger. Just kidding. I wouldn't actually fight him. Chu Xinyao continued, Xiao Fong, my dad has friends in official circles and in the Heaven Shield Bureau. Once you're at the camp, train hard every day. I'll keep an eye on you. When you come to my house, talk nicely to my dad. I'll plead with him a bit and your promotion in the 9th division will face no obstacles. Otherwise, without a strong backing in that place, even with military merits rising up, will be tough. Fong Xian paused for a few seconds. This topic had been brought up before by Mao Zhugahong. But back then Mao Zhugahong had said that Elder Yi, the top figure of the 9th division, was a sworn brother of Fong Xin's grandfather. As long as Fong Xian didn't make major mistakes, his military merits would ensure a smooth rise without any stumbling blocks. In other words, Fong Xian was the crown prince of the 9th division. Xiao Fong, why aren't you replying? Are you asleep? Fong Pig, him remember to reply to me tomorrow. Good night. Fong Xian paused, then replied, there's no need to trouble your father. Chu Xinyao mistakenly thought Fong Xin's pride was wounded. Xiao Fong, we're about to step into society. This is actually quite normal. To thrive in society, having connections is important. I understand your thoughts. You have ample ability and your own pride wanting to carve out your own path through sheer effort. But if you work hard and have support, it can save you many detours. Fong Xian smiled. The logic Chu Xinyao spoke of was not lost on him. Regardless of the era, to grow strong and endure, one needed both solid personal strength and a powerful backing. Chu Xinyao continued, take Zhuge Heng from the 9th division for instance. My father told me that even a terrifying prodigy like Zhuge Heng inevitably has the vast Zhuge family behind him. Fong Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected that white-haired fellow to have such a formidable background. Truly, comparisons could be infuriating. Chu Xinyao seemed to recall something. Oh, one more thing. You can listen but decide for yourself. My father said that Zhuge Heng is highly likely to become the director of the 9th division in the future, or even take the position of the first chief of the Sky Shield Bureau. At the very least, he'll be the 3rd chief. Moreover, the Zhuge family behind him is a prominent clan throughout Dragon Nation. If possible, you must build a good relationship with Zhuge Heng. It will greatly benefit your future. Fong Xian looked at the long message Chu Xinyao had sent. To be honest, Fong Xian disliked brown-nosing. He had always held people like Su Xiaoqiang in contempt. Even if such people often fared well in reality, that didn't stop Fong Xian from despising them. Moreover, whether it was the white-haired Zhuge Heng or Chu Xinyo's father, he was ultimately an outsider to them. They wouldn't wholeheartedly help him without expecting something in return. So seeking their patronage was no better than kowtowing to the first emperor and begging for ancestral blessings. But Fong Xian understood Chu Xinyo's intentions. Her mother worked in government, so Chu Xinyao had grown up exposed to many people. She knew society was a web of relationships and wanted to give Fong Xian a hand. Seeing that Fong Xian hadn't replied for a while, Chu Xinyao sent another message. Xiao Fong, it's okay if you don't want to compromise. Just know that I've got your back. If you don't like this, I'll handle these matters. I am your strongest support. Fong Xian smiled. He and Chu Xinyao had known each other since kindergarten. The reason Chu Xinyao was so good to him was partly due to their strong bond, and partly because she hadn't always been as beautiful as she was now. In elementary school, she was chubby and naive, often bullied for her love of eating and her weight. But Fong Xian always stood up for her. Back then, Chu Xinyo's parents hadn't yet made it big. Both were workaholics and paid little attention to her. Fong Xian remembered once when she was seriously ill, her father didn't even come to see her. Her mother came once, but left after a phone call. At that time, Fong Xin's parents were still alive, and they took care of Chu Xinyao. Fong Xin replied. Then from now on it'll just be a trinket hanging off Sister Yao's leg. Okay, Xiao Fong. I'm sleepy, wanna sleep. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Fong Xin lay in bed and glanced out the window. Tonight Lawn City was eerily quiet. Because Transcendence often moved at night, Lawn City had a curfew, no going out after midnight. Yet even so there were usually occasional sounds, and police patrols were common. Not like tonight, which was so silent. Watching the flickering sky shield communicator, Fong Xin picked it up and saw new messages in the 9th Division Youth Training Camp group. The instigator was still that Shi Tailang. I heard there's a placement test after the training camp starts this year. Did you know? Zhang Yaozu replied quickly, not just this year. It's every year. Shi Tailang said, damn, my brother told me that in the placement test well-face puppets ranked from level 1 to level 3 based on our combat power. But the 9th Division's placement test is also called the Devil's Trial. Each level's puppets are the peak of that level's combat power. In other words, our 9th Division's level 1 puppets can beat the level 2 puppets from other divisions' tests. I heard barely anyone clears the 9th Division's placement test without injury unless they have level 4 combat power. Level 4 combat power. Are you kidding? A person named Shin Yu spoke. Not necessarily. Someone who awakens an SS strength talent early could reach level 4. There have been cases in history. Zhang Yaozu said. Shi Tailang immediately replied. How you yourself said in history. In the entire Dragon Nation, from the discovery of talent awakening in the last century to now nearly 2 centuries, only 2 high school students have awakened SS strength talents and reached level 4 combat power at that age. Fatty, can't you argue without me? Zhang Yaozu said angrily. Shi Tailang sent a hee-hee emoji. By the way, have you all awakened your talents? What combat level are you? He'll go first. I'm early level 2. Damn it, I'm only peak level 1. You fatso are already level 2. Zhang Yaozu said. I'm peak level 1 too. Shin Yu said. Shi Tailang exclaimed. Damn, then aren't we all screwed? Remember to bring all kinds of medicine when you come. What about the 3 of you? What combat levels? Fong Xin looked at the messages in the group. The current youth training camp was akin to the universities of long ago, but he had heard that back then college students had it relatively easy, whereas now the so-called training camp was exhausting like dogs. Fortunately, upon graduation, the training camp guaranteed job placement with generous allowances and great benefits. Had heard that in the past graduates often faced unemployment and ended up as mere laborers in society. The earlier talent test was just a test. Of course, the higher the talent level, the earlier the awakening. Currently, Fong Xin's power-type talent allowed him to exert peak level 3 combat power. His slaughter talent granted peak level 4 combat power, and if he summoned the Slaughter King, he could reach peak level 5 combat power. That meant he could barely squeeze into the top 3 in the entire history of Dragon Nation. Suddenly, Bai Yulin sent a message to change the subject. Did you know that tonight in the Red Lotus District, there's a district-wide decapitation operation against Transcendence? Bai Yulin, Fong Xin brother Xin, your Lawn City, is also part of this operation. How's the situation over there? Fong Xin paused, stood up, and looked out the window. No wonder it was so eerily quiet tonight. Just as he was about to reply, a hand appeared out of nowhere. It groped around a few times, then grabbed Fong Xin's arm and yanked hard. Fong Xin vanished from where he stood. Fong Xin found his vision blurring. When everything returned to normal, he saw white hair standing beside him, hands in his pockets, still wearing a pair of sunglasses in the dead of night. Fong Xin looked down and realized he was about 500 meters above the ground, which startled him so much he nearly swayed. Instinctively, he grabbed White Hair's arm. White Hair flashed his signature grin, revealing small white teeth. Good evening. Fong Xin steadied himself and quipped. Brother, it's the middle of the night. If you wanted to talk, you could have just come to my place instead of dragging me out here. What if you had pulled me out while I was in the bathroom or showering? I'd be naked. Zhu Geheng tilted his chin downward. I brought you here to do some part-time work and earn some points so you can buy things when school starts. Fong Xin was puzzled and looked down. He found himself hovering above, launching. The entire city spread out before his eyes. Tonight launching seemed far from peaceful. Standing midair, looking down from above. The entire city was covered by a massive hemispherical barrier. Residents' homes were shielded by nearly transparent light films, preventing enemies from escaping and isolating noise to avoid disturbing the public. Battles of various scales were erupting across launching. Fong Xin quickly realized this was the decapitation operation Bai Yulin had mentioned in the group chat tonight. Are you the person in charge of this decapitation operation targeting aberrants in Honglian district for launching? Zhu Geheng hovered in the night sky, hands in his pockets, shaking his head. Not the overall head of launching. I'm the provincial head of the entire operation for Qingzhou province. Fong Xin clicked his tongue. This white hair had shown off again. Zhu Geheng looked down and continued explaining to Fong Xin. These aberrants are mostly remnants of the Yongya army. Your history textbooks mention them, so I won't go into detail. These people want to revive Yongya. There are organized and unorganized aberrants, but any who threaten ordinary citizens are targets of the Tiandun Bureau. Fong Xin recalled what Zhu Geheng had just said. What did you mean by points? After entering the youth training camp, the authorities provide students with some resources, but relying solely on that isn't enough for growth. The authorities aren't a charity, so they assign tasks for students to earn points which can be exchanged for needed resources. Killing a level 1 enemy earns 100 points, level 2 earns 200, and so on up to level 5. For wanted enemies, there are bonus points. Of course, you can exchange real money for points, but 1 million only gets you 100 points. Your parents left you tens of millions in cash, which would only get you a few thousand points. Some rare resources and treasures cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points. Your assets aren't enough, and it's not cost-effective. Moreover, many resources are controlled by the authorities and major factions. Money alone can't buy them. In the world of awakened beings, points are the real currency, far more valuable than cash. Most importantly, points reflect a true awakened strength. If I had 100 million points and spent them all, wouldn't that mean I'm weak? Zhu Gaheng grinned, showing his small white teeth. Awakened beings have a point rank system. Each level has different star ratings. With 100 million points, your star rating would be high and others would know your strength just by looking at your card. Fong Xian nodded. Where's the card Xiaolu gave you and your smart device? I didn't bring them. They're on my desk. Zhu Gaheng reached out and his arm vanished into the void. After a few seconds, he pulled out the bank card containing 1 million and handed it to Fong Xian. Every new student at the 9th division gets a card with 1 million cash equivalent to 100 points. After you kill enemies, the system will automatically increase your points. Fong Xian took the card and then the smart device from Zhu Gaheng. So if I kill enemies normally, will I earn points? Yes, but after the battle you need to scan the enemy. If the information is verified and they're confirmed as aberrants, your points will increase. Of course, scanning enemies killed by others won't work, so don't get any ideas. Then how do they confirm I didn't kill them? Zhu Gaheng explained. When the smart device scans a corpse, it captures the deceased's aura. The back-end reviewers, usually perception-type talent users, read part of the victim's memories before death through their talent, comparing them with your profile in the database. If verified, your points increase. Fong Xian looked at the smart device in his hand. No wonder it was also called the all-purpose device. It was truly powerful. Any other questions? Zhu Gaheng inquired. If I kill an enemy with someone else, how are points split? Based on the proportion of damage each of you dealt to the enemy. Fong Xian nodded. Understood. Good. Let's begin. Wait, can I at least put on some shoes? Fong Xian quickly said. He had been dragged from bed still in his pajamas and barefoot. Zhu Gaheng flashed his small white teeth. If an enemy ambushes you while you're on the toilet, do you think they'll wait for you to finish wiping? With that, he lightly patted Fong Xian on the back. Good luck. Fong Xin's vision blurred. He found himself inside a barrier with 3 level 2 aberrants and 1 level 3 aberrant. A 5-member team from the Tiandun Bureau was present. Everyone froze at the sudden appearance of Fong Xian, who stood in his pajamas barefoot between both sides. Neither side knew whose side Fong Xian was on. The ground was covered in dirty puddles, forcing Fong Xian to stand on one leg like a golden rooster. A ferocious-looking aberrant stared at him. Ascend to the highest heavens, descend to the deepest yellow springs. Fong Xian hesitated. Both vast and boundless, nowhere to be found. The aberrant sneered. Wrong password. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air. Fong Xian felt a chill rise from his feet and saw a nearly transparent hand emerge from the dirty water beneath him. It was a wraith-type talent. Swish. A flash of light. The Tiandun Bureau squad leader's smart device transformed into a laser sword, slicing off the nearly transparent hand. Protect him, the squad leader ordered. A team member stepped in front of Fong Xian. Don't move. How did you get here? Fong Xian pointed upward into the night sky, where beneath the crescent moon a figure loomed between heaven and earth. That white hair brought me here. The team member guarding Fong Xian froze momentarily, instinctively lifting his gaze toward the sky. Upon spotting that figure overhead, he was stunned anew. You were brought by Instructor Zhuge. Are you a new recruit from Division 9? Yes. As they spoke, a fresh round of combat erupted between the squad and the 3 anomalies. The squad's leader possessed an electricity-based aptitude, combat level 3. The hulking anomaly before them, wielding a vengeful spirit affinity, was also ranked level 3. The two clashed evenly. Just as the battle reached its fever pitch, the Hulk staggered backward and slammed his palm onto the ground. A grotesque sigil shimmered into view upon the earth. With a sharp upward tug, the ground split open, and from the fissure crawled a corpse resembling a shambling zombie. Its body oozed foul, putrid mucus that reeked of decay. The cadaver itself radiated level 3 combat energy. The Hulk bared his teeth in a savage grin. All of you will die. Fall back. The team member shielding Fong Xian thrust him behind his back. Fong Xian had just said he'd been brought by Mao, but he still wore his pajamas. The junior operative surmised this new recruit from Division 9 must have been yanked straight from bed by Instructor Zhuge and hurled into the crucible of war. After all, Zhuge never followed convention. And in Division 9's infamous monster chamber, tossing an unenrolled novice onto the battlefield was hardly extraordinary. Stay behind me, the junior operative instructed Fong Xin. Every new recruit assigned to Division 9 was a prodigy without peer. He dared not underestimate him. If Fong Xin perished under their watch, the consequences would be catastrophic. Was this truly a trial for the recruit? Or perhaps more accurately, a crucible for the seasoned operatives of other divisions? Yet unexpectedly, Fong Xin suddenly dashed forward. The junior operative shouted, "What are you doing?" The Hulk, who had just summoned the zombie, sneered at Fong Xin's charge. "Strong physique. You'll make an excellent undead specimen." Out of the corner of his eye, the squad leader confronting the Hulk saw Fong Xin sprinting headlong toward the level 3 anomaly. Hey, what the? The word "what" never left his lips. Fong Xin launched himself into the air, elbows like cleavers, knees like spears, and drove his knee like a lance straight into the Hulk's face. The Hulk's face shattered on impact. Fong Xin wrapped both arms around the man's skull, clamped his knees tight, then twisted his waist with brutal precision. Crack, snapping the Hulk's neck instantly. The motion was flawless, clean, decisive, utterly devoid of hesitation. As the Hulk fell lifeless, the zombie slumped forward inert, as though its power source had been severed. Before the Hulk's corpse even struck the ground, Fong Xin pushed off, firing a crimson laser blade from his SmartLink device, piercing the second anomaly's forehead. With a swift flick, he withdrew the blade, shaped like a Tangera saber, and executed a seamless Tsubomegeshi. He pressed his back flush against the final anomaly, then thrust the laser blade beneath his arm, transfixing the foe's chest with surgical precision. Fong Xin withdrew the blade. Though its sounds drawn out, it unfolded in the blink of an eye. High above, Zhuge Hung watched Fong Xin's movements, and slowly curved his lips into a faint, approving smile. Impressive. Fong Xin slipped the SmartLink device into his pajama pocket, knelt beside a fallen anomaly of similar build and shoe size, sniffed the footwear, and immediately retched, flinging it aside. Turning back, he found the entire squad staring at him, faces frozen in disbelief. Their expressions screamed astonishment. Was this the combat prowess of a Division 9 recruit? No wonder they called Division 9 the Monster Chamber. A mere recruit, already this terrifying. Was there any law left? Any justice? Still, achieving level 3 combat proficiency before enrollment marked him as exceptional, even within Division 9. Though his habit of sniffing corpses' shoes did seem peculiar. But none of that mattered. Every genius bore eccentricities. The squad leader stepped forward and snapped a crisp salute. "Greetings, I'm Tian Juanhue, Division 6. Fong Xin quickly rose, noticing the emblem pinned to the man's chest, a coiling cloud, encircling the character Lu. "Sir, I'm Fong Xin. Fong Xin returned the salute. The other operatives followed suit, saluting him in unison. Tian Junhui hastily covered Fong Xin's mouth. No, brother, please don't call me sir. You're a new recruit from Division 9, correct?" His teammates exchanged amused glances. Fong Xin blinked, puzzled, but nodded. "Yes." Tian Junhui chuckled. Division 9 recruits hold rank equivalent to squad leaders across all other divisions. Honestly, I couldn't bear the title. Fong Xin paused, startled. So Division 9's prestige truly knew no bounds. Tian Junhui continued, "Will you accompany us next?" Fong Xin stood balanced on one leg. "Either way is fine, but first I need to find an anomaly whose shoes don't stink." Only then did the others notice Fong Xin stood barefoot. No wonder he'd sniffed the dead man's footwear. No bizarre fetish, just pragmatic desperation. A scan from the SmartLink device caused the corpse to vanish into thin air. His pajama pocket glowed faintly. He pulled out a bank card. The display flickered from 100. The digits shifted, settling at 520. Of the 3 anomalies defeated, 2 were level 2, 1 level 3. 3 anomalies yielded 700 points total. Tian Juanhue's squad dealt 40% of the damage, Fong Xin 60%, so he claimed 60% of the total points. Fong Xin looked sheepish. "I've taken most of your points. How about this? We work together, you rack up damage, I finish them off. More targets mean more points, right?" Tian Junhui glanced at his team. They nodded readily. They'd seen Fong Xin's strength firsthand. With volume on their side, accumulating points would be effortless. Agreed. Tian Junhui raised his wrist. The holographic display projected a 3-dimensional map of Lan City, dotted with pulsing red markers indicating anomalies. Fong Xin studied the device curiously. He'd first seen one on AI Li. "What is this?" Tian Junhui explained. "This is a Tian Dun watch, a basic SmartLink device shaped like a wristwatch issued upon graduation from the youth training camp. It's both a tool and a mark of status. But Division 9 graduates receive the Tian Dun ring instead, a far more advanced model." Fong Xin nodded, enlightened. "Ah, I see." Tian Junhui pointed to several red blips. "There are fleeing anomalies here. Shall we go?" "Let's go." Noticing Fong Xin's bare feet, Tian Junhui rotated his wristwatch and produced a pair of shoes. "Fresh ones, if you'll accept them." Fong Xin accepted them gratefully. "I'm honored." I'd never refuse. Slipping them on, he declared, then let's move out. The squad surged toward the red markers. Half an hour later, Tian Junhui and his team wore broad grins. Under Fong Xian's leadership, they'd cleared 4 enemy squads in record time. They focused on dealing damage. Fong Xian delivered the final blow. Points were split nearly evenly. Fong Xian checked his card. The balance had climbed from 520 to 1,570. As Tian Junhui explained, checking the balance required only placing the card atop a SmartLink device. Yet the city's anomalies remained far from eradicated. Tian Junhui selected another anomaly squad, but now deferred to Fong Xian's judgment before acting. Fong Xian had already become their de facto core. Fong Xian assessed the enemy 5 individuals, 2 level 3-2, level 2-1, level 1. Engage. He'd encountered anomalies many times before, rapacious, cruel beyond redemption. Eliminating them carried no moral weight. Minutes later, Fong Xian led his team directly into their path. In the first exchange, Fong Xian gravely wounded 1 level 3 adversary, then signaled his squad to press the assault while he waited poised to strike at the perfect moment. Just as victory seemed assured, the enemy's lowest-ranked member, a level 1 youth, let out a guttural cry. His face was hideous, his narrow eyes blazing with malice. "Grandpa, Grandma, save me." A chill shot through Fong Xian. His perception affinity flared. An overwhelming wave of danger surged toward him. Fong Xian dodged sideways just as the ground beneath him exploded upward. A colossal centipede erupted from the earth, jaws agape, rows of serrated fangs snapping shut where he'd stood moments before. Missing its target, the centipede coiled and lunged toward the nearest operative. As the man turned to flee, a voice rang out, "Dare to run, and you'll trip." The words hung in the air, and the fleeing operative stumbled, collapsing mid-stride. The centipede seized his calf and tore it clean off. Only then did they see perched upon the beast's armored back sat an elderly man and woman. Their faces were grim hollow. The old man's lips glistened with fresh blood, his yellowed eyes locked onto Fong Xian with predatory intensity. A young man gifted with strength affinity, so young yet so potent. "Wife, drain his blood. Let our precious grandson drink it. It'll fortify him immensely." The crone beside him cackled, her voice like dry bones scraping stone. "Indeed. There'll be plenty to fill 2 bowls. One for you, one for me, and the rest for our beloved grandson." Beep, beep, beep. Tian Junhui stared at his wristwatch. Its display flashed 3 red dots, then 4. Level 4 Beast Tamer. Level 3 Witchcraft Practitioner. Fong Xian glanced skyward, only to find Zhuge hung vanished from the night air, gone without a trace. His hand drifted instinctively toward his ring. Zhuge Heng's whereabouts were unknowable. Better to hold back his slaughter affinity for now. Fortunately, his ring held an invisibility cloak and a revolver, capable of ending the level 4 elder with a single shot. Tian Junhui and his team dragged the injured operative back to safety. Without hesitation, they moved to call for reinforcements from their commanding officer, requesting immediate support. "Please," but the crone astride the centipede sneered, "Dare to call for aid, and your tongue will rot." The operatives choked, blood welling black and thick from their mouths. Fong Xian's eyebrows shot upward, his eyes widened in shock. What in the blazes? Could curse-based witchcraft really be this potent? The crone's amber irises fixed on Fong Xian, not with hatred but with raw, ravenous hunger. "To think you'd dream of surviving after crossing paths with us. Grandfather, kill him. Let our grandson drink his blood." The colossal centipede reared its upper body high into the air. The old man on its back licked his blood-stained lips. It seemed he had just drunk human blood before arriving. The old man's gray-blue eyes fixed on Fong Xian with an eerie glow. He slapped the centipede beneath him and commanded, "Kill him." The nearly 10-meter-long centipede opened its maw and let out a piercing shriek. It lunged down to devour Fong Xian. Without a second thought, Tian Junhui and his companions threw out their SmartLink devices, assembling them into a hemispherical barrier. The barrier shielded them within. "Hold the barrier. Call for backup." Tian Junhui's words were slurred as dark black blood trickled from his mouth. The nearby team members also sent out distress signals. The centipede opened its massive maw and bit down on the barrier with a thunderous crash. An old woman held a human skin drum in her hand. As she shook her wrist, the drum emitted a strange, dizzying sound. Her mouth was full of yellow teeth, nauseating to behold, and her hoarse voice scraped like nails on iron. "If you don't open the barrier, your teammates will all die." The barrier's light visibly dimmed. Tian Junhui remained calm and said, "Xiao Chong, your spiritual talent counters her witchcraft talent. Attack her." A young man beside Tian Junhui, even before he finished speaking, fixed his gaze on the old woman and launched a mental attack. A nearly transparent psychic blade shot toward her head. But unexpectedly, the old woman pulled out a strange scarf from somewhere, draped it over her head, and blocked all mental attacks. The old woman sneered sinisterly. "Old man, attack from beneath the barrier." Hearing this, the old man rose, stomped his foot, and the centipede beneath him plunged straight into the ground. Tian Junhua's face paled as he shouted tile. A young man with a simple, honest face pressed his hands to the ground. The earth instantly turned as hard as iron. The centipede's massive head thrust upward, lifting a huge chunk of ground. The barrier sat atop that chunk of earth. The centipede pushed upward with all its might, ready to hurl the barrier and its occupants into the sky before smashing them to pieces. Tian Junhua's expression was grim as he forced himself to stay calm. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Several blue dots were rapidly converging toward them. Fong Xian, don't be afraid. Backup is on the way. You. Huh. Where's Fong Xian? Tian Junhui spoke with a slurred, dark blood still flowing from his mouth. But as he spoke, he turned his gaze and realized Fong Xian had vanished. The other team members exchanged bewildered glances. When the centipede had lifted them, Fong Xian had been standing at the back. They had been focused on the enemy's attacks and hadn't noticed, but now Fong Xian was gone. Their faces grew heavy. As the barrier descended, a gunshot suddenly rang out before the old man with the beast-taming talent. A flash of fire appeared from a meter away, striking his head. His skull burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the old woman's face. She screamed in terror, "If you dare take off that invisibility cloak, your whole family." Before she could finish her curse, Fong Xian, clad in the invisibility cloak, was already before her. He twisted his waist and threw a punch. The old woman's jaw twisted sideways, half her teeth flying out, and her body hurtled through the air. Fong Xian possessed the strength talent, granting him immense power. The strength talent was often scorned by many awakened for its sheer brutality. In close combat, it was the undisputed king. Once it got close, a single punch could obliterate a body. Some awakened trained their physiques specifically so that when a strength user approached, they might at least leave a complete corpse. Under Fong Xin's punch, the old woman flew sideways like a weed in the wind. Fong Xian was no saint. Fearing the old woman might not be dead, he flashed forward and delivered another punch, smashing her head into the wall. Cursing whose family to die? My parents died long ago. Your damn curse does nothing to me. Fong Xian muttered a stream of curses, then still unsatisfied, kicked her twice more. It all happened so fast. By the time the old man and woman were dead, both sides had only just reacted. The massive centipede let out a piercing roar as if provoked, writhing wildly on the spot and smashing through several walls. Fong Xian, still wearing the invisibility cloak, closed in on the enemy team swiftly. One punch per enemy, each strike landing with brutal force and critical damage. Every blow targeted a vital spot. In moments, Fong Xian had wiped out the remaining enemies. As each fell, an imperceptible blood-red light seeped from their bodies and instantly merged into Fong Xian. It all happened so quickly that no one noticed a thing. The moment the old beast-tamer's blood light merged into Fong Xian, he felt a strange new sensation, as if he had absorbed the other's talent, enhancing his own beast-taming ability. Fong Xian picked up the two old people's treasure artifacts and space rings. Checking them, he found a motley collection of items inside. The bank card in his pajama pocket flickered like a strobe light. He pulled it out. Just the old couple were both on the wanted list, so one was worth 450 points, the other 350, a total of 800 points, all awarded to Fong Xian. As for the five-man team, Tian Junhua's squad had dealt 37 of the damage, while Fong Xian contributed 63. Out of the total 1100 points, Fong Xian took 693. Fong Xin's total points now reached 3063. He grinned from ear to ear. That was equivalent to over 30 million in cash. In the distance, a squad was rapidly approaching. The insignia on their chests bore the character Lu for the 6th Bureau. Seeing Tian Junhui and his team with dark blood at the corners of their mouths and a pile of corpses, with Fong Xian standing among them in his pajamas grinning foolishly, everyone immediately assumed a combat stance facing Fong Xian. Tian Junhui quickly grabbed the squad leader's arm. Though his speech was still slurred, it was understandable. Captain Zhang, he's a new trainee from the 9th Bureau. Captain Zhang froze, staring at the corpses, then at Fong Xian. You mean this 9th Bureau rookie killed a level 4 beast tamer? And a level 3, which plus a 5-man team. Captain Zhang's entire squad stared in disbelief at the pajama-clad rookie from the 9th Bureau. This was too incredible. They knew the 9th Bureau's monster room was full of prodigies, but a rookie who hadn't even officially enrolled killing a level 4 beast tamer, a level 3, witch, and a 5-man team. Wasn't that a bit too much? Is he level 4? Captain Zhang asked, his throat tight and dry. After all, at this age, only 2 people in the entire history of Longhua had reached level 4. Fong Xian pocketed the card and turned to Captain Zhang. I'm not as strong as you think. I'm only level 3. I could only kill them with the help of treasure artifacts. Captain Zhang clicked his tongue. Level 3 is still incredible. Even in the 9th Bureau, you'd be a standout. Fong Xian pointed at the centipede still writhing and thrashing. What do we do with this? You killed its master, so the centipede is your trophy. It's up to you. Before Fong Xian could speak, a voice rang out. You have the beast-taming talent. Do you want to subdue it? A white-haired man appeared out of nowhere, stepping down spatial stairs until he stood 30 centimeters off the ground, hands in his pockets as always. Instructor Zhuge. All the team members saluted. Zhuge Heng just grunted in acknowledgement. When Fong Xian was in danger earlier, the white-haired man had appeared over launching. But just as he arrived, he saw Fong Xian had already killed the old couple and a team. Zhuge Heng's lips curled up in delight. Like finding a treasure. Fong Xian turned around knowing the white-haired man was everywhere, so he had held back and not used his killing talent. Hearing the white-haired man's words, Fong Xian looked at the massive centipede and shook his head. Too ugly. No thanks. Thinking of the majestic Qilin mentioned in the diary, he had found this centipede was nothing. This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede, and its potential is high. It can at least accompany you to level 10. Zhuge Heng reminded him again. Can I exchange it for something else? Zhuge Heng nodded. If you really don't want it, you can go to the 10,000 Beasts Palace and swap it for something similar. With a snap of his fingers, the centipede vanished. Several members of the 6th Bureau looked at Fong Xian with envy. This white-haired man was known as the strongest prodigy of the century at the 9th Bureau. To have his protection meant an immeasurable future. Oh, I almost forgot. Your beast-taming talent hasn't fully awakened yet. Let me take you to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to awaken it. Snap. After the snap, the scenery shifted. They appeared on a mountaintop, and then the view twisted again. This repeated 3 times. They found themselves in a luxurious bedroom. On a massive bed slept a man with a beard, long hair, and a hairy chest. He was flanked by 2 stunning beauties of contrasting styles. The 3 seemed to have just finished several rounds of battle and were sleeping soundly. Zhuge Heng sat in a chair and poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. Thick black smoke rose from beneath the bed. A massive shadow emerged from under the bed, resembling a giant python. Closer inspection revealed it was a huge serpent with a bump on its forehead. It was 1 step away from transforming into a flood dragon. The serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged at Zhuge Heng. He turned his head, tilting it slightly. His sunglasses slid down slightly from the motion, revealing eyes blazing with thunderous light. Scram! The fierce serpent's eyes flickered with intense wariness. It immediately retreated to the bedside and nudged the bearded man with its head. The man woke with a start, staring at the leisurely tea-sipping Zhuge Heng. He instantly sobered up and said with a mix of exasperation and annoyance, "Mr. Zhuge, what brings you here in the dead of night instead of sleeping?" Zhuge Heng swirled the teacup lid, stirring the leaves, and took a sip. "I've heard of Palace Master Shang's skill with beasts, but I didn't expect your skill with people to be equally impressive." The bearded man sat on the bed. The 2 women beside him were also startled awake. Upon waking, they found 2 strangers in the room. Both women screamed, clutching their chests as they shrank into Palace Master Shang's arms. He held them close, signaling that all was well. "Master Zhuge, what brings you to the 10,000 Beasts Palace at this hour?" Zhuge Heng pushed up his sunglasses, obscuring his eyes. "Put away the gun first. I dislike being aimed at." Palace Master Shang lowered his head, hastily grabbing a pair of shorts from the side and pulling them on. He casually grabbed a golden robe, slipped it on, and stepped down from the bed. "Now can you tell me what brings you here in the dead of night?" "I've recruited a new student with beast-taming talent. I've brought him to the 10,000 Beasts Palace for a complete awakening and to select 2 suitable beasts for a contract." Palace Master Shang frowned, glancing at Fong Xian, who was still in his pajamas. "You came all the way here in the middle of the night for this?" he asked, sitting down. "I had other matters to attend to during the day. I had no time to bring him then." Palace Master Shang scrutinized Fong Xian from head to toe, noticing the bloodstains on his sleeves and shoes. "A new student with beast-taming talent that you value so highly. That means at least in Shrank beast-taming talent. MHM Shrank. Oh, and it's in Shrank achieved without any potions." Palace Master Shang's hand, which was tying his robe's sash, suddenly froze. "And Shrank without potions. That means it's an S-Rank beast-taming talent." As he spoke, Palace Master Shang stared at Fong Xian like a beast that had been starved for too long, its eyes gleaming with a predatory light, as if it had found fresh flesh and blood. "Master Zhuge, could you let him join our 10,000 Beasts Palace?" "Absolutely not. Master Zhuge, while the 9th Bureau is powerful, every craft has its specialty. In the realm of beast-taming talent, we at the 10,000 Beasts Palace are far ahead. If you let him join me, I will devote everything to nurturing him." Palace Master Shang stared at Fong Xian like an old lecher eyeing a stunning beauty, practically drooling with desire. But Zhuge Heng refused without hesitation. "That's not possible." "Why not? He has beast-taming talent. Only here in the 10,000 Beasts Palace can he truly develop his gift." Zhuge Heng set down his teacup. "Beast-taming is not his primary talent." "What? An S-Rank beast-taming talent isn't his primary talent? Then what is?" Palace Master Shang stood up, agitated. "An SS-Rank strength talent." Palace Master Shang walked around Fong Xian, hands behind his back, and forced a smile he thought was friendly, patting Fong Xian on the shoulder. "Young man, what's your name?" "Fong Xian." Palace Master Shang paused. "Fong Xian. I don't recall seeing that name on the list of new SS rank students this year. Zhuge Heng chuckled. Didn't I just say? He didn't use any potions. Palace Master Shang slapped his forehead, eyeing Fong Xin with envy. All the good talents are snapped up by your 9th bureau. He sat back down, pouring himself a cup of tea. Master Zhuge were old friends. You know I'm half a businessman. A businessman always considers profit before anything else. Awakening a beast-taming talent at the 10,000 Beasts Palace offers far more benefits than anywhere else. Your future affinity with beasts will be incredibly high, making it much easier to form contracts. Zhuge Heng cut to the chase. If the 10,000 Beasts Palace awakens his talent, it'll give you a piece of information. Palace Master bargained. You also mentioned giving him a beast. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers, and a giant centipede appeared in the bedroom. This is what he brought. Exchange it for something of equal value. Of course, if you want to build a good relationship with him and give him something of a higher grade, I certainly wouldn't mind. It's up to you. Palace Master Shang smiled, glancing at Fong Xin again. His eyes still showed a desire to keep him at the 10,000 Beasts Palace. But knowing he couldn't compete with this white-haired man for a recruit, he ultimately held back. All right, so what's this information you mentioned? Palace Master Shang asked again. Zhuge Heng flashed his signature grin, showing his white teeth. First, awaken his talent. He'll tell you afterward. The news I have is guaranteed to keep you up tonight with excitement. Palace Master Shang stood up. Master Zhuge, of everyone in the Tiandun Bureau, you are the one I most enjoy doing business with. I only consider you a friend. You're straightforward. So are we ready for the awakening? Come on, I'll take you. Zhuge Heng smiled. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? The moment the words left his mouth, the surroundings blurred and twisted. When the scene froze again, Fong Xin found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A winding path snaked its way to the summit, obscured by the lush green trees along the way. Palace Master Shang clicked his tongue. No wonder spatial talent is considered one of the top talents. Zhuge Heng tilted his head, signaling for Palace Master Shang to lead the way, and added casually, it's personal skill, don't attribute it to the talent itself. Palace Master Shang laughed heartily, the night wind blowing his golden robe open to reveal his hairy chest. As they climbed, he chatted, I heard a rumor that you're up for a promotion, Master Zhuge. Is that true? Zhuge Heng laughed upon hearing this. Who told you that? I heard it the other day while chatting with some people from the Five Elements Alliance. Zhuge Heng climbed the steps. I was given two choices. One was to go to the church and serve as the governor of the Red Lotus District. The other was to pick any of the other 8 bureaus to be its director. Palace Master Shang paused slightly in his steps before continuing onward. And what did you finally choose, Master Zhuge? I went to the old codger who signed the transfer order. After a cordial and friendly discussion, he ultimately agreed to let me stay in the 9th bureau. I don't have to go anywhere. Palace Master Shang turned to look at Zhuge Heng. Master Zhuge being asked by the church to be the governor of the Red Lotus District. That's a promotion. Zhuge Heng was utterly dismissive. Those old priests in the church are good for nothing but manipulating minds and playing power games. They annoy me just by looking at them. Palace Master Shang, as if electrocuted, quickly covered Zhuge Heng's mouth. Master Zhuge, you absolutely must not say such things. Zhuge Heng pushed Palace Master Shang's hand away in disgust. I said it. If they want to cause trouble, they can come to me. Palace Master Shang kept looking around nervously, his expression and movements showing he was afraid of being overheard. Deciding not to continue this topic with Zhuge Heng, Palace Master Shang led them to the mountaintop. On the summit stood a massive altar. In the center of the altar was a huge staircase. It had a total of 9 steps. But upon closer inspection, one could see that atop the 9 steps lay the skeleton of a coiled dragon. At the highest step, the 9th, was the dragon's skull. Zhuge Heng tilted his head towards Fong Xin. Go up. Get as far as you can. Palace Master Shang reminded him from the side. If you feel too much pressure going up, stop. Try to stay as long as you can on the step you can handle. But don't push yourself too hard, especially on the last 3 steps. Still, since you have an S-rank beast-taming talent, gritting your teeth and holding on for a while on the 8th step shouldn't be a problem. What's the benefit of staying up there? Fong Xin asked curiously. Palace Master Shang explained patiently. The Dragon Bone's aura will awaken your beast-taming talent. This aura will merge with your own. The longer you stay, the more Dragon Bone aura you'll have within you. In the future, when you want to form a contract with a spirit beast, or even a divine beast, what takes others 3 hours will only take you 3 minutes. Fong Xin began to walk up the steps. He could indeed feel a strange aura, like the presence of a wild beast, which carried a certain pressure. Fong Xin easily climbed the first 4 steps. As he went higher, the pressure increased, giving him the feeling of being stared at by the king of beasts. But for Fong Xin, it was effortless. In no time, he reached the 7th step. The pressure had increased significantly, but Fong Xin felt it was nothing difficult. He then stepped onto the 8th step. The pressure was almost double that of the 7th step, and his heartbeat quickened slightly. Still, he felt it was completely bearable. Fong Xin looked up at the 9th step, a glint of eagerness in his eyes. Palace Master Shang watched Fong Xin with covetous eyes. Looks like he's reached his limit. An S-rank beast taming talent is a treasure even within the 10,000 Beasts Palace. As he grows, unless an SS-rank beast taming talent appears here, he'll be the future heir to the Palace Master's seat. But just as he finished speaking, Fong Xian stepped onto the ninth step. What is he trying to do? The Palace Master of 10,000 Beasts Palace exclaimed in alarm. Zhuge Heng also looked puzzled. If he cannot withstand the draconic pressure, he might explode and die. The Palace Master Shang hastily warned. After watching silently for a few seconds, Zhuge Heng said, since he managed to ascend, it proves he has mentally prepared himself. Just watch quietly. But young lads his age love to show off. He may not yet understand the power of the 9th level. Palace Master Shang reminded again. Zhuge Heng shot a glance at Shang. Old Shang, are you afraid that if someone from the 9th division dies here, you'll be held responsible? Don't worry, you'll take the blame if anything happens. Palace Master Shang gave an awkward smile. I'm just concerned. Such a promising talent. I can't bear to watch him die before my eyes. As he spoke, Shang kept his eyes fixed on Fong Xian. Over 10 seconds had passed since Fong Xian ascended. Though his complexion was ruddy as if he had just engaged in intense exercise, no other adverse reactions were apparent. Impossible. Only those with SS-rank talent can ascend, Shang murmured in confusion. Zhuge Heng was also somewhat astonished, knowing full well what the 9th level of the talent steps at 10,000 Beasts Palace signified. After a moment of thought, he said, perhaps. He has a power-type talent. Palace Master Shang nodded. That's the only explanation. A power-type talent and an SS-rank one at that. His physique is far superior to an average beast tamer's. That makes sense. Time ticked by. Fong Xian sensed a strange aura merging with the energy within his own body. During this process, a wild and untamed aura enveloped Fong Xian, accompanied by an indescribable kingly presence. In the history of 10,000 Beasts Palace, how long did the one who stayed longest on the 9th level remain? Palace Master Shang recalled. Our founding patriarch stayed for a full 40 minutes. Second was our retired former Palace Master, who lasted 32 minutes. As for the third, he only managed 13 minutes. All three of them triggered celestial phenomena and drew the homage of 10,000 beasts. I have an S-rank beast taming talent. I tried it myself and couldn't endure more than 2 minutes before I had to leave. Your new student has an S-rank beast taming talent and a top-tier SS-rank power-type talent. He should last longer than I did. But the 9th level holds the purest draconic aura. No matter how formidable the physique, there is always a limit. Zhuge Heng remained silent, waiting for Fong Xian. Fong Xian felt no adverse effects other than a slightly accelerated heartbeat. The aura continued to merge with him. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Palace Master Shang grew restless, craning his neck to look up, his eyes wide as saucers. 10 minutes. How is that possible? Could he be dead up there? Fong Xian, seated cross-legged, opened his eyes to signal that he was fine. Palace Master Shang was taken aback. Can he hear us from that far? Zhuge Heng smiled calmly. I forgot to mention, without using any potions, he also has an strength perception type talent. Palace Master Shang's eyes widened even further as he gazed at Fong Xian, his longing palpable, as if beholding a priceless treasure. You've truly found a gem. As he spoke, Shang glanced at the time. He's already held on for 11 minutes. He's about to surpass the third strongest figure in our palace's history. A faint purple aura became visible, swirling around Fong Xian. Many low-tier beasts and spirit beasts in the palace began to grow restless, emitting low growls. 2 minutes later, Palace Master Shang slapped his furry thigh and stood up. He has surpassed the third strongest in 10,000 Beasts Palace. The aura encircling Fong Xian grew thicker. Across the palace, the agitated roars of low-tier beasts echoed intermittently. From the mountains, a deer, carrying a monkey, galloped swiftly toward them. Palace Master Shang looked over. Both the deer and the monkey fixed their gaze on Fong Xian atop the 9th step. A few seconds later, the deer turned its head toward Zhuge Heng. Zhuge Heng offered a friendly smile. Good evening. The next moment, the deer spoke in human tongue, but the voice was a magnetic woman's. Mr. Zhuge, this is a new student from the 9th division. Both figures stared intently at Fong Xian on the 9th step. Time slipped by. Fong Xian had already lasted 20 minutes. The aura around him grew even denser. Mid-tier beasts and spirit beasts across the palace began to stir restlessly. Suddenly, the palace buzzed with activity. Above the mountain, the clear night sky gathered clouds and mist. Vaguely, a terrifying presence seemed to flicker within. 20 minutes. Palace Master Shang swallowed hard. A tiger's roar rang out. A majestic white tiger charged over, coiling nearby, its amber eyes fixed on Fong Xian. A multicolored unknown bird descended from the sky, circled, and finally perched on a treetop, staring at Fong Xian. Soon after, a wild boar as tall as a man charged forward, stopping before them, its crimson eyes locked on Fong Xian. Good evening, everyone. Zhuge Heng greeted them all politely. A new student from the 9th division. The fierce boar rumbled in a gruff voice, one of its tusks half broken, the other gleaming coldly. Yes. SS rank, beast taming talent, the boar asked again. Palace Master Shang, notably more deferential to these three latecomers, patiently explained, no S rank, beast taming talent, but SS rank, power type talent. When the time reached half an hour, the faint purple aura around Fong Xian split into two strands, swirling merrily around him. Above, behind the rolling clouds, a colossal dragon's head slowly emerged. An overwhelming, majestic pressure swept across all directions. A roar erupted. Instantly, every beast and spirit beast in the palace erupted in frenzied clamor, waking everyone. Palace Master Shang's eyes bulged like cow's eggs. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 31 minutes. 32 minutes. 33 minutes. The moment it hit 32 minutes, Palace Master Shang clutched his head in excitement. He has surpassed the second strongest in 10,000 Beasts Palace's history. The other figures were equally stunned. The clamor in the palace grew louder, as if the entire world had been set ablaze by the terrifying roars of beasts. All eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. The palace's experts stared at him. He was on the verge of surpassing the founding patriarch. If he truly did, they would spare no effort to keep this youth. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. Fong Xin's face was flushed. He glanced at the back of his hand. He clearly felt. As the aura merged and integrated, he could hold on a while longer. But his slaughter talent was becoming difficult to suppress. 39 minutes. Just 1 minute shy of matching the founding patriarch, Fong Xian suddenly stood up, forcibly ending the process. The clouds in the sky churned. A dragon's roar pierced the heavens. Pressure swept across the land. 10,000 beasts paid homage. So close. Just a hair away from surpassing the founding patriarch. Palace Master Shang licked his lips, sweat beading on his forehead. He had only meant to do a favor, never expecting such a commotion. He had even triggered a celestial phenomenon with the homage of 10,000 beasts. The gathered deer, monkey, white tiger, colorful bird, and boar all stared in shock. Their expressions varied. The boar, closest of all, had already conceived the idea of stealing the youth. Suddenly a sparrow flew over. Fluttering, it hovered before Palace Master Shang. Shang quickly extended his hands to support it. Old Palace Master. The sparrow stared at Fong Xian, then tilted its head toward the handsome white-haired Zhuge Heng, who stood nearby with hands in his pockets and a faint smile. The next moment, an aged voice emerged from the sparrow. What a fine seedling. Young man of the Zhuge family, if you let this lad join our 10,000 beast palace, I will gift you a divine beast of 12th rank combat power. What do you say? A smile lingered on Zhuge Heng's lips. A 12th rank divine beast. The old palace master is quite generous. So you agree? No. Zhuge Heng refused outright. The sparrow once again spoke in an aged voice. 13th rank. I'll gift you a 13th rank divine beast. No loss. This child belongs in your 9th division, but your beast tamers can't teach him. Such a fine talent would only be wasted. Zhuge Heng shook his head again. No. The wild boar, standing nearby with bloodshot eyes and tusks gleaming coldly, exuded a dangerous and terrifying aura. Old palace master, why waste words with him? Just take the kid by force. The white tiger coiled its massive body, seemingly agreeing with the boar's idea. The character king on its forehead radiated a fearsome, killing intent. The multicolored bird wore an inscrutable expression, while the monkey and the deer with massive antlers on its head were torn and hesitant. Zhuge Heng nodded slightly, pushing his sunglasses down just a fraction to reveal his eyes. Boom. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled across the sky, as if a pool of lightning hung suspended above. Zhuge Heng showed no fear. With one hand in his pocket and the other raised, a cluster of lightning pulsed in his palm, distorting the space around him. He grinned, revealing small white teeth. Want to try? The sparrow coughed lightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Director Shang quickly interjected, Mr. Zhuge, didn't you mention news that would keep us all awake with excitement? Old Palace Master, Mr. Zhuge said that news would be more than enough to trade for awakening this new student's talent. The sparrow tilted its head, gazing at Zhuge Heng. What news? Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng laughed. I've changed my mind. That news will not only secure his talent awakening, but also find him a compatible spirit beast. Director Shang quickly coughed in warning. Zhuge, that's not what you told me before. Before the 10,000 Beast Palace hadn't planned to attack either. Don't I deserve compensation for the psychological damage to me and this kid, eh? White-haired boy coming to our 10,000 Beasts Palace to cause trouble. Have you lost your mind? The boar roared angrily. Zhuge Heng remained utterly unruffled. Your 10,000 Beasts Palace can't stop me. We may not stop you, but well make you shed a layer of skin. And you want take this promising talent away. He's someone Old Master Yi personally named for special training. So I'll just have Old Master Yi come to your 10,000 Beasts Palace to demand him. Zhuge Heng's words gave the beings of the 10,000 Beasts Palace pause. The sparrow in Director Shang's palm changed the subject. What was that news you mentioned? Let him choose his spirit beast first. After a few seconds of silence, the sparrow waved a wing. A beam of light flashed, and a small mountain appeared in the sky, with many spirit beasts roaming within it. Choose. The sparrow spoke to Fong Xin in a very kind tone. Fong Xin had been a bit nervous, never expecting these people would resort to force just for him. He couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Hong. This white-haired guy was truly audacious, charging alone into their territory, facing so many powerhouses in their own lair, without a shred of fear. His gaze returned to the mountain suspended in the sky, where he could see the words 10,000 Beasts mountain gleaming in gold. This was a treasure artifact. Fong Xin didn't know its exact grade, but he was certain it was far superior to the aquarium had seen before. Within this 10,000 Beasts mountain artifact were many miniature spirit beasts. He scanned them. Zhuge Hong reminded him, choose the one you feel most connected to. Fong Xin's eyes finally settled on two wolves, one black, one white. When he saw these two wolves, Fong Xin clearly felt his blood surge toward the palm bearing the slaughter rune. Both his beast-taming talent and slaughter talent seemed to have a profound affinity for them. I want them. Zhuge Hong cautioned, they're only 3rd rank. Pick something better. See that bear in the cave? Peak 4th rank. Its future potential is high, at least reaching 12th rank. If you choose it once you reach 4th level combat power, you can form a contract with it. Hey, white-haired boy, let him pick what he wants. He's already decided. The boar interrupted Zhuge Hong's words. The sparrow turned to Fong Xin. Have you decided, oi? Fong Xin nodded. Yes. Good. The sparrow waved a wing once more. The black and white wolves appeared before Fong Xin. They stood in front of him, and with just one glance they seemed to have accepted him. The black wolf had speed-type talent while the white wolf possessed mental-type talent. Fong Xin placed his hands on their foreheads. A faint glimmer emerged from each wolf's brow. Fong Xin merged his aura with those 2 points of light. In just a short time he established a connection with both wolves. Closing his eyes, Fong Xin could not only control them, but also see through their bodies, switching to their perspectives. The sparrow, white tiger boar, and the others before him were being used by their beast tamers to converse with Zhuge Hong. Normally, after awakening their talent, beast tamers could only contract with 1st-rank spirit beasts. The tamer and beast were interconnected. As the beast's power grew, so did the tamers. The higher a beast tamer's talent, the more they could contract with high-talent spirit beasts, even stealing the beasts of lower-talent tamers. Fong Xin had already reached 3rd-level combat power, so contracting with 3rd-rank spirit beasts was effortless. After everything was done, the two wolves transformed into streaks of light and vanished into Fong Xin's arm, where a wolf tattoo flickered briefly. These two wolves seemed to resonate with his slaughter talent as well, but with so many people around, Fong Xin decided to investigate when he was alone. Seeing Fong Xin choose the two wolves, Zhuge Hong clicked his tongue in disapproval. The boar chuckled. With a wave of the sparrow's wing, the 10,000 Beasts mountain vanished into thin air. The aged voice spoke again. Young man from the Zhuge family, I've granted all your requests. Now tell us the news you mentioned. Zhuge Hong waved his hand, pushing his sunglasses up to cover his lightning-filled eyes. The pool of lightning in the sky slowly faded away. Do you all still remember Primordial Number 1? At this news, everyone in the 10,000 Beasts palace froze. Even Fong Xin was startled. He knew about this too. It was exactly what the torn newspaper and notebook had mentioned. The core secrets of Primordial Number 1 vanished long ago. Why bring this up? Zhuge Hong smiled. The professor who developed Primordial Number 1 had 3 students. When he was arrested, one student poisoned himself, another fled abroad, and the professor's final disciple went missing. The student who fled abroad was extradited back recently. According to her, during the development of the Primordial Number 1 serum, her teacher raised a divine beast with power rivaling that of a primordial divine beast. Code name Qilin. Qilin. A hoarse, ancient voice emanated from the sparrow's beak, trembling noticeably as the 2 words left its mouth. At that name, other terrifying entities within the myriad beasts palace stirred in agitation. Continue, the sparrow commanded. Zhuge Hong remained unchanged in appearance. The professor's student, recently extradited from abroad, is now in the church's custody. A hush fell over the palace's monstrous denizens. If held by the church, this grows complicated. Zhuge Hong chuckled softly. Yet the church's agents are woefully inept, obsessed solely with prestige and power, blind to all else. The remnants of the Eternal Night Army exploited that weakness. They seized the professor's student en route to detention. At those words, a wave of oppressive aura surged from the assembled entities. When? Where? The wild boar demanded instantly. Zhuge Hong casually dug at his ear. That's another piece of intelligence, exclusive and priced accordingly. Name your terms. Zhuge Hong pointed toward Fong Xin. After he enrolls, Sect Master Shang must dedicate 1 day each week to tutor him personally. Sect Master Shang paused, then replied without hesitation, agreed. Now may I continue? Zhuge Hong went on. 4 days ago, atop Dingyin Mountain, the leader of the Eternal Night Army remnant who seized the professor's student bears the surname Ko. Ko. The sparrow's voice faltered, then erupted in stunned recognition. It's him. Zhuge Heng flicked his fingers. I reviewed the interrogation dossier on the professor's student. She discovered the Qilin spirit beast by chance, but she is utterly certain her mentor entrusted that sacred beast to his vanished most gifted disciple. As for its current whereabouts, unknown. Yet she participated fully in the development of Hanwang No. 1. Its destructive capacity needs no elaboration. A heavy silence descended upon the myriad beasts' palace. Though outwardly still, each entity churned with private intent, especially the wild boar whose crimson eyes burned with a single unmistakable word. Seize it. Baihu and the seven-colored bird exchanged a glance, then turned questioning gazes toward the sparrow. Zhuge Heng waited patiently, observing them with quiet, unblinking scrutiny. Fong Xian watched the assembled masters with wide-eyed awe, like a fragile novice adrift amid titans. What tormented him most was this: the very thing these masters sought, he already possessed. Every equation governing Hanwang No. 1 resided within the journal he had obtained earlier. He felt the ancient dread of the innocent man bearing priceless treasure, a target not for crime, but for possession. Though the silence lasted mere seconds, each tick stretched like an eternity. The sparrow broke the stillness first. Young Zhuge, this intelligence is indeed exceptional. Shall we depart then? Wait. The sparrow spoke again. Zhuge Heng halted mid-step and turned slowly. Elder Sectmaster, do you have further business? The sparrow's wings flared, and for an instant the myriad beasts' mountain artifact shimmered into existence. A colossal white bear materialized before Fong Xian. You are Fong Xian? Yes. The sparrow smiled warmly. This blazing fury bear is my gift to you. Fong Xian recognized it instantly, the very bear Zhuge Heng had earlier invited him to choose. He glanced at Zhuge Heng, silently seeking permission. Zhuge Heng grinned. State your terms. No grand conditions, merely a gesture of goodwill. Should you ever encounter disciples of the myriad beasts' palace in peril, lend aid if you can. That too shall deepen our bond. Zhuge Heng tilted his head toward Fong Xian and said, say thank you. Thank you, Elder Sectmaster. The Elder Master beamed. Do visit the myriad beasts' palace often. And should you have questions about bestaming, seek me out anytime. Understood, Elder Sectmaster. Let's go. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. The world blurred, and both vanished on the spot. The wild boar glared at the empty space where they'd stood, growling gutturally. Just let him walk away with such a prodigious talent. A woman's voice issued from the seven-colored bird. Had we forcibly detained him, that silver-haired man would never have relented. Even if we combined our strength and wounded him gravely, the myriad beasts' palace would face the wrath of both the Zhuge clan and the Ninth Bureau. Consequences we cannot bear. White steam vented from the wild boar's snout. The Qilin matter. The sparrow's voice turned glacial. Investigate. Trace every lead at Dangyin Mountain. Retrieve the professor's student from the Eternal Night Army, by any means necessary. Hanwang No. 1 is indispensable to our sect. The scenery dissolved and reformed. Fong Xian found himself back in his bedroom. Zhuge Heng picked up a bag of potato chips from the desk and took a bite. I'll submit the centipede on your behalf. The corresponding merit points will be credited shortly. As for this bear, I've confined it within a newly forged spatial domain. Here, take this spatial orb. Once your cultivation level permits control over it, shatter the orb, and the bear will appear before you. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. A luminous spatial orb floated into view. Fong Xian caught it. If I shatter this, will you appear before me? Zhuge Heng laughed. Have you grown addicted to freeloading off me? Fong Xian flushed sheepishly. Can you truly manifest beside me at any moment, precisely where I am? Given precise spatial coordinates, yes. Fong Xian nodded slowly. I see. Any further questions? None. I must take my leave. I have urgent matters. Call if needed. Oh, and this decapitation operation will last 15 days. Rest well by day. I'll summon you precisely at 100 m. tomorrow. With that, Zhuge Heng vanished. Fong Xian sank onto his bed and exhaled deeply. Tonight had been overwhelming. Outside, faint sounds still drifted through the window. He glanced upward. The dome that had once sealed Lawn City overhead was gone. The operation appeared concluded. Fong Xian lay still for a while. Then his thoughts returned to the two wolves. Earlier he'd merely employed his beast-taming aptitude to command them. Yet his slaughter aptitude resonated with them far more profoundly. He sat upright, raised his arm, and two beams of light, one black, one white, materialized in the air. The two wolves settled before him. The black wolf embodied speed aptitude, the white wolf spiritual aptitude. Together they formed a lethal synergy. Moreover, the black wolf possessed a devastating instant kill technique, concentrating its entire essence into a blinding lethal strike. Its drawback? A lengthy wind-up. The white wolf's spiritual aptitude compensated perfectly, slowing time around enemies to create the opening the black wolf required. To avoid Zhuge Heng's sudden reappearance, Fong Xian recalled the wolves slipped silently out the window and vanished into a park 2 li away. Activating his slaughter aptitude, crimson sigils flared across his knuckles. for blazing with particular intensity. The wolves knelt before him, heads bowed like loyal generals sworn to his command. The moment his palm touched both wolves simultaneously, a black wolf and a white wolf trembled faintly. Then two nearly imperceptible crimson beams shot into their foreheads. In that instant, Fong Xin distinctly sensed an indescribable resonance emanating from the two wolves. A flash of scarlet flickered across their eyes. Within their pupils a bloodthirsty rune flared once, then vanished. It was as though Fong Xin had bestowed upon them the innate talent for slaughter. Moreover, Fong Xin could clearly foresee that each act of slaughter would empower the wolves as they absorbed strength, and as they grew stronger so too would he through his beast-taming talent. Now with the bloodlust talent amplifying his own power, his growth would surge beyond its original trajectory. Under the bloodlust talent's enhancement, every physical faculty of the two wolves would dramatically improve, including regenerative capacity, which would become terrifyingly potent. In essence, Fong Xin now stood as a sovereign of slaughter, granting the wolves a simplified, yet fully functional bloodlust talent. Visibly, their aura had grown markedly stronger. Most intriguingly, wolves were inherently ferocious and predatory. Their innate bloodlust rendered this new talent utterly seamless, allowing it to remain perfectly concealed. Their potential had also expanded. Where their former ceiling had been level 10, it now rose to level 12, and would continue ascending with time. Fong Xin beamed with delight. He had never imagined his bloodlust talent possessed such extraordinary utility. Just in time too for tomorrow night's mission, where he could test it on the battlefield. He still possessed a bear gifted by the former sect master of the 10,000 Beast Palace, bestowing the bloodlust talent upon it. The very thought sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. He would need to elevate his strength talent to tier 4. Only then could he formally enter a binding pact with the bear. He named the black wolf, Xiao Bai, and the white wolf, Xiao Kai, then raised his hand and made a grasping motion through the air. The two wolves dissolved into twin streaks of light, vanishing into Fong Xion's forearm, where a luminous wolf motif briefly shimmered before fading beneath his skin. Fong Xion returned to his room. Scarcely had he lain down when the bank card issued by the 9th Bureau glowed faintly, its balance updated. 400 points had been added, bringing his total to 3,463. Reviewing the transaction log, he saw the points stemmed from submitting the centipede. At this pace, with only a few days remaining before the youth training camp opened, Fong Xion would easily amass 10,000 points before enrollment. Just as he settled in, Fong Xion recalled something else. He sat up, retrieved the items taken earlier from the beast tamer and the witch cultist, and laid them out before him. The elderly man's spatial ring held few treasures, but Fong Xion's gaze settled upon a single scale. Once extracted, it proved to be a tier 4 defensive artifact. Several insect eggs accompanied it. Upon inspection, Fong Xion identified them as spider eggs, and promptly discarded them back into the ring, intending to exchange them for points. Further examination revealed a bright red, triangular undergarment. Scanning it with his SmartLink device, he discovered it was a tier 7 artifact designed to resist witch curse afflictions and parasitic insects, activated simply by wearing it over one's trousers and channeling Kiblet. Its appearance was eccentric, yet its efficacy was undeniable. He scanned each item individually with the SmartLink device, transferring ownership seamlessly. Only a handful of artifacts remained, alongside gold, silver, and cash totaling over 10 million credits. Given their illicit status, these individuals avoided banks' exposure would freeze their accounts, rendering deposits worthless, so they carried most of their wealth on their persons. Fong Xion turned his attention to the elderly woman's spatial ring. Inside lay a tier 6 headband artifact capable of repelling mental assaults, a plain gray-blue cloth unassuming in appearance but invaluable in function, as well as a tier 4 human skin drum capable of launching psychic attacks. Her ring contained only 4 million credits in cash. The rest consisted almost entirely of vials and jars, each brimming with venomous insects and toxins. Beyond those, Fong Xion spotted a straw effigy and several needles. After careful study, he confirmed it was a tier 6 curse artifact, placing a personal relic, hairnail clippings or blood, upon the effigy, then piercing it with a needle would inflict targeted agony, or even death, upon the cursed target. Non-witch cultists could wield it too, though at the cost of their own Kiblet. He scanned each item once more. Tonight's haul had been exceptionally rich. He would await tomorrow's battlefield. Exhausted from the night's exertions and mindful of tonight's upcoming operation, he let himself sleep soundly until 10 o'clock. Upon waking, Fong Xion glanced at his phone. Chu Xingyao had sent several messages. Xiao Fong. I'm leaving Lon City tomorrow. Will you spend today with me? Where to? Fong Xion replied. To my father's place. He chose not to pursue further. I'll accompany you, but no physically taxing activities, understood? Come here right now. We'll sit by the moat first, then stroll around campus and finally visit Foming Temple. They say an old woman there reads fortunes with uncanny accuracy. I want to draw a divination slip. Fong Xion read the message without hesitation. Agreed. Then get ready now and come straight to my place. My mother's away. I'll just touch up my makeup and we'll head out. No problem. I'll see you in 2 hours. Xiaofeng, I'll beat you up. He took a shower, changed clothes, and entered the living room, where Jiang Xiaoyu clung to Jiang Weidong, pleading, Dad, please give me this spatial ring. All my wealthy classmates have them. If I wear one, they'll be green with envy. Don't worry. I'll repay you double once my stipend arrives. Xiaoyu, this is vanity speaking. It's not admirable. Feng Huilan said sternly. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? I will repay you. Jiang Xiaoyu persisted. Dad, please give it to me. Jiang Weidong replied firmly, no. It's meant for your brother. Ugh. Dad, why do you always favor outsiders? She might not even want it. If your brother refuses, then it goes to your sister. I won't give it, not a chance. Rest assured, Jiang Xiaocha has never coveted what others possess, nor defied your wishes. If you declare it hers, she'll accept it without protest. Why must you always behave like this? Seeing Feng Xian prepare to leave, Jiang Weidong instantly sprang up, plastering a wide, ingratiating smile across his face. Ever since Feng Xian joined the 9th Bureau, Jiang Weidong had undergone a complete about-face. His obsequiousness now knew no bounds. Xiao Xian's heading out. Yes, Andy, I won't be home for lunch. I'll eat out with classmates. Jiang Weidong continued eagerly. Xiao Xian, I bought you a spatial ring. Its interior space is modest, just 1 cubic meter, but it'll still prove convenient. Xiaoyu, fetch it now. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted and reluctantly removed the ring, only for Feng Xian to laugh lightly, I don't want it, and walk out the door. Descending the stairs, he encountered Jiang Xiaocha taking out the trash. Brother going out to play. With exams concluded, students were granted holiday leave. Those who excelled would proceed to the youth training camp, while lower-performing students remained for targeted remedial training in the second half of the semester. Feng Xian paused. Xiaocha, I've got something for you. He handed her a spatial ring. This is a spatial ring? Jiang Xiaocha asked, astonished. Yes. Where did you get it? From a mission with that white-haired man. Jiang Xiaocha gazed at the ring. But if you give it to me, what will you use? I have another. She tilted her chin upward, eyes shining. Thank you, brother. Feng Xian tapped her smooth forehead gently. Go back inside. Back in the room, Jiang Weidong stood frozen, turning toward Feng Huilan. Does he still hold a grudge against me? Given the things you've said and done, it's hardly surprising. Feng Huilan retorted sharply. Jiang Weidong held up the ring. What should I do? It costs quite a bit. Why don't you take it to Xiao Xian? He listens to you. Feng Huilan sighed. Xiao Xian takes after his parents, stubborn as stone. If he says no, he means no. Jiang Xiaoyu snatched the ring and triumphantly slipped it onto her finger. He refuses, I'll take it. Just then Jiang Xiaocha walked in. Xiaocha, did you see your brother just now? Jiang Weidong asked urgently. Yes. How was his mood? Seemed perfectly fine. Jiang Weidong relaxed slightly. Xiaocha, Dad's giving you a spatial ring. Xiaoyu, hand it to your sister. I won't. Jiang Xiaoyu shrieked. What's wrong with you? I refuse. Jiang Xiaocha cast a cold glance at her sister. I don't want it. I wouldn't give it to you even if you begged. As Jiang Xiaocha reached for an apple, Feng Huilan noticed the ring on her finger. Xiaocha, where did that ring come from? Jiang Weidong looked too. Ah, it is a spatial ring. Where'd you get it? Brother gave it to me downstairs just now. Jiang Weidong and his wife exchanged stunned glances. He gave it to you. Then what does he use? He said he has another. Did you ask where he got it? Feng Huilan interjected. He said he acquired it on a mission with Master Zhuge of the 9th Bureau. Jiang Weidong smacked his thigh. Joining the 9th Bureau truly changes everything. How large is its spatial capacity? About the size of a room. Jiang Xiaoyu's triumphant grin froze, then crumpled. Staring at her own ring, capable of holding only 1 cubic meter, she burst into tears. Feng Xian arrived at Chu Xinyao's villa district by vehicle. The security guard, having received prior notice, waved him through immediately. Feng Xian had visited Chu Xinyao's home before, but never met her father. Once he'd seen her mother there, a perpetually aloof woman whose haughty demeanor left him with a distinctly unfavorable impression, hence his rare visits. He rang the doorbell. A window on the 2nd floor slid open. Xiaofeng, come in. You can wait a moment. I'll finish my makeup right away. Feng Xian shrugged, unsurprised. To his surprise, the door wasn't opened by the household staff, but by a tall, powerfully built man dressed in a sharp suit radiating arrogance. A peculiar insignia adorned his lapel, and its iris blazing with a miniature sun. The man regarded Feng Xian from above, golden irises gleaming with undisguised disdain. You're Feng Xian. If you intend to strike me, my name is Qin Juanhao. The two exchanged glances. The man with golden eyes attempted to overpower Feng Xian with his aura, but to his surprise, Feng Xian completely ignored him. In the past, Feng Xian might have been somewhat affected. However, after following the white-haired one and witnessing many powerful beings, such an aura meant nothing to Feng Xian. The opponent's combat strength seemed similar to that of the team leader from the 7th group, Shang Tianqi, perhaps even slightly stronger. Feng Xian was increasingly puzzled. What was the true identity of Chu Xinyao's father? Not only was he from the 7th Division to protect her, but also an 8th-level powerhouse from an unknown organization. Upon hearing Fong Xin's words, the man with golden eyes sneered, "You're just a despicable ant who can only boast." Fong Xin's smile gradually faded as he looked coldly at the man. "Guard, step aside." Fong Xin's words instantly caused the man's forehead to bulge with veins, and the golden-eyed man erupted with a dazzling golden light. Yet he dared not strike, only releasing his own pressure to make Fong Xian suffer. However, he didn't expect Fong Xian to withstand even the pressure of the true dragon from the 9th level of the Beast Palace. His meager pressure was like a drizzle. "Huasher, let my friend come up." Suddenly, Chu Xinyo's voice came from upstairs. Fong Xian glanced at the man with golden eyes, so that was Huasher. The man with golden eyes fixed his gaze on Fong Xian, one hand resting on Fong Xin's shoulder. "Despicable ant, you will pay for what you just said. And when speaking to my young lady, be mindful of your words and actions." Fong Xian smiled slightly. He never indulged such people. He took a step forward, colliding his shoulder against the man. Although the opponent's realm was high, his physical strength was still much weaker compared to Fong Xin's SS-level strength. At such close range, Fong Xin's robust and domineering body immediately caused Huasher to stumble. Fong Xian tilted his head slightly. Even if a poodle carries the title of noble, it is still just a dog. Whatever the owner wants to say or do, it is not up to a dog to teach others etiquette. After saying this, he walked towards the upstairs. Huasher rubbed his shoulder and moved his arms. Although he usually trained his physique in front of Fong Xian, who had an exceptional physical talent, at such a close distance he would only come off worse without using his talents. The golden-eyed man stared at Fong Xian, watching his retreating figure, veins bulging on his forehead. However, remembering that Fong Xian was a guest of Chu Xinyao and a new student from the 9th Division rumored to be under the protection of that white-haired prodigy, he could only seethe in anger. "Xiaofang, wait a moment, I just need to tie my hair." Chu Xinyo's room was filled with pink carpets, pink princess beds, and even the piano, bookshelf, and vanity were all pink. Her parents spent little time with her, so they tried to satisfy her materially. Today, Chu Xinyao wore light makeup, styled her hair into a high ponytail, and donned a light blue blouse paired with a short skirt and knee-high white socks radiating youthful vitality. Chu Xinyao bit her hair, tidying her ponytail. Then she turned to the mirror, looked back at Fong Xian, and sweetly smiled. "Xiaofang, is there anything different about me today? Did you wash your hair today?" Chu Xinyao, hands on her hips, puffed up angrily. "Xiaofang, why are you always so irritating?" Fong Xian sat at the table flipping through a comic book. "SS-level irritating talent. It's innate, nothing I can do about it." Chu Xinyao lightly huffed. Without shoes, her feet wrapped in knee-high white socks, bouncing joyfully on the pink carpet towards Fong Xian. A refreshing scent wafted into her nostrils. Chu Xinyao leaned in closer, pointing at her eyes. "Look, do you see any changes in my eyes?" Fong Xian gazed into Chu Xinyo's beautiful eyes, seeing his own reflection within them, as if looking in a mirror. He gently brushed his bangs and said, "How can I be so handsome? I'll let you look at me, not at yourself." Chu Xinyao poked his belly angrily. Fong Xian, no difference from usual. "Did you not notice my pupils are slightly golden? Seems like it. Did you wear colored contacts?" "No, my light system talent has awakened." Fong Xian was taken aback, recalling the man with golden eyes downstairs. "Huasher, so does awakening the light system talent change your eyes?" "Huh. Is that lion dog downstairs also of the light system?" Chu Xinyao burst into laughter, pinching Fong Xin's cheek. "Your mouth just keeps talking, but it can annoy people to death. That lion dog. Ugh, I mean, Huasher also has a light system talent." "Xiaofang, you also have a light system talent. And a level light system talent. No, you haven't used any potions, so you haven't level light system talent. Your light system talent hasn't awakened yet. Here, take this. It can help you awaken your light system talent. The more talents you awaken, the more means you have to protect yourself." As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed Fong Xian a small sculpture 3 inches tall. It felt heavy in his hand. He couldn't discern the material, but could sense an indescribable power within it. During the day or night, hold it towards the sun or the moon. Let the sunlight or moonlight bathe it, and then focus on it. During your contemplation, you will enter a wondrous state, and you will naturally awaken your light system talent. "You gave me this, but what will you use?" Fong Xian asked. Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xin's head with her delicate finger. "Are you stupid? I've already awakened, so I don't need it anymore." "Oh right, an ordinary light system talent can only awaken either sunlight or moonlight, but you have an level light system talent, so you can awaken both. Now let's focus on having fun today." Chu Xinyao tugged on Fong Xin's arm, leading him downstairs. Huasher, seeing their closeness, immediately reminded them. "Miss, you are noble." Before he could finish, Chu Xinyao interrupted Huasher. "I am leaving Lan City tomorrow. Today my friend is taking time to accompany me, so today is very important to me. I appreciate your protection, but please refrain from overstepping your bounds, and do not disturb us. Xiaofang, let's go." After putting on her shoes, Chu Xinyao dragged Fong Xian out the door. Huasher's golden eyes were filled with anger, but he could do nothing, so he lowered his head and silently followed. The two walked side by side in the serene outskirts of Lan City, with Chu Xinyao chattering beside Fong Xian. After an unknown amount of time, they sat side by side. Xiaofang, we grew up together, but I didn't expect we would have to part for our futures now. It's a bit hard to get used to. Fong Xian looked into the distance. As the books say, there are no feasts that do not end, but they also say in life, where do we not meet again? Chu Xinyao rested her chin on her hands, gazing into the distance. Xiaofang, what should I do if I miss you? Just knock towards Lan City, and he'll feel it. Xiaofang. Chu Xinyao hugged Fong Xin's waist, and Fong Xian took out a scarf and handed it to her. This is for you. Looking at the scarf, Chu Xinyao immediately frowned. It's ugly, I don't want it. But this is a great item that can defend against spiritual attacks at level 6. I still don't want it. It's so ugly, so ugly, so ugly. Huh. Xiaofang, you have a spatial ring. Yes. Do you want one? I'll give you one. Sure, but if you give it to me, what will you use? I have two. Fong Xian thought nothing of it, and handed Chu Xinyao a spatial ring. Chu Xinyao held the spatial ring, her face beaming with joy. Xiaofang, you're doing great. You have 2 spatial rings now. Well, I originally had 3, but I gave one to my sister. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fong Xin's arm, blinking her beautiful eyes. Xiaofang, you're amazing. I'll follow you from now on. Let me cling to you, okay? Fong Xian pushed Chu Xinyao's head away. Go away. Chu Xinyao giggled. Let's go. We're going to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple is a famous Buddhist temple near Lan City, known for its efficacy, attracting many visitors, especially during holidays. Outside Fengming Temple, there was an ancient street with shops selling various local specialties, small inns, and many strange items. After entering Fengming Temple with Chu Xinyao to pray, they wandered around the ancient street for about 10 minutes. Chu Xinyao pointed to a small shop. This should be it. My sister said there's an old woman here who predicts fortunes very accurately. They entered the small shop and Chu Xinyao looked around. Hello, is anyone here? After calling out several times, a door opened, revealing a hunchbacked old woman. Little girl, do you want a fortune telling? Yes. Come in. Inside was a small room with walls lined with various odd items. The old woman, severely hunched, sat at a low table and gently pushed a crystal ball towards them. Place your hand on it and think about the question you want to ask. Chu Xinyao followed her instructions. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow which grew brighter, but suddenly dimmed, then brightened again. Fong Xian then realized that this old woman was a master of perception talent. She placed one hand on Chu Xinyao's palm and closed her eyes. Minutes later, both opened their eyes. The old woman smiled and said, Child, your future is bright. Even if darkness appears, it will only be temporary. Thank you, Grandma. How much do I owe you? Pay as you wish. A 1 coin is fine, 10,000 is fine, or you can choose not to pay. Chu Xinyao swiftly handed over 6,666. The old woman turned to Fong Xian. Her eyes had no whites or pupils, only a watery color, but they seemed to pierce through to his soul. Young man, let me read your fortune too. I have nothing to ask. Fong Xian shrugged and tried to leave with Chu Xinyao. Unexpectedly, the old woman's voice called out to him with a weathered tone. The distant bell tolls. The war horn sounds. The eagle surveys the land. The vulture feasts on the living. The ancient king descends. Bloodshed. The prologue of an absurd apocalypse. Bloodshed. The epilogue of a false prosperous age. Fong Xian paused slightly. He slowly turned his head to look at the old woman seated behind the low table. Her watery eyes remained calmly fixed in his direction. Had anyone else heard these words, they might have shown no reaction, at most thinking the old woman was merely spouting deceptive nonsense. But her words compelled Fong Xian to halt. Only he and his grandfather knew of his killing talent. All others who had learned this secret had been slain by his hand. The Fong Xian in the mirror had also introduced himself as the king of slaughter. The old woman's words had almost entirely encompassed his identity and secrets. Chu Xinyao did not understand why Fong Xian had returned to sit down, yet she obediently remained by his side. Child, what do you wish to ask? The old woman's watery eyes fixed on Fong Xian. Fong Xian stared back at her, their gazes meeting. May I ask, Elder, what did you mean by those words? The old woman chuckled softly. I meant nothing by it. I am a blind woman, and the blind speak blind words. She paused, then addressed Fong Xian again. Child, give me your hand. Fong Xian considered for a moment, then extended his hand. The old woman grasped it, her watery eyes fixed on the void. A few seconds later, her body trembled violently, and her hollow gaze locked onto Fong Xian. What is it? Chu Xinyao inquired upon seeing this. The old woman turned her head toward Chu Xinyao. Young lady, please step outside. I have words for him alone. Bewildered, Chu Xinyao eventually walked toward the door. The old woman pricked up her ears, ensuring she had gone far enough. Only then did she turn back to Fong Xian. Her watery eyes fixed on him. Child, close your eyes. Fong Xian complied. The moment he shut his eyes, he found himself on a battlefield. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Countless bodies formed a mountain of the dead. Upon that mountain of corpses rested a throne. The throne was familiar to Fong Xian. It was the very one he had seen in the mirror. An instinct drove him toward the throne atop the corpse mountain. But the next moment, a golden light burst from his chest, piercing his heart. Fong Xian tried to turn around, but could not see who had stabbed him from behind. The person's face was concealed behind a mask. He wanted to tear off the mask, but his vision blurred. Fong Xian opened his eyes, his heart pounding. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath. The old woman's soft murmur reached his ears. The ring of slaughter pierces the mortal realm. The sword of false piety offers the heart. Eternal night descends. You shall eventually ascend to the throne. Fong Xian leaned over the table, one hand pressed to his heart, which beat so violently it felt as if it might burst at any moment. The old woman placed a hand on his shoulder, and a warm current flowed into him. Only then did Fong Xian slowly recover. Elder, what was that? Once calm, Fong Xian raised his head to look at the old woman. She chuckled softly. To see the future is to see the future. I am dull-witted, Elder. Please enlighten me. The old woman smiled kindly at him. Child, I am a cursed woman. Some things I cannot say, but I can warn you, you must be wary of someone. Fong Xian abruptly raised his head, staring at the old woman. The Fong Xian in the mirror had said the same thing. Who? The old woman took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, her gaze tender, like a kindly elder tending to her own descendant. As I said, I am cursed. Some things I cannot say, but I can give you a hint. That person stands in the light. Fong Xian was stunned. He slowly turned his head to look toward the door. Elder, is it her? Is the person you see her? Fong Xian recalled the one who had stabbed him. I didn't see clearly. Then I do not know. The old woman withdrew her hand, her watery eyes fixed on Fong Xian, her smile warm. You should go back. That pretty young lady was supposed to leave launching today, but she delayed her departure for you. Fong Xian stood up, took out his phone, and transferred 6,666 yuan to the old woman. Elder, about today. The old woman laughed. I am blind, so I speak blind words. No one listens to or believes the blind words of a blind woman. Elder, can all perception-type powerhouses see this about me? Only 3 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom can see it. I, the Fate Master of Dragon Kingdom, and one more you will meet. Fong Xian stared at the old woman, astonished that such an existence could be hidden in a small place like launching. Elder, you. The old woman raised her hand to cut off his inquiry. What is past is prologue. Where your eyes can see is the future. Child, may we meet again if fate allows. Farewell, Elder. The old woman nodded slightly. As Fong Xian left the small shop, a sense of lightness washed over him. He couldn't help but glance back at the old woman's shop. Earlier he had clearly sensed no threat from her, which was why he had sat down. But the visions he had just seen. Fong Xian could feel that she was a perception-type powerhouse, yet she also gave off an impression of weakness. Combined with her mention of a curse, everything seemed to fall into place. Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xian. Xiao Fong, what did the elder tell you? Fong Xian replied with a straight face. She asked me whether tofu pudding tastes better sweet or savory. Chu Xinyao poked him again. Still keeping secrets from me. The elder also said you were supposed to leave today. Chu Xinyao was taken aback. Wow, she knew that. Fong Xian asked curiously, this elder's fortune-telling is quite accurate, so why are there so few visitors? Chu Xinyao clasped her hands behind her back, walking beside Fong Xian. Because this elder only reads fortunes based on fate. She only comes when she's in the mood. If someone seeks her out, she'll tell their fortune. If not, she stays only a short while before returning. So naturally there are few visitors. Besides, the nearby Fengming Temple also offers fortune-telling, and many people go there instead. Huasher followed behind the two. Miss, if you wish to have your fortune told, the most powerful Fate Master in Dragon Kingdom is a friend of Mr. Chu. You could seek him out. Chu Xinyao stopped and turned to Huasher. Please don't interrupt when we're talking. Kindly keep your distance. Miss Chu, I am here to ensure your safety. Chu Xinyao said indignantly, isn't launching safe enough now? Huasher replied respectfully, Miss Chu, after the last attack on you, Mr. Chu flew into a rage and proposed a decapitation strike. Although Lansheng has been cleansed once, it's better to be safe than sorry. I am here to... Stop talking. Chu Xinyao immediately cut him off. Fong Xian stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Damn. So the decapitation strike was initiated by Chu Xinyo's father. Chu Xinyao tugged at Fong Xin's arm. Xiao Fong, let's walk faster and ignore him. Noticing his expression, Chu Xinyao asked, Xiao Fong, why are you looking at me like that? Sister Chu, I don't want to work hard anymore. Please take me in. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly. All right. From now on, stand behind me. I will be your support, your strongest backing. He spent the entire day with Chu Xinyao. After dinner, they watched a late-night movie. Before getting into the car, Chu Xinyao waved vigorously at Fong Xian. Fong Xian waved back. It was already past 10 in the evening when he returned home. He quickly washed up, went to his room, and took out the phone his grandfather had sent from the hidden compartment in his drawer. He planned to watch the video later, then go to the bathroom to look in the mirror. But when he turned on the phone, he was astonished to find something. A new message had appeared on the phone. Fong Xian quickly opened it. Xiao Xian, during the midterm assessment of the youth training camp, you must go to the No. 9 Divine Demon Ruins. Remember this, remember it well. Delete after reading. Do not contact Grandpa on your own. Oh, wait for his message. Fong Xian stared at this message. Why did Grandpa insist that he go to the No. 9 Divine Demon Ruins? The mention of the Divine Demon Ruins immediately brought to his mind the Qilin. When he had flipped through the diary in the notebook earlier, the professor's student had clearly recorded that Fong Xin's grandfather had helped them. Fong Xian tossed and turned in thought. He checked the area code of the phone number that sent the message only to find it originated from an unknown region. Lying in bed, his mind was flooded with questions. He let out a breath. Setting these doubts aside for now, he decided he would find out the specifics when he got there. For now, he should focus on the Slaughter King in the mirror. Earlier, the Slaughter King had spoken only in half-truths, and today that old woman had said the same thing, warning Fong Xian to be wary of someone. Recalling the person who had stabbed him with a sword, he knew he had to identify them in advance. He reviewed the video once more. Fong Xian went to the bathroom and stood directly in front of the mirror. Half an hour later, still nothing appeared, just as before. Fong Xian lay back on the bed, pondering the trigger conditions from that day. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out which step he had missed. He glanced at the time. It was already past 1:40 a.m. Zhuge Heng had said the operation would begin at 1 a.m. Fong Xian dressed, put on his mask, and sat on the bed quietly awaiting Zhuge Heng's summons. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Fong Xian casually sensed that it was his aunt going to the bathroom. Having a perception-type talent could sometimes be too sensitive for its own good. Fong Xian had already lost count of how many times he had sensed couples entangled in passion in this building. So after coming home, he only perceived within his own room. A soft knock came at the door. Xiao Xian. Still awake? Not yet, Aunt. Can I come in? His aunt asked again. Aunt had always been good-natured and deeply respected the children's privacy. Sure, Aunt. Fong Huilan pushed the door open and entered only to find Fong Xian sitting on the bed fully clothed and shod. Why are you dressed? Are you going out? I have a mission later. Fong Huilan was bewildered. A mission? What mission? As she spoke, a hand emerged from the void, groped around randomly, and pinched Fong Xin's face. Fong Xian slapped away the white-haired hand that was messing about, then grasped it and pulled to signal everything was fine. With a tug from the white-haired figure, Fong Xian vanished from the spot. Fong Huilan stood frozen, dumbstruck. After a long while, she muttered, "Oh my God, these awakened ones are truly incredible." 500 meters up in the sky. When Whitehair had grabbed Fong Xin's face, he got saliva on his hand, which he casually wiped on Fong Xin's clothes. Then a crystal ball inexplicably appeared in his hand. Zhuge Heng tossed it into the air. The crystal ball spun rapidly in midair, instantly emitting a cold, clear radiance that swept toward the entire city below. In just a few breaths, the whole city was covered by a dome, and then layers of light films enveloped numerous residential buildings. Zhuge hung hands in his pockets, yawned, and tapped the leg of his sunglasses with a finger, giving the order, "Move out." Only then did Fong Xian realize that Whitehair sunglasses were actually a treasure artifact. Then he saw squads emerging throughout the city below, sweeping through streets and alleys to eradicate the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. Isn't this Lan City? Zhuge Heng picked his ear. Right? Lan City is such a small place, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army won't focus their efforts there. So it's easy to clean up. Any more questions? Fong Xian was now itching to test the attack power of those two wolves. Can I operate independently? No problem. The moment the words were spoken, his vision blurred, and Fong Xian found himself on the ground. As soon as he landed, Fong Xian immediately put on the headband that defended against mental attacks, then pulled the big red underpants that warded off curses over his pants. He swiftly donned the invisibility cloak, holstered the revolver at his waist, and clutched the scale that was a defensive treasure artifact in his hand. With everything prepared, he slipped into the shadows of the night. Zhuge Heng, watching from the sky, rolled his eyes dramatically. Fong Xian held the smart device, which displayed the location signals of the Eternal Night Army remnants. Not daring to be too flashy at first, he picked an enemy squad with only one third-level combatant. When he approached, he released the two wolves. A flash of black and white light streaked across the night sky. The white wolf launched a mental attack first, while the black wolf, after a brief charge, transformed into a beam of black light that pierced through the enemy's chest. A single fatal blow. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Both wolves absorbed the enemy's blood essence, enhancing their strength. Fong Xin's own power rose in tandem. After claiming usable treasures from the enemy, he recalled the two wolves and continued his stealthy prowl through the night-shrouded city. Using this method, Fong Xian amassed a staggering 4620 points in a single night, bringing his total to 8083 points. Being a one-man squad, Fong Xian received a larger share of the points. When he was sent home that night, he meticulously inventoried his various spoils of war. He selected a few useful items and converted the rest into points. In the blink of an eye, his points reached 9228. Suppressing his excitement, Fong Xian gazed at the moonlight outside the window. He took out the small sculpture that Chu Xinyao had given him. It was a winged humanoid figure, seemingly a female angel judging by its form. Fong Xin held the small sculpture up to the moonlight, studying it intently. Gradually, a cool silvery radiance emanated from the sculpture, enveloping him and seeping into his breath with each inhale. In his mind, a colossal figure gradually took shape. Clad in silver armor, leaning on a cross-shaped greatsword, its pure white wings beating as it hovered beneath a pristine full moon. The moonlight cast a sacred halo upon it, and with each wing beat, countless silver rays scattered like starlight upon the world, as if it were a deity guarding the night or a sovereign commanding the darkness. But as he watched, the pristine full moon in the sky slowly turned a deep crimson. Within the crimson moon, a throne seemed to materialize, and upon it a figure could be faintly discerned, seated high above the 9 heavens, emanating a vast and dominating aura that looked down upon all. And the 12-winged deity suspended in the night sky slowly turned to face the blood moon, bowing in worship. Fong Xin slowly awakened. Recalling the figure he had just seen, that silhouette within the blood moon was all too familiar. Fong Xin could tell with his toes that this was an effect of his slaughter talent. He looked up at the night sky. The cool moonlight seeped into his mouth and nose, moistening his lungs. It was quite pleasant. Light-type talents were divided into sunlight and moonlight. Tomorrow, he would try the sunlight version. The next day, when the sun hung high in the sky, Fong Xin once again took out the small sculpture and began his contemplation, facing the sun directly. Gradually, an image of a brilliant sun formed in his mind. Beneath that sun, a colossal figure hovered between heaven and earth, clad in golden battle armor, its immense wings beating. Even from a great distance, he could feel the scorching, blazing energy radiating from it, as if it could dry up the vast land in an instant. That immense figure seemed to embody the very source of light in the world. But as Fong Xin continued his contemplation, that brilliant sun also began to change. The sun hanging in the sky slowly turned black over time, as if experiencing a solar eclipse. The golden warrior, the ancient deity representing daylight and brightness who had been suspended beneath the sun, saw his golden armor gradually dim, emitting wisps of black aura. Then he slowly turned, facing the black sun, holding his sword with both hands, bowing his once proud head, as if choosing submission. Following his direction of worship, one could see that within the black sun the throne hovered once more, and a figure sat sideways upon it. With an elbow resting on the armrest and a hand propping up his cheek, he coldly overlooked the mortal world. Fong Xin gasped and opened his eyes. Recalling the image that had flashed in his mind, Fong Xin was all too familiar with the figure on the throne. Wasn't it himself? Fong Xin raised his hand. The killing rune surfaced on its back. He hadn't expected this killing talent to be so heaven-defying. The Fong Xin in the mirror had said he was the chief of the 7 kings. That meant besides the Slaughter King, there were other talent kings. Returning to his thoughts, Fong Xin could now feel particles of light slowly gathering into his body. It seemed he had also awakened a light element talent. Fong Xin took out his phone and opened the front camera, but found no change in his pupils. Fong Xin reasoned that his awakening must be different from others. After a moment of thought, he took out his smart device and searched for what the visualization of awakening a light element talent looked like. After searching, Fong Xin was stunned again. Light elements were divided into solar and lunar. Ordinary talents could only awaken one, while those with Scrade or above could awaken both. During visualization, one needed to hold a statue of the goddess of light, facing sunlight or moonlight. Then one would see the sun god or moon god, but different talents saw different things, judged by the number of wings. Below grade 1 could only see 2-winged deities, grade and above could see 4, 6, 8, 10, and the highest 12 wings. Fong Xin was baffled. His talent measured as a grade by potion, but actually Scrade, so he should only see an 8-winged light god. Why could he see a 12-winged one? Could it be the effect of his killing talent? Fong Xin looked up more information on light element talents, but strangely, only superficial details were available. Many talents had corresponding skills and techniques on the smart device, but how to use light element skills was not introduced at all. Then Fong Xin searched why there was so little information on light element talents. A few answers appeared. All resources, techniques, and skills were monopolized by the church. As Fong Xin browsed, his gaze fixed on an image, more precisely a totem, the church's totem. An eye with a sun for a pupil. Fong Xin had seen this pattern before. It was the emblem on the lion dog's chest at Chu Xinyo's home. So it seemed Chu Xinyo's father was a member of the church. Fong Xin recalled that at the 10,000 Beasts Palace, when Zhuge Heng and Palace Master Shang were talking, the church wanted to transfer the silver-haired handsome man Zhuge Heng to be the governor of the Red Lotus district, but he refused. Moreover, the student of Professor Shang, who developed Primordial No. 1 and was still alive, was also extradited back by the church. The church seemed to hold great power. From Zhuge Heng's few words, it was clear that power struggles within the church were fierce, and the silver-haired man despised their actions. Fong Xin searched for the church again. Apart from what he had already seen, there was no other information. It was very mysterious. Now that he thought about it, Chu Xinyao always refused to talk about her father. The root was here. But there was another point from the search: anyone found to have a light element talent would be forcibly taken by the church regardless of grade. Fong Xin rubbed his smart device. His light element talent was not bad, and the only reason he hadn't been taken was that he had joined the Ninth Bureau. As Fong Xin pondered these matters in the capital within the ancient and majestic Temple of Light, a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a white cloak embroidered with gold looked up at the giant statue of the Goddess of Light standing in the temple. His cloak was embroidered with sun, moon, and stars. Upon closer inspection, as the cloak swayed, the celestial bodies on it slowly rotated. Behind the statue hung a giant sphere like the sun, but now it seemed to be experiencing a solar eclipse. It was gradually being devoured into blackness. The crowned man's pupils burst with golden light, and the temple trembled. A figure rushed in from outside, his red cloak trailing behind him, swaying as he ran. Seeing the scene, his pupils contracted. "Your Holiness, what? What is this?" The middle-aged man's golden pupils stared at the sun being consumed by darkness, murmuring, "The great eclipse devours the sunlight, and dark reversed, the seven kings gathered, judgment descends." The figure behind him trembled violently, his voice shaking. "This. The war of the gods ceased less than a century ago. Is there any way to stop the seven kings from descending?" The middle-aged man slowly turned, his golden pupils blazing with dazzling light. "Yes. Either enslave them to serve us, or do everything possible to strangle them in the cradle." The figure behind him trembled again, and icy chills swept through the temple that should have been warm. "Keep a constant watch on the remnants of the eternal night. Send people to infiltrate them. If the seven kings appear, they will sense it before us. Seize them before they are taken over. Those who obey will prosper, those who defy will perish. As you command." Fong Xin slept a little longer to recharge for the night's points grinding. Soon evening arrived. Fong Xin persistently faced the mirror. After no results, he returned to bed and waited. When a hand appeared out of thin air, Fong Xin reached out and grasped it. With a pull, he vanished. Looking at the city below, Fong Xin found they had changed locations. Zhuge Heng tossed the spherical treasure into the air, and a protective shield descended again. "Any questions?" Zhuge Heng asked. "Can you find me some light element talent skills or techniques?" Zhuge Heng paused in the act of picking his ear. "You awakened a light element talent." "Yes. Light element techniques and skills are different from others. Other talents can be found online or on smart devices, but the light element is monopolized by those old bastards in the church, a bunch of self-righteous trash who think they're superior. Getting these is indeed a bit tricky, considering I recently broke the legs of the nephew of the church's top figure. But since you asked, I'll find a way. I'll give them to you after school starts." Fong Xin clicked his tongue. This guy was truly a legend. "Thanks. No big deal. Any other questions?" "Not for now." With a snap of the fingers, Fong Xin appeared on the battlefield. Tonight's harvest wasn't as rich as previous nights, as the decapitation operation had been going on for 3 days. The Eternal Night remnants and the aberrants who could flee had done so there were fewer people. Fong Xin only gathered 23 points that night. His total was now 12060. When his points reached 1000, his card suddenly flashed, revealing 2 stars. "Dear Mr. Fong Xin, congratulations on being promoted to a 2-star user." In the following days, Fong Xin killed and harvested every night. The Sky Shield Bureau members clearing the aberrants all knew there was a new 9th Bureau trainee in an invisibility cloak on the battlefield, ruthless and decisive, already at level 3 before enrollment. Few knew his face, only legends of him circulated under the night sky. Everything seemed to pass peacefully until the last day, when he encountered a wind element aberrant. A strong gust blew off Fong Xin's invisibility cloak, revealing him in red underwear. This was captured on camera by someone from the Sky Shield Bureau. Although his face wasn't shown, everyone knew the 9th Bureau had a flamboyant new trainee, level 3, wearing red underwear on the outside. When Fong Xin got home and lay down, Shi Tailang sent a message in the 9th Bureau Youth Training Camp group chat. "Do you know? There's a big shot in this batch, level 3 before enrollment." Zhang Yaozu replied first, "Who's that strong?" "Don't know, info is hidden. Those on missions can't say, but a photo leaked out." Shi Tailang then sent a photo, a figure leaping high wearing a granny headscarf and a strange mask, holding a revolver in one hand and a smart device laser sword in the other, with a very eye-catching pair of red underwear embroidered with mandarin ducks. "Look, everyone's calling him the Red Underwear Warrior. What a flashy outfit. Who is that? Could it be someone from our group?" Shi Tailang added, "There are 2 people in the group who never speak. Could it be one of them?" Bai Yulin chimed in, "The photo is clearly a guy. The 2 silent ones are Fong Xin and Li Bauer. Bauer is a girl." Shi Tailang, "Fong Xin, bro, is this Red Underwear Warrior you?" Fong Xin looked at the group messages and the photo, his trembling hands slowly typing a few words. "How could it be me? There's no one that flashy in our launching, or even the entire Red Lotus district." Fong Xin wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This was utterly mortifying. Shi Tailang also replied, "Wow, it's not easy for Brother Xin to send a message. Now the only one silent in our group is Li Bauer." By the way, did any of you participate in the Red Lotus District decapitation operation this time? Zhang Yaozu inquired. Xin Yu took over the conversation. The entire 9th Division only recruited 36 new trainees this year. It seems this decapitation operation only selected the one with the best overall performance from each team for an early trial. I only heard this though. Can't guarantee its accuracy. Zhang Yaozu asked, who went from our team? Brother Xian or Bauer? Bai Yulin chimed in. Bauer messaged me that day saying Instructor Zhuge threw her into the battlefield. So it seems Bauer is our team's top overall performer. Damn, with someone as formidable as Brother Xian in our team, just how amazing is Bauer? Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Bai Yulin added, Bauer has a rare blade god talent, an SS-level blade god talent. She's incredibly strong. We're from the same school. Her scores were the top in the entire Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu was shocked. No way our small team has 2 SS-level powerhouses. The 9th Division's monster room is terrifyingly formidable. Shi Tailang said. If that's the case, then the Red Underpants War God isn't Bauer. It must be among the top performers from the other 5 teams. We'll find out when we get to the training camp. All new trainees of the Heaven Shield Bureau train at the same academy. Shi Tailang changed the subject. I have a little inside info my grandpa told me. He said the Palace Lord of 10,000 Beasts Palace will personally come to teach at our 9th Division. The Palace Lord of 10,000 Beasts Palace. Someone of that status coming to teach. Are you kidding me? Is this info reliable? Almost certain. According to my grandpa, a few nights ago, a new trainee from our 9th Division with a beast taming talent was taken to 10,000 Beasts Palace to awaken their talent. The resulting talent triggered a celestial phenomenon second only to the founding ancestor of 10,000 Beasts Palace. The old Palace Lord of 10,000 Beasts Palace was stirred. I heard those from the palace wanted to snatch the person, but were suppressed by their fear of the 9th Division. However, the palace is very fond of that new trainee and specially sent their Palace Lord to teach. Wow. Which big shot has such prestige to make the Palace Lord of 10,000 Beasts Palace come to teach personally? Shi Tailang continued, no idea. It seems no one in our group has beast taming as their primary talent. It must be from another team. We report to the training camp tomorrow. Won't we know once we get there? Time to sleep, everyone. We must report before noon tomorrow, and there's a placement test at 3 in the afternoon. Fong Xin put down his SmartLink device. Although the training camp was in Cloud City of the Red Lotus District, it wasn't in Fongxin's province, so flying there tomorrow would take over an hour. He took out his card and swiped it on the SmartLink device. Beep. The card displayed his points. 18,328 points. This was what Fong Xin had earned through grueling effort over the past few days. Converted to cash, it was a staggering 1.8 billion. Among the treasures he had looted, only 2 caught his eye. One was a 5th-rank orb called the Earth Spirit Pearl. With this pearl, he could dive 10 meters underground and even pass through walls. The other was a 6th-rank shaman mask. Wearing this mask, when an enemy saw him, they would be temporarily blinded for 3 seconds. On a battlefield where situations changed in an instant, 3 seconds were enough to reverse the tide. Both items were obtained when Fong Xin ambushed a 4th-rank aberrant. All other treasures that could be exchanged for points were converted. As for cash, the miscellaneous money Fong Xin had looted from those aberrants over these days totaled over 230 million. Some lower-rank aberrants might not have good treasures, but having engaged in murder, arson, and plunder, they had naturally accumulated substantial cash. But what troubled Fong Xin most now was that his revolver was out of bullets. There was a marketplace for treasures in the SmartLink device, and he indeed found bullets compatible with his revolver. 1 bullet cost 400 points. Fong Xin asked the seller, I'm a student. Can you give me a few for free? The seller rudely told him to get lost. Fong Xin gritted his teeth and spent 2,000 points to buy 5 bullets. After all, 1 bullet could take down a 4th-rank aberrant, and the return from such an aberrant was worth far more than 400 points. Early the next morning, Fong Xin heard his aunt packing things. He got up, checked the time, packed his own things briefly, and took a shower. His aunt Fong Huilan was packing things for her daughter Jiang Xiaocha while nagging and giving her instructions. Seeing Fong Xin come out, she said, Xiao Xin, after you and your sister go there, stay in touch and look out for each other. Got it, Aunt. Aunt packed a lot of things, including various clothes, and finally brought along many of their favorite foods she had prepared since waking up at 4 in the morning. Jiang Weidong comforted her, the kids are going to school. Why are you crying? I heard you'll have a break midterm, and they'll come back then. Fong Huilan stroked Fong Xin's head, then Jiang Zioch's, her eyes filled with reluctance. The younger daughter Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't reporting for duty. Although the system had reformed this year, she still had to stay at school for a semester to learn theoretical knowledge. However, she had already signed a contract with an organization and would receive a decent allowance during her studies. Fong Xin and Jiang Xiaocha were on the same flight. Cloud City. The plane landed at 10:30. There was a direct shuttle to Heaven Shield Academy. Fong Xin took Jiang Xiaocha onto the bus. The bus was full of new faces, all chattering noisily. new trainees of the Heaven Shield Bureau from various regions. After getting on, Fong Xin casually grabbed a travel guide from the pocket of the seat in front and covered his face with it. But the new trainees were arguing endlessly. Zhang Xiaocha took out earphones and put them in Fong Xin's ears, giving him a sweet smile. Fong Xin leaned his head against the window. His sister truly understood him. A girl sat in the front row. Her voice was shrill, and she had been chattering nonstop since boarding. Honestly, I wasn't in good form that day, so I barely scored in a grade. Otherwise, I could have joined the 9th Division. I was so close. But no one from my school got selected by the 9th Division. The best was me, who made it to the 6th Division. My name is Huang Hui. Which division are you all from? What are your names? We'll be classmates from now on, so let's get to know each other. She went around asking a few people nearby. None of us are from the 9th Division. Huang Hui sighed. Yeah, that monster room of the 9th Division isn't accessible to just anyone. This year, the Heaven Shield Bureau recruited over 1,800 from 12 districts nationwide, but the 9th Division only took 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned to look at Fong Xian and Zhang Xiaocha in the back row. Hey classmate, what's your name? Which division? Zhang Xiaocha, 1st Division. 1st Division. That's good. Huang Hui looked at Fong Xian, whose face was covered by the travel guide. She reached out and lifted it. Hey classmate, what's your name? Which division? Zhang Xiaocha frowned slightly. Fong Xian opened his eyes irritably. Qin Juan House, 7th Division. Huang Hui said, oh, the 7th Division. It's not as good as our 6th, but it's still decent. Fong Xian forced a smile, took the travel guide, and covered his face again to catch up on sleep. Huang Hui scoffed, pretty aloof. Who knows, after graduation, I might be your superior. The bus bumped along the road. Huang Hui kept chattering the whole way. When they got off, many cars were parked at the school gate. New faces full of curiosity and longing walked toward Heaven Shield Academy. At the school gate, there were signs marking the 9 Special Operations Divisions. Each registration point had members from their respective divisions. After getting off, Huang Hui chattered, wow, the seniors are all so handsome. So cool. Fong Xin's gaze shifted to the 9th Division's area. The one handling registrations there was the Xiao Lu he had met before. Zhang Xiaocha waved at Fong Xian. Brother, I'm going to register. Fong Xian replied, find me if anything comes up. Huang Hui glanced at Fong Xian. Your cousin's 1st Division is much stronger than your 7th Division classmate Qin Juanhao. Fong Xian gave a smile in return. Huang Hui pointed to a spot. Your 7th Division is over there next to our 6th Division. We're going the same way. Tian Junhui walked over. Huang Hui immediately became excited, speaking in a syrupy voice. Hello, senior. I'm Huang Hui, a new trainee of the 6th Division. Tian Junhui nodded and pointed to the 6th Division's registration area. Go register over there. Okay, senior. Huang Hui was about to leave when she saw Tian Junhui suddenly snap to attention and salute Fong Xian sharply. Fong Xian returned the salute. Tian Junhui smiled. Your 9th Division is over there. Fong Xian nodded. He gently patted Tian Junhui on the shoulder and said, I'll head over there first. Sure. Huang Hui stood frozen in place, her gaze shifting from Fong Xin's retreating figure to Tian Junhui. Senior, is he from the 9th Division? Tian Junhui resumed his cold demeanor and simply grunted in acknowledgement. Huang Hui stared blankly in the direction Fong Xian had gone, feeling utterly fooled, yet powerless to do anything about it. Fong Xian wove through the crowd and arrived at the registration point for the 9th Division. Little Deer was dozing with her chin resting on the table. Fong Xian waved his hand. Sister Deer. Little Deer lifted her head and flashed a sweet smile at Fong Xian. Fong Xian, you're here. Look into the camera and register. Fong Xian positioned himself in front of a nearby camera. With a soft beep, Little Deer extended her hand toward Fong Xian. Welcome aboard. Fong Xian. A voice called out. Fong Xian turned around and saw a chubby, fair-skinned little guy standing behind him. The chubby boy stepped forward, extending his hand with a grin. I'm Shi Tailing. Fong Xian took his hand for a brief handshake. Nice to meet you. Behind Shi Tailing stood a girl with slightly dusky skin. She wore a tracksuit with the word Strive printed on the chest and Youth on the back. Brother Xian, guess who this is? Shi Tailing asked with a mischievous grin, slinging an arm around the girl. After a moment's thought, Fong Xian replied, Li Bao are right. A faint blush crept across the girl's dark cheeks. She punched Shi Tailing in the stomach, then turned to Fong Xian with an embarrassed smile. Brother Xian, I'm Zhang Yaozu. You're Zhang. Huh, you're a girl. Fong Xian stood stunned. Wow, your name. It's quite glorious. Zhang Yaozu scratched her head with a silly grin. My brother's name is Zhang Guangzong. Fong Xian was instantly rendered speechless by Zhang Yaozu's words. He recalled that this person often bickered with Shi Tailing in the group chat and had a profile picture of a little yellow chick with a middle-part hairstyle, which had led him to always assume she was a boy. Where are the others? The other 3 went to their dorms to set up their beds. We're waiting here for you while also keeping watch. Shi Tailing flashed a slightly lecherous grin. Keeping watch for what? Shi Tailing leaned in. Aren't you curious about who the red underpants warrior is? A lot of people are dying to know who that red underpants warrior is. Fong Xian instinctively cleared his throat. I'm not that nosy. Even if he showed up, he wouldn't be wearing his underwear on the outside, would he? Sure, Tailang chuckled. Actually, after a comprehensive evaluation, we've already figured out who the red underpants warrior is. Zhang Chong from Squad 6. He had the highest overall score in his squad and participated in the Red Lotus District decapitation mission. When someone asked him about it, he didn't deny it. He checked in 5 minutes before you arrived, dressed really flashy. There's no one else it could be. Hearing this, Fong Xian thought since someone was willing to take on that embarrassing title, let them have it. Sure, Tailang continued. Brother Xian, before heading to the dorm, you need to go over there to pay the accommodation fees and other miscellaneous costs. Remember to bring your card. Colball will take you to pay. The trainees in our 9th division all get single rooms. Shinyu arrived early and already cleaned all our dorms. You just need to drop off your stuff. He'll go book a private room at the restaurant. Let's have a meal together, the 6 of us. Colball take Brother Xian to pay the fees. He'll send the location in our group chat. Zhang Yaozu with her dark skin punched Shi Tailang in the stomach again. Get lost, you fatso. You're the Colball. Your whole family are Colballs. Shi Tailang laughed. Brother Xian him off first. As Zhang Yaozu led the way, Fong Xian asked curiously, do you two know each other? Our families have been close for generations, so I've known that fatso since I was a kid. Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old acquaintance while paying the fees. Standing among several classmates from the 7th Division, Qin Juanhao declared generously, everyone, don't fight me for this. We're all from the 7th Division, future classmates and comrades. As a first meeting gift, it'll cover all the miscellaneous fees for everyone in the 7th Division. It's not much money, just a little welcome present. He waved his card as he spoke. Before I came, my dad loaded this card with 5 million. He told me to get along with everyone. With that, he swiped the card, and the display showed a balance of 392. Some classmates nearby started cheering, Mr. Qin is so generous. It's just pocket change. Qin Juanhao waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Yaozu shook her head and clicked her tongue. What a fool from some rich family. He's really generous. He's already swiped his card for many new trainees from the 7th Division. The cost per person is 20,000, and with nearly 200 new trainees, that's about 4 million. Rich folks are truly extravagant. Fong Xian was unimpressed. Young Master Qin was still desperately trying to flaunt his wealth as always. There were several payment windows. The 9th Division had its own dedicated window. Since there were fewer people, there was no need to queue. As Fong Xian walked over, many new trainees turned to look at him. They gazed enviously at the 9th Division's new member. Anyone capable of joining the monster house was nothing short of a genius. Qin Juanhao turned his head and spotted Fong Xian. A crafty idea immediately crossed his mind. Fong Xian. Qin Juanhao waved at him. The people around him all turned to look at Qin Juanhao. Mr. Qin, you know someone from the 9th Division? Qin Juanhao quickly replied, of course I do. How could I not? We're both from Lon City, classmates in the same class, and we're good buddies. The new trainees from the 7th Division let out a collective gasp of surprise. Qin Juanhao walked over toward Fong Xian. Card in hand, seeing Fong Xian about to pay his fees, he said, Fong Xian, let me cover your tuition and fees. Qin Juanhao slung an arm around Fong Xian, pretending they were close. After all, knowing a monster from the 9th Division here would boost his own social standing. Do I know you that well? Fong Xian used his elbow to push Qin Juanhao away, seeing right through his little scheme. Qin Juanhao clicked his tongue, wrapped his arm around Fong Xian again, and put on a fake benevolent smile. We're from the same hometown and old classmates. It's only right for me to pay your fees. Besides, after your parents passed away, the inheritance they left you can't be much. For you, over 20,000 in fees is quite a lot. Your aunt and uncle's meager salaries would take ages to save up. With that, he took another jab at Fong Xian. By stepping on him and then paying his fees, Qin Junhao's image would only grow more impressive. Many classmates looked at Fong Xian with varying degrees of pity in their eyes. They hadn't expected this new 9th Division trainee to come from such a poor background. Zhang Yaozu frowned, feeling an inexplicable surge of disgust toward Qin Juanhao. Shamelessly, Qin Juanhao lowered his head and said to the staff member, Teacher, I'll pay his fees. Fong Xian, my dad loaded my card with 5 million, and I've still got over 3 million left. That's just over 300 credits. There's no need to be shy. We're old classmates, and with your family's tough situation, there's nothing wrong with me giving you a hand. Zhang Yaozu's brow furrowed deeply. Furious at the sight of Qin Juanhao, she pulled out her own card, ready to swipe it for Fong Xian, just as she was about to speak and make the payment. Fong Xian had already expressionlessly placed his own card on the card reader. Beep. 2 credits successfully paid. Account balance 16,326 credits. A long string of digits appeared. Qin Juanhao, card in hand, stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at Fong Xin's 5-digit point balance. This was equivalent to a staggering 160 million in cash. Zhang Yaozu, who had raised his card to swipe for Fong Xian, was also stunned, his eyes bulging. No one expected Fong Xin's card to hold so many points. The new students nearby had also seen it, and a burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Those further back quickly asked what had happened. Word spread like wildfire, and the payment area buzzed with commotion. Everyone stared at this new student from the 9th department. It was the first time they had seen so many points on a new student's card, over 16,000. Just which wealthy scion had come here to play? No wonder he was from the 9th department, the Department of Monsters. Even his entrance was different from ordinary students. Even the teacher at the payment counter looked shocked, unable to resist, giving Fong Xian an extra glance as he handed over the betting. Among the arrivals today were many young masters from prominent families, yet the most points any of them had was barely 4 digits. He was the first new student to possess a 5-digit point balance. Qin Juanhao stood with his mouth agape, his own card, with a balance of just over 300 points, still held high. His points were merely a fraction of Fong Xin's. How do you have so many points? Qin Juanhao asked in shock. Before school started, I did some odd jobs and earned a little pocket money. Fong Xian gave a light push with the back of his hand, shoving Qin Juanhao aside. After taking 2 steps, Fong Xian paused and glanced sideways at Qin Juanhao, his voice cold. It's fine to want to show off, but remember, don't climb on others' shoulders to flaunt your petty virtues. It's tacky. Also, we're not close. With that, Fong Xian turned and walked away. Qin Juanhao stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded, as the surrounding new students pointed and whispered about him. Many had witnessed Qin Junhao's behavior and felt that publicly exposing Fong Xin's family background was indeed a low move. The teacher at the payment counter also shot Qin Juanhao a disdainful look. Forcing a smile and relying on his thick-skinned, Qin Juanhao slunk back to the 7th department, still intending to swipe his card for the students behind him. But the student behind him immediately said, Qin Juanhao, I'll pay my own fees. Your money disgusts me. Others ahead chimed in. Qin Juanhao, I'm returning your money. Fong Xian admired everything about Tianshield Academy. The campus spanned over 1,000 acres, vast and immense, dominated by numerous large training facilities. At the very center of the academy stood a colossal statue. It was a cast-iron sculpture of several figures. 4 stood at the cardinal points, 2 in the center. One crouched with hands cupped before the chest, the other holding a shield high aloft, as if resisting all darkness in the world. Zhang Yaozu trotted eagerly behind Fong Xian. Brother Xian, where did you get so many points? Farmed from grinding minor mobs. Fong Xian brushed it off. For now, had better not let anyone know he was involved in the decapitation operation, lest he be recognized as the Red Underpants Warrior. Otherwise, right after enrollment, being dubbed Underpants Bro by all these new students would not only cost him his chance at romance, but also brand him forever as Bro Underpants. The thought of someone asking, do you know Fong Xian? And the reply being no, but you mean Underpants Bro? Made Fong Xian cringe. The dormitory of the 9th department was undoubtedly the most luxurious, fully equipped with every amenity. Under Zhang Yaozu's guidance, Fong Xian reached his room at the easternmost end of the floor and set down his bedding. Brother Xian, am next door? Fatty's room is beside mine. Across from you from left to right are Li Baoer, Bai Yulin, and Xunyu. As he spoke, a student with an effeminate, almost pretty appearance entered from the opposite door. He had long hair and dressed in a somewhat feminine style. Fong Xian. Hello, I'm Bai Yu. Bai Yulin extended a hand with manicured nails. Fong Xian was taken aback. He clearly remembered the kid's name was Bai Yulin. Zhang Yaozu leaned in and whispered, Brother Xian, this guy has a split personality, multiple personalities. Right now he's his sister Bai Yu. He also has a younger brother Bai Lin and an older brother He Yulin. Each personality represents a different talent. Fong Xin's head spun. Is this for real? Suppressing his astonishment, he extended his hand. Hello, Brother Xin's here. Another voice rang out. Fong Xian saw a figure at the door who ducked to enter. When he saw the person clearly, Fong Xin's eyes widened considerably. The newcomer was 2 meters and 60 centimeters tall. He was robust and muscular, standing like an iron tower, his head almost touching the ceiling. Brother Xian, am Xunyu. The newcomer extended a hand as large as a palm leaf. Fong Xian shook it, utterly speechless with shock. Where's Baoer? Zhang Yaozu asked. I'm here. A soft, gentle voice came from the doorway. Fong Xian shifted his gaze and saw a fair-skinned, pretty girl standing there. Her first impression was one of slight daze and naivety. The 2 cleavers tucked under her arms somewhat disrupted the air of innocence, and she munched on a bag of chips with a satisfying crunch. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a white shirt and loose sweatpants, one leg of which was rolled up to the knee. Brother Xian, this is Li Baoer, Zhang Yaozu introduced. Hello. Fong Xian greeted her. Li Baoer mechanically crunched her chips as if lost in a daze. Baoer, Brother Xian is saying hello, Bai Yulin prompted. Li Baoer's unfocused pupils slowly sharpened. Oh, hello. Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. Fatty sent a location. Let's head over for lunch. They followed the pin to the restaurant Shi Tailang had booked. Shi Tailing briskly distributed utensils and poured tea, looking eager to gossip. I just saw Underpants Bro Zhang Chong. Over there. The private room door was half open. Shi Tailing jutted his chin in a direction. They looked and saw a new student sitting in the distance wearing a floral shirt, pink pants, and gold leather shoes. Fong Xian couldn't help but glance over. Many new students were pointing at Zhang Chong and even taking surreptitious photos. Yet Zhang Chong seemed to revel in the attention. Fong Xian shook his head. If you want to be Underpants Bro, go ahead. I just heard that Underpants Bro is a latest stage level 3 combatant. In this afternoon's placement test, he's the most likely to clear it without taking a single hit. Shi Tailing added. Zhang Yaozu glanced at his watch. It's past 12. Let's eat rest a bit. We need to assemble at 2:30 and the test starts at 3. I heard the difficulty has been tweaked this year. It's harder than before. Clearing it unscathed. Tough. I heard that in previous years some seniors were so badly injured they had to lie in bed for a month. Bai Yulan said. I brought medicine. He'll distribute it before the test, Shin Yu offered. Fong Xian pulled out his communicator and saw a message from Zhuge Hong. Xian, come help me move some stuff, followed by a location pin. Fong Xian stood up. Zhuge called me over. You guys eat first. He'll be back soon. Sure, brother Xian. If you can't make it, just message us, and we'll bring you food. Thanks. After greeting them, Fong Xian left. Once he was gone, the group returned to their previous topic. I heard the top 3 fastest to clear the placement test get point rewards. Shi Tailing took a sip of tea. Fastest clear. Just lasting the full time is a blessing. Don't even think about that. Zhang Yaozu scoffed. Bauer is level 3, who shall have the easiest time among us. But Li Bauer looked at Zhang Yaozu blankly, her voice soft and slow. I can't beat Fong Xian. After Li Bauer said these words, the other new recruits in the same squad showed expressions of surprise. You can't beat Fong Xian. Bai Yulan turned to look at Li Bauer. Li Bauer nodded. Are you sure? Li Bauer crunched on potato chips, her voice still soft and sweet. Very sure. Wow, so that means brother Xian is also a 3rd level combatant. Shi Tailing exclaimed. Among us there are 2 3rd level combatants. Yes. Brother Xian has an SS-level strength talent. When you think about it, it's not surprising. Shi Tailing mused. But that doesn't add up. In the decapitation operation, didn't they say they picked the top overall performer from each squad? Since Bauer can't beat brother Xian, why did our squad send Bauer instead of brother Xian? Zhang Yaozu asked, puzzled. Li Bauer looked up, her big eyes blinking, adorably naive. Bai Yulan inquired, is this information accurate? I heard it. Bai Yulan rolled his eyes. Rumors aren't reliable. For all we know, both Bauer and brother Xian from our squad went. Then why didn't brother Xian say anything when we asked him in the group chat if he knew about the decapitation operation? Li Bauer rested her chin on the table, nibbling on chips with her small mouth. Because he was busy chopping people and had no time for you all. Zhang Yaozu suddenly understood. I see. Do you think brother Xian could be the Red Underpants War God? Shi Tailing immediately retorted. Coal Ball, have you lost your mind? Hasn't it been confirmed that brother Underpants is Zhang Chong? Our brother Xian looks like a man of righteousness and integrity. How could he possibly have such flamboyant attire? Fatty, you're the Coal Ball. Speaking of which, brother Xian should score well in this afternoon's placement test. Not necessarily. The 9th Division's placement test is notoriously difficult. But regardless, he's definitely better than me. Shi Tailing said. Dozens of large trucks loaded with various equipment were parked on the road. Fong Xian stood frozen in place, staring at the white-haired man beside him slurping noodles. This is what you call a little bit. Zhuge Hong slurped his noodles and draped an arm over Fong Xin's shoulder. What's the matter? Too little. Fong Xin's face darkened. I still have the entrance placement test this afternoon, big brother. Zhuge Hong raised his chin. All this equipment on the trucks is for training in various venues. I've already spoken to the supervisor in charge. If you finish moving all this equipment as instructed, it'll get you a manager's badge. Others have to pay and beg for permission to train outside regular hours, but with a manager's badge you can use it for free. How about that? Fong Xian was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile. Thanks, big brother. Go Pikachu. Zhuge Hong gave Fong Xian a push and disappeared while slurping his noodles. Fong Xian wondered, what's a Pikachu? He opened the truck door and began unloading the equipment following the supervisor's instructions. Fortunately, with his strength talent, moving these items wasn't too tiring for Fong Xian. He worked until nearly 2:30. Shi Tailing and the others messaged asking where Fong Xian was, telling him to gather for the exam. Fong Xian had just finished unloading over a dozen trucks when several more arrived. Xiao Lu sent a message in the group chat. Fong Xian, Master Zhuge has informed the chief examiner. It's fine if you come a bit late. Fong Xian replied bitterly with an understood. By the time he finished everything, it was already past 3 o'clock. The supervisor handed Fong Xian an ID badge with Fong Xian on the front and manager on the back. After thanking him, Fong Xian rushed frantically toward the exam venue. By the time he arrived, the test had already begun. The exam grounds consisted of 9 massive arenas. A giant screen floated in the sky displaying the scores of the new recruits in this placement test. The evaluation was based on combat power completion time or the duration of persistence. The so-called clearance required first facing a peak first level puppet, then 2, then 3. After clearing the first level, it moved to the second level, going from 1 puppet to 3 and finally to peak third level puppets again from 1 to 3. If one couldn't win, the score depended on how long one could hold out. The longer the delay, the higher the score. However, each level had an upper limit 10 minutes for the first level, 20 for the second, and 30 for the third. After the placement test, the first place would receive 300 points, second place 200, and third place 100. When Fong Xin arrived at the venue, he glanced at the giant screen above. At that point in the exam, the top overall scorer was someone named Cheng Yue, who had cleared in 17 minutes and 58 seconds. The top 20 on the screen were almost entirely dominated by the 9th Division, and as more 9th Division recruits entered the exam, they expanded into the top 30, leaving the other divisions far behind. On the viewing stand in the distance sat a row of leaders, including the conspicuously striking white-haired man. Compared to the other leaders sitting upright and proper, the white-haired man seemed somewhat lazy. Moreover, while most leaders were middle-aged or elderly, he alone was young, making him stand out. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fong Xin. "Brother Xin, over here." Fong Xin hurried over, and Zhang Yaozu handed him a luxurious hand-gripped pancake and a cup of porridge. "For you." Just as he took a sip of porridge, a cry of surprise erupted from the crowd. Someone had refreshed the first-place score. "Holy crap! It's Brother Underpants." Zhang Yaozu stared at the screen. All the new recruits buzzed with discussion. Unexpectedly, Brother Underpants, with his flamboyant style, also had flamboyant combat power, refreshing the first-place record with a time of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Immediately after they saw Brother Underpants walk out of the exam venue, his face battered and bruised. Fong Xin glanced around. It seemed that almost everyone who finished the exam emerged with bruised faces. Not far away, several ambulances and healing-type staff were on standby. Zhang Yaozu, also with a bruised face, stared at the screen. Fong Xin saw that Zhang Yaozu was ranked 29th. Just as he took a bite of food, an announcement came: "The following students please enter the exam venue." Another large screen displayed the names of several students, with Fong Xin's name prominently among them. Fong Xin took a big gulp of porridge and wolfed down 2 large bites of the pancake. Zhang Yaozu took the unfinished pancake from Fong Xin. "Go for it, Brother Xin. He'll reheat this for you later." As Fong Xin walked toward the exam venue, the giant screen above flashed again. The rankings updated with a change. Everyone erupted in gasps of surprise. Fong Xin couldn't help but look over. He saw a new name at the top of the list. Ji Xuanza, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. This directly surpassed Brother Underpants by over 5 minutes. But before the gasps of surprise could fade, even louder exclamations rang out. The first place changed again. Li Bauer, 7 minutes and 1 second. The exclamations surged like a tidal wave in all directions. "Holy shit! Is this a monster room? 7 minutes and 1 second. I barely lasted 7 minutes and got beaten to tears. She cleared it in 7 minutes. Can't they separate the 9th Division scores from the rest of us? This is too discouraging. It's like we're from 2 different worlds. 7 minutes and 1 second. That's rare even in the history of Tian Shield Academy. She's definitely first place. 300 points in the bag." On the viewing stand, an elderly man sitting in the center interlaced his fingers and leaned back slowly. "This Li Bauer is truly exceptional. 7 minutes and 1 second. That ranks in the top 5 in Tian Shield Academy's history. Dean, this batch of students is outstanding," a middle-aged man beside him said with emotion. The old man looked into the distance. Inside the exam venue, a dazed and adorable pretty girl emerged, carrying 2 machetes under her arm. "Is that Li Bauer?" "Yes." The old man's face was full of gratification. "The younger generation is formidable. This little girl looks about the same age as my granddaughter, but with this talent and combat power, my granddaughter can't compare at all." A bespectacled old man nearby immediately said, "Dean, your granddaughter is no slouch either." The old man waved his hand. "Stop flattering me. Let's be realistic. This girl is leagues ahead. She should undoubtedly be the top scorer in this year's Tian Shield Academy entrance exam, right?" "Absolutely. 7 minutes and 1 second. Surpassing her would be nearly impossible," the others echoed. Zhuge Heng interlaced his fingers, resting his hands behind his head, leaning back slowly and rocking his chair. Watching Fong Xin walk toward the exam venue, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. As Fong Xin stepped into the examination hall, an owl hovered in midair, its eyes fixed intently upon him. Beep. Fong Xin, new recruit of the 9th Division. Identity verification successful. The assessment test begins now. With those words, the owl flapped its wings and soared aloft, hanging in the air like a proctor. Fong Xin shifted his gaze, noticing the surroundings begin to transform. The classroom morphed into an old residential district. Then a scar-faced man emerged from one side, swaggering as he sized up Fong Xin. Fong Xian paused, taken aback that this puppet was so lifelike. The examination environment was utterly unexpected. It turned out to be an infinitely realistic combat simulation. The scar-faced man twisted his head, brandishing a dagger as he charged at Fong Xian. The opponent was a peak level 1 combatant. Yet before Fong Xian, he was hardly a challenge. As he approached, Fong Xian employed no flashy moves, just a single mighty slap. The scar-faced man's head lolled to one side, and he collapsed motionless. The owl tilted its head. The scar-faced man rose again, and from the side emerged a long-haired youth. The scar-faced man was a strength-type attacker, while the long-haired youth wielded fire-based attacks. The two coordinated from distance and close range, instantly pincer-attacking Fong Xian. Fong Xian gave the two puppets no time to strategize, charging straight in. He twisted his waist and delivered a punch that sent the scar-faced puppet crashing to the ground inert. He easily dodged a fireball from the other fire-attacking puppet, then finished it with a flying knee. In a blink, both puppets rose again, and another puppet in the shape of a young man in a baseball cap emerged. It launched a psychic attack, its nearly transparent hand reaching for Fong Xin's head. Fong Xian rolled aside. Through countless battles, he had learned that when facing psychic attacks, one must concentrate fire on the psychic attacker first. With a sliding tackle, he toppled the psychic puppet, then crushed its neck with an elbow strike. Turning, he grabbed the incapacitated puppet and hurled it at the fire-attacking puppet, knocking it over. He leaped over and drove his elbow into the scar-faced puppet's head, burying it into its chest. Then with a whip kick, he disabled the fire-attacking puppet. Recruit Fong Xian, level 1 cleared. Time 42 seconds. His vision blurred, and the scene shifted. Fong Xian turned to find himself standing at a ferry crossing. An ice spike shot out from the water. Fong Xian relied on overwhelming force, his superior cultivation crushing the opponent without giving it a chance to attack further. He slammed into it with an Iron Mountain lean. The strength-type talent was aptly called the brute force talent. Once the body reached a certain level, there was no reasoning with it. Subsequently, a psychic puppet and a metal-attacking puppet appeared. To someone as battle-hardened as Fong Xian, these were child's play. He dispatched them effortlessly. Before entering, he thought it would be difficult. Now he found it far simpler than the decapitation missions he had faced. Recruit Fong Xian. Level 2 cleared. Total time for the first 2 levels 2 minutes and 12 seconds. As he entered the 3rd level, he encountered a beast tamer attack. Fong Xian chuckled at the sight. He flicked his arm and 2 beams of light, one black, one white, intertwined. 2 wolves emerged. Since the test was so simple, he decided not to waste time. He led the wolves in a joint assault to speed through the level. A good ranking meant extra points. Outside the examination hall, Li Baoer's score hovered above all others, 7 minutes and 1 second. This result ranked among the top 5 in the history of the Tiandun Academy. Many new recruits and even teachers craned their necks to look at Li Baoer. She seemed shy and embarrassed, hiding behind Zhang Yaozu and scratching her head, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Yet this demeanor clashed with the 2 cleavers tucked under her arm. Shi Tailang approached, his face bruised and swollen. Both eyes were swollen shut, leaving only slits. One lip was grotesquely puffed. He tilted his head and used the other half of his mouth to drink some water. Baoer is amazing. 7 minutes and 1 second. The battered by Yulin and Shun Yu with a dislocated arm also came over. Baoer is incredible. A landslide first place. 2 minutes ahead of the second. Where's Xian go? Shi Tailang asked. He just went in. Shi Tailang twisted the bottle cap. Baoer said she can't beat Xian go. Baoer finished in 7 minutes 1 second. What about Xian go? 6 minutes. What do you think, Baoer? Li Baoer looked up with a dazed, simple expression. I don't know. We've never fought. He can't be under 5 minutes, right? Zhang Yaozu asked. Shi Tailang licked his swollen lips. Under 5 minutes. Are you joking, Zhang Kolbal? In the entire history of Tiandun Academy, only 2 seniors have done it. The best record is 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and that was when the entrance test was easier. Can't you think bigger, you fatso? Shi Tailang retorted. You have to be realistic. You can't just dream up nonsense for the sake of a grand vision. You always argue with me, you fatso. How long did Instructor Zhuge take to clear it? Instructor Zhuge skipped the training camp and joined the 9th Division directly. But with his talent, he could easily make the top 3. Shi Tailang steered the conversation back. Anyway, Baoer is truly amazing. Some people couldn't even last 7 minutes on the 1st level, and she cleared the whole thing in 7 minutes. Bai Yulin jutted his chin. From other divisions, at least 1,200 couldn't last 3 minutes. After all, they were students before coming here, lacking real combat experience. The puppets in the assessment are all peak level 1. It's normal not to last 3 minutes. Zhang Yaozu linked arms with Li Baoer. That just proves how awesome our Baoer is. Did Xian go eat half of his pancake and porridge? Shi Tailang noticed the half-eaten food in Zhang Yaozu's hand. Yeah, he had just taken a couple of bites when the announcement called him in for the test. They'll have to heat it up for him later. As they spoke, the previously noisy crowd of faculty and students suddenly fell silent. Shi Tailang's swollen eyes darted around. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone stared at the large screen displaying the scores. The screen flickered. A name slowly appeared above devours. On the viewing platform, the aged dean wore a benevolent and kind smile, gazing into the distance at devours. His eyes were filled with the relief and joy of seeing the younger generation surpass their predecessors. Wait a moment. When I award the top 3 prizes, I will personally present it to this little girl. Of course, Dean Su. Dean Su interlaced his fingers and rested them on his belly. 7 minutes and 1 second. It's been many years since a new student scored within 10 minutes. Dean, it's because the difficulty of the entrance assessment has increased year by year, a middle-aged man beside him flattered. Dean Su twirled his thumbs. Doesn't that just prove how remarkable this little girl is? Who recruited her? The others all looked toward Zhuge Heng. The dean patted Zhuge Heng's shoulder with great satisfaction. You always manage to surprise me. Zhuge Heng grinned, showing his teeth. Old Su, this is nothing yet. The dean leaned in and asked, what's this little girl's background? Zhuge Heng chuckled. There are only a few masters of the blade in Dragon Country. Her surname is Li. I bet you can guess. The dean paused, then asked in astonishment, she's that person's granddaughter. Exactly. The dean nervously flexed his fingers, a broad smile on his face. I knew it. Such a strong little girl couldn't come from an ordinary family. How many new students are left to finish the test? Someone beside him replied, Dean, there are still over 90. The dean straightened his clothes. Then it's certain that this little girl is the top of her class. Let's go. Prepare everything. I must personally present her award. As he spoke, the dean stood up. But the moment he rose, the previously noisy faculty and students of Tian Shield Academy fell silent. Everyone in the academy turned to look at the large screen displaying the results. The ranking table flickered. Devours' first-place position slowly shifted to second. A name gradually appeared above Devours. Student Fong Xin 9th Division result, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire academy of over 1,000, nearly 2,000 people fell silent. Absolute silence reigned, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, as if a paralysis spell had been cast on everyone present. Seconds later, the entire academy erupted. Holy crap. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Am I seeing things from jerking off too much? Is it real? No way, man. You cleared it in just over 3 minutes. Not only did you clear it in 3 minutes and 12 seconds, but you also did it without taking a single hit. I thought 7 minutes and 1 second was unbeatable. Whose general is this? What do they mean by a monster dorm? This is what a monster dorm is. There's no living with this. Over 1,200 freshmen from other divisions couldn't last 3 minutes, and this guy speedruns the course in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The best record in Tian Shield Academy's history was 3 minutes and 39 seconds. This guy just broke the record. The gap between first and second is 3 minutes and 12 seconds, and the gap between second and third is over 35 minutes. The gap between first place and me is like the gap between humans and dogs. Stop joking. I heard the 9th Division has a grade fire tribute guard dog with level 8 combat power. You're not even as good as the 9th Division's dog. There's no living with this. I strongly suggest removing the members of the 9th Division from the list. It's too demoralizing for the rest of us. Bro, don't joke. Even we in the 9th Division are pretty discouraged by this result. In the crowd, Qin Juanhao, covered in wounds, stood dumbfounded when he saw Fong Xin's name. Many new students from the 7th Division knew Fong Xin because of Qin Juanhao. Seeing his results now, they were astounded and held Qin Juanhao in even greater contempt. Zhang Xiaocha looked up at the ranking, and upon seeing Fong Xin's name, she adjusted her glasses and revealed a sweet smile. A classmate beside her asked in confusion, Xiaocha, what are you smiling about? Nothing. The dean, who had been about to leave, looked up, his eyes wide as saucers. Thinking he had misread, he rubbed his eyes, leaned over the table, and squinted to look at the results again. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. No mistake. The dean pointed a trembling finger at the screen. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The other leaders of Tian Shield Academy in the same row were also overcome with emotion. A record. A record, Dean. The dean, emotionally stirred, sat down, patted his pounding heart, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his lips almost curling up to the back of his head in excitement. His gaze shifted to the composed, white-haired Zhuge Heng. Hey Zhuge, did you expect this? More or less. Did you find this new student too? Exactly right. Zhuge Heng grinned, showing his small white teeth. The dean vigorously patted Zhuge Heng's shoulder. Kid, I'm giving you the highest credit. No, I must tell old Master Yi this good news. As he made the call, the dean asked, Zhuge, what's the background of this one named Fong Xin? Zhuge Heng slowly stood up, hands in his pockets. He pulled out a hand, patted Dean Su on the shoulder, and leaned in to whisper with a smile. Old Su, knowing some things too early isn't good. You'll find out eventually. Dean Su was taken aback. The phone in his hand connected. An old, vigorous voice came through. Hello. Dean Su quickly picked up the phone. Elder Yi, it's me, Su Basan. I have good news. The top scorer in this year's Tian Shield Academy entrance assessment scored 3 minutes and 12 seconds. A new record. What's the name? Fong Xin. A hearty laugh came from the other end. Good haha, I see. Is Zhuge there? Give him the phone. Dean Su stood up. Zhuge Elder Yi wants you on the phone. Zhuge Hong, who was about to leave, turned back upon hearing this. The usually arrogant and domineering white-haired youth spoke into the phone with unprecedented politeness and respect. Elder Yi, what are your orders? After responding a few times, Zhuge Hong hung up and handed the phone back to Dean Su. Dean Su wanted to ask more, but Zhuge Hong waved his hand and vanished from the spot. Dean, how should we proceed with the award ceremony now? I will award the top 3. Su Bashan replied over his shoulder, his mind full of doubt. Elder Yes Tone earlier suggested he already knew about this new student named Fong Xin. Combining this with what Zhuge Hong had just said, Su Bashan was puzzled. He turned his head to look in Fong Xin's direction, pondering what background this youth really had. Fong Xin walked out of the examination hall rubbing his shoulder. Brother Xin. Shi Tailang shouted himself hoarse, picked Fong Xin up and spun him around. Brother Xin, you're a beast. Shi Tailang nearly screamed his throat out. Fong Xin took the unfinished food from Zhang Yaozu's hands. Zhang Yaozu dazedly handed the flatbread and porridge to Fong Xin. It's still warm. Brother Xin, you're incredible. Over 3 minutes. Do you know you broke the record? Shi Tailang said excitedly. Zhang Yaozu teased. Fatty, you were just saying Brother Xin couldn't do it in 5 minutes. Shi Tailang clicked his tongue. I knew Brother Xin was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Fong Xin quickly said, luck, pure luck. It's not that I'm strong. Really, it's that the test was too easy. Shi Tailang threw up his hands. Listen to him. Is that even human speech? Can't beat him, can't outbrag him. How are we supposed to live? Just as Fong Xin was about to speak, Zhuge Hong appeared beside him. He placed a hand on Fong Xin's shoulder. In the next moment, Fong Xin was astonished to find that the voices of Shi Tailang and the others became muffled, as if separated by an air wall. Moreover, they seemed unable to see Zhuge Hong. There's something I forgot to tell you. Fong Xin looked at Zhuge Hong with confusion. Zhuge Hong placed a hand on Fong Xin's shoulder. Don't go around telling everyone you're Fong Qingda's grandson. If someone asks, keep it to yourself. Even though your grandfather's old injustice was redressed, many in the divine court were severely wounded by him back then. Those people now hold high positions in the Heaven Shield Bureau. If they find out you're Fong Qingda's grandson, you'll face no shortage of beatings from society. When I checked your information earlier, I altered your family details. A casual search won't reveal much. Now only Old Master Yi Little Deer and I know your true identity in the 9th Division. But your identity will eventually be exposed. So before that happens, strengthen your strength as much as possible. Old Yi and I can help you fend off many troubles, but we can't be by your side every second to solve them. Also, you've made quite a splash this time, so you'll definitely be targeted. Lay low from now on. During the midterm exam, just aim for the top 10. Fong Xin quickly asked, don't leave yet, I have another question. Go ahead, what is it? Can I see the detailed case file of my parents' car accident? Zhuge Hong paused briefly. The authorities didn't find many useful leads either. The clues are a tangled mess with no clear thread. Your parents' information is encrypted partly because the case is indeed bizarre and connected to other cases from many years ago, and partly because their research involved top-level secrets. Your current cultivation level and position are too low, so you can't access it. Moreover, this case is now under multi-party investigation. The 9th Division doesn't have absolute authority either. Even I can't fully intervene. Fong Xin was taken aback. Even you can't fully intervene. Zhuge Hong shrugged. Now you see how complicated this case is. Your main task now is to boost your strength. When you're powerful enough, everyone will be under your command, and you can investigate whatever you want. Since we're on the subject, I must warn you, people might come to ask about your parents later. Tell them what you know, but if you don't, no matter how they coax you, just say you don't know, especially those from the church. Fong Xin was bewildered. How did the church get involved, eh? That's why it's so complicated. Fong Xin lowered his gaze, realizing how many threads this matter tied together. Zhuge Hong had just mentioned that Fong Xin's parents' case was linked to cases from years ago. Instantly, the image of that beautiful girl with ice blue eyes flashed through Fong Xin's mind. The case of Ellie's parents and her sister was also connected to Fong Xin's parents. Earlier, Ellie had mentioned there were other clues. Since both of them were pursuing the same goal, their fronts were unified. He needed to strengthen his ties with Ellie appropriately. I'm off, Zhuge Hong said, vanishing from the spot. The previously muffled voices of Shi Tailang and the others gradually became clear, and the surrounding chatter returned to a buzz. Zhang Yaozu waved a hand in front of Fong Xin's eyes. Brother Xin, what are you spacing out about? Fong Xin snapped back to reality. Nothing, just thinking about some things. The announcement just said the top 3 need to go collect their awards. Our Dean Su will present them personally. Fong Xin looked over. The Dean of Heaven Shield Academy was smiling warmly at Fong Xin. His gaze lingered between Fong Xin and Li Bauer. He was quite fond of these two new students. Li Bauer seemed a bit socially anxious, following closely behind Fong Xin as they stepped onto the stage. The third-place winner Ji Xuanze was already on stage. Ji Xuanze was not very tall with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a sturdy build. Seeing Fong Xian and Li Baoer ascend the stage together, he smiled and nodded at them. Fong Xian returned the smile and nodded politely. Su Basan personally came to present the awards with ceremony. The prizes included points, a trophy, a certificate, and a spatial ring. As he handed the trophy to Fong Xian, Su Basan held Fong Xin's hand. Wonderful, where are you from? Lan City. Su Basan nodded. Lan City. His tone lingered slightly, as if pondering which powerful family or organization in Lan City could have nurtured such a youth. Then he patted Li Baoer on the head. Li Baoer, I know your grandfather. Is he in good health lately? Li Baoer looked up to take the trophy, replying naively, oh, he's fine. Good to hear he's well. I'll visit him when I have time. Li Baoer looked up bluntly. Oh, my grandfather said that if someone at Heaven Shield Academy tells me they'll visit him, I should tell that person stop pretending. You know full well whether you're coming or not. Su Basan's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Old Li still has such a personality. This month they'll visit him this month. Li Baoer took the other prizes and said, oh, my grandfather also said that if someone specifies a time to see him, I should tell that person he only sees me now. Everyone else is a hypocrite, and he won't see them. Su Basan's smile froze. Fortunately, with age came a thick skin. He maintained his smile. Then what else did he say? Li Baoer's voice was soft, timid, and a bit dull. My grandfather also said that if the person asking these questions is named Su Bashan, I should tell him, if you dare give my granddaughter a hard time, my blade will cross half the kingdom and nail itself into your brow. Ahem. Su Basan's face alternated between pale and green. He forced out another smile. Old Li is still as playful as ever. Fong Xian suppressed a laugh and glanced at Li Baoer. This fair, chubby, cute teammate was a silent force. With just a few words, she made the lofty Dean Su smile more painfully than cry. Still, Fong Xian was genuinely curious about Li Baoer's grandfather. He seemed like an interesting old man. Moreover, he must be incredibly strong and fearsome. The line about his blade crossing half the kingdom to nail into a brow was surely no empty threat. Judging by Dean Zu's expression, Li Baoer's grandfather was indeed capable of such a feat. How powerful would one have to be to pull that off? It wasn't just about strength. Su Basan was the dean of Heaven Shield Academy after all, a high-ranking figure. Fong Xian looked at Li Baoer's profile. She handed him her chips, inviting him to share. Fong Xian smiled. Who would have thought that this exceptionally talented, silly, and cute teammate was a bona fide third-generation martial aristocrat? Su Basan walked over to Ji Xuanze. Ji Xuanze bowed slightly. Greetings, Dean. I am Ji Xuanze. Su Basan paused, studying Ji Xuanze. From the Ji family. Ji Xuanze had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His brows slightly arched upward, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Su Bohan patted Ji Xuanze on the shoulder. Excellent, young and accomplished. Seeing the new generation so outstanding brings me great comfort. Ji Xuanze bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Dean. How is your esteemed elder's health lately? Su Bohan subconsciously asked the question, then glanced involuntarily at Li Baoer, who was crunching on potato chips with rapt attention. After all, Li Baoer's earlier words had left a lingering impact. For someone in his lofty position, it had been a long time since he was so bluntly challenged. Ji Xuanze's reply was pleasant to hear. To answer the Dean, our elder is in good health. Before the semester began, he asked me to convey his regards to you. Su Bohan patted Ji Xuanze's shoulder again. That's good. They gathered for a group photo. Afterward, all new trainees lined up according to their respective units. Su Bohan delivered an entrance speech. During the speech, Xiao Lu softly informed the new trainees of the 9th Division not to disclose the exam results or any events within the Tian Shield Academy to outsiders, including facilities, instructor information, and teammates' internal details. Violators would face expulsion from the academy at minimum, and severe cases could lead to imprisonment. It was during this briefing that they learned Sister Xiao Lu was the counselor for the 9th Division's new students. According to Shi Tailong, Xiao Lu appeared sweet and innocent with a gentle demeanor like a neighbor's older sister, but her background was extraordinary. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Tian Shield Bureau. After the gathering, it was past 5 in the evening. As Fong Xian and the others walked side by side toward the dormitory, Bai Yulin suddenly stopped, lowered his head, and trembled slightly. He muttered under his breath. A slightly immature voice emerged from his mouth. Brother, let me out to play for a while. But a steady voice scolded back, no. Can't you see our sister wants to talk to Fong Xian? Bai Yulin, what nonsense are you talking about? I want to talk to all the teammates. Not just Fong Xian alone. An unmistakable female voice rang out, and Bai Yulin's face visibly flushed as he cast a coy glance at Fong Xian. Fong Xin's heart tightened, and he shuddered inwardly. Why are you blushing like that, you fool? Then a gruff voice boomed out. What the hell are you chatting about? A bunch of useless trash with such lousy exam scores, and still daring to have fun. Let me out, I want to fight Fong Xian and settle this once and for all. Shi Tailang sidled up to Fong Xian. Brother Xian, don't worry. This kid's talent is bizarre, extremely miraculous. When his sister's personality takes over his body, his physique transforms into a girl's. Fong Xin's eyes widened in shock. No wonder when he first met Bai Yulin at noon, the female voice sounded so natural, not like a falsetto. This was the first time Fong Xian had heard of a talent allowing a body to switch between male and female. After a violent convulsion, Bai Yulin shook his head vigorously, his unfocused pupils gradually regaining clarity. He extended his hand to Fong Xian. Hello, brother Xian and Bai Yulin. Fong Xian shook Bai Yulin's hand and noticed a subtle change in his features. What had been effeminately handsome, almost regal, now appeared much more neutral. Shi Tailang suggested that after returning they all shower and gather in the dormitory for a hot pot dinner. The midday meal had been rushed, and with Fong Xian absent the group wasn't complete, so it hadn't been satisfying. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the few present would form a team after graduation. They would spend a long time together, so they aimed to build good relations and harmonize from the start. When selecting trainees, the compatibility of each team member's talents was considered. Every team included roles for command, defense regulation, and support. In Fong Xin's team, based on the current situation, Fong Xian was responsible for overall command and initiating attacks. The bledetilent, dazed Li Baoer handled close combat. The multi-personality Bai Yulin with his psychic talent managed long-range attacks. The Earth attribute Giant Shin Yu provided defense. The healing talent Kohlball Zhang Yaozu served as the support. The boxing talent Little Fatty was the flexible backup for wherever needed. It seemed that when Zhu Guoxuan selected these new trainees, he already had a plan in mind. Back in the dormitory, as Fong Xian grabbed his things to shower, he received a message from Chu Xinyao. Little Fong, you're amazing. I'm now your biggest fan. Fong Xian was puzzled. What are you talking about? If you ranked first in the placement test, I knew you were the best. How did you find out? Fong Xian was curious. Earlier, Xiao Lu had specifically said that nothing happening on campus today could be shared outside. Chu Xinyao wasn't at Tianshield Academy, so how did she know? Chu Xinyao sent a voice message with a sweet tone. Little Fong, call me sister, and he'll tell you. Fong Xian pondered for a moment. He was now certain that Chu Xinyao had joined the church. Based on what he knew, the church held immense power, rivaling even the 9th division. But a new ordinary trainee like Chu Xinyao couldn't possibly see his scores. There was only one possibility. Did you find out from your father? Chu Xinyao was silent for a long time. Little Fong, how did you know? I guessed. I'm mad now. As she spoke, Chu Xinyao sent a string of symbols and numbers, as if angrily typing random messages. Fong Xian stared at the long string of digits. Chu Xinyao used to love playing encryption games with him. They would pass notes in class, not writing words, but using numbers and symbols. Those symbols corresponded to the stroke counts of Chinese characters they had rearranged together. Fong Xian was thoroughly familiar with their custom code. He instantly understood the meaning behind Chu Xinyo's string of symbols. The church is coming for you. Be careful. My messages are monitored. Don't ask further. Upon reading this, Fong Xin's heart churned with turmoil. After the afternoon's placement test, Zhu Guoxuan had specifically mentioned this to him. He had also mentioned that multiple forces were involved in his parents' case, including the church, which would eventually seek to question Fong Xian. Now Chu Xinyao had sent a message about the same matter. Such information surely wasn't known to everyone in the church. Undoubtedly, Chu Xinyao had seen it through her father, whose position in the church was certainly significant. Thus, the information was confirmed. As for why the church would approach Fong Xian, Zhu Guoxuan had explained it to him long ago. Zhu Guoheng had said that Fong Xin's parents discovered a substance capable of altering genes with minimal cost. Hence, the car accident that claimed their lives was shrouded in conspiracy. Now, as far as Fong Xian knew, there was undoubtedly a hidden puppeteer behind it all. His thoughts drifted back to Chu Xinyo's message. Chu Xinyao had likely seen that information from her father. She had also warned Fong Xian to be cautious. Clearly, the approaching threat was no trivial matter. He replied to Chu Xinyao. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a feast. Then I'll hold you to that. Oh, and you topped the placement test. My dad said you're outstanding. Also remember our agreement. After your midterms, there's a break, and my dad wants to invite you to our place to thank you for saving me. No problem. I'm going to take a shower first. All right. It's getting cold. Dress warmly, eat on time, and don't forget to chat with me when you're free. After replying, Fong Xian went to take a shower. At 6 in the evening, Shi Tailang had already started preparing a hot pot feast in his dorm. All sorts of ingredients were ready. The kid had even managed to procure a massive iron gourd filled to the brim with liquor. Fong Xian, Bai Yulin, and Xin Yu drank beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Baoer had juice. Shi Tailang hugged the iron gourd full of liquor and took a hearty gulp. Seeing everyone's astonishment, Shi Tailang's childhood friend Zhang Yaozu explained, "Don't be surprised, this fatty has an incredible tolerance for alcohol. It's a family tradition. And before he drinks, he's in rank boxing talent. Oh, after drinking, he becomes S rank." Seeing the group's amazement, Shi Tailang hugged the gourd and said, "Outside, I might act like a big shot, but in front of you all, I'm just a little brother. Especially before brother Xian and sister Baoer, in the lowliest of the low. Bai Yulin asked curiously, Brother Xian, since you're so strong, your parents or elders must be incredibly powerful too, right? Zhang Yaozu nudged Bai Yulin's knee under the table and shot him a warning glance. Fang Xian sensed it clearly but still smiled and said, my parents are gone. I'm an orphan. Sorry, Brother Xian. Bai Yulin quickly apologized. Fang Xian waved it off nonchalantly. It's nothing. Otherwise, how do you think I got this strong? As the saying goes, no orphan, no protagonist. Seeing Fang Xian like this, the others chuckled. Let's eat. Let's eat. Sure, Tai Lang continued. The meal was harmonious, and everyone got a preliminary understanding of each other. After dinner, Xiao Lu sent a message in the group the class schedules were ready. Everyone must check their own as the awakened talents differed, and so did the instructors and courses. Among each person's talents, the strongest was termed the primary talent, and training here would focus on that. Besides talent courses, there were also combat tactics classes and miscellaneous courses on geography, regional cultures, and coded languages for dealing with various factions. Fang Xian checked his own schedule. His strength-type talent instructor was named Hua Cheng. Clicking on each instructor's avatar led to their profile page with comments from former students below. Scrolling through Hua Cheng's reviews, he was a level 10 strength-type powerhouse with an incredibly tough physique akin to a Buddhist Vajra. His colleagues called him Hua Vajra, and as the sixth child in his family, he was also known as Sixth Master Hua in both the underworld and the legitimate world. He served not only as an instructor here, but also as the head of the 9th Bureau's 6th group. Former students affectionately called him Brother Hua 6. He was famously hot-tempered, but also fiercely protective of his students and subordinates. Only he could touch them, and anyone else who messed with them would face his wrath. Fang Xian noticed that his secondary talents also had scheduled courses. The workload varied according to the talent's grade. Slightly less intensive than the strength course was the perception course taught by a stunningly beautiful instructor named Cheng Bingqing. Former students unanimously described her with only 2 words, goddess. The light-type talent had no instructor listed. New students with this primary talent were almost forcibly monopolized by the church, and all light-type powerhouses belonged to it. The mental-type talent instructor was an elderly woman wearing square-rimmed glasses. Even in her profile photo, she was knitting a sweater. Just looking at the picture, Fang Xian felt a chill from her piercing gaze. The old woman's real name was Sun Bijuan, a level 12 mental-type powerhouse. She wasn't originally part of the 9th Bureau, but since her late husband had been, she was specially recruited. The comments below were all anonymous, calling her the exterminating nun, describing her as ruthless, inhuman, and a living nightmare. Fang Xian scrolled through the reviews. Someone had even posted dozens of complaints totaling tens of thousands of comments. Fewer than 100 praised her, and those were met with fierce backlash from anonymous users. Fang Xian had initially thought the alumni comments were all positive, but now he realized otherwise. Bai Yulin held up his phone. Disaster, guys. Is anyone else scheduled for the exterminating nuns class? Sure, Tai Lang had just taken a sip of liquor, spat it out, and laughed gleefully. Old Bai, you're doomed, ha. Me too. Fang Xian chimed in. Both of you are screwed, haha. Sure, Tai Lang laughed in an infuriating manner. Brother Xian, that old lady doesn't care about your talent or test scores. She treats everyone with the same bad temper. Old Bai, Brother Xian, I'll remember you too and burn some incense for you, haha. Bai Yulin hugged Fang Xian. Brother Xian, we're brothers in misfortune now. Fang Xian patted Bai Yulin's back. Xiao Bai, you might have misunderstood. Mental type talent is just my secondary. I could skip it without much issue, as long as I attend all primary talent classes. Bai Yulin grinned innocently. Brother Xian, for other classes you can skip if it's not your primary talent, and the instructors will turn a blind eye. But not the exterminating nuns class. Don't even think about it. Forget skipping, you have to be there 5 minutes early. If you're late, you'll be in deep trouble. Really? Bai Yulin said with a resigned expression. My uncle was her student. He had the same idea back then. Now he's over 40, and even after graduating more than 20 years ago, he still gets nervous at the sight of an old woman knitting a sweater. Fang Xian looked at the photo of the old woman, still somewhat skeptical, and decided to see for himself if she was really that terrifying. Scrolling further down the schedule, the beast-taming talent instructor had no name, just a big question mark. Clicking on the avatar revealed many recent comments. Anyone here? I heard this mysterious instructor is the Palace Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Is that true? Can someone with an 18-centimeter ruler confirm? Don't listen to rumors. Would someone of that status come here to teach? Mister, no at all upstairs, don't embarrass yourself. I have solid info. This mysterious instructor is indeed the Palace Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. A student in the 9th Bureau has an incredibly impressive beast-taming talent caught the eye of the old Palace Lord, and the current Palace Lord came here to teach to build a connection. Damn, the 9th Bureau again. Who's this big shot? Anyone know? No clue, but those of us who got the Palace Lord's course are all benefiting from this guy. The school is letting us freeload off the Palace Lord's lessons. Thanks to this 9th Bureau big shot. Who in the 9th Bureau ranks high in the placement test, and has beast taming as their primary talent. I think Brother Underpants has beast taming as his primary. You're right. Someone asked him, and he just smiled without confirming or denying. But his expression basically said it was him. Holy crap, Brother Underpants has that kind of background. Come to think of it, it's not surprising he's the Red Underpants war god. But if Brother Underpants is so awesome in battle, why didn't he make the top 3 in the placement test? You don't get it, do you? As they say, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Brother Underpants is playing it safe, lying low to develop, then stunning everyone later. Besides beast taming is a late-game powerhouse. The first-place guy Fong Xin is strength type, a brute force talent that's basically unstoppable in the early stages. That's the main reason he got first. Well, I just asked Brother Underpants, and it turns out his family really does have ties to the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Brother Underpants let it slip during dinner. The savage beast he is now was a gift from the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Thanks, Brother Underpants, for letting us freeload off the Palace Lord's terrifying lessons. Brother Underpants, you're awesome. Fong Xin read through the posts. He couldn't help but shake his head. This fake Brother Underpants really loved impersonating others. Upon returning to the dormitory after dinner, it was already past 9, nearing 10 o'clock. Sister Xiaolu sent a message asking Fong Xin if he wanted to be the freshman representative for tomorrow and deliver a speech at the morning assembly. Fong Xin directly declined, as Zhuge Heng had said his top score in today's placement test had already drawn the attention of many. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Fong Xin returned to the dormitory and laid down on the bed. He casually took out the phone his grandfather had sent him and flipped through it. His grandfather hadn't sent any messages in the past few days. He had no idea where his grandfather was at the moment. As for the midterm test his grandfather mentioned at the 9th Divine Demon Ruins, there was still a long time until then. Fong Xin reopened the video to watch it, pondering the matter of seeing the King of Slaughter in the mirror at night. He stood up and thoroughly inspected the entire dormitory. No monitoring devices were detected, but to be safe, Fong Xin decided to play it steady. He was currently in the spotlight and the church had its eyes on him. If the King of Slaughter were to manifest from the mirror here and cause a commotion, he would be taken away for dissection, which would be a great loss, outweighing any gain. The smart link vibrated. Fong Xin picked it up and saw a message from Zhuge Heng. A virtual screen displayed, "You have an item for delivery. Accept." Fong Xin tapped yes. He saw a small sculpture less than 10 centimeters in size. He held the screen over his palm, and the sculpture slowly materialized into his hand. It looked quite similar to the one Chu Xinyao had given him earlier. This contains 2 light element talent techniques, but they're only 9th rank. They'll suffice for you now. Take a look. The core techniques of light element talents are strictly controlled by those old coots in the church. They'll try to get you more from the church when I get the chance. Thanks. Don't mention it. Fong Xin held the small sculpture facing it toward the moonlight of the night sky. He fixed his gaze on it and began to contemplate. A few seconds later, a scene gradually appeared in Fong Xin's mind. A blurry figure completed a flash step under the moonlight. Divine Art Flash of Light. By harnessing the light element talent, one could achieve a blink within a certain range. Due to the technique's limitations, the initial range was only within 10 meters with an upper limit of a 5-kilometer radius for the flash. It was incomparable to someone like Zhuge Heng, who could cross several districts in the blink of an eye. Still, having it was better than nothing. But as Fong Xin continued to contemplate, he suddenly noticed that the originally moonlit shadow had transformed into something almost equivalent to darkness. With a whoosh, it blinked out to a distance far greater than before. Fong Xin abruptly realized that his slaughter talent seemed to enhance this skill. Initially, the flash could only cover 10 meters, but now it could reach 30 meters, and its upper limit had expanded from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers. It was a threefold increase. Fong Xin now found that he understood far too little about the slaughter talent. Besides the flash of light technique, there was another cultivation method. Divine Art Flash Slash of Light. A figure raised both hands high, and moonlight gradually formed a cross-shaped sword of light in their hands. Behind them, a phantom of the moon goddess slowly emerged. As the figure raised their hands, the moon goddess also lifted her sword. When the figure slashed forward, the moon goddess delivered a mighty strike. Within an initial range of 10 meters, this blade struck the enemy at the speed of light, guaranteeing a hit. By channeling the moon goddess power, it could unleash the peak power of the user's current level. As Fong Xin visualized, the moon goddess form gradually changed, much like the transformation he had observed before. The silver armor on her figure turned into pitch-black armor interspersed with flashes of bloodthirsty crimson. Under the enhancement of the slaughter talent, the Flash Slash of Light, which originally locked onto enemies within 10 meters, now extended its range to 30 meters. Fong Xin slowly exhaled. He hadn't expected the slaughter talent to amplify his combat power by 3 times. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. However, if someone with a light element talent witnessed this skill in use, they would surely recognize it as not belonging to the light element. Thus, he had to be cautious when using it. Once deployed, he must ensure that all witnesses were eliminated, and to prevent any perception-type talent from extracting their memories before death, he also had to destroy those memories. As he prepared to sleep that night, Fong Xin sensed some commotion from the neighboring dormitory. Upon sensing further, he found Bai Yulin arguing with himself using different voices, expressions, and tones in a heated quarrel. Shi Tailang was hugging a gourd of wine, drinking and stroking it with a lecherous expression, muttering lines that couldn't be broadcast. Li Baoer had two broadswords set up on the bed, her head resting on one and her heels on the other, snoring loudly. Zhang Yaozu was even sleepwalking, and to make matters worse, he was cradling a pillow like a baby, pacing and rocking it. Xin Yu, who seemed the quietest, surprised him. The 2-meter-6 giant wasn't sleeping on the bed, but on the floor. He curled up in the arms of a human-shaped sandbag like a small child babbling about wanting milk. Fong Xin sat up. A team of 6 people. 5 of them were abnormal. What kind of monster den was the 9th division? Are you sure this isn't a psychiatric ward? Fong Xin withdrew his perception, confining it to his own room. Early the next morning, a group notification announced a morning assembly. First, the freshman representative would speak, followed by the mentor representative. Upon arriving at the venue, Fong Xin saw many people pointing at a spot ahead. He followed their gazes. He saw the fake underpants bro Zhang Chong sitting in the front row, wearing a mustard yellow suit adorned with shiny scales that glittered under the light bright red pants, gold shoes, and his hair slicked back gleamingly, as if licked by a cow. This outfit was flamboyantly stunning, making him the brightest star of the day. After the host's opening remarks, now, let's welcome this year's mentor representative to the stage. A very burly figure swiftly stepped onto the stage, first saluting the leaders, and then the students below. He then said, "Greetings, fellow students. I am Chun Yuanju, a leader of the 2nd unit of the 1st Special Action Division of the Heavenly Shield Bureau, and one of this year's psychic mentors. It is my honor to stand here and welcome the new students." The Heavenly Shield Bureau was established at the turn of the century to defend the peace of our motherland and eliminate social harmful organizations led by the Eternal Night Army and other superhumans. We bear the grave responsibility of safeguarding the lives and property of ordinary citizens. After a lengthy speech, Chun Yuanjue continued. I see many new students placing great importance on their admission placement test scores. In truth, these scores are merely a reference. Many of you have never experienced combat before coming here, so your scores may be less than ideal. However, after specialized training, many of you will see qualitative improvements. Thus, a poor score now is not your final result. Of course, a good score should not lead to arrogance, as you may be surpassed by other diligent students later. Fong Xin clearly sensed many gazes turning toward him. After Chun Yuanjue finished, the host returned to the stage. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Now let's welcome this year's outstanding freshman representative, student Zhang Chong, to the stage. Zhang Chong stood up, stomped his gold leather shoes, flicked his shiny hair, and strode confidently toward the stage. Many students below cheered. Underpants bro is awesome. As expected of Underpants bro, I knew he was hiding his strength. Being the outstanding freshman representative says it all. Yesterday, someone argued with me about the beast taming mentor, saying the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord wasn't here for Underpants bro. But he indirectly admitted it, and now Underpants bro has proven it. This is the best evidence. Zhang Chong cleared his throat. Dear leaders, fellow students, my name is Zhang Chong. It is my honor to speak here as this year's outstanding freshman representative. Teacher Chin just made a point. I agree with admission placement test scores don't determine your future results. Some of you may excel now, but that doesn't mean you always will. Even if you break a school record, others can still surpass you later. The words of the fake brother Underpants immediately stirred up an uproar. Many instinctively turned their gazes toward Fong Xin's direction. Zhang Chong's remark was clearly aimed at Fong Xin. Fong Xin had evidently not expected brother Underpants to target him in front of so many new students. Zhang Chong deliberately paused after his words. His gaze fell on Fong Xin. Even the school leaders and mentors in the front row instinctively looked toward Fong Xin. The new students buzzed with discussion. Soon they split into 2 factions. One faction believed that surpassing Fong Xin was a pipe dream. Those who said this seemed as if they hadn't woken up. Fong Xin had broken the academy's record to become the top scorer in the entrance assessment at Tianshi Academy. This wasn't achieved through mere luck. It was earned through solid strength. Zhang Chong was talking in his sleep, like someone still dreaming. Yet others thought Zhang Chong's words were not without merit. Moreover, Mentor Chen Yuanjue had just said the same thing. What's all this fuss? Mentor Chen Yuanjue just said the same thing. If you're not convinced, go argue with him. Some people are just hopeless. Exactly. The entrance assessment isn't the final test. Some talents naturally plateau later. The top scorer this time is a strength-type talent, and everyone knows how that goes. Besides, in Tianshi Academy's history, plenty of top entrance scorers were surpassed by graduation. There are many cases, all right. Stop pretending. I'm backing Brother Underpants. Brother Underpants is personally taught by a big figure like the Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Do you lot need to bark? Many of you are even benefiting from his presence. What are you yapping about? Have some backbone. It's just a slightly better entrance score. It's not impossible to surpass. The two factions of new students bickered incessantly. Sure, Tailong sitting next to Fong Xian glanced back. Do these people really not understand? Do they think they can surpass Xian Go? Are they dreaming? Even Xian Guess weakest talent qualifies for the 9th division. They're not worthy to bark. Fong Xian, however, bore no resentment toward these doubts. In fact, he found them convenient for his plan to develop quietly. On the surface, let them think they can surpass him. Behind the scenes, he would develop stealthily, then shock everyone with his true strength. Zhang Chong smiled as he watched the arguing new students below, seemingly satisfied with the situation, as if this was exactly the effect he desired. He glanced at Fong Xian with a provocative look as if to say he should have been the most prominent among the new students, but Fong Xian had stolen the spotlight. Fong Xian calmly looked back at Zhang Chong and returned a smile. Sure, Tailing muttered discontentedly. How does someone like Zhang Chong qualify to be the outstanding freshman representative? Why didn't the school choose Xian Go? Fong Xian chuckled. Because I turned it down. The companions nearby were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. So Zhang Chong was just picking up what Fong Xian had rejected. What was he so smug about? Not until the host called for silence did Zhang Chong continue his speech. As he stepped down, he tidied his hair and puffed out his chest like a rooster that had just triumphantly trodden on an old hen. By the end of the assembly, the two factions sparked by Zhang Chong's words were still arguing. Some with poor entrance scores strongly endorsed Zhang Chong's words and fervently supported him, while other new students sneered in disdain. The conflict escalated, and eventually some new students came to blows. It only stopped when mentors intervened. The heated debate later spilled over onto Tianshi Academy's forum. Finally, someone issued a challenge. Let's see at the midterm test whether the top scorers can be overtaken. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. After the midterm, it'll be the moment to shatter your illusions. Frankly, the top scorer in the entrance assessment won't be the top in the midterm. Level 3 combat power is a small watershed. Beyond that, talents like mental type and witchcraft type can overwhelm strength type talents. Just wait and see. Fong Xian dismissed these aggressive posts with contempt. That afternoon, textbooks were distributed. The next morning was a class on strength type talents, followed by an afternoon class on beast taming. Fong Xin's phone buzzed. Someone was adding him as a friend. He opened it to find a user named Dragon Baron requesting to add him. Casually checking the profile, the signature read Pure Level Boy. Yesterday's daily photo revealed it was Shang Tiank, the lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Fong Xian rolled his eyes hard. Pure love my ass. If I hadn't personally seen you with two beauties, I might have believed it. Fong Xian will come to teach you tomorrow. Alright, thank you Palace Lord Shang for taking time out of your busy schedule to tutor me. Shang Tianke replied with a fist emojied message. Let me ask you something. Is there a mentor named Cheng Bingqing in your cohort? Yes. Fong Xian, can you do me a favor? If you succeed, I'll give you a 4th tier combat beast. Fong Xian asked cautiously, what is it? Shang Tianke shamelessly said, can you give me Cheng Bingqing's contact info? Fong Xian chuckled. So this old geezer with his Dragon Baron and Pure Love Old Boy act wasn't here for him, but for Teacher Cheng. Aren't contact details in the mentor profiles? That's your internal system. Oh, I can't access it. Look, I helped awaken your talent, didn't I? Zhuge Heng is a good friend of mine, and you're his prized student. By that logic, we're practically good friends too. Do a buddy a favor. Fong Xian thought for a moment. Alright. Then he turned around and sent Qin Junhao's contact info to Palace Lord Shang. Qin Junhao's profile picture was a cute cartoon image. It should pass for now. Palace Lord Shang cheerfully replied with a voice message. Haha, thanks little bro. He'll bring the beast for you during tomorrow's afternoon class. Is there any way to send it now, eh? Fong Xian asked. Tomorrow wouldn't work. Palace Lord Shang said, no can do. Your side only allows internal teleportation. Oh, I can't send it through. Don't worry, you've done your big brother a huge favor. I won't shortchange you. Gotta go now? Your big brother is off to pursue love. Don't tell anyone I gave you the contact info. Fong Xian reminded. Don't worry. You've helped me so much, UID never sell you out. Night fell. Qin Junhao racked his brain, trying to figure out how to mend ties with the students of the 7th division. His gaze gradually settled on Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's words at the freshman assembly showed strong hostility toward Fong Xian, and he had many followers. If Qin Junhao could latch on to Zhang Chong, he might use that connection to improve his own reputation. Just as he was pondering how to connect with Zhang Chong, his phone buzzed. Someone was adding him as a friend with the note Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Qin Junhao shot upright. Qin Junhao scrutinized the other party's account, repeatedly flipping through it over and over again. After clicking into their profile, judging from the daily moments they shared, it genuinely seemed to be the Palace Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Qin Junhao then looked up information about the Palace Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace online. Through scattered introductions and photos, it matched the person who wanted to add him perfectly. Yet Qin Junhao was perplexed. His family was indeed wealthy, but there are always those stronger beyond the strong. In the eyes of the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord, his family amounted to nothing. Why would the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord actively seek to add him as a friend? Suddenly a flash of insight struck Qin Juanhao. Rumors at the academy said that Brother Underpants knew the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord. The fact that the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord had come to teach was all for Brother Underpants. Seizing this opportunity, he could ask Brother Underpants and even strengthen their connection. Qin Juanhao promptly inquired about Brother Underpants' contact information. After adding him as a friend, as soon as Brother Underpants accepted, Qin Juanhao began exchanging pleasantries. Brother Chong, am Qin Juanhao your admirer. Brother Underpants replied aloofly, Brother Underpants, I have something I'd like to ask you. Someone just tried to add me as a friend, but I don't know such a big shot. I want you to verify if it's real or someone impersonating them. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot for Brother Underpants to see. Seconds later, Brother Underpants' aloofness faded. This is Uncle Sean's contact info. Who are you? Qin Juanhao, a new cadet at the 7th Division, your admirer. Who is your father? Qin Juanhao paused, but replied, my father is Qin Zongxing. All right. Does Uncle Sean have business with you? I thought it was a scam, so I didn't accept. That's why I'm asking you. I'll ask him right now. Qin Juanhao clutched his phone, his hands trembling with excitement. The esteemed Palace Lord Shang had actually requested his contact. With a pounding heart and shaky hands, he clicked to accept the friend request. Hello. The moment he sent the message, the other party replied, don't be so formal. Call me Brother Shang, it's friendlier. Qin Juanhao was momentarily stunned. I wouldn't dare. You are the Palace Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Calling you Brother Shang would be too presumptuous. They'll just call you Palace Lord Shang. What's presumptuous about it? Outsiders can call me Palace Lord Shang, but you're an exception. Call me Brother Shang. If you want to be even more familiar, you can call me Tianke. Qin Junhao's eyes widened in shock. This isn't right. As a nobody, even calling him Brother Shang was an overstep. Calling him Tianke so intimately would be unthinkable. I wouldn't dare. You flatter me too much. Your avatar is very cute, just like you. Playful, adorable, and lively. Palace Lord Shang continued. Qin Junhao's eyes widened even further. This sounded so strange. Did you add the wrong person? No, it's you. To be honest, I've been thinking about you ever since I saw you last time. I've had many dreams, and you were in every one. The faint fragrance you exude, I still remember it, and it lingers in my mind. Qin Juanhao felt a chill run down his spine. This didn't bode well. What fragrance? I don't have any. After some thought, he wondered if Palace Lord Shang had really added the wrong person. Palace Lord Shang, do you know who I am? Of course, Teacher Xiao Qingzi. You are as pure and pristine as your name suggests. Qin Juanhao froze. Palace Lord Shang, I am not the person you're looking for. You little tease trying to fool me. Palace Lord Shang, I truly am not the one you seek. Did you add the wrong person? Are you looking for Teacher Cheng Bingqing? There was a long silence from the other end. Who are you? What's your name? Qin Juanhao, a new cadet at the 7th Division. Qin Juanhao answered truthfully, but the moment he said it, he regretted it. He had stumbled upon some terrible secret. Sweat beaded on his forehead from nervousness. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone, understand? Shang Tianke said sternly. Of course not. I saw nothing. As he spoke, Qin Juanhao deleted the chat log, took a screenshot, and sent it to Shang Tianke. He swallowed hard. It felt like guarding a colossal secret. At that moment, Brother Underpants asked him, did you ask Uncle Shang what he wanted? He added the wrong person. Qin Juanhao typed a few words, then deleted them. Out in the world, one's identity is self-made. He could be vague to later build a rapport with Zhang Chong. After deliberating, he replied, he told me something. What? Brother Chong, the specifics. I really can't say. Qin Juanhao replied mysteriously. Qin Juanhao set his phone aside. Now he knew a little secret of the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord. He never imagined that such an influential figure had this side to him. The 10,000 Beasts Palace. Shang Tianke reclined in the pool. At the poolside sat a fair-skinned, beautiful Caucasian woman massaging his temples. He rested his head on her snowy thighs. Flanking him were two other stunning beauties, one holding a drink, the other feeding him fruit. He set his phone aside and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, Palace Lord? That brat Fong Xian tricked me, haha. How can you laugh after being tricked? Shang Tianke chuckled. This kid is different from others. Anyone else to curry favor with me and get a 4th-tier battle beast would have given me Cheng Bingqing's contact info. But he didn't even ask for it. He has principles. I like making friends with people of principle. But there's something I need to handle. Later, find me a memory erasure pearl. He'll need it tomorrow when I go to Tianshield Academy, just in case I have to erase that kid Qin Junhao's memory. To avoid future embarrassment. Tomorrow afternoon during class, I'll have to teach Fong Xian a lesson. That little rascal daring to mess with me. An utter reversal of the natural order. The next morning after breakfast, the morning class was for power-type talents held in the gravity chamber. Fong Xian greeted a few others and headed toward the gravity chamber. Not many attended Hua Cheng and Hua Luye's class. Only a dozen or so people were there, and Hua Cheng wasn't the sole instructor for this course. Hua Cheng taught only the top students. Those here were mostly power-type talents. When Fong Xian arrived, he took a look around. Most of the other power-type new cadets were massive bodybuilders. All were broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with at least some muscle definition. Fong Xian appeared relatively slender among them. However, he was the type who looked lean in clothes, but had muscle underneath. As Fong Xian entered, the classmates nodded to him in greeting. After all, Fong Xian had ranked first in the placement test. Although Zhang Chang's remarks from yesterday had sparked significant controversy, power-type talents were looked down upon by many, landing at the bottom of the talent hierarchy. As a result, the new power-type cadets banded together, unanimously supporting Fong Xian. Brother Xian. A group of classmates greeted Fong Xian. Fong Xian nodded in response. They all briefly introduced themselves to one another. Including Fong Xian, there were 12 people. As they chatted, someone entered from outside. Teacher Hua. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him. They had all seen a photo of Hua Cheng, also known as Hua Jingang, before class, so they naturally recognized him. Hua Cheng stood 1.90 meters tall with a burly and solid build, clad in the unique uniform of the 9th Division. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meeting his fate. Past students are happy to call me Brother Hua Lu. If you don't mind, you can call me that too. Brother Hua Lu. The group of classmates called out in unison. Fong Xian joined in, clearly sensing that Brother Hua Lu's warmth was genuine and not feigned. Many graduated seniors spoke highly of Hua Cheng, which was enough to attest to his character. Hua Cheng took off his jacket and draped it over nearby equipment. Let's get straight to the point. Everyone here has a strength-type talent. It's also called the brute talent or the laborer talent, often at the bottom of the hierarchy. But true powerhouses never care what others say. The right way for the strong is to shatter worldly prejudices with force and break free from the cage of labels. As the saying goes, one force subdues 10 skills. This proves that before absolute power, all fancy tricks are meaningless. Of course, if we combine immense strength with top-tier skills and lightning speed, our combat power becomes unparalleled. Fong Xian. Hua Cheng suddenly called out. Fong Xian, who had been listening intently, was startled and raised his hand. Here. Use all your strength and attack me. Fong Xian paused again, realizing that Hua Cheng intended to give a demonstration. Without overthinking, Fong Xian charged at Hua Cheng with an Iron Mountain lean. Hua Cheng stood unmoving, simply raising a hand to press against Fong Xin's shoulder. Fong Xian immediately shifted his attack, his fists like cannons, elbows like blades, and knees like spears, striking at Hua Cheng from various tricky angles. These attack techniques were honed through countless battles, all rooted in a martial art called 8 Extremities Fist, taught to him by his grandfather. But during the assault, Fong Xian was astonished to find that no matter how fast he attacked, Hua Cheng's defense was impenetrable. His proud strength seemed to vanish like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly worthless. Yet in the midst of the attack, the corners of Hua Cheng's mouth curled up involuntarily. The other classmates gasped in awe. Fong Xin's striking power and force delivered a visual feast, while Hua Cheng's composure instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure. When it all ended, Hua Cheng was the first to raise his hands and applaud. The other classmates followed suit. Hua Cheng patted Fong Xian on the shoulder. No wonder Zhuge valued you. You're truly exceptional. Everyone saw that although Fong Xin's attacks had a few flaws, one thing was commendable: every strike aimed for vital points. This is crucial in battle. In life or death moments, it's kill or be killed, so never miss a chance to take down an enemy. No matter how flashy other talents' attacks are, we knock them out with one punch. I heard the freshman representative's speech yesterday saying that level 3 is a watershed, and after that other talents can grind strength-type talents into the ground. That's pure nonsense. I don't care what other strength-type trainees think, but in my class you must realize this: if you're at the same realm and talent level and still lose, it's your problem, not the strength-type talents. There's a terrifying existence in Dragon Nation with a strength-type talent who doesn't care what talent you have. Before him, one force breaks all restrictions. A tall student with a spiky haircut asked excitedly, Brother Hua Lu, are you talking about the master guarding the #1 temple in the world? Hua Cheng nodded. Exactly. So everyone don't feel inferior because of idle gossip. Use your strength to shut all those lying mouths. Everyone grinned. Hua Cheng raised a hand. One more thing, this is my rule. Since you're my students, now remember this: if any one of you is bullied, no matter who it is, the other 11 must step up and have your back. If you can't handle it together, find your seniors. If they can't, come to me. If I can, I have 5 older brothers above me. If they still can't, my father and his 11 brothers will come to back us up. But remember this too: no one is allowed to bully the poor, oppress the weak, harm the good, rape women or men either. Got it. Got it, Brother Hua Lu. Fong Xian watched Hua Cheng, thinking that this Hua Jin gang had a certain charm. He felt like a truly reliable big brother. Hua Cheng clapped his hands. Good, let's officially start the first lesson. Many people misunderstand strength-type talents, including you all. The most powerful thing about us isn't our abnormal strength, but our exploration and application of our own bodies, far surpassing ordinary people. Long ago, our realm divisions weren't level 1 or level 2 like now. They were called Summoning, Origin, Flow, Pulse, Motion, Ground, Standing, Well, Viewing, Tao, Harmony, Mirror, Breaking, and so on. This set of divisions suits the realm comprehension of strength-type talents better. Today, we'll cover the first 4 realms. Summoning means summoning the talent within you. This happens upon awakening. Origin Flow involves tempering the body through talent, controlling your chi and blood to circulate continuously through the meridians. Pulse Motion is about releasing the force generated by chi and blood in bursts like pulse impacts. This was called hidden force in ancient times. As he spoke, Hua Cheng placed a hand on Fang Xin's chest. Without any visible movement from Hua Cheng, Fang Xin felt a strange force like an electric current surge through his limbs, causing him to stagger backward. He was inwardly astonished at how terrifying this power was. Hua Cheng smiled at Fang Xin. Your combat strength is very high. First, because of your exceptional talent. Second, your rich battle experience. Third, your strong techniques. But you know very little about chi and blood pulse. If you can comprehend this chi and blood pulse, your combat power will directly reach the 4th level ground standing. The ground standing realm for strength-type talents enhances your defense mechanism. It allows you to continuously temper your chi, blood, and body, generating a protective barrier on the surface through the force produced, making you as stable as a rock, standing invincible. Come attack me again. Hua Cheng looked at Fang Xin, who threw a punch. A nearly transparent protective film appeared on Hua Cheng's surface. Fang Xin's punch didn't even touch his skin. Hua Cheng's body trembled slightly, and Fang Xin was sent flying backward. Fang Xin was shocked. Indeed, a good teacher was essential. Figuring it out alone would take who knows how long. Hua Cheng continued, originally, I planned to cover only the first 3 realms in this lesson, but because of Fang Xin, I added the 4th. Now take a look at the techniques and skills I've assigned to you. I've grouped you based on your progress, strengths, and weaknesses. Next, I'll teach individually. Oh, the textbooks the school gave you. Skim them in your free time, treat them like extracurricular reading. Mainly listen to me. Fang Xin glanced at the technique Hua Cheng had prepared for him. Martial skill, 9-fold heaven opening force. This was an offensive technique capable of unleashing 9 layers of stacking power in one punch. Martial skill, golden bell shield. The second technique was a defensive one usable only after reaching level 4. However, during the previous decapitation mission, Fang Xin's slaughter talent had boosted his combat power dramatically, and his strength-type talent had also surged, reaching the peak of level 3. But he was always stuck at the peak, unable to advance. Before today, he didn't understand why, but now he realized it was because he hadn't mastered chi and blood pulse. Hua Cheng approached and saw Fang Xin looking at the golden bell shield. That's for when you reach level 4. For now, I'll teach you about chi and blood pulse. With that, Hua Cheng led Fang Xin to a force tester. Punch. Fang Xin threw a punch. The display on the tester flickered with numbers. It shot up to 15999. The other classmates gasped. Hua Cheng chuckled. Not bad, kid. The strength of a strength-type talent is the current level plus 1 squared times 1,000. The peak for level 3 is 16000 kilograms. You're just 1 short. Come relax your mind. Hua Cheng placed a hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. Fang Xin closed his eyes and clearly felt a pulsing force transmit from his shoulder. His chi and blood stirred in response like tidal surges. The sensation grew stronger, and the force generated by his chi and blood gathered at his fist. He felt that if he punched now, he would achieve a qualitative leap. Remember this feeling. Hua Cheng withdrew his hand and patted Fang Xin's shoulder with a smile. Take your time finding it. Your talent is strong. Within half a month, you should grasp this feeling and reach level 4. Fang Xin kept his eyes closed. After Hua Cheng's initial boost, his chi and blood surged. Now that Hua Cheng had withdrawn his power, the fluctuation slowed, but still lingered. Clutching that sensation tightly, Fang Xin clumsily urged his chi and blood to flow. Hua Cheng clapped his hands and looked at the others. Fang Xin is ahead of you. Let him find the feeling while I teach you all. Fang Xin kept his eyes closed. At first it was awkward, but Hua Cheng's initial help was crucial. He grasped the feeling, and it grew stronger, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. The energy accumulated from previous kills also began to surge and boil. Because Hua Cheng was easygoing and got along with everyone, class passed quickly. The lesson ended swiftly. As everyone prepared to leave, they saw Fang Xin still standing motionless before the force tester. Hua Cheng stepped forward and patted Fang Xin's shoulder. Class is over. This can't be rushed, take it slow. Just as he spoke, Fang Xin suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Cheng let out a surprised sound. Fang Xin twisted his waist and punched out. The force tester emitted a rapid beeping as the numbers climbed. The previous near 16000 value instantly surpassed 16000. The numbers shot up continuously. A second later, the value changed again. It finally settled at 18000 kilograms. What? The other students who were about to leave all came forward upon noticing the commotion. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened considerably. Isn't this a bit too absurd? Everyone was still struggling to follow the lesson with some knowledge points yet to be digested. And you've already broken through. You shattered the record in the entrance assessment with a landslide first place. Not only did you break the official historical record, but now in this very first class, you've reached level 4 combat power. Is there any justice left? Any law? How are the rest supposed to survive? Hua Chung grinned, slinging an arm around Fong Xin. Which teacher wouldn't adore a student like this? No wonder that white-haired guy always wanted to drag this kid along for everything. Exceptional talent, sharp comprehension, formidable combat strength. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Hua Chung clapped Fong Xin on the shoulder with a broad hand, his joy uncontainable. The upper limit of level 4 combat power is 25,000 kilograms, and Fong Xin, having just broken through, had already reached 18,000 kilograms. The other students could only feel helpless admiration. Fong Xin had already left them far behind at the starting line. Hua Chung shook his head with a sigh. No wonder he's an SS steer strength talent. I just said it would take you half a month to break through, and now I'm proven wrong. Fong Xin chuckled. Thank you, brother Hualu. If you hadn't given me a hand just now, I wouldn't have reached level 4 combat power so quickly. Hua Chung said boldly. I'm your mentor, it's what I should do. When a student excels, it reflects well on me. At this point, Hua Chung seemed to recall something and looked at the other students. Keep Fong Xin's breakthrough under wraps for now. As the old saying goes, the tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled. Fong Xin just took first place in the assessment. The spotlight is too bright. If he draws too much attention, it could invite unnecessary trouble. Not to mention, if word gets out through a loose tongue, the mutant organization or the remnants of the Eternal Night Army might set their sights on him. If they do, they'll either try to recruit him by force or eliminate him outright. Neither is good for Fong Xin. Everyone nodded in unison. Got it, brother Hualu. Hua Chung put his arm around Fong Xin. But keeping a low profile and developing steadily doesn't mean you should always show weakness. When it's time to flex your muscles, do it. After all, some people are just stubborn and need a beating. Fong Xin grinned. This mentor was exactly his kind of person. Who wouldn't love a mentor like this? All right, class is dismissed. Go get some lunch. I have things to attend to as well. If any of you have questions, whether academic or personal, don't hesitate to come to me. Got it, brother Hualu. Oh, and since it's the first day, the gravity coefficient in the training room hasn't been adjusted yet. Starting next class, well, incorporate weight training. Be mentally prepared. Understood. Fong Xin and a few classmates headed to the cafeteria together. Over lunch, they chatted about the afternoon's courses. When they heard Fong Xin had a beast-taming class in the afternoon, a classmate nicknamed Pot Lid asked while eating, Xin Gu, who's your beast-taming instructor? It's a question mark. Pot Lid said, that's the Beast Palace Lord. Him and his class too. This time the higher-ups are taking full advantage of the Beast Palace Lord's visit. Anyone with decent beast-taming talent has been assigned to his class. Xin and Gu well go together. Sure. Is this confirmed? Asked a tall vest-wearing student named Zhang Bing. Pot Lid nodded. It's set. Don't be fooled by how some of our classmates look. They come from powerful backgrounds. Someone has connections with the Beast Palace and confirmed that the Beast Palace Lord is indeed coming. Zhang Bing chewed on a bone. So the rumor that the Beast Palace Lord is here for Pandy Guy, is that true or false? It's probably true. Someone very reliable said Pandy Guy's family has connections with the Beast Palace. They even heard him call the Beast Palace Lord uncle on the phone. Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink. But Pandy Guy never explicitly said he has ties to the Beast Palace Lord, right? Pot Lid sucked on a fishbone. Even if he didn't say it outright, isn't it as good as confirmed? True, but honestly, every time I see that bastard Pandy Guy, I get pissed off for no reason. Same here, huh? Fong Xin sipped his drink, feeling a bit guilty. After all, he had just screwed over Shang Tianke yesterday. But this was the Aegis Academy. That old lecher probably wouldn't cause trouble for him here. Come afternoon, Fong Xin and Pot Lid walked into the classroom together. As soon as they entered, they saw Panty Guy already there. He was sitting in the front row, dressed as flashy as ever, impossible to miss. A crowd of people surrounded him, flattering him with Brother Chong this and that. Clearly, Panty Guy Zhang Chong reveled in the attention. Those gathered around Zhang Chong were mostly from the faction that supported his stance at yesterday's freshman assembly that the assessment results didn't define the future, and those with less impressive scores but better talents would eventually surpass the top performers. When they saw Fong Xin enter, he became the center of attention among the new students. Why is he here? Someone sitting near Zhang Chong asked in confusion. Others echoed, yeah, what's he doing here? A fat guy with acne and a perm sneered. What else could he be here for? It's obvious. Everyone's here to bask in Brother Chong's glory. The Beast Palace Lord came for Brother Chong, so the Aegis Bureau higher-ups are taking the chance to freeload. A bunch of students got shoved in. Damn it, these people are all riding on Brother Chong's coattails, and some of them even talk back. They should be charged extra tuition. The fake panty guy Zhang Chong cleared his throat. Don't mind them. Uncle Shang is here to contribute to the Aegis Bureau and foster connections. Since everyone's here, Uncle Chong will teach everyone. The acne-ridden fat guy clapped and flattered. That's our brother Chong, true magnanimity. But I still look down on these people. Exactly. Look at Fong Xin. When he came in, all those people flocked to him. How ridiculous. They don't even know who they should be grateful to today. Just wait until brother Chong makes a comeback. We'll slap those dog faces hard. Let them know that good assessment scores don't guarantee lasting success. Some trainees spoke without restraint, deliberately raising their voices so Fong Xin could hear. Potlid glanced at Fong Xin's profile and comforted him. Xin, good, don't mind those bastards. They're just jealous. So what if they have the Beast Palace Lord connection? It's not theirs, it's Zhang Chong's. Why are they barking? A bunch of eunuchs worrying about the emperor's affairs. Fong Xin was thinking about other things and just smiled in response. Just as everyone was buzzing with chatter, a figure walked in through the door. Everyone's gaze shifted. The newcomer had a thick beard identical to the photos found online. Palace Lord Shang. It's really Palace Lord Shang. The vast classroom erupted. Panty Guy is awesome. Got to hand it to Panty Guy. He can even get someone like this to teach us. Let's be honest. Everyone here is benefiting from Panty Guy. We should really be grateful. Exactly. Some people are ungrateful and still badmouth Brother Chong. From now on, I'm Panty Guy's loyal fan. The classroom buzzed with discussion. Unexpectedly, the fake Panty Guy in the front row suddenly stood up. Stand up. A rustle of chairs and desks followed as everyone instinctively rose. Good afternoon, teacher. Everyone sit down, Shang Tianke replied, scanning the room. The fake Panty Guy smiled. Instructor Shang, everyone is thrilled to have you here. Shang Tianke's gaze swept past the fake Panty Guy Zhang Chong's face and smiled at him. Oh, it's you. Sit down. This immediately sparked a wave of murmurs. Holy crap. I told you they really know each other. As expected of Panty Guy. I'm tired of saying it. Panty Guy is awesome. Someone asked in confusion. Then why did he say it's you like that? What the hell is between your ears? A toilet. Do you even need to ask? He's pretending not to know him. It's for Brother Chong's sake, so people don't think he got in through connections. Exactly. Some people have no brains. Asking questions like that. Total idiot. Why bother with him? He's just jealous of Brother Chong. Now he's jealous again. Listen to how sour his words are. As the noise below continued, Shang Tianke's gaze fixed on Fong Xin, who was sitting in the back row. Fong Xin. Shang Tianke's sudden call silenced the entire classroom. Everyone turned to look. Why is he calling Fong Xin? Maybe he wants to see what the top scorer in the entrance assessment looks like. It's normal. Fong Xin stood up with a simple, honest smile. Hello, Instructor Shang. Shang Tianke smiled. Come sit in the front. Fong Xin's smile was bright. There's no room up front. I'm fine here. Shang Tianke suddenly pointed at the fake Panty Guy Zhang Chong in the front row. Move back a bit. Let him sit there. The fake Panty Guy Zhang Chong froze on the spot, his face turning pale. Everyone in the classroom was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Fong Xin, sensing the old man's resentment, smiled innocently again. Instructor Shang, everyone's already seated. Class has started, so there's no need to shuffle around. Please begin the lesson. I can hear clearly from here. Seeing Fong Xin smile and recalling the embarrassment from being tricked by this kid yesterday, Shang Tianke itched to kick him twice. He smiled and crooked his finger. I came here for you, kid. Everyone else is just auditing. Hiding in the back is disgraceful. Get up here. The vast classroom was utterly silent. Not a sound could be heard, so quiet that the drop of a pin would be audible. All the attending students turned their gaze toward Fong Xin. Palace Master Shang's words just now resonated profoundly. No one had expected that the esteemed Palace Master Shang had come specifically for Fong Xin. Moreover, anyone who wasn't blind could see that Fong Xin and Palace Master Shang were acquainted. But soon everyone came to their senses. Weren't you a power-type talent? How could the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace come to teach you beast-taming talent? Could it be a dual primary talent? Everyone involuntarily drew in a breath, staring at Fong Xin in sheer astonishment. Those who had mocked Fong Xin earlier now felt their faces being slapped repeatedly. They had desperately fawned over bro underpants Zhang Chong, groveling at his feet, claiming to bask in his glory, and even saying that Fong Xin had no shame in crashing the class without a word of gratitude. Now it seemed that the shameless ones were them, and it was they who were basking in Fong Xin's glory. At this moment, the palest face belonged to bro underpants Zhang Chong. Before the semester began, he had hijacked the title of Red Underpants War God, but he never admitted it. He just dressed flamboyantly to steal the spotlight among his peers and become the semester's star. His entrance scores were not bad either. Moreover, he was an outstanding freshman representative and even spoke up for those with poor placement test results. Ever since learning that Palace Master Shang would be teaching, he had schemed again, dreaming of being the center of attention for everyone. So he deliberately let people know he was acquainted with Palace Master Shang and pretended to inadvertently let others overhear him calling Shang Uncle Shang, all to earn their admiration. But he also knew that Palace Master Shang wasn't here for him, so he never admitted it, only dropping hints for others to speculate. He gambled that Shang wouldn't publicly reveal who he was really here for. Clearly, gambling requires caution. Pot Lid sitting next to Fong Xin along with the new students who supported him let out exclamations of surprise. The classroom instantly erupted into a din that nearly lifted the roof. Bro Xin is awesome. Pot Lid exclaimed in admiration. So Bro Xin is the hidden big shot. Zhang Chong is full of crap. He thought Palace Master Shang was here for him, and he almost fooled me. Turns out he's a fake. Where are those who were licking Zhang Chong's boots? Keep barking. Let your master keep showing off. Hilarious. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Bro Underpants loyal followers can finally shut up now. Your entrance scores are poor, your character is lacking, and you still want to surpass Bro Xin. Dream on. The taunts came thick and fast. Zhang Chong's face was pale, but he forced himself to stay calm. The acne-ridden student with full textured hair asked in confusion, Bro Chong, what's going on? Isn't Palace Master Shang here for you? Zhang Chong feigned composure. Did I ever say that? Did I ever admit it? The full-textured student was taken aback. It seemed that from start to finish Zhang Chong had only given hints and the rest was everyone's imagination. For a moment the faces of those who had supported Zhang Chong turned pale and red by turns. Shang Tianke cleared his throat. Fong Xin, come here. Fong Xin reluctantly walked toward the front row. Shang Tianke glanced at the fake Bro Underpants Zhang Chong. From the snippets he had heard, he gathered something and showed no favor to Zhang Chong at all. How dare he try to use me to show off? I certainly won't give him face. You sit in the back. Zhang Chong's mouth opened slightly, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. He wanted to say something, but held back, lowering his head as he walked to the back. As he brushed past Fong Xin, Zhang Chong bumped his shoulder against Fong Xin and said in a low voice, Fong Xin, is it? We'll see who's better at the midterm exam. Fong Xin replied casually, who cares about you? Zhang Chong's forehead veins bulged. If it were just Palace Master Shang stating he was here for Fong Xin, it would only be embarrassing. But Shang actually made him move to the back to give Fong Xin his seat. This was a sheer disgrace. Well, just wait and see. Fong Xin paid him no mind and walked straight to the front row, sitting down in Zhang Chong's former seat. The acne-ridden student with full textured hair, who had been fawning over Zhang Chong, came up to Fong Xin with a flattering smile. Hello, Bro Xin. How good? The full-textured student paused, licked his lips, and forced a smile. Pretty good. I'm really happy you're sitting next to me. Then you're happy way too early. Shang Tianke looked at Fong Xin with a wry smile. This kid really had a sharp tongue. Alright, let's get down to business. Today is our first lesson. I believe many of you already have some understanding of the beast taming system. The profession for beast taming talent is called beast tamer. Initially, our combat power isn't top-notch, but as our realm improves and the beasts we raise grow stronger, the feedback we receive increases. As you know, we beast tamers don't have as robust a physique as those with brute force talents. TSK. The classroom had been quiet, but Fong Xin, sitting in the first row, suddenly clicked his tongue, the sound conspicuously clear in the room. Shang Tianke smiled at Fong Xin. I'm not calling you a brute. I mean that all of you with power-type talents are brutes. Fong Xin looked helplessly at Shang Tianke. He couldn't beat him, and what he said wasn't wrong. That was the most frustrating part. Many new students whispered and covered their mouths to laugh. Even Palace Master Shang said that those with power-type talents are brutes. Shang Tianke continued, a beast tamer's strength is a weakness, so we must maintain a strong resonance with the beasts we bond with, as beasts generally have stronger physiques than humans. Beasts are divided into 3 categories. Those with a combat power ceiling of level 5 and below are called ferocious beasts. Those from level 6 to 10 are spirit beasts. Beyond level 10, level 11 are king beasts, level 12 are emperor beasts, level 13 are saint beasts, and above level 13 are divine beasts. Beast tamers, depending on their talent, can control different types, levels, and numbers of beasts. Naturally, the higher the talent, the more beasts they can control, and the stronger they become. Today, for our first lesson, we'll discuss how to establish a connection with beasts and sign a contract. As he spoke, Shang Tianke waved his hand, and a giant lizard over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall appeared beside him. As soon as the giant lizard appeared, it opened its massive maw and roared at the students below. Many in the first row were so frightened that they stood up and backed away. Only Fong Xin remained as steady as Mount Tai in the entire first row. He looked around and saw chaos behind him. Students from the first, second, and even third rows had all scrambled backward in a panic, leaving him sitting alone at the front. Fong Xin stood up, stepped over the desks to the back, joined the other students, and patted his chest. Oh my, that scared me to death. Shang Tianke's face darkened like the bottom of a wok. So grim, he nearly lunged forward to strike the young man. The new students had all been nervous at first, yet upon seeing Fong Xin, they fell into stunned silence, unsure how to even begin evaluating him. Shang Tianke pointed sharply at Fong Xin, grinding his molars. Get over here, sit properly. Fong Xin offered an awkward chuckle and returned to his seat in the front row. The other students instinctively began moving toward the front row as well, only for Shang Tianke to interject, except Fong Xin. Everyone who was originally seated there moved back. The students assumed Shang Tianke was furious, some even suspected favoritism. Yet he clarified calmly, this fire-scale giant lizard is highly aggressive. Sitting in the front row puts you at serious risk of accidental injury. At those words, the previously glum newcomers burst into laughter and turned their gazes collectively toward Fong Xian. Zhang Chong, seated further back, wore a look of unbridled satisfaction. Fong Xian's own expression now soured. Master Shang, this is... Shang Tianke replied with solemn composure, what is it? You truly are a little rascal. Shang Tianke smiled faintly. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have genuinely struck the boy then and there. Witnessing their easy, almost irreverent banter, Zhang Chong's grin vanished. The new students whispered among themselves, urgently probing Fong Xian's background. How dared he speak so freely to Shang Tianke? The fire-scale giant lizard bared its fangs toward the students below, then swayed its massive head deliberately toward Fong Xian. His supporters tensed, but Zhang Chong's faction watched with gleeful anticipation, eager to see him humiliated. Some even surreptitiously pulled out their phones intent on recording Fong Xian's imminent disgrace, then uploading it to the forum for ridicule. How utterly insignificant a brute with raw physical talent appeared before a true beast-taming master. As the grotesque snarling head drew nearer, Fong Xian recoiled with visible disdain and shoved it aside with one hand. Move along. Don't touch me. Instantly, the authentic dragon aura he'd acquired atop the 10,000 Beast Palace's dragon stairway surged forth unbidden. The once frenzied lizard instantly calmed, its eyes softening with gentleness. It nuzzled Fong Xian's palm once, then obediently retreated to stand beside Shang Tianke. For several breathless seconds, the classroom fell utterly silent, then erupted into chaos. What the hell just happened? No way. That's actually possible. Top-tier beast-taming talent. Wait, is this guy possibly dual talented? Did you feel that aura just now? Overwhelming, like divine pressure. Shang Tianke cleared his throat and restored order. Settle down. You've just witnessed firsthand what elite beast-taming talent looks like, the profound affinity between master and beast. Returning to the subject, he continued, this is a royal beast, capable of reaching level 11 in combat power. Most of you have already awakened your beast-taming talent, correct? Those who haven't will be guided by specialized instructors. Now I'll demonstrate the precise method of forging a pact with a beast. So saying, Shang Tianke proceeded to demonstrate the ritual of pact binding for the entire class. He added gravely, one point must be etched into your memory: every beast tamer possesses a unique, innate beast glyph. The higher your talent, the more glyphs you possess. But regardless of number, never recklessly bind your innate beast. That bond determines your ultimate ceiling. A student may hold strength talent, but should their innate beast undergo a sudden powerful mutation later in life, both their talent grade and maximum potential will ascend accordingly. Thus, when selecting your innate beast, choose wisely. Choose a true blue-chip specimen. A vision flashed across Fong Xian's mind. The mythical Qilin divine beast mentioned in his notebook. Binding such a creature as his innate divine beast, the very thought sent shivers down his spine. Though Shang Tianke had been effectively conscripted without compensation by the Shield Bureau, he retained his integrity, teaching diligently and thoroughly without compromise. 5 minutes before class ended, Shang Tianke recalled the fire-scale giant lizard. Absorb what you've learned today. Dismissal is imminent. Fong Xian, step outside with me. Fong Xian stiffened. One glance at Shang Tianke's expression told him everything. The old man was about to settle last night's score. Right here is fine. Fong Xian replied with an angelic smile. Shang Tianke gestured dismissively. Outside. Your instructor Zhuge Jiao has stepped out. I have a message for him. Pass it along. Fong Xian followed reluctantly, doubtful and wary. The moment they crossed the threshold, the classroom door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous clang. Fong Xian whirled to flee, but Shang Tianke seized his arm and delivered a sharp kick to his backside. Still trying to trick me, brat? Shang Tianke clamped Fong Xian's neck in his thick arm. Who exactly is Qin Juanhao to you? A high school classmate, Fong Xian admitted sheepishly. You really are rotten. You conned 2 people at once. Shang Tianke kicked him again hard. I was only defending our female instructor. Wasn't I supposed to interfere? Oh, you're righteous now, huh? Can't help it. It's innate. As the two bickered, a figure emerged from the stairwell corner. An elderly woman stood there, square-framed glasses perched on her nose, a yarn-filled bag draped over her arm, knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on a sweater. At her approach, Shang Tianke instantly released Fong Xian and resumed his commanding presence. Though he respected and connected with Fong Xian before others, he remained Shang Tianke, the revered lord of the 10,000 Beast Palace. Fong Xian straightened immediately upon recognizing her. None other than Sun Baijun, the legendary spirit-weaving instructor of the academy, the infamous Extinction Nun. Even Shang Tianke bowed respectfully. Senior Sun. Fong Xian mirrored the gesture. Instructor greetings. She frowned, her gaze sweeping over Shang Tianke with undisguised contempt. What business brings you here? The administration invited me to teach. Without hesitation, she retorted, have the Shield Bureau's elders run out of candidates? Must they send someone like you to instruct? Are you deliberately leading students astray? Shang Tianke merely offered a strained smile. Fong Exine stared wide-eyed. Was this grandmother truly this fearsome? She turned her sharp gaze toward Fong Exine. And who is this? Shang Tianke glanced sidelong at Fong Exine. My student, and also a close friend. We share a strong bond. Fong Exine blinked. Well, he certainly sings my praises. But in the next breath, the nun's expression froze into icy fury. A student consorting with such an unscrupulous person, and calling him friend. Fong Exine froze, then caught Shang Tianke's barely concealed smirk from the corner of his eye. Trapped. We're not close. He's just teaching us. He's not here for me alone, but for many beast-taming students. She dismissed his explanation outright. Smooth-talking charlatan. How did the Shield Bureau ever admit a student like you? Associating with such disreputable company. What kind of character could you possibly possess? Fong Exine glanced back at Shang Tianke, whose shoulders were already shaking with suppressed laughter. Clearly the old man's reputation with Sun Baijun was catastrophically poor. The nun narrowed her eyes. Your name, Oi? Fong Exine blurted, Qin. Before he could utter, Juanhao, Shang Tianke cut in smoothly. Senior son, his name is Fong Exine. I shall speak directly with Su Bashan. How dare this academy enroll a student who befriends such an unprincipled individual? You will be expelled, effective immediately. With that, Sun Baijun spun on her heel and strode away. Fong Exine stood rooted in place. Holy hell! The legends of the extinction nun, brutal, merciless, absolute, had just become horrifyingly real. Shang Tianke's shoulders shook with unrestrained mirth as he clapped Fong Exine heartily on the back. Brother, your days of peace are over. Huh? Fong Exine's face darkened. Master Shang. Brother Shang. She's going to the dean to have me expelled. Please intervene on my behalf. From what upperclassmen say, this nun is not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with. Shang Tianke chuckled darkly. Brother, she is the most formidable person in the entire Shield Academy. But rest assured, Dean Su will never let you go. If he refuses, you come straight to the 10,000 Beast Palace. The Elder Lord himself has declared you will be groomed as the next Lord of the Palace. Fong Exine paused, thoughtful. Wait, that doesn't add up. She called you unscrupulous. Clearly I'm being dragged down by your reputation. What exactly did you do to offend her? Shang Tianke watched Sun Baijun's retreating figure, then sighed deeply, a man haunted by unspeakable memories. I once asked Zhuge Heng for Cheng Bingqing's contact information. And then, Then, that silver-haired fool gave me her number instead. I didn't check closely, added her right away, and launched into a stream of flirtatious nonsense. Even sent some photos. What kind of photos? Fong Exine asked, intrigued. The kind showing off my pectorals and abs. And then, Shang Tianke exhaled slowly, his face clouding with dread, as if reliving a waking nightmare. She's a spirit-weaving master. She invaded my dreams for an entire month. Every time I closed my eyes, elderly men in thong swimsuits danced before me, asking if I wanted to date or kiss them. Fong Exine recoiled in visceral disgust. Shang Tianke slapped his shoulder again, grinning wickedly. She holds no fondness for me whatsoever. Brother, consider yourself warned. The dean's office. Su Bashan sipped tea serenely until the door crashed open. The knitting nun strode in radiating fury. Su Bashan, what kind of students are you recruiting? Su Bashan, who was sipping tea, jolted. The tea spilled all over his pants. He quickly set down the cup, pulled out a tissue, and wiped himself. Sister-in-law, what's gotten into you? Su Bashan sprang to his feet, hurried to the door in 2 or 3 strides, glanced outside, then closed it. What's made you so furious, sister-in-law? Sun Bijuan sat down. Su Bashan promptly poured her another cup of tea. Why did you let a dubious character like Shang Tianke teach the new recruits? Su Bashan explained, hey, race the thing, sister-in-law. Among this year's new recruits, there's a promising talent in the beast-taming department. As they say, each specialty has its own master. So we invited the head of the 10,000 Beast Palace to give lectures to our new students. It's for their own good. Besides, he initially agreed to teach only that one talented student. But as you've probably seen, many new recruits with beast-taming aptitude now attend his classes. This is his livelihood, and his expertise runs deeper. The more our new students learn now, the less blood they'll shed in the future. Would a shady character like Shang Tianke just swallow that loss? Sun Bijuan said coldly. Su Bashan smiled. The details were negotiated by Zhu Gang. Sun Bijuan snorted again. A good for-nothing street loafer and a disreputable little rogue. Birds of a feather indeed. Su Bashan could only respond with an awkward smile. One more thing. There's a new recruit named Fong Exine. Expel him. Hanging around with a scoundrel like Shang Tianke, he can't be any good. Su Bashan was taken aback. Sister-in-law, that's a bit biased. I'd consider expelling someone else, but not Fong Xian. Why not? Leaving someone like him in the Heaven Shield Bureau is a disaster. Sun Baijin's voice turned icy, perfectly embodying an old lattice stubborn unreasonableness. Su Basan forced a smile, hurried to the door in 2 or 3 strides, opened it to check outside, then closed it. As a precaution, he casually set up a soundproof barrier. Sister-in-law, we really can't expel Fong Xian. You've been out of touch, so you might not know. He's the new recruit who broke the campus record in the placement test, finishing the obstacle course in just over 3 minutes and topping the rankings by a landslide. Sun Bijuan frowned, pausing momentarily. Him? What use is talent without good character? Sister-in-law, this kid is under old Yes protection. Sun Bijuan was stunned, then furrowed her brows. I despise this kind of nepotism. So what if old Yi is backing him? Su Basan quickly added, Sister-in-law, there's one more thing. He'll tell you, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone. Sun Bijuan said nothing, just continued knitting her sweater, waiting for him to go on. Su Basan leaned in, and despite the soundproof barrier, lowered his voice. Sister-in-law, his parents are the young couple who were killed in a car accident at the Research Institute. Fang Zhengping and Yi Rijia. Sun Baijin's hands trembled violently. She jerked her head up, staring blankly at Su Basan, her lips quivering. The intimidating gleam in her eyes behind her glasses vanished, replaced by a tangled mix of shock, bewilderment, helplessness, and grief, an expression of profound complexity. He Xiao Fong and Xiao Yes child. Yes. The old lattice earlier arrogance wilted considerably. She hung her head as if stirred by some memory and slowly sank into the sofa like a frosted plant. She murmured softly, repeating her words. He Xiao Fong and Xiao Yes child. Yes, sister-in-law, Su Basan confirmed again. The old lady bowed her head, then after a long moment, gave a bittersweet, gentle smile. I owed that young couple a huge favor back then. Then that tragedy happened. I never thought I'd meet their child here. Su Basan teased, Sister-in-law, so do you still want to expel him? If you do, we'll start the paperwork right now. Sun Baijin's expression reverted to its usual coldness. She gave Su Basan a faint glance, and he immediately sat up straight. Just kidding, just kidding. Tell that boy to stay away from Shang Tianke from now on. Shang Tianke is no good. Don't let him lead the child astray. With that, she turned to leave. Su Basan quickly stood to see her out. Sister-in-law, one more thing. This kid's identity information is encrypted, and his parents' case is quite troublesome. Please don't. Sun Bijuan snorted disdainfully. I'm not such a loose-lipped old woman that I'd go blabbing everywhere. Su Basan smiled placatingly and was about to dissolve the soundproof barrier when it melted open on its own. Sun Bijuan, knitting her sweater, strolled out leisurely. Seeing this, Su Basan could only give a helpless smile. After seeing Sun Bijuan off, he let out a sigh, closed the door, and returned to his chair. He took a file from a folder beside him. It was Fong Xin's dossier. Su Basan tapped the file with his fingers. Fong Xian, Fong Zhengping, Fong Yingtai. For old Yi to insist on protecting him, this kid's true identity. Tisk, it's no simple matter. At that moment, Fong Xin's heart was in turmoil. Shang Tianke was grinning from ear to ear, still dragging Fong Xian along to lunch, and insisting he call Qin Juanhao to erase his memory. Seeing Fong Xian about to message Zhu Gaheng, Shang Tianke said, You're looking for Zhu Gaheng. Wouldn't that just make things worse? Forget who gave me the old lattice contact info. Zhu Gaheng takes a detour whenever he sees her. Don't worry. Think of it this way, if the Heaven Shield Bureau doesn't want you come to our 10,000 Beasts Palace, you'll be the young master then. How prestigious. Fong Xian replied helplessly, I've got a secure job here, steady income regardless. Yours is a private company. Can you compare? Hey, you're pretty picky. If you come to us, my position will be yours. In the Heaven Shield Bureau, without connections, even if you're outstanding and achieve great merits, you'll at most become a team leader in the 9th Division or a deputy director in another division. Without backing, you're destined to be a lackey for some well-connected superior. I've been keeping the young master's spot open for you. If the Heaven Shield Bureau dares to kick you out today, they'll take you away. Shang Tianke set arm around Fong Xian, thumping his chest loudly. As they headed toward the cafeteria, they saw Sun Bijuan emerge from the administration building. Fong Xian watched the old lady from a distance, feeling an inexplicable pressure and a churning unease in his heart. Shang Tianke also spotted Sun Bijuan. He slapped Fong Xin's shoulder and grinned. Knowing her temper, even if she can't get you expelled, you're in for a rough time. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke. You're the one who sent the dirty talk and photos, but I'm the one getting punished. It's not fair. Shang Tianke was beside himself with glee. The old rascal hit it off with Fong Xian, so he was very easygoing around him. Now they were thick as thieves, and he gloated. What's a big guy like you afraid of? If you're expelled, I've got your back. Hey, the old lad has spotted us. She's coming this way. Fong Xian quickly tried to put some distance between himself and Shang Tianke, but the sly old man clung to him, deliberately draping an arm over his shoulder in front of the old lady, making them look like close friends. Sure enough, the old lady approached with a stern face. Shang Tianke bowed and greeted Senior Sun. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at Fong Xian, already suppressing a laugh. Sun Bijuan ignored Shang Tianke and fixed her gaze on Fong Xian. Her icy expression softened into an unusual warmth. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke and gave Sun Bijuan what he thought was a humble smile. "Hello, instructor." Sun Bijuan's eyes were tender. She reached out and ruffled Fong Xin's hair. "If you ever need anything, come to me. I'm in building 26 of the instructor apartments." Fong Xian was stunned. Shang Tianke was equally bewildered, wondering if the script had gone wrong. What happened to the old lady? She went to the admin building and came out a different person. Had someone put a spell on her? To their surprise, Sun Bijuan pointed at Shang Tianke and said to Fong Xian, "Stay away from people like him. He's morally corrupt, has a vile temperament, and his lifestyle is a complete mess. Don't get too close to such people." Though Fong Xian was confused, he nodded. "Yes, instructor son." Shang Tianke looked dumbfounded. "Old lady, isn't that assessment a bit?" Scram. Shang Tianke's expression froze. He watched Sun Bijuan walk away, then turned to Fong Xian and asked, "What's wrong with that old woman? What did they say to her at the admin building? Why the complete turnaround?" Fong Xian exhaled, his heart finally settling. "Probably went to the dean and realized how outstanding I am." Shang Tianke pondered and found this the only plausible reason. He had been scheming to make Sun Bijuan trouble Fong Xian, but in the end, only he got hurt. News that Shang Tianke had come specifically for Fong Xian had already spread among the freshmen. Fong Xian was already in the spotlight, and now the glare only intensified. Fortunately, Brother Hua had mentioned it, so the strength department classmates hadn't revealed Fong Xin's level 4 combat power, otherwise the new recruits would have been in an uproar. Fong Xian arranged to meet Qin Juanhao, mentioning that a VIP wanted to see him and instructing him not to tell anyone. Qin Juanhao was initially confused, but upon learning that Shang Tianke had come for Fong Xian, he immediately guessed that the VIP Fong Xian referred to was Shang Tianke. Now Qin Juanhao was both excited and jealous. Back in school, he could never surpass Fong Xian, no matter how hard he tried to undermine him. Now Fong Xian had left him far behind. The terrifying existence he looked up to had come for Fong Xian. Still, the beast-taming palace lord was coming to see him, so he would get to meet a VIP. Although he had guessed the reason, Qin Juanhao approached the designated spot with excitement. Upon meeting, Shang Tianke wasted no time interrogating Qin Juanhao. Satisfied that Qin Juanhao hadn't disclosed details to anyone, he still checked the chat history between Qin Juanhao and Zhang Chong, finding nothing suspicious. Then he produced a bead, waved it before Qin Junhao's eyes, and Qin Junhao's gaze went blank as he collapsed. Shang Tianke patted Fong Xin's shoulder. "I'm off. Handle him when he wakes up." Fong Xian eyed the bead curiously. "What's this called?" Shang Tianke glanced at the bead and tossed it to Fong Xian. "It's called the Cleansing Pearl, a 5th-tier treasure. It can erase parts of the memory of those below level 5 combat power, but it consumes mental energy." Fong Xian played with the bead. "Thanks." Shang Tianke waved dismissively. "Don't mention it. I have to socialize with your Tian Shield Bureau leaders now. I'm off." Watching Shang Tianke leave, Fong Xian studied the Cleansing Pearl. He glanced at Qin Juanhao, deleted their chat history, and used Qin Junhao's phone to call himself. After a few minutes, Qin Juanhao woke up, groggily rubbing his head. Seeing Fong Xian, he immediately backed away warily. He checked himself for injuries. None. "Where is this? Why are you here?" Qin Juanhao demanded. Fong Xian shook his phone. "You called me here, said you had something to tell me. I arrived to find you lying here. I should be asking you what you wanted." Qin Juanhao slapped his head, feeling like he had blacked out. He vaguely remembered contacting Fong Xian, but the rest was a blur. Fong Xian checked the time. "So what did you want?" Qin Juanhao rubbed his head, jealousy flickering in his eyes as he looked at Fong Xian. "I forgot. Why did I pass out? You called me, then lay here. I've been watching over you this whole time. You don't even say thanks, and now you're asking me why you fainted. Trying to frame me." Qin Juanhao was speechless. "I really forgot why I called you. Then think about it, and find me later. I have things to do. I'm leaving." Fong Xian didn't want to deal with the mess left by that lecher old Shang Tianke, but having taken the pearl, he felt obliged to help. Now Qin Juanhao had no memory of meeting Shang Tianke. Guided by Fong Xian, he only remembered contacting Fong Xian. As for the fake underpants brother Zhang Chong, Qin Juanhao had been vague with him earlier. If Zhang Chong asked, Qin Juanhao would know nothing, leaving Zhang Chong to think he was playing dumb. Let them figure it out. On his way back to the dorm, many freshmen greeted Fong Xian, and his contact list exploded with requests, including from many pretty female classmates. His phone kept buzzing. Fong Xian had to adjust his privacy settings to regain some peace. Back in the dorm, Fatty Shi Tailang and the others were chatting. Hearing Fong Xian return, Shi Tailang rushed over. "Brother Xian, what else don't we know about you? What's wrong?" Shi Tailang exclaimed excitedly. "The palace lord came for you." "Damn, I was telling everyone it might be Underpants brother who invited him. I didn't know for sure he'd come. If I told you, and he didn't show, how awkward would that be?" Fong Xian explained. "True. Brother Xian plays it safe. Zhang Yaozu grinned. That underpants brother was too cocky. He deliberately misled everyone into thinking the palace lord came for him and got slapped in the face. That idiot underpants brother already said he never claimed the palace lord came for him. It was all everyone's imagination. If you ask me, that bastard is just malicious. Like a pink ribbon-adorned pair of worn-out underpants. Can't pull off the act, but still tries. Bai Yulin chimed in, arms crossed. Fong Xian noticed that Bai Yulin's voice was now a deep male tone, his hair tied up, wearing a tank top and training pants with prominent arm muscles. Shi Tailang remarked, "Whoa boss, your words are crude, but true, but way too crude. Zhang Meiqiu doesn't mind, but Bauer is right here." Fong Xian realized this wasn't Bai Yulin, but his elder brother He Yulin. Zhang Yaozu punched Shi Tailang in the gut. Li Bauer crunched on chips, looking dazed. "My grandpa says it's okay to have a dirty mouth as long as your heart isn't dirty." Xin Yu, who had been quiet, spoke up. "Brother Xian, we're heading to the multi-purpose training hall. Coming. Sure, let me change clothes, and we'll go." Fong Xian wanted to practice the 2 martial skills Hua Cheng had given him earlier and the 2 light-based skills from Zhugan. Shi Tailang checked the time. "It's 6:30 now? The training hall closes at 9:30. Let's head over early and train as much as we can." After changing clothes and pocketing his administrator card, the group headed to the training hall. Upon arrival, the hall was bustling with noise. Many had already arrived. Fong Xin's gaze caught a familiar silhouette. She sensed his presence and turned, flashing a sweet smile. Fong Xian waved. Jiang Xiaocha ran over to him, her high ponytail bouncing cheerfully. Jiang Xiaocha was exceedingly beautiful. She possessed an oval face, delicate features, and a tall, slender figure. Although she habitually wore loose clothing, it sometimes failed to conceal the burgeoning curves of her youthful form. To outsiders, Jiang Xiaocha always presented herself as an aloof goddess with a cold countenance. Yet upon seeing Fong Xian, a sweet smile would invariably bloom on her face. With the commencement of the youth training camp, many students initiated a heavenly fragrance ranking on the internal forum, voting for the most attractive individuals of the cohort. Jiang Xiaocha was listed among them, securing the 3rd position. Li Bauer, who was in the same squad as Fong Xian, also made the list. However, her attire was rather slovenly, earning her a lower score. Nevertheless, her undeniably stunning looks and formidable combat prowess propelled her into the top 10. As Jiang Xiaocha arrived, many students' gazes were drawn to her. Fong Xian raised a hand and flicked her fair forehead. Witnessing Jiang Xiaocha approach Fong Xian, many students were consumed by envy and resentment. They never imagined that Jiang Xiaocha, ranked 3rd on the heavenly fragrance ranking, would be so close to Fong Xian. Shi Tailang sidled up with a lecherous expression. "Brother Xian, won't you introduce us?" Fong Xian replied, "She's my sister Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, this is Shi Tailang." "Hello," Jiang Xiaocha said indifferently. Shi Tailang, beaming with a foolish grin, said, "Hello there, little sister Xiaocha. Just call me Brother Tailang." Fong Xian then introduced the others to Jiang Xiaocha one by one. From now on, they would all be colleagues in the 9th Bureau, crossing paths frequently. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. After the introductions by Yulin boomed, "We must seize every moment to train and not waste time on trivial matters. Fong Xian, these fools all claim you're powerful. I want to fight you later. Let's settle who's the better man." Fong Xian replied, "Settling who's superior is fine, but settling who's the man. I think you're trying to game the system." Bai Yulin was momentarily stunned, then his companions burst into laughter. "Just let me test your strength. Those 3 fools, Bai Yu, Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin, all say you're strong. I don't believe it. If you beat me when our squad chooses a leader, I'll unconditionally vote for you." Fong Xian appraised the man before him, thinking he was somewhat unhinged, even insulting himself. Zhang Yaozu sniffled, "Brother Xian, he's the only one in our squad who's unconvinced. Later you should beat him until he cries." "Fine." Black Yulin cracked his knuckles, grinning eagerly, "My fists are already itching for a fight." "Perfect, there's a squad simulation combat training hall over here. We can have our match there." Shi Tailang pointed to the side. Fong Xian had noticed earlier, while moving equipment, that this multifunctional training hall was quite remarkable. It was divided into individual and group sections. The individual ones honed solo combat skills, while the group ones refined team coordination. Each training hall allowed for adjusting talent-specific training modes and selecting various scenarios for simulated combat. It was highly versatile. The group entered a squad training hall. Black Yulin cracked his knuckles again. "Let's begin. Time to see who's really got what it takes." As he spoke, a red-black aura began to emanate from Black Yulin's body, and his eyes became bloodshot. Shi Tailang exclaimed, "A rage talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother is always so hot-tempered." Black Yulin grinned, then stomped his foot, erupting with violent energy. He shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Fong Xian. In the blink of an eye, he was before Fong Xian, his fist hurtling towards Fong Xin's face. Fong Xian tilted his head slightly. Black Yulin's fist grazed past Fong Xin's cheek, the wind from the punch rustling his sideburns. Fong Xian raised a hand. Smack! He grabbed Black Yulin by the neck and lifted him clean off the ground. His chi and blood surged like a tidal wave. Black Yulin's berserk expression instantly receded like a tide, his gaze softening. Then his facial features became more delicate, his chest visibly swelled, and his long legs slowly came together. Fong Xian, you're hurting me. A somewhat aggrieved female voice came from Bai Yulin's mouth. Fong Xian was stunned. Zhang Yaozu was also utterly bewildered. What's happening? Has it started? Li Baoer tilted her head, looking dazed. It's over. Huh. One move. There weren't even any fancy techniques. It's over just like that. Just how strong is he? Jiang Shaocha's beautiful big eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. Seeing her cousin so powerful, she felt genuinely happy. Fong Xian realized this was Bai Yulin's sister Bai Yu and finally released his grip. Bai Yu rubbed her reddened neck, her watery eyes looking at Fong Xian. That bastard Black Yulin is both weak and loves to fight. Fong Xian, Black Yulin asked me to tell you that he is completely convinced this time. The gap is too vast. To ordinary people, you are like the moon in the sky seen by a frog at the bottom of a well. To awakened ones, you are like a mayfly glimpsing the vast blue sky. Fong Xian immediately replied, your words make me a bit embarrassed. Everyone who comes to the 9th Bureau is an elite, a genius in their respective talent fields. Of course, being a genius is just the threshold to see me. The others exchanged glances. If anyone else said that, I'd think they were showing off. But when you say it, Brother Xian, I truly believe it. To use Brother Black Yulin's words, you're like a top-tier spatial ring. What do you mean? Others want to show off, but can't, but you truly can. Fong Xian couldn't help but laugh. Alright, everyone hurry up and train. Zhang Yaozu groaned. It closes at 9:30, so we'd better make every second count. I heard from a senior that if you want to continue training, you have to beg the administrator and pay extra. And it's pretty expensive, 5,000 an hour. Damn, that's so expensive. Then we really can't waste any time. The group left the multi-person simulation training hall to find individual ones. Fong Xian said to Jiang Xiaocha, if anything comes up, just send me a message. Got it, brother. As Fong Xian went to find an individual training hall, the hall supervisor approached. He was a genial middle-aged man named Ren Lianqing, whom Fong Xian had met before. Fong Xian. Ren Lianqing called out. Teacher Ren. Fong Xian greeted him. Do you have your ID card? Yes. Fong Xian showed his administrator card. Ren Lianqing checked the time. I have to go out. Keep an eye on things here. Make sure everyone follows the rules. If there's any special situation like someone causing a disturbance, you can punish them by banning them from the training hall for 3 days to a month. You can do it with your Smart Link device. Of course, generally no one is bold enough to break the rules here. I'm asking you to watch mainly to handle anyone who wants to continue using the hall after 9:30. Charge them 5,000 each. 10% of that fee will be automatically credited to your card as your administrator commission. Of course, you also have the right to bring people in for free, but you must be careful not to exceed 10 people. Understood, Teacher Ren. Ren Lianqing patted Fong Xian on the shoulder. He'll be off then. Alright. Fong Xian found an individual training hall. Today his goal was to practice the 4 skills given by Hua Cheng and Zhu Gan. Fong Xian set the gravity to 4 times the norm. Having already experienced the concept of inner force today, unleashing the 9-fold heaven-opening force became much easier. After practicing for a while, Fong Xian grasped its essence. He threw a punch, and the force meter beeped, displaying a value of 18,000 kilograms, which then doubled. The 9-fold heaven-opening force could stack power, totaling 9 layers. On his first day of practice, Fong Xian could only reach the 3rd layer. However, under the enhancement of his slaughter talent, although the force of the 3rd layer was the same as described in the skill manual, it added armor-piercing damage. When he threw the same punch, the enemy would suffer pain far beyond mere physical force. Next, Fong Xian studied the golden bell shield for a while. A nearly transparent film appeared on the surface of his body. Testing its resilience, he found it could fully withstand a powerful blow from a mid-stage level 4 combatant. A look of joy crossed Fong Xin's face. All this was achieved through the optimization of the slaughter talent. It had to be said the slaughter talent was truly formidable. He let out a breath. Fong Xian turned his attention to the 2 skills of the light talent. Divine Art Light Flash. Divine Art Light Instant Kill. Enhanced by the slaughter talent, the activation range of these 2 skills exceeded their original limits. Fong Xian switched the training hall to a combat environment suited for the light talent. The skylight above opened and moonlight streamed in. Fong Xian continuously attuned himself. Moonlight scattered, coalescing into points of light that enveloped his body. His pupils turned silver like 2 full moons. His body gradually blurred as if erased by an eraser. The next second, Fong Xian appeared 30 meters away. He gasped for breath, hands on his knees, his eyes filled with excitement. He had succeeded on his first try. However, the moonlight stored in his body was too little, leaving him somewhat exhausted. Storing this moonlight was simple, he just needed to bask in the moon. Taking a deep breath, Fong Xian began to absorb moonlight again. A few minutes later, he raised his hand and grasped at the moonlight. A cross-shaped sword formed from moonlight appeared in his hand. A training puppet materialized in the training hall. Fong Xin swung the sword at the puppet. The blade of moonlight reached the puppet in a single breath. With one slash, the puppet was cleaved in two, dissolving into specks of light. Fong Xin was panting again. The moonlight within him was still insufficient, and his light talent wasn't top tier, so the amount he could store had an upper limit, allowing him to use only 3 skills. Without using any potions, his true strength was merely in strength light talent. To raise his limit, the simplest and most brutal method was to kill some awakened ones with light talents and plunder their power. Fong Xin glanced at the time. It had slipped away, and it was already 9:26. He left the training hall. By now, many trainees had already departed. After all, they were tired from training so long. But some diligent ones remained. As Fong Xin's gaze swept around, he saw Jiang Xiaocha also emerge from a training hall, wiping away sweat. Seeing Fong Xin come out, as well, Jiang Xiaocha waved and began to walk towards him. But unexpectedly, a group of people blocked her path. The leader held a bouquet of flowers. "Xiaocha, from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The crowd behind him began to chant, "Say yes. Say yes." The commotion drew the attention of many. Jiang Xiaocha frowned. "Sorry, please let me through." But the man refused to move, and even had his companions surround Jiang Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, I'm Yang Haoxi, a new recruit from the 2nd Bureau. I saw you on the first day of enrollment. The moment I saw you, I knew you were my destined true love. Xiaocha, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaocha said coldly, "Move aside." Yang Haoxi grinned lecherously. "I want. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you leave today." Jiang Xiaocha frowned and tried to sidestep him, but Yang Haoxi blocked her again, a sly smile on his face. He even snatched her towel and brought it to his nose. "Wow, Xiaocha, what body wash do you use? It smells so good. Can you not be so disgusting? Move." Yang Haoxi shamelessly blocked her way and then plucked her glasses off her face, putting them on himself. "Xiaocha, let's get to know each other first. Once you do, you'll see how great I am." Jiang Xiaocha said coldly, "Give me back my glasses." Yang Haoxi held up the glasses. "Call me hubby, and he'll give them back." His hanger-son chimed in, "Call him hubby. Call him hubby." Jiang Xiaocha's eyes reddened. "Give it back. I heard your family isn't well off and your parents aren't awakened. I also heard you chatting with someone earlier saying you wanted to train a bit more today. It costs 5,000 to keep going. That's a lot for you, isn't it? Let me pay for you. Just call me hubby." Jiang Xiaocha, eyes rimmed with red, glared at Yang Haoxi. "Don't you understand human speech? Give me my glasses back. Stubborn, aren't you? That's what I like. The more you resist, the more I like it. Want your glasses back? Then say who." Before he could finish, his wrist was seized, and a searing pain shot up his arm. Yang Haoxi cried out in agony, his fingers splaying open as the glasses fell from his hand. Fong Xin caught the glasses and handed them to Jiang Xiaocha. Slap, slap, slap. He patted Yang Haoxi's cheek. "If you don't know how to talk, keep your mouth shut." Yang Haoxi rubbed his arm, showing no fear upon seeing Fong Xin. He poked Fong Xin's chest with his finger. "What do you want? Playing the hero. What business is it of yours if I confess to her? What's the rush?" Fong Xin smiled at Yang Haoxi. "She's my sister. Stay away from her. This is your first and last warning." Yang Haoxi suddenly laughed and looked back at his companions. They all joined in the laughter. "Young Master Yang, this guy's quite the show-off. Let's take him down." Yang Haoxi poked Fong Xin's chest again, smirking. "Warning me. You think you're something special. So what if she's your sister? Even if she were your mother, if I set my sights on her, I'd find a way to have her. What use is your talent, your fighting ability? Being able to fight is useless. In this world, you need connections." A young man beside him added, "Kid, do you even know who our young Master Yang is with all your barking? And you dare to threaten our young Master Yang? You've got some nerve." Yang Haoxi leaned his head forward, tapping his own forehead. "Want to hit me? Go on, try it." Fong Xin grinned. "Is that a request? Fine." Fong Xin clenched his fist. He swung his arm in a full arc and threw a punch. With a crack under the immense force of the blow, Yang Haoxi's jawbone shattered directly. His eardrum was also pierced by the punch. Blood immediately gushed from his mouth, nose, and ears. Yang Haoxi's body swayed twice. His pupils were dilated. He had been knocked unconscious by Fong Xin's blow. Staggering, he toppled headfirst to the ground. His body twitched continuously. Several of Yang Haoxi's sycophantic friends quickly helped him up. The friend who had spoken up for Yang Haoxi earlier pointed at Fong Xin and said again, "You're finished. Do you know who young Master Yang is? Do you know his background? His family is a top-tier noble clan, and his uncle holds a position in the church. Do you think just because Instructor Zhuge protects you, you're safe? I'm telling you, even with Instructor Zhuge backing you, you're done for this time." Yang Haoxi struggled, trying to throw another punch at Fong Xin. Fong Xin casually swatted away Yang Haoxi's fist, and in return delivered a slap across his face. The slap was crisp, clean, and exceptionally loud. Fong Xin completely disregarded whatever so-called background Yang Haoxi had. He pulled out his linker and scanned Yang Haoxi. "You are banned from the multifunction training hall for 1 month." Blood was still flowing from Yang Haoxi's mouth. Hearing this, he revealed a ferocious grin. "Who the hell do you think you are to say that?" The friend supporting Yang Haoxi shouted angrily, "What the fuck? Do you think the multifunction training hall belongs to your family? You think you can just decide when young Master Yang can come? With a slap, Fong Xin struck him, knocking half of his teeth out. Feeling around in his pocket, Fong Xin pulled out an ID badge and pinned it to his chest. The multifunction training hall isn't mine, but it's under my management now. You. Fong Xin scanned the friend who had been speaking for Yang Haoxi with the linker. Banned for 1 month. The rest of you banned for half a month. As he spoke, Fong Xin scanned them with the linker. He then tucked the device into his pocket, swept his gaze over the group, and said succinctly, "Get lost." Yang Haoxi's group of friends hurriedly carried him out. Fong Xin turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaocha. "Are you alright?" Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were red. "Brother, if they come looking for trouble." Fong Xin said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. If they cause trouble, they're the ones in the wrong. As long as I'm in the right, that's what matters." The other trainees murmured among themselves upon seeing this. Shi Tailang and the others walked over. "Brother Xin, are you alright?" Xin Yu looked towards the direction Yang Haoxi's group had left and said in a low voice, "Yang Haoxi is a tough nut. He has strong connections. His grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society and his uncle serves in the church. He'll definitely cause trouble. Brother Xin beat him this badly. Even if you're in the right with his background, you'll definitely get a demerit if they kick up a fuss at the 9th Division." Shi Tailang said, "What's there to fear? Brother Xin has connections too. He's backed by the 10,000 Beasts Palace." Xin Yu worried for Fong Xin. Even with the 10,000 Beasts Palace's opponents are the White Lotus Society and the church. Jiang Xiaocha bit her lip, already on the verge of tears from anxiety. Fong Xin smiled, wiped her tears, and comforted her. "It's okay." The top leader of the 9th Division was a sworn brother of Fong Xin's grandfather, as Fong Xin's grandfather had told him. In Zhu Gehang's words, Fong Xin was the crown prince of the 9th Division. The 9th Division was Fong Xin's home turf. If they came to cause trouble at the 9th Division, they were just asking for it. What was there to fear? Unexpectedly, Li Baoer, who had been in a daze, snapped out of it. Crunching on chips, she opened her mouth and said, "Fong Xin, tell your sister not to cry. If Yang Haoxi's family dares to come looking for trouble, they'll have my grandfather smash through the White Lotus Society." Fong Xin looked at Li Baoer for no particular reason and couldn't help but laugh. "Baoer, is your grandfather that awesome?" Shi Tailang asked. Li Baoer crunched on her chips, her little mouth moving like a rabbit's. "He's average. Not as good as me 30 years from now." Everyone was silent for a few seconds. Li Baoer was among the top performers among all the new students. How strong she would be in 30 years went without saying. Just how strong must her grandfather be? Bai Yulin changed the subject. "So should we continue training or head back?" Fong Xin shook the administrator badge. "If you guys want to keep training, just come to me." He tousled Jiang Xiaocha's hair. "Stop crying, it's okay. Didn't you hear? We've got Sister Baoer looking out for us now. Nothing to panic about." Jiang Xiaocha lowered her head. "I'm sorry, brother. I caused you such a big problem. Why should you apologize? He came to harass you on purpose and provoke you deliberately. He's the one who should be apologizing. All right, dry your tears and go train. He'll take you back later." "Okay, brother." Fong Xin then processed the paperwork for the other students who wanted to continue training. In total, exactly 400 people came to continue training. 5,000 each. That was 2 million for the night. Fong Xin took a 10% cut, which was 200,000. As soon as the money came in, 20 points were added to Fong Xin's card. His current point total was 16,646. It had to be said, making several million in one night this place was incredibly lucrative. 5,000 was a significant amount for students from ordinary families. Even with subsidies, it wasn't enough to come here every day. So students from ordinary families dared not waste time here, while those from wealthy families didn't care about the money at all. It was just a string of numbers to them. The rich could stay here all the time, while those from ordinary families could only train within their limited time and resources, gradually widening the gap between them. Over time, if students with family backgrounds worked a bit harder, their strength would pull further and further away from ordinary students. Then with their families pouring in resources, they would soar. They would naturally become team leaders, and then rise step by step, eventually monopolizing the upper echelons of the Celestial Shield Bureau. It was very difficult for ordinary people to carve out a path to success. Fong Xin picked up his linker. He saw a message from Zhu Gang. It was very concise. "You hit him, so it's done. Eat, drink, and don't let it bother you." "No problem." Immediately after, Huacheng also sent a message. "Well done. My students need to have spirit, not be cowards. If he dares to use his family connections to cause you trouble, come to me. He'll handle it. No matter who he brings, he'll take them on." Fong Xin smiled. "Thanks, brother Hua 6. Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated again. A message from Shang Tianke came through. "Kid, you've got guts. School's only been open for 3 days, and you've already beaten someone up, and the grandson of the White Lotus Society's vice president, no less. Shouldn't I have hit him? Haha, I know the whole story. He bullied your sister. If you hadn't acted, I'd have thought less of you. You should beat that son of a bitch. An illegitimate child born to a mistress thinks he's someone important. If he dares to get his family to bother you, come to me. My phone is on 247. If something happens, I've got your back. Fong Xin was amused. He didn't expect this old lecher to be so loyal. Thanks, Palace Master Shang. Don't call me Palace Master. From now on, call me Old Shang, and he'll call you Sheener. Thanks, Old Shang. It's nothing, Sheener. Why are you being so polite with me? When you graduate, just treat me to a happy ending massage. Fong Xin looked at the message from Shang Tianke. No wonder Sun Bijuan was so repulsed by this old lecher. That unsavory reputation was something Palace Master Shang had earned through his own efforts. On the other side, Yang Haoxi, his face covered in blood, made a video call. The call connected. On the other end was a very beautiful fox-like woman. Every smile and frown exuded infinite charm. She was wearing a cheongsam and playing mahjong. When she saw Yang Haoxi in this state, the woman immediately let out a shriek. Son, what happened? Mom, I got beaten up. Yang Haoxi sobbed. What happened? Which blind bastard dared to hit my precious son? The woman screeched. Yang Haoxi wiped his tears. It was a bastard named Fong Xin. I was just joking around with a female classmate. I didn't do anything, just normal teasing. I don't know which nerve of his I touched, but he deliberately picked a fight with me and then hit me. Mom, he knocked out several of my teeth and cracked my jawbone. If the healing school medic hadn't treated me, I wouldn't even be able to talk. The seductive woman immediately flew into a rage. You blind fool, how dare you lay a hand on my precious son? I want him dead. What did you say his name was? Fong Xin. Just you wait, he'll find your father right now. With that, the woman pushed back her chair and rushed out the door, her high heels clacking against the floor, tears of heartache streaming down her face. My precious son. Does it hurt badly? Mommy will take you home. We'll let you rest and recover at home. Yang Haoxi roared indignantly. Mom, the physical pain will heal, but the psychological wounds won't fade so easily. I was beaten so many times today. I want him to pay back tenfold, 100-fold. All right, son, don't worry. Mommy will find a way to take care of him. Bang. The woman kicked open the study door where a middle-aged man was bent over a desk reviewing documents. The seductive woman shrieked, Yang Yinbin, are you going to do something about this or not? Look what they've done to your son. She thrust her phone toward him. Yang Yinbin took it with a puzzled frown, and when he saw Yang Haoxi's battered state, his brow furrowed deeply. What happened? Yang Haoxi, tearful and pitiful, choked out, Dad, I was playing with some classmates and got into an argument with a new trainee. He cursed me and said our Yang family was nothing. I told him to watch his mouth and he attacked me outright. The school medic saw me. If not for that, my jaw would be shattered and I couldn't even speak. Hearing this, Yang Yinbin's brow creased, but he knew his son's nature all too well. Haoxi, is what you're saying true? You're not just picking a fight, are you? The seductive woman erupted. Yang Yinbin, are you out of your mind? Your own son got beaten, and you're doubting him. Yang Yinbin fixed his gaze on Yang Haoxi. He'll call a friend at the Sky Shield Bureau later to verify. I'm asking you one more time. Is this true? Yang Haoxi couldn't meet his father's eyes. Are you sick, Yang Yinbin? Does the truth even matter? No matter what, our son is injured. Is this how you act as a father? The seductive woman shrieked again. Yang Yinbin lifted his head and shot her a cold glare, making her flinch. Then he turned back to Yang Haoxi. I'm asking you a question. It's true. Dad, look at the state I'm in. Yang Yinbin pulled open a drawer containing several phones, picked one out, and made a call. After hanging up, his face darkened completely. He snatched the phone back and glared at Yang Haoxi's image on the screen. Harassing a female classmate right in front of her brother, who's also a new recruit of the 9th Bureau. Why didn't they just beat you to death? You brought this on yourself. I sent you there to improve yourself, not to bully others. Yang Haoxi dared not even breathe. Yang Yinbin tossed the phone back to the seductive woman. I've informed the Sky Shield Bureau. He'll go apologize to that trainee and his sister. A sincere apology. The seductive woman, tears streaming, hung up and screamed at Yang Yinbin. Why? Yang Yinbin, are you even human? Huh. When you charmed me back then, you didn't talk like this. I've been with you for years with no title, and now when our son is wronged, you do nothing. All you ever do is scold and hit him. Have you ever fulfilled a single ounce of fatherly duty? Are you even a father? Do you treat him like your own son? He's from the 9th Bureau. I don't care which bureau. No one bullies my son. If you want to act, I will. Yang Yinbin stared coldly at her. Suching, this temper of his is all you're doing. Keep this up, and it'll only lead to disaster. I don't care. All I know is my son was beaten by some blind fool. Yang Yinbin watched her stride toward the door. The old master is in seclusion. Don't disturb him. Jiang Suching stopped, turned back with a venomous glare and sneered. If the Yang family won't help, I'll turn to my own family. With that, she stormed out. Jiang Suching sent Yang Haoxi a message. Sweetie, don't worry. Your father won't help, but he'll ask your uncle to. After sending the message, she made a call. As soon as it connected, she burst into wails. Brother, your nephew has been bullied. Someone nearly beat him to death. Who did it? Yang Yinbin. No, a new trainee at the youth training camp. What's his name? Fong Xin. The voice on the other end paused. Fong Xin. Yes, what's wrong, brother? Perfect timing. The ecclesiastical office is looking into someone named Fong Xin from the Sky Shield Academy. The only new student with that name. It must be him. Don't worry, he'll handle it. How dare he lay a hand on my nephew? A talentless little ant with no backing strutting around just because of his skills. They'll teach him that without connections, even the best talents get trampled underfoot. They'll have him thrown into a cell, and they'll let Housey settle the score personally. Jiang Suqing wiped away her tears. Good brother. Family really comes through. After hanging up, Jiang Suqing called Yang Housey again. Sweetie mommy, just talk to your uncle. He said the ecclesiastical office is about to investigate that Fong Xin. He won't have many good days left. Just wait. Your uncle promised he'll have him locked up, and you can take your revenge yourself. Upon hearing this, Yang House's face twisted with malevolence. After hanging up, he pumped his fists in excitement. A few of his cronies gathered around. What's the word, young Master Yang? Yang Housey sneered. My uncle who works at the ecclesiastical office said he'll avenge me. That bastard's good days are numbered. Wu Zhishuan, who had been defending Yang Housey all along, clutched his mouth, still swollen from Fong Xin's earlier blow. The young master is formidable. A truly ruthless man shows no mercy. We've got to teach that scumbag a lesson. Good talent and top placement mean nothing. Without backing, he's just worthless trash. With Fong Xin's assault on Yang Housey, the incident quickly began to snowball. Fong Xin was once again thrust into the spotlight, and he couldn't help but lament his fate as an eternal headline magnet. Initially, many new trainees applauded, feeling Yang Housey had it coming. But as time passed, other voices began to emerge. Fong Xin is finished. Young Master Yang doesn't just have the Yang family behind him. He's also backed by those two major organizations. How many lives does Fong Xin think he is daring to strike young Master Yang? Doesn't Xin have connections too? The beast-taming palace master came all the way for him. Don't make me laugh. Your brother Xin has no real backing, just good talent and a favor from instructor Zhuge, which got him on the beast-taming palace master's radar. When the forces behind young Master Yang come knocking, do you really think the palace master would antagonize two major organizations for a new 9th Bureau recruit? Your brother Xin will be 6 feet under before you know it. Fong Xin topped the entrance exams, and he's with the 9th Bureau. When Yang's people come, surely the 9th Bureau won't stand by. Is the commenter above brain dead? Have you ever seen the ecclesiastical office back down from anyone? They act unilaterally and couldn't care less about the 9th Bureau's face. Besides, how many times must it be said? Entrance exam scores don't determine the future. Fong Xin has no connections. This time, even if he survives, he'll be skinned alive. Fong Xin merely skimmed through those comments, paying them no heed at all. With Zhuge Heng Huacheng and Shang Tianke bearing the brunt ahead of him, he felt secure. Fong Xin harbored no fear. Moreover, with Elder Yi behind the 9th Bureau, his confidence only grew. When he escorted Jiang Xiaocha back, her eyes were still red-rimmed. To soothe her, Fong Xin showed her the message from Zhuge Heng. Jiang Xiaocha finally breathed a sigh of relief. As she headed upstairs to her dormitory, she happened to cross paths with the fake pants brother Zhang Chong, who brushed past Fong Xin. As he passed Fong Xin, Zhang Chong sneered, I had hoped to settle scores with you in the midterm exam, but it seems questionable whether you'll even survive until then. Fong Xin cast a cold glance at Zhang Chong. If you keep yapping like a brainless villain, forget about the midterm. You might not even make it through tonight. Zhang Chong sensed the aura emanating from Fong Xin. A chill ran down his spine. Having experienced life-and-death battles in the decapitation operation, he could clearly feel that in that instant Fong Xin exuded the same fierce presence as those blood-stained warriors he had encountered before. Swallowing hard, Zhang Chong dared not linger, fearing that Fong Xin might send him to his grave before Yang Housey could exact his vengeance. He scurried downstairs. Fong Xin had just sat down in his dormitory when Shi Tailong by Yulin Shun, Yuzhang Yaozu, and Li Bauer filed in from outside. What's up? Shi Tailong chuckled. Brother Xin, we all called home. If that bastard Yang Housey dares to send his family after you, our families will step in to help. Especially my dad, I'm his only son. If he doesn't help, he'll smash my 2 joy beans and rob him of the joy of being a grandfather. Fong Xin smiled at this, touched unexpectedly. Thank you, everyone. Shi Tailong thumped his chest loudly. We're all comrades in the same squad. Supporting each other through tough times is only natural. We are your backbone. Fong Xin stood up, and the group opened their arms to embrace. I won't say anything cheesy, but let our actions speak in the future. You got it, brother Xin. After seeing them off, Fong Xin sat back, down his mind replaying the scene with Yang Housey and his cronies from earlier today. Although Zhuge Heng Huacheng and Shang Tianke had all explicitly promised to help, Fong Xin understood clearly that it was because of his exceptional talent and promising future. Regardless, he had to elevate his own strength. Fong Xin flipped his hand, revealing a small spatial orb containing the gift from the former master of the Wanshou Palace. He flicked it lightly. The spatial orb shattered, and the bear within appeared before him. As the massive white bear pounded its chest with both claws, Fong Xin immediately released his true dragon aura. The white bear instantly shed its ferocity, becoming docile as it lowered its head and nuzzled up to Fong Xin. He placed his hand upon it. This great white bear was called the Blazing Flame Bear, gifted with fire attribute and berserker talents. In battle, its body would be wreathed in flames, and its combat prowess grew as its health dwindled. Currently at the peak of the 4th tier, Phong Xin formed a contract with the bear, which affectionately rubbed against his palm. As the contract was sealed, a flash of crimson flickered in the bear's eyes. Phong Xin paused. He hadn't activated his slaughter talent, yet during the contract formation this bear had been imbued with a simplified version of it. He stroked the bear's soft fur. With the great white bear by his side, Phong Xin had gained a combat ally. Now he had to find ways to enhance his own strength. He needed to increase his own value. The stronger his abilities, the more protection he would receive. The simplest way to boost power was through slaughter. But committing slaughter within Tiandon Academy was a pipe dream. The easiest method was to take on missions. Soon the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Bai Yulin came knocking. Brother Xin, we have the Merciless Nuns class this morning. Don't sleep in. We need to get to the classroom 5 minutes early to grab seats in the back. If we're late, we'll have to sit in the front. Phong Xin, who had been practicing his golden bell shield since dawn, opened his eyes. He changed his shoes and opened the door. Let's go. Bai Yulin wore an expression of a man marching to his doom. Sure Tai-Long, toothbrush still in his mouth, leaned against the doorframe with a smirk. Farewell, you two. I shall remember you fondly. Zhang Yaozu and Li Bao returned from breakfast and heard that Bai Yulin and Phong Xin were heading to the Merciless Nuns class. Zhang Kolbal traced a cross on his chest, then clasped his hands together. Amit Ba, I bid farewell to our brave benefactors as they journey to the Western Paradise. May the Lord bless you, amen. Bai Yulin flicked Zhang Kolbal's forehead in irritation. Get lost, get lost. On the way to the classroom, Bai Yulin handed Phong Xin a small wooden token. What's this? Bai Yulin shoved the token into Fong Xin's hand. I got a blessed charm from a senior specializing in shamanic talents. With this, the risk of the merciless nun calling on you in class drops significantly. If she picks you and you can't answer, your semester is doomed. Phong Xin toyed with the token before pocketing it. Recalling his encounter with Sun Bijuan, he mused though she seemed fierce at first, she was somewhat gentler the second time. Instructor Sun is terrifying, but she must have a softer side. Bai Yulin turned back to stare at Phong Xin. Brother Xin, what's wrong? Did you get possessed? The merciless nun having a soft side. That'll be the day pigs fly. Chattering, the two entered the classroom. Inside the vast lecture hall, the first 3 rows were empty. Students had packed the seats from the 3rd row back, with early birds claiming the rear and latecomers forced to sit forward. It was a peculiar sight unmatched anywhere else in Tiandon Academy. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Old Lady Sun's fearsome reputation was indeed overwhelming. As a top celebrity of Tianduan, Fong Xin's arrival drew immediate attention. Whoa, isn't that Phong Xin? Why is he taking this class? How many talents does this guy have? I heard he awakened 5 with the weakest being and grade spiritual talent. Man, comparing people is maddening. What good are multiple talents? He's crossed young Master Yang. He's as good as dead. How come he looks so calm, like nothing's wrong? You expect him to cry in public. It's all an act. When Yang's family comes for him, we'll see him wet his pants. I asked young Master Yang. Earliest this afternoon, latest tomorrow morning. His uncle is sending people to deal with Phong Xin. Can't wait to see him get taught a lesson. Are you crazy? Why are you so eager to see Phong Xin punished? Sorry, but the nail that sticks out gets hammered. He's too flashy, and those top scorers from the entrance exam are all rallying behind him. It pisses me off just looking at him. I hope Yang's family beats him till he cries. As the murmurs swirled below, a figure entered the classroom. Wearing square-rimmed glasses and knitting a sweater, Old Lady Sun stepped in, and the room fell instantly silent. She walked to the podium and pulled a roster from her briefcase. Closed the front and back doors. Roll call. Students near the doors hurried to comply. Everyone sat upright, barely daring to breathe under the overwhelming pressure she exuded. Old Lady Sun called the names one by one. When she reached Phong Xin, he raised his hand in response. She looked up in his direction, her tone softening. Don't sit way back there. Come sit in the front row. At this, every eye in the room turned to Phong Xin. Bai Yulin lowered his head. Damn, the charm doesn't work. Whispers buzzed through the hall like a low hum. Why him? He did well on the entrance exam. Don't be ridiculous. The merciless nun doesn't care about entrance scores. She hates students who break rules, especially those who fight on campus. Phong Xin hit young Master Yang yesterday. Who else would she target? Haha, Fong Xin's done for. He won't even last until young Master Yang makes his move. The merciless nun has already struck first. Phong Xin stood up. He hadn't expected the old lady to pull this trick again. Despite her kinder tone when they met outside the admin building yesterday, her track record left him uneasy. He was the only one in the first 3 rows. As he prepared to sit, the old lady looked at him with a gentle gaze like an elder regarding a promising junior and spoke softly. Spiritual arts can be tricky. Sit up front, and you can ask me anything you don't understand. Phong Xin was momentarily taken aback. He had been slightly nervous just a moment ago. It turned out his worry was for nothing. Though he had no idea what that old lady had heard from the dean in the administrative building earlier, her attitude toward Fong Xian had indeed done a complete 180. Old Mrs. Sun suddenly spoke so gently that many students below began to wonder why she was treating Fong Xian this way. What else could it be? Brother Zin's grades are excellent, no need to guess. Outstanding individuals always draw attention wherever they go. Even the demon slayer will show favor. Where are those who were gloating and hoping Brother Xian would be punished? Keep barking. Some people are just jealous of our Brother Xian. Trash for life. The students who had been gloating just moments ago felt as if an invisible hand had slapped them hard across the face. Their cheeks stung fiercely. Bai Yulin had been looking down, but now seeing Fong Xian receiving special treatment, he immediately clutched his small wooden token. Haha, scared me for a moment. The token is still useful. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Bijuan on the podium pulled a long face again. All students who brought items blessed by the voodoo department, if anyone dares to bring such things to my class next time, they will fail this semester. Those low-grade tricks are useless against me. After she said this, Bai Yulin was dumbfounded, and not just him. Many other students had read comments left by previous seniors and purchased various blessed items only to find they had no effect on this demon slayer whatsoever. Sun Bijuan finished speaking and sat back down. She continued knitting her sweater. Now class begins. Spiritual type talents possess formidable offensive capabilities, enabling long-range attacks and the ability to control a person's mind, emotions, and even dreams. There are many methods of control. The three main categories are sound vision and spiritual waves. Harsh sounds, or even pleasant melodies, can captivate and mesmerize a person. This is a form of spiritual attack. Disorienting visuals, chaotic arrangements, and indistinguishable sights can also cause one to lose their sense of self. Now each of you hold an object you have used for a long time as a reference. I will use my spiritual power to immerse you in an illusion. Within the illusion, focus your attention on the reference object and break free from it. As she spoke, Sun Bijuan rubbed the knitting needles together, producing a grating sound that was irritating and unsettling. Fong Xian held his phone, which he had used for a long time. Suddenly his vision blurred, and he found himself surrounded by dim, lightless darkness. The grating sound of knitting filled this dark world. Fong Zin's eyes darted around cautiously. In the darkness, he could vaguely make out a blurry figure seemingly 100 meters tall, like an ancient demon god, sitting there knitting the crisscrossing needles, producing a sound that split his head with pain. Her eyes were like two scarlet lanterns hanging in the sky. Is this the power of a high-level spiritual type talent? Fong Xian murmured to himself. Terrifying beyond words. The piercing sounds were dense and growing louder. Fong Xian recalled his reference object. He had clearly been holding his phone just moments ago, but now he felt empty-handed, his palm shrouded in darkness. Taking a breath, Fong Xian concentrated, staring intently at his hand. The grating, distracting sounds began to fade as his focus sharpened. He fixed his gaze on his hand. Currently, only Fong Zin's spiritual type talent remained unawakened, and among his many talents it was relatively low, so the process was slower. As time ticked by, his intense focus caused a sour ache in his brow, much like the feeling when pressing a finger against the forehead during play. The more he concentrated, the more pronounced the ache became. The surrounding noise diminished, the darkness gradually receded, and he slowly regained some sensation in his hand, feeling the object he held, his phone. After an unknown amount of time, the ache in his brow reached its peak. Fong Xian clearly saw the phone in his hand. The darkness receded like a tide, the harsh noise faded, and all was quiet except for the faint sound of Sun Bijuan knitting. Fong Zin's face was pale. He exhaled, glanced at his phone, and looked around. He was now sitting in the classroom. A few talented students had already awakened, but they looked exhausted, their faces pale, as they slumped over their desks. Many others sat with furrowed brows, still trapped in the illusion. Fong Xian was inwardly shocked. A spiritual-type powerhouse was terrifying beyond measure. In combat, they could immobilize an opponent in the blink of an eye. This was why every team battle required a spiritual-type teammate. Fong Xian looked up at Sun Bijuan, who was still knitting. The old lady smiled warmly at him. To awaken from the illusion so quickly with spiritual-type talent as a secondary skill exceeds my expectations. Very impressive. The students who awoke later looked astonished. Had the old lady taken the wrong medicine today? According to the legends passed down by seniors, this old lady was like a firecracker at work every day, scolding anyone in sight, and even launching spiritual attacks when in a bad mood. Why was she so kind to Fong Xian? Could Fong Xian be her son's illegitimate child? The old lady asked gently again, "Does your brow feel sour and swollen?" "Yes." The old lady explained, "Maintain that sensation. That is your spiritual source. To launch spiritual attacks, you must rely on it. The more abundant the energy in your spiritual source, the stronger and more sustained your attacks. This spiritual source is also called the divine spring. Possessing it means you have stepped into the first level of spiritual type talent. In the old cultivation system, this is known as the invocation realm. Do you know the subsequent realms?" Fong Xian had heard this before from both Zhu Geheng and Hua Cheng. The subsequent ones are source flow pulse beat, grounding well observation harmony, with Dao mirror break void response, and spirit platform. Sun Baijian's eyes lit up, and she smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. After acquiring the spiritual source, you enter the invocation realm. However, the invocation realm of spiritual type talent is not just about invoking your own spiritual power. You must also invoke the spiritual power of others. Through continuous refinement, when the spiritual energy in your divine spring overflows, you reach the second realm. The second realm source flow requires you to let the overflowing spiritual energy from your divine spring cover every part of your body. Once your entire body is filled with spiritual energy, the third realm marks the true entry level for spiritual type talent. In other words, only in the third realm do spiritual type attacks become effective, allowing you to attack enemies with sound eye techniques or spiritual waves. As for the fourth realm, it enables you to condense a protective shield with spiritual power. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Your power type talent has already reached a combat level that is currently unmatched among your peers, very strong. But your spiritual type talent has only just touched the threshold. Take it slow. First, build a solid foundation for your divine spring. I will teach you the rest gradually. Fong Xian nodded. Okay. As soon as he spoke, a blindfold appeared on the desk before him. Wear this to train your spiritual power. Thank you, instructor. You're welcome. The knitting needles in Sun Baijian's hands made a grating sound again. The few students who had woken up fell back into the illusion. Fong Xian was stunned. Sun Baijian asked, "Did you beat up a young master from a major family?" Fong Xian smiled sheepishly. "He bullied my sister, so I took action." Sun Baijian nodded. "If they come looking for trouble, come to me. Even the head of the White Lotus Society owes me some face, let alone a grandson of a vice president born to a concubine." "Thank you, Instructor Sun," Sun Baijian said warmly. "No need to be formal. I know your parents. They call me Aunt Sun. In private, you can call me Grandma Sun from now on." Fong Xian was taken aback again. So that was why the old lady was so kind to him. She knew his parents. Okay. Continue to sense your divine spring. Fong Xian closed his eyes, invoking the sour swollen sensation at his brow. As time passed, Fong Xian found himself in a strange space where a spring appeared before him, slowly emitting wisps of spiritual power. Soon class ended. Sun Baijian packed up and left. Almost everyone's face showed varying degrees of pallor. Bai Yulin approached. "Brother Xian, let's go." Fong Xian stood up, and they walked out together. Many students behind them watched Fong Xin's back with varying degrees of envy and jealousy. "Brother Xian, why is the demon slayer so biased?" Bai Yulin rubbed his head. Fong Xian thought for a moment. "Maybe because my name is Fong Xian, so she favors Xian." Bai Yulin rubbed his brow. "Damn it, then I'll change my name to Bai Yusin. What class do you have this afternoon?" "Perception class." "Wow, the class of the Sky Shield Goddess Instructor Cheng." Bai Yulin's eyes sparkled. "Brother Xian, you don't know this, but I saw her in person at the start of the semester. She's incredibly beautiful, the most beautiful person of the opposite sex I've ever seen. How beautiful can she be? Let me put it this way, in my brother He Yulin's words, even if Goddess Cheng spat, my brother could mix it with water and drink it for half a year." Fong Xian looked at Bai Yulin curiously. "Lao Bai, can you always blame your brothers and sisters for your mistakes and wrong words?" Bai Yulin smiled awkwardly. "You caught me." As they ate in the cafeteria, many students pointed at them, some sympathetically, others gloating. Some deliberately raised their voices so Fong Xian could hear. "Someone's going to get it this afternoon. Young Master Yang's family is arriving this afternoon. The church people are here. There will be a show this afternoon." The noise was a chaotic clamor. Fong Xian became the center of attention in the dining hall. Bai Yulin turned back and shot a fierce glare at the closest and loudest trainee. "Brother Xian, ignore them." Bai Yulin comforted him. Fong Xian took a bite of his food and said in a relaxed tone, "I only wanted to be an ordinary nobody, but time and again, I've become the hottest topic among the freshmen. Even celebrities are nothing compared to this." Seeing Fong Xian so at ease, Bai Yulin also breathed a sigh of relief. As they walked back after finishing their meal, the other new trainees were still staring in Fong Xin's direction, whispering among themselves. Fong Xian let out a breath, recalling what Zhu Geheng had said earlier, that Fong Xian should exercise some restraint or he would easily draw unwanted attention. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Fong Xian now resolved inwardly that when the midterm assessment came, he absolutely must not stand out again. He had to lie low for a while. Back in the dormitory, Fong Xian lay on his bed, shutting out the world. He took the eye mask Sun Baijian had given him from his spatial ring and placed it over his eyes. Fong Xian set the eye mask as his focal point. As soon as he put it on, he was enveloped in darkness. Drawing on his experience in class today, he concentrated his mind. A sour swelling sensation arose at the center of his brow. He could feel his mental energy subtly counteracting the harsh sounds and darkness. With experience and a trace of mental power now at his disposal, Fong Xian gradually became aware of the eye mask. He awoke from the illusion, though the sour swelling sensation at his brow persisted. With his eyes closed within his consciousness space, the nearly transparent mental energy emanating from the divine spring seemed to have increased by a thread compared to before. But just as Fong Xin was about to remove the eye mask, he noticed that the originally transparent mental energy within the spring had suddenly turned a bloody red. At that moment, the spring looked more like a demonic eye. Fong Xin's heart jolted in alarm. This was the influence of the slaughter talent. He took off the eye mask and slowly sat up. All the talents he had awakened, the power talent, light talent, perception talent, mental talent, and beast taming talent, had been affected by the slaughter talent. They had been enhanced in their original intensity, or rather mutated. Although apart from the power talent, the others were not SS rank. If he were to kill others with similar talents in the future, his own would grow stronger as well. Take Fong Xin's beast taming talent, for instance. Reflecting on it now, his ability to ascend to the 9th level of the 10,000 Beasts Palace's true dragon steps was partly due to his excellent foundation, but also because before going to the palace, he had killed an old man with the beast taming talent and devoured his ability. He checked the time. Before he knew it, it was almost time for the afternoon class. As Fong Xin walked along the path, students passing by pointed and whispered about him, some with sympathy, others with schadenfreude. Standing in the corridor outside the classroom was a beautiful woman with long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders. She was gentle and sweet-looking, her lovely eyes blinking softly, captivating all who saw her. Her long, slender legs clad in black stockings were perfectly straight, drawing the attention of many. Inside the classroom, the students were scrambling to sit in the front rows, acting like a herd of beasts, practically wanting to climb onto the lectern. It was a world apart from Elder Sun Baijian's class. Fong Xin, the black-haired woman suddenly called out. Fong Xin was startled and looked at her. Hello, Instructor Chung. The woman returned a smile. Have you seen Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai? Bai Yulin. He went to that shooting talent class. The woman shook her head. Not Bai Yulin, I mean Zhuge Hong. I call him Xiao Bai. Do you know where he went? I don't know. I haven't seen him these past 2 days either. The woman clasped her hands behind her back. Could you help me ask where he is? Fong Xin asked doubtfully. Why don't you ask him yourself? He won't talk to me. Seeing Fong Xin's expression, Cheng Bingqing said bluntly, haven't you heard the gossip about us? I'm his diehard fan. Everyone in the 9th Bureau knows I've been chasing him since I was a teenager right up to now. But he always ignores me. It's an open secret in the 9th Bureau. Fong Xin's expression was strange. So there was gossip like this. He never expected that white-haired guy to have such a beautiful woman pursuing him. No wonder that old lecher Shang Tianke had asked the white-haired guy for Cheng Bingqing's contact information, and the white-haired guy had given him Sun Baijian's instead. So that was the root of it. Cheng Bingqing looked at Fong Xin with pleading eyes, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Help the teacher ask where he is, okay? Fong Xin hesitated for a moment, then sent a message to Zhuge Hong. Where are you, big bro? Did your teacher Cheng tell you to ask? Fong Xin felt a bit awkward. That white-haired guy really was prophetic. Cheng Bingqing blinked her big doll-like eyes. Can I send him a message? Fong Xin handed over his communicator. Cheng Bingqing was a little nervous. After composing herself, she sent a voice message. Xiao Bai, please don't avoid me, okay? It's getting cold, so I bought you some clothes. Can I bring them to your place later? After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing waited eagerly for a reply. A few seconds later, her own communicator buzzed. She quickly took it out to check. Upon seeing the message, Cheng Bingqing's expression was a mix of 3 parts joy, 3 parts grievance, 3 parts helplessness, and 1 part unwavering determination. Fong Xin couldn't help but marvel. The goddess that successive generations of trainees could only dream of was so humble before that white-haired punk Zhuge Hong. Cheng Bingqing returned Fong Xin's communicator and said with a soft smile, all right, let's get ready for class. As Fong Xin walked into the classroom, those lecherous gazes instantly shifted from Cheng Bingqing to Fong Xin. The goddess could be seen every day, but entertainment like this wasn't an everyday occurrence. The trainee's eyes darted between Fong Xin and a figure at the back of the room. Fong Xin followed their gaze. Only then did he see several people sitting in the back row. At their head was none other than Yang Haoxi, the one he had beaten up. Yang Haoxi was now sitting with his arms crossed, watching Fong Xin enter, and flashed him a smug grin. Brother Xin over here. Zhang Bing, a former classmate from the Power Talent class, waved. After Fong Xin sat down, whispers filled the classroom. Here comes the drama. Young Master Yang doesn't have the perception talent, but he's still here, which means his people will be arriving this afternoon. Fong Xin is done for this time. Without any backing, he dared to lay hands on a young master with such powerful connections. Isn't that just looking for a beating? If it were anyone normal, upon hearing how strong his background is, they'd swallow their pride. But him, he has no connections and no brains. He really thinks his good grades give him free rein. No matter how good his grades are, they're useless. In this world, you need backing to get by. Even if he has Instructor Zhuge's support, it won't save him this time. If had only offended the White Lotus Society, Instructor Zhuge might have been able to help. But who does he think he's dealing with? Young Master Yang has the church behind him. What about the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord? Don't be ridiculous. Instructor Zhuge was the bridge for that connection. Do you really think the Palace Lord would act for a new recruit from the 9th Bureau? Use your brain. The burly Zhang Bing turned around. Damn, these people are so despicable. Fong Xian shrugged. Standard stuff. Cheng Bingqing lightly tapped the lectern. All right, everyone quiet down. Today is our first perception class. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Cheng Bingqing, and I'll be your perception instructor. Among the many talents, perception is one of the few without offensive capabilities, but no team can do without a perception-type teammate. This talent can not only detect enemy coordinates, but also sense danger. At higher levels, you might even perceive a person's past and future, or even the past and future of this world. Before she could finish, Cheng Bingqing frowned as she looked toward the door. Almost immediately, bang, a sudden harsh shove of the door interrupted her words. Several people stood at the entrance. Each wore a distinctive uniform, and on each of their chests was pinned a badge. The badge bore a totem and eye-shaped design with a sun at the pupil. Church people. Every one of them wore an arrogant, condescending expression as if born with a sense of superiority. At their head was a middle-aged man with triangular eyes. He tilted his head slightly, and a blond young man stepped forward from behind him. Fong Xian immediately recognized the blonde. It was none other than the lion-like Huoshi whom he had met at Chu Xinyo's home. Huoshi took out a device resembling a communicator and swept it across the room below. A series of beeping sounds rang out aimed directly at Fong Xian. Everyone in the classroom turned to look at Fong Xian, realizing this was meant for him. Yang Haosi, sitting in the back row, folded his arms and wore a triumphant smile. Seeing Yang Haosi's expression, the other students were shocked. They hadn't expected the church to be so audacious, to barge in and seize someone while class was still in session. Huoshi strode toward Fong Xin's seat. Reaching out, he grabbed Fong Xian by the shoulder and roughly yanked him to his feet. Huoshi looked down at him with an air of superiority, a contemptuous sneer curling his lips. We meet again. Come with us. The classroom instantly erupted into a chaotic uproar. Holy shit. He actually came. Young Master Yang is incredible. The church people are here to arrest Fong Xian. Fong Xian is done for this time. These church folks are arrogant and don't give a damn about anyone. No one can save Fong Xian today. No matter how great your talent or how high your grades, without connections you can only be toyed with by those who have them. A cacophony of voices rang out. As they spoke, the students turned their gazes toward Yang Haosi, who was sitting in the back row. Yang Haosi folded his arms, a smug smile blooming on his face, his eyes venomous. He then looked at Fong Xian, stuck a finger in his mouth, and let out a provocative whistle. Huoshi grabbed Fong Xian. An inexplicable fury surged in Fong Xin's eyes. He rammed into Huoshi's chest, causing Huoshi to let out a muffled grunt. Golden light suddenly erupted from Huoshi's eyes. His golden pupils fixed on Fong Xian. You'd better behave. No one dares to protect you today. Zhang Bing, sitting nearby, shot to his feet. This burly strength-type classmate was still a bit reckless. Why are you arresting my classmate? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Huoshi. Huoshi's body blazed with golden light, and he backhanded Zhang Bing, sending him flying. In an instant, a murderous intent surged within Fong Xian. He grabbed Huoshi by the throat. Come at me. Don't touch my classmate. Huoshi was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fong Xian to fight back. The fierce killing intent that had erupted from Fong Xin's body made him feel a tremor of fear. He couldn't fathom how a youth could harbor such intense, savage bloodlust, one that even shook his own lofty golden radiance. The golden light flared and Huoshi's aura skyrocketed. He pinned Fong Xin's arm behind his back, cuffed him, gripped his shoulder, and delivered 2 vicious punches to his stomach. Fong Xin's face turned pale from the blows. Huoshi grabbed Fong Xian by the chin, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Kid, don't get cocky. Someone personally ordered that you suffer a fate worse than death. An ant should stay on the ground. This time the mist can't save you. After saying this, he dragged Fong Xian out. From the podium, Cheng Bingqing's beautiful face instantly turned cold. She slammed her hand on the desk. Everyone coming into my classroom to make an arrest. Do you have no regard for me at all? Or for the Sky Shield Bureau? The middle-aged man with triangular eyes standing at the door smiled. Teacher Cheng, just official business. Sorry for the disturbance, please understand. Official business. What official business requires arresting a new student? The triangular-eyed man sneered arrogantly. Church affairs. No comment. Huoshi dragged Fong Xian out of the classroom. The triangular-eyed man and the other church members swept their gaze over the teachers and students below, still haughty and dismissive. Cheng Bingqing's expression was furious. They had deliberately chosen her perception-type class knowing she had low combat power. She sent a message to Zhuge Xuan. Xiao by the church has taken Fong Xian away. After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing dashed out. The students in the classroom also rushed out in a chaotic mess. Yang Haosi leisurely walked out. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Many new students flattered him sycophantically. Young Master Yang. Incredible young Master Yang. The church is backing young Master Yang. Fong Xin is as good as dead. Zhang Bing, who had been struck by Huasher, got to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took out his communicator to make a call. Brother Hua 6, the church forcibly took Fong Xin from the classroom. They hit me, and Fong Xin too. It's the perception class. They're still in the hallway. The commotion was so loud that teachers and students from other classrooms on the same floor came out to see. When they saw Fong Xin being forcibly escorted out of the classroom by the church, many students abandoned their lessons and rushed out to see what was happening. Word spread like wildfire. More and more teachers and students surged toward the scene, clogging the hallway completely. Huasher twisted Fong Xin's arm and looked contemptuously at the teachers and students blocking the hallway. Church business. All unauthorized personnel clear the way immediately. But the crowd only grew. With a glance from Huasher, a church member with a crew cut and heavy dark circles stepped forward. He raised his hand and grasped the air, forming a light sword out of nothing. With one slash, he brutally cleaved a gap through the congested hallway. The crowded students tumbled sideways. Huasher's golden eyes fixed on the teachers and students in the corridor. This is a warning. Church business. Anyone who blocks our way again will be killed without mercy. The Sky Shield Bureau had its pride too. From the other side of the hallway, Chun Yuanjue, the head of the 1st Division, teaching the new students, stepped forward with a cold face. Are you church folks looking for trouble in the wrong place? The triangular-eyed man walked up. He raised a single-hand golden light flickering between his fingers and then produced an official document. The highest command of the Chuch's Red Lotus District personally ordered the arrest of Fong Xin, a new student of the 9th Division. Do you have an objection, Oi? Chun Yunjue stepped forward, took the document, and examined it closely. It indeed bore the official seal of the church. He couldn't help but frown. The triangular-eyed man snatched the document back with 2 fingers, a sarcastic smile curling on his lips. Make way. Seeing Chun Yuanju's expression change, the new students erupted again. Holy shit. Young Master Yang is a beast. They used such a big operation to arrest Fong Xin. Having connections is truly badass. Fong Xin is probably screwed now. Drop the probably. Anyone with eyes can see Fong Xin is completely finished. In 7 days it'll be his wake. What use are good grades or great talent? Without connections, you're just an ant in the eyes of those with sky-high backing. Brother Briefs was also mixed in the crowd watching the scene with schadenfreude. Yang Housey whistled at Fong Xin, flashing a look of extreme provocation. Huasher twisted Fong Xin's shoulder and walked forward. A lowly ant with no background, and you dared to dream of something with our young lady. Now do you feel the gap? What good did joining the 9th Division do? Any random young master from a powerful family can toy with you at will. But they hadn't gone far before their path was blocked. The newcomer had a full, bushy beard, and a bit of sexy chest hair peeked from his slightly open collar. Everyone, this kid is mine. Did you get my permission to take him away? The moment they saw him, the crowded hallway exploded. Holy shit. The beast-taming palace master is here. Who said the beast-taming palace master wouldn't come? The beast-taming palace master is actually standing up for Fong Xin. Brother Briefs frowned, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Several church members halted. Palace Master Shang, church business. Don't ask for trouble. The triangular-eyed man frowned, clearly not expecting Shang Tianke to personally intervene. Shang Tianke grinned. This is my prized student. How do I know you're really on church business? He had come here today specifically for this matter. The old palace master valued Fong Xin highly, and before he left, the old master had instructed him to protect Fong Xin within reasonable bounds to strengthen their bond. The triangular-eyed man irritably produced the document again. Shang Tianke took it, examined it from all angles, then pointed at the document and said to the triangular-eyed man with a fake smile, "It says take away, not arrest. So why are my students' hands cuffed?" The triangular-eyed man frowned again and looked back at Huasher. Huasher smiled. The document doesn't specify how to take him away. Shang Tiang's face turned cold and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Black energy billowed and a giant horned python materialized, its massive form coiling behind him. You insolent brat, who do you think you're talking to? This sight drew another wave of gasps. Huasher involuntarily swallowed, stepping back in fear. The triangular-eyed man's expression darkened. He glanced at Huasher. Take off the cuffs. Huasher hesitated for a moment, reluctant, but still unlocked the handcuffs. The triangular-eyed man stood shoulder to shoulder with Shang Tianke. Palace Master Shang, I've given you face. That's enough. I must take him away. No one can stop me today. But before his words faded, a sharp whoosh rang out. A chair flew through the air and smashed directly into Huasher's face, splitting it open and sending blood spraying everywhere. Watching Master Hua 6 walked over. He patted the triangular-eyed man on the chest with the back of his hand. Jiang Weiqi, he's my man. Try taking him and see what happens. With the appearance of Hua Chung, known as Old Sixth Hua, the scene erupted once again into a cacophony of noise. Holy crap, it's Hua Liuya, the Steel Fist from the Ninth Bureau. Is old Sixth Hua really that famous? Famous? Only a fool would ask that. This man is incredibly powerful himself, and do you know who his grandfather is? Hua Mo, a figure featured in our history textbooks, a terrifying presence who holds military power, one of the meritorious heroes of the War of the Pantheon. Damn, that's insane. Why would he come out to protect Fong Xian? Fong Xin's primary talent is strength-based, and old Sixth Hua is also a strength-type instructor. Besides, Hua Liuya is notoriously protective of his own. If Fong Xian is about to be taken away, how could he not step in? Doesn't old Sixth Hua even fear the church? Heads certainly have to be cautious in a direct confrontation, but these church officials without explicit orders wouldn't dare to do anything to Hua Liuya. He's a legitimate scion of a major military compound, and the Hua family army is famously united. Touching one is like touching the entire nest. So it seems Fong Xian isn't without connections either. With two big shots backing him, it won't be so easy for young Master Yang to get his revenge. Not necessarily. After all, the church looks down on everyone, and this time they're following official procedures. The clamor of voices was unending. Yang Haoxi, mingling in the crowd, wore a grim expression. He never imagined that even with the church involved, someone would still block the way, not just one but two heavyweights. Jiang Weiqi, with his triangular eyes, looked as dark as water, his entire demeanor sinking into extreme gloom. Hua Laolu, I am acting on official business. Don't overstep your bounds. Hua Qing grinned. Official business? What official business? Jiang Weiqi stepped forward and lowered his voice. Hua Laolu, this kid has been personally named by the higher-ups to be taken back for interrogation. If something goes wrong, even your old man might not be able to protect you. Hearing this only ignited Hua Qing's temper. I'm blocking you today, so what can you do about it? Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes flashed with a fierce light, but he was helpless against Hua Qing. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out the official document again and thrust it in front of Hua Qing. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this document signed by the higher-ups? Is this official business or not? Just as Hua Qing was about to speak, a voice rang out. Official business? Is it really just official business? Following the sound, they saw an old woman wearing square-rimmed glasses knitting a sweater as she walked over. With the appearance of the old woman, the crowd parted like the tide. Her presence seemed even more intimidating than some primordial beast. Shang Tianke awkwardly adjusted his clothes to cover his seductive chest hair, stepping aside respectfully. Senior son. Even the unruly Hua Qing curbed his arrogance, bowing slightly. Aunt Sun. Sun Bijuan walked through the crowd and stood before Jiang Weiqi. Who gave you the right to misuse your official position for personal gain? For once, Jiang Weiqi's tone softened, seemingly aware of the old woman's status in the Heaven Shield Bureau. Old Madam Sun, this matter doesn't concern you, does it? This child is my student. You come to arrest my student, and you say it has nothing to do with me. As soon as she said this, the entire crowd erupted. Holy crap. The vicious old maid is stepping in to save someone. This is unprecedented. I already found it unbelievable that Palace Master Shang and Hua Liuya would intervene, but now even she's come out. Good heavens. Is this the same iron-faced, ruthless, vicious old maid I remember? The sense of security is overwhelming. After this, my deep dislike for the vicious old maid has turned into a mild dislike. Young Master Yang is screwed. I thought he could do something to Fong Xian, but Fong Xian has single-handedly brought out so many big shots. Where are all those who were gloating that Brother Xian was doomed? Keep barking. A bunch of sewer rats who only know how to squeak, just jealous of our Brother Xian. These people have psychological issues and are sour as hell. Serves them right for getting slapped in the face by Fong Xian. Those who had been gloating earlier now fell silent. The turn of events was somewhat unexpected. Broke here stood with his mouth agape, clearly not anticipating that three big shots would come to the rescue, including even the vicious old maid. Jiang Xiaocha also stood in the crowd watching the scene with a mix of tension and anger. Yang Haoxi, hidden in the crowd, wore a ferocious expression, his eyes murderous. He had specifically skipped class today to watch Fong Xin's misfortune, planning to use private torture later in the interrogation room. But now three roadblocks had appeared. Jiang Weiqi narrowed his triangular eyes and shook the official document again. Old Madam Sun, even if he is your student, the higher-ups have ordered his arrest. Please cooperate. Strictly official business. Sun Bijuan inquired. Jiang Weiqi smiled. Old Madam Sun, I assure you it's strictly official business. Sun Bijuan paused her knitting and turned to look at Yang Haoxi in the crowd. Behind her square-rimmed glasses, her eyes stared coldly at him as she uttered just 4 words, tell the truth. Yang Haoxi's pupils dilated. I harassed Fong Xin's sister, and Fong Xian beat me up. I told my mother, and my mother told my uncle. My uncle promised me that the church was going to find Fong Xian anyway, and he would send someone to arrest him, lock him in a secret room, and let me use private torture to teach him a lesson. After speaking, Yang Haoxi's pupils gradually refocused, his face pale, and a fine layer of sweat beaded on his forehead. As his words fell, Jiang Weiqi's face turned ashen, and the church members behind him also changed expressions dramatically. The onlookers exploded into commotion. Sun Baijin's knitting needles moved faster and faster, and her eyes behind the lenses emitted a terrifying soul-piercing aura. Tell me again that this is official business. Hua Cheng jabbed his finger in the air, indignant. Son of a bitch. Jiang Weiqi, come on, explain this to me. Is your church run by the Jiang family, using the church's banner to bully us from the Heaven Shield Bureau? What else are you planning? Today you dare to use the church's banner to arrest our students. Tomorrow you'll dare to use it to arrest our instructors. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the church and the Heaven Shield Bureau? Jiang Weiqi struggled to maintain control. Hua Laoyo, you can talk nonsense, but don't spout nonsense. Is the document fake? Sun Bijuan stared at Jiang Weiqi. So the abuse of private torture is also true. Jiang Weiqi chuckled. Old Madam Sun, children's tantrums can't be taken seriously, can they? If we let you take him away today, then in the future anyone can come and trample on the Heaven Shield Bureau, right? Jiang Weiqi's smile gradually faded. Everyone, I've given you good advice and the respect you deserve. But please don't be ungrateful. Jiang Weiqi tapped the badge on his chest. My superior has already seen and heard everything you just said. I must take this man today. Even if the Jade Emperor himself comes, no one can stop me. As he spoke, the communicators of Hua Cheng, Shang Tiank, and even Sun Bijuan all went off simultaneously. Hua Cheng frowned at the caller ID, but eventually answered. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan also looked at their respective calls and answered. Hua Cheng stepped aside. What's up, Dad? Are you sticking up for a student? Yes. Did those bastards from the church call you? They called your uncle. He said you should drop this matter. Hua Cheng's brows furrowed. Drop it. Just watch my precious student get taken away by those bastards. This matter is a bit complicated. Don't worry, a big shot will step in to protect that student. Hua Cheng hung up, his face dark. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan wore similar expressions. Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes gleamed with contemptuous mockery. Everyone, time to make way, isn't it? Seeing them step aside, the surrounding students erupted. Holy crap, even these three big shots are backing down. I underestimated the church. Well, Fong Xin is truly doomed now. I was too naive. I thought young Master Yang's revenge would be difficult. Now it seems he's determined and Fong Xin will be skinned alive. Bro Kier smiled again, thinking the church had the upper hand. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes reddened in the crowd. Watching the power struggles between the various factions, Fong Xin for the first time directly felt the importance of having a strong background. Without it, one is just a rootless duckweed drifting aimlessly. Looking at the church members, and then at the smug Yang Haosi, Fong Xin silently vowed. He must create his own power. He would crush all these bullies who relied on their influence. Hua Shi wiped the blood from his mouth and grabbed Fong Xin's shoulder. Now do you feel like an ant? Feel the gap. You're dead today. As Jiang Weiqi took the lead, and they were about to leave, a fair-skinned, naive-looking girl emerged from the crowd, munching on potato chips with a crunch. She walked straight towards Jiang Weiqi and his group. Many teachers and students recognized her. Holy crap, Li Bauer, what's she doing here? Is she trying to save Fong Xin? Does anyone know Li Bauer's background? No idea, but can she really challenge the church? Jiang Weiqi frowned and raised his hand to push her away. Get lost. But as soon as his hand barely touched her without any force, Li Bauer thudded to the ground. Oh dear, I've been knocked down. Lying on the ground, she pulled out her phone. Hello, Grandpa. I've been hit. My head hurts, my whole body aches, and I can barely breathe. Jiang Weiqi sneered contemptuously. Su Basan arrived late, and when he saw Li Bauer on the ground, his face turned pale. He shouted, don't mess with her. Jiang Weiqi ignored him, thinking Su Basan was talking to Li Bauer. He completely disregarded her lying at his feet and prepared to step over her. Su Basan's expression changed, and he clapped his hands in despair. It's over. It's completely over. We've kicked an iron plate. The very next second, a terrifying aura descended from beyond the heavens, blanketing the entire Heaven Shield Academy. A thunderclap exploded in the sky. Then, the void shattered like glass. A nearly transparent blade shot directly into Jiang Weiqi's shoulder. Jiang Weiqi had no time to react. The immense force sent him flying backward, pinning him to the wall. Blood gushed out. His eyes bulged, and under the violent impact his face turned a livid purple. Which blind fool touched my granddaughter? The furious voice thundered across the sky. Blood trickled from Jiang Weiqi's mouth like a thread. For the first time, terror flashed across his face as realization dawned. He cried out, Old Master Li, please let me explain. The surging blade aura swept forth with overwhelming force, flooding the entire corridor. No one present could escape the terror that gripped their hearts. This oppressive pressure descending from beyond the heavens was so intense it defied belief. Several terrifying auras emerged from the Heaven Shield Academy, one after another, probing the newcomer's presence. The surrounding students stood frozen in awe. What kind of fearsome entity is this? With such combat power, they must be at level 13. Such a terrifying figure could not be unknown throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. What exactly is Li Baoer's background? How does she have such a terrifying grandfather? Did you hear that just now? Jiang Weiqi from the church turned pale. He seemed genuinely afraid of Li Baoer's grandfather. Anyone with half a brain could see it. He nearly lost his life. How could he not be terrified? Is Li Baoer's grandfather not even afraid of the church? Cutchatter gaped stunned beyond words as he watched the scene, then turned to stare at Li Baoer. This simple naive girl actually had such a formidable background. Not to mention the students. Even Hua Chengshang Tiang Sun Bijuan and Cheng Bingqing were all visibly shocked. Shang Tianke seemed to finally recognize who the newcomer was, drawing in a sharp breath as his eyes widened. It's that venerable elder. The only one present who knew Li Baoer's identity, Su Bashan, looked at the scene with a resigned, utterly defeated expression. Jiang Weiqi was pinned to the wall by a translucent greatsword. His face pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Elderly, this is all a misunderstanding. I never touched your granddaughter. A voice like thunder roared from above. Didn't touch my granddaughter. Stop talking nonsense. My granddaughter has always been honest. Could she possibly be falsely accusing you? Jiang Weiqi felt as if the sky were falling. Elderly, I didn't even lay a hand on her just now. Ask your granddaughter if you don't believe me. Li Baoer lay on the ground, her gaze unfocused, appearing injured, her voice soft and weak. I can't move. My head is dizzy. My whole body hurts. Jiang Weiqi was completely stunned. He quickly exclaimed, Little miss, you mustn't speak recklessly. I didn't even touch you. Lying on the ground, Li Baoer uttered the most shameless words in the most timid tone. Your words wounded me, your aura crushed me, your demeanor offended me, and your actions assaulted me. Jiang Weiqi stared blankly, then turned with difficulty to face Dean Su Basan. Dean Su, you have to testify for me. Su Basan's face was stern, but inwardly he was cursing furiously. Testify, my foot. You arrogant bastard. You swaggered into our Heaven Shield Academy to arrest someone, even laid hands on them. And now that you've run into a tough opponent, you want me to vouch for you. Besides, I warned you just now not to provoke her. You didn't listen, and now you come crawling back to me. Su Basan stepped forward, slowly looked up at the sky, and forced a smile. Elderly, to be honest, I didn't see exactly what happened either. Jiang Weiqi immediately glared at Su Basan. Dean Su, you clearly saw that I didn't touch her. Su Basan's expression turned icy. I am, after all, the Dean of Heaven Shield Academy. Though merely a civil official within the Heaven Shield Bureau, I still hold a rank higher than yours. And you dare speak to me like this at a time like this? Do you really think the church can act with such arrogance? If today's matter weren't so complicated, would you be this insolent? I arrived late, there were too many people in front, I didn't see clearly. Jiang Weiqi tried to argue further, but the blade embedded in his chest twisted, and a painful scream escaped his lips. He slapped the badge on his chest. Bishop, save me. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Jiang Weiqi, casting a golden halo around him. The badge on his chest blazed particularly brightly, like a miniature sun. The eye within the emblem seemed to come to life. Before long, a golden phantom appeared. Its face was indistinct, merely a mass of golden radiance that at first glance resembled a ball of light. Deputy Commander Li, still the same old temper after all these years. A laugh emanated from the golden light. A voice like muffled thunder replied, No wonder your subordinates have no eyes. Turns out it's you, the one-eyed man. Laughter came again from the golden light. My subordinates were blind and offended, Deputy Commander Li. On their behalf, I offer my apologies. As for your granddaughter, how about I gift her a supreme-grade treasure as a token of regret? Would that satisfy you? Whether I'm satisfied doesn't matter. What matters is whether my granddaughter is. The phantom in the golden light looked down at Li Baoer, who lay on the ground with a small, pitiful, and helpless expression. Naturally adorable, and with a simple, naive personality lying there like that, it was hardly surprising that Elder Li flew into a rage. Li Baoer pointed at Fong Xian. Grandpa, this is my friend. A voice emerged from the golden light. Deputy Commander Li, we mean no harm to your granddaughter's friend. This matter is complicated, tied to an incident from over a decade ago. I believe you know what I'm referring to. For the first time, Li Baoer's grandfather fell silent. After a long moment, he said, You must promise me, do not harm him in the slightest. Agreed. Baoer, get up. Oh. Li Baoer stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. A fist-sized ball of golden light flew from the phantom and vanished into Li Baoer's spatial ring. A gift for you. Deputy Commander Li, I have fulfilled my promise. The blade pinning Jiang Weiqi dissipated silently. He slid down the wall, landing on the ground, leaving a thick red streak on the wall. A cold voice came from the golden light. Take him away. Jiang Weiqi struggled to his feet, pulled a vial from his spatial ring, swallowed its contents without a word, and shot Huasher a glance. Huasher grabbed Fong Xian by the shoulder and dragged him away roughly. Hua Cheng's face twisted with rage. In a flash, he was at their side. Qi swirled along his arm, covering his thick limb with dragon scales formed from the energy. He delivered an explosive punch to Huasher's abdomen. Huasher instinctively raised a golden protective barrier, but it shattered instantly under Hua Cheng's fist. His body folded backward, hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall before bouncing onto the ground. He lay prone, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Young master Hua, do you realize what you're doing?" An angry voice came from the golden light. Hua Cheng shook his wrist unconcerned. "The official document says escort, and you yourself said escort. Does that look like escorting to you?" The figure in the golden light cast a cold glance at Hua Shi. Under the overwhelming pressure, Hua Shi immediately lowered his head, not daring to breathe. He struggled to his feet. Excruciating pain tore through his abdomen. Hua Shi stood behind Fong Xian, this time refraining from any roughness. "Let's go." Just as Fong Xian was about to leave, Hua Shi's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Despicable ant. Just wait until young Master Yang is done with you. Watch how I make you suffer. He'll make you wish for death, but find none. After I've tortured you half to death, he'll find a healer to patch you up, and then start all over again. He'll make you understand just how hopeless it is to offend those in power." The watching students looked at Fong Xian. Despite all the powerful figures who had come to his aid, he was still being taken away. Once he was gone, who would believe mere verbal promises? Fong Xian would still be tormented, and a healer could fix him up afterward, making it as if nothing had happened. But just a few steps later, ripples spread through the void. A figure stepped out, white-haired, hands in pockets. He flashed his small white teeth in that trademark grin. "Good afternoon, everyone." The moment the white-haired youth appeared, the scene erupted again. "Holy crap, that prodigy from the 9th Bureau is here too. One Fong Xian has brought out so many big shots. Who still dares to say Fong Xian has no backing?" A voice came from the golden light. "Zhuge Heng, are you here to block us too?" Zhuge Heng stood midair, hands still in his pockets. "I'm not blocking you, but you can't take him away. You can only question him here at Heaven Shield Academy. Are you determined to oppose the church?" An angry shout came from the golden light, which blazed brighter. The air trembled, windows rattled. Zhuge Heng leisurely raised his hand, 2 fingers pinching a token. "Elder Yi has decreed. This man is not to be taken. Do you wish to oppose Elder Yi?" The token hovered in midair. The vast and terrifying fluctuations emanating from it sent chills down one's spine, a testament to the immense power of the figure behind this token. The phantom within the golden light remained silent, floating in midair as if idle. Even the air itself seemed to freeze at that moment. Several auras previously emanating from the Heaven Shield Academy now converged upon this spot. The reason they hadn't acted against the Chuch's arrests was that no orders had been given from above. Now that the figure behind the 9th Bureau had spoken, they had no further reason to hold back. These people from the church had truly gone too far. Each aura seemed eager to crush these church members into pulp. Time appeared to stand still. After several dozen seconds, a voice emerged from within the golden light. "Then let's follow Elder Yi's advice." Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng continued. "But there's one more thing. Your church today disregarded the rules of Heaven Shield Academy, violated the covenant signed among our organizations, and struck our new student from the Heaven Shield Bureau in front of all these newcomers. Shouldn't you make some amends? What do you want? Donate a dozen or so techniques above the 10th rank from your Holy Light Church to our Heaven Shield Academy." A cold laugh came from the golden light. "A dozen? You dare ask for that? Well, you can haggle. 1 technique." Zhuge Heng shook his head. 10 techniques above the 10th rank. An angry voice rang from the golden light. "White-haired brat, don't push it. Our personal grudges aren't settled yet." The white-haired one showed no fear, still grinning with his little white teeth. "Archbishop Wu, this is work hours. Address me by my title. I am the chief instructor of Heaven Shield Academy. Please call me Instructor Zhuge." The figure within the golden light trembled slightly, seemingly furious. After a few seconds of silence, 3. Take it or leave it. If not, well, just have to waste time in court. Deal the techniques." Zhuge Heng agreed cheerfully. "But I have 2 more conditions. Let's hear them. First, the techniques must not be circulated outside. Second, Heaven Shield Academy must not make things difficult for him afterward." The figure in the golden light pointed toward Yang Haoxi. "No problem." 3 beams of light flew out from the golden light. After Zhuge Heng inspected them, he said, "The interrogation room is ready. Let's head over now." Snap! Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. The group vanished into thin air. This display left many of the new students present utterly stunned. Many new students had heard of the formidable white-haired street loiterer from the 9th Bureau, but none knew exactly how strong he was. That incredibly cool finger snap had them mesmerized. Many female students let out gasps of amazement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Cheng Bingqing stared at the spot where Zhuge Heng had disappeared, looking like a little fangirl, her big watery eyes filled with reverence. Fong Xian looked around and found himself in a spacious, bright office. After they appeared, everyone sat down on the leather sofas. Zhuge Heng crossed his legs. "Everyone feel free to ask what you need to ask." Jiang Weiqi glanced around, then silently sought permission from the golden light. After receiving a nod, he took out an eyeball-shaped artifact from his spatial ring. With a gentle toss, the eyeball-shaped artifact floated in midair. A beam of light shot out from it, enveloping Fong Xian. Jiang Weiqi stared coldly at Fong Xian. You'll speak and you'll answer. Do you understand? Zhuge Heng nodded at Fong Xian. Fong Xian responded, Where were you when your parents had their car accident? At school. After your parents' accident, did any stranger come to you, or give you anything? Fong Xian shook his head. No, never. Fong Xian nodded firmly. Never. Did your parents ever give you any strange objects? No. Did they secretly take you to get any vaccines? No. Jiang Weiqi glanced at the floating eyeball, which showed no anomaly. Then let me ask you this, before the accident, did you notice any unusual behavior from your parents? Fong Xian thought carefully. No. Unexpectedly, the eyeball erupted with a blinding light flickering like a lantern. The golden light sitting on the sofa suddenly swelled, filling the entire room with its dazzling radiance. Jiang Weiqi's pupils instantly turned gold. Tell the truth. Fong Xian was silent for a moment. My father never drank or smoked. But before the accident, he came home one night having drunk a lot. Go on. He collapsed as soon as he entered the door. The voice from the golden light pressed urgently, and then Fong Xian shook his head. That's all. What about the next morning when he woke up? He was already gone when I got up. He left a note saying he and my mother had an important seminar in the morning and told me to eat out. I never heard from them again until the police called me to the morgue. After a moment of silence in the interrogation, Jiang Weiqi continued, After your parents passed away, did any stranger come to tell you something, or did someone intentionally pick a fight with you or try to harm you upon meeting? Yes. This answer made the church members fix their gazes on Fong Xian. Who? What did they look like? Do you remember their name? As he spoke, a paintbrush and a drawing board flew out from Jiang Weiqi's spatial ring. Fong Xian described golden hair long down to here. A somewhat square face, light brown eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge with a bit of flesh on the nose tip, thick lips. Overall ugly, handsome, leaning towards ugly. As Fong Xian described, the brush swiftly sketched, and the portrait gradually took shape, vivid and lifelike. Looking at the portrait, Jiang Weiqi frowned and couldn't help but glance to the side. As the portrait was completed, Fong Xian added, His name is Hua Shi. He's the one sitting right next to you. Hua Shi's face darkened as he stared venomously at Fong Xian, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Bang! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist on the table. Are you fucking with me? Fong Xian said innocently, Didn't you ask me? Jiang Weiqi choked on his words, suppressing his fury. Anyone else? One more. Name and appearance. Yang Haoxi. Jiang Weiqi was rendered speechless again. He put away the brush and bored, fury blazing in his eyes. If not for Zhuge Heng's presence, he would have already resorted to torture. Everyone, are you done? If so, can we leave now? Zhuge Heng interjected. Jiang Weiqi stared at Fong Xian, then glanced at the figure in the golden light. The golden light shrank and vanished into Jiang Weiqi's badge. Before leaving, a voice lingered. Let's go. It seems he knows nothing. Jiang Weiqi stood up. Zhuge Heng leisurely rose as well. They'll see you out. Before Jiang Weiqi could say anything. Snap. After the finger snap, Jiang Weiqi, Hua Shi, and the other church members vanished. Zhuge Heng put his arm around Fong Xin's shoulder. Now this was a truly educational lesson. Did you feel your own insignificance? I did. Since you feel it, find a way to improve your strength. This world has always been like this. Since the dawn of humanity, the law of the jungle has been etched into our bones. No matter how civilization evolves, survival of the fittest merely takes on different forms. With that, Zhuge Heng changed the subject. Want to take down that Hua Shi? Fong Xian grinned. Yes. Zhuge Heng pulled him closer. Did you see the punch old sixth Hua landed on Hua Shi today? Fong Xian recalled the punch Hua Cheng had thrown at Hua Shi. Hua Shi had been utterly unable to dodge it, and Hua Cheng shattered all his golden light barriers with a single blow. Although it was partly due to a gap in cultivation levels, Hua Cheng's punch had left Hua Shi completely defenseless. I saw it. That technique is called the Supreme Yang Ascension Art. It's specifically designed to counter Hua Shi. Master it to perfection, and it can even counter the light element. You got humiliated by the church today. Given old sixth Hua's temperament, he'll definitely teach you the Supreme Yang Ascension Art, so you can take them on. The midterm exam will be held in the Demon God ruins, and the church will be there too. Anyone above the 5th rank will have their power suppressed upon entering the ruins. Hua Shi will also be there, limited to 5th rank strength. Whether you can kill him depends entirely on your skill. Fong Xian was taken aback. If I kill someone from the church, won't I be held accountable? When the Divine Demon ruins open, besides those so-called righteous organizations, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army and various mutant organizations will also enter. It'll be a chaotic mess inside. As long as you don't kill your comrades from the Heaven Shield Bureau, you can team up or hunt members from other organizations, including the church. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Fong Xin's eyes. During the test, he can enter, even though he's not a trainee. Yes, the Divine Demon ruins are filled with treasures and rare herbs, so besides the trainees taking the test, others will risk going in to seek fortune. Fong Xian paused. Can I choose which divine demon ruins to go to? Zhuge Heng smiled. Yes, got an idea. I want to go to the 9th divine demon ruins. Zhuge Heng tilted his head and looked at Fong Xian. With so many ruins, why the 9th? 9 is my lucky number. Fong Xian prevaricated. No problem. We'll Huasher definitely go. Zhuge Heng made an okay gesture. Guaranteed. Any other questions? Aren't you the chief instructor? Why haven't I seen you teach? Fong Xian asked off topic. Zhuge Heng with hands in his pockets flashed a grin with his white teeth. Because I'm the street wanderer of the 9th division. The answer was impeccable. Take a look at these 3 techniques first. Return them to me after you're done. I need to hand them over to the Heaven Shield Bureau. 3 beams of light flew before Fong Xian, and he stored them all in his spatial ring. Thanks. No big deal. Go back to class. Snap. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. Fong Xian vanished on the spot. The new trainees were still buzzing with discussion. So many big shots had stepped forward today to back Fong Xian. Even the figure behind the 9th division had spoken up. It showed how highly they valued him. They thought Yang Haoxi could take Fong Xian down, but he ended up hitting a steel plate. Those who had been fawning over Yang Haoxi now faced backlash from the faction supporting Fong Xian. Where are those who licked Yang Haoxi's boots just now? Speak up. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? They kept saying how awesome young Master Yang was, but even if Xian Gu had great talent, it wouldn't matter. Now you see, good talent and good results do pay off. All the big shots have his back. They're just rats from the gutter, can't stand seeing others succeed, always spewing sour words about Xian Gu. Now these Yang Haoxi bootlickers are going to be even more bitter. Come on, Xian Gu getting help from so many big shots means he has a background too. I heard from someone in the 7th division that when Xian Gu enrolled, his card had over 10,000 points, equivalent to over 100 million in cash. Under a barrage of various remarks, those who had been fawning over Yang Haoxi didn't dare utter a word. Everyone now saw clearly that the 9th division was determined to protect Fong Xian. When the church members left earlier, Yang Haoxi slunk away with a few cronies' tails between their legs. Cheng Bingqing stared blankly in the direction Yang Haoxi had gone. Her gaze was hollow, as if she had zoned out. Shang Tianke sidled up like a fly rubbing its legs. Cheng. Before he could finish, Sun Bijuan glanced at him indifferently and said crisply, "Scram." Sure thing. Shang Tianke forced a smile and rolled a few meters away. Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingqing. A few minutes later, Cheng Bingqing's eyes regained their sparkle, her face pale, breathing heavily. What did you see? Sun Bijuan asked while knitting. Cheng Bingqing stared in the direction Yang Haoxi had left. He's still going to strike at Fong Xian with lethal force, on the life and death platform. He's borrowing someone else's power to unleash at least mid-level 4 combat strength. Sun Bijuan's hands paused slightly in their knitting motion, then she continued, and then, I couldn't see clearly. I only saw someone die, but I don't know who. Sun Bijuan frowned, a rare expression on her face. You couldn't see clearly? Cheng Bingqing nodded. For a seer with perception-type talent, not being able to see clearly means either the target is at a very high level or a higher-level seer has obscured the heavens, or the person being investigated has the protection of an unknown entity. Sun Bijuan remarked. So you mean someone has obscured the heavens, or an unknown entity is protecting that Yang Haoxi? If a seer had obscured the heavens, I would have sensed it. So there's only one possibility, either Fong Xian or Yang Haoxi has the protection of an unknown entity. This kind of unknown entity is extremely terrifying. Those protected by such an entity, if they don't die young, can reach a peak comparable to gods. This statement made Sun Bijuan's hands falter, her knitting coming to a stop. Can't you tell which one of them it is? Cheng Bingqing was about to speak when a commotion erupted from the crowd. Fong Xian appeared out of thin air in the corridor. Cheng Bingqing stared at Fong Xian. A few seconds later, she let out a muffled groan, her eyes bloodshot and filled with red veins. Her already pale face turned ashen, and she swayed unsteadily, nearly falling. Sun Bijuan quickly supported Cheng Bingqing. What did you see? Sweat beaded on Cheng Bingqing's forehead, her long legs wrapped in black stockings trembling slightly. I saw nothing. The one protected by an unknown entity is Fong Xian. Sun Bijuan stared blankly at Fong Xian, stunned as well. Cheng Bingqing steadied her breath, took a fruit from her spatial ring, and nibbled it. Her complexion improved, but her eyes remained bloodshot and red. She took out a pair of sunglasses from her spatial ring and put them on. Upon closer inspection, they were a couple style with Zhuge Heng sunglasses. Everyone back to the classroom, an instructor barked. The trainees dispersed toward their respective classrooms. As Fong Xian was about to head to his classroom, Hua Cheng emerged from the crowd and pulled him aside. Come find me at the gravity room after class. Recalling what Zhuge Heng had said, Fong Xian nodded. Okay. Back in the classroom, Cheng Bingqing soon entered. Cheng Bingqing said succinctly, class is almost over, so I'll keep it brief. Anyone with perception-type talent just needs a perception fruit, and I won't go into that. Our perception type consumes the same as the mental type. Both use spiritual power. In a way, the two talents share similarities, though the mental type focuses more on attack. The first realm of perception type talent, the sensing realm, uses sight, hearing, smell, touch, and intuition to judge safety within a certain range. The second realm, source flow, involves using unique methods to condense spiritual power, open a divine spring, and enhance perception sensitivity and range. The third realm, pulse vibration, uses spiritual power pulses to resonate with external air currents, merging together to strengthen the sixth sense and heighten sensitivity to danger. The fourth realm, grounded, weaves spiritual power into a vast network like a spider's web. Within a certain range, any danger approaching will be detected by us. Since you're beginners, it'll only cover these four realms. Don't underestimate our perception type. No team can do without us. With our perception, a team's chances of victory multiply exponentially. No matter how strong your power is, if you can't perceive the enemy, it's all in vain. Fong Xin clicked his tongue. What's with the power type always getting mentioned? He felt a surge of indignation. When would us brutes ever get our due? Teacher, what realm is needed to foresee someone's past and future? Cheng Bingqing smiled softly. That would be the fifth realm. Because Cheng Bingqing was beautiful, sweet-voiced, and good-tempered, every minute of her class flew by. In the blink of an eye, class was over. Everyone dispersed, but many still turned back to look at Fong Xin. Today, Yang Haoxi had used his connections with the church to try to make a move on Fong Xin. Everyone thought Fong Xin was doomed, but the outcome was unexpected. This also showed everyone how much the 9th Division valued Fong Xin. Those who had fawned over Yang Haoxi faced public ridicule. Fong Xin didn't rush back to his dorm. Instead, as Hua Cheng had instructed, he went to the gravity room. When he entered, bang, 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 Hua Cheng was practicing punches against an advanced puppet. His upper body was bare, his muscles clearly defined, each fiber brimming with explosive power. Hua Cheng's body was covered in dragon scales formed from the flow of qi. It was like wearing a suit of dragon scale armor. This dragon scale armor not only enhanced defense, but also amplified attack power. Hearing footsteps, Hua Cheng twisted his arm. His muscles writhed like coiling dragons, and the dragon scale, qi flowing over his arm, transformed into 9 small dragons that attached themselves to his limb. A single punch. Boom. The air exploded with a deafening sonic boom. The boom was followed by a thunderous dragon's roar. The high-grade puppet was immediately sent flying backward by the punch. Midair, it seemed to be struck by residual force, tumbling upward repeatedly. It was like skipping a stone across the air. Hua Cheng turned back, shaking his fist. See that? Yes. Want to learn? Yes. Hua Cheng grinned. Good. If you didn't want to learn, I'd have to beat you. Damn church, my people were humiliated today. I want to swallow this anger. We must find a way to vent this fury. This technique is called the Tai Ascending Dragon Art. My old man got it by chance. Before I teach it to you, you must swear not to use it to bully the weak, harm the innocent, or attack your comrades. Fong Xin nodded. I swear I won't use the Tai Ascending Dragon Art to bully the weak, harm the innocent, or attack my comrades. Good. Hua Cheng clapped Fong Xin on the shoulder. As he spoke, he pulled out a bamboo scroll. From today on, spend 2 hours every day practicing this technique. When the midterm exams come, if you run into anyone from the church, beat them to death. Fong Xin carefully read through the Tai Ascending Dragon Art. After reading it, his heart surged with excitement. Hua Cheng was truly straightforward. He taught a level 13 technique without hesitation. This technique balanced offense and defense using qi to condense dragon scales. When mastered to perfection, one's physical strength could rival a true dragon's body. Moreover, the dragon scale armor forged by this technique could block light-based attacks, and even had penetration and critical strike bonuses against light shields. Just as Zhu Geheng had said, this technique countered light-type talents. Then it would be time to give Hua Shi a proper gift. Hua Cheng continued, the 2 techniques I taught you before have many similarities with the Tai Ascending Dragon Art. Once you master this, the other 2 will naturally integrate. But before you start training, you need to sense the true dragon's qi. I have a dragon bone here. Today, try to sense it first. Only with the true dragon's qi and dragon's might will your combat power receive a corresponding boost. Fong Xin looked at the palm-sized dragon bone. The moment his finger touched it, the true dragon's qi within him erupted. Hua Cheng was stunned. Where did you get that true dragon's qi inside you? I obtained it when I awakened my beast-taming talent at the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Hua Cheng couldn't stop grinning. I knew it. No wonder that old Lecture Shang Tianke from the 10,000 Beasts Palace specially applied to come to the school to back you up. So that's what it was. This is great. You're a natural-born Tai Ascending Dragon Art saint. Go ahead and practice. If you have any questions, just ask me. Hua Cheng's laughter was hearty. To be honest, Fong Xin had a very good impression of this Hua Yuya. After studying the technique, Fong Xin followed what he had learned, causing his blood and qi to pulse. Finally, a wisp of qi suddenly emerged, enveloping one finger and turning it into a dragon claw. Hua Cheng adjusted the gravity coefficient to 6 times normal. 4 times gravity was just right for a 4th level combatant. Gritting his teeth, Fong Xin threw a punch. Images of the church members' arrogant faces flashed through his mind. Fong Xin's gaze turned cold. His will grew ever stronger. I will become stronger. I will become the strongest. I will shatter all tyranny in this world. I will annihilate every bully and oppressor without mercy. At first, even lifting his arm was difficult under the gravity. But with a resolute expression, Fong Xin endured all discomfort, mobilized his blood and qi, and punched again and again. Hua Cheng stood by watching the scene and couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. If this perseverance continued, reaching 5th level combat power by the midterms seemed possible. Elsewhere, Yang Haoxi dialed a number. Mom, that Fong Xin is still fine. Not only did I fail to get revenge, but now I'm the laughingstock of the whole school. Everyone points at me and says nasty things. Some even call me a clown. If this keeps up, I'll get depression. On the other end, Jiang Suqin quickly said, Baby, listen to me. I asked your uncle. It's not that the Shield Bureau is going out of their way to protect Fong Xin. It's that he's involved in some secrets. Your uncle said the person behind the 9th Division is keeping Fong Xin alive only because he's useful. But a nobody like him, once he's no longer useful, no one will care if he lives or dies. Yang Haoxi gripped the phone and roared, But I want him dead now. Jiang Suqin said, Son, don't rush. Let me tell you a secret. Your uncle told me himself. What secret? This time the 9th Division's protection of that Fong Xin has angered some people in the church. And I hear Fong Xin's talent isn't bad. The church already has a headache dealing with that prodigy Zhu Geheng from the 9th Division. They won't sit by and let a second prodigy emerge. Your Shield Academy has a life-or-death arena. The church will bribe a new student to challenge Fong Xin there and kill him. Mom, that Fong Xin is really strong. He was the undisputed top freshman. Challenging him would be a joke. Jiang Suqin snorted. Son, don't be impatient. Listen to me. This plan will take some time to implement. Fong Xin has a strength-type talent, and strength-type talents are all brutes. Soon other talents will surpass him. The church will provide a magical artifact to the bribed student. That artifact can transmit power. As long as the student wears it, someone outside the academy with the same talent and higher combat power can channel their strength to them. To avoid suspicion, they'll let the student's power increase steadily, but not too dramatically. They'll cap it at 4th level combat power. But that will be more than enough to kill Fong Xin. So son, be patient. You'll definitely see Fong Xin beaten to death. Yang Haoxi's eyes grew manic. Mom, don't find another new student. Let me do it. I want to finish him off with my own hands. Son, you're my precious boy. Let others handle this dirty work. Yang Haoxi said venomously, Mom. If I don't kill him myself, I'll always be mocked as a clown by those students. I can't stand that humiliation. I must avenge my honor. Son. Jiang Suqin was cut off by Yang Haoxi. I don't care. Go to my uncle and get it arranged. I want to go to the life-or-death arena and kill Fong Xin myself. If you don't, I won't go on living. Son, don't do anything stupid. You're everything to me. I'll go find your uncle right now. After hanging up, Yang Haoxi kicked a chair across the room, his gaze dark and sinister. Soon his phone rang. Son, your uncle really dotes on you. He agreed. With a thunderous boom, Fong Xin's fist slammed into the puppet. The 4th level mid-tier puppet staggered half a step backward. Hua Cheng's eyes lit up. Fong Xin could deliver a punch force of 18,000 kilograms. The upper limit for 4th level combat power was 25,000 kilograms. This meant Fong Xin's actual combat strength was still at the early 4th level stage. The fact that an early 4th level practitioner could repel a mid-4th level opponent spoke volumes about his talent. Fong Xin grasped such techniques almost instantly. After Hua Cheng instructed him a few times, Fong Xin quickly comprehended the essence. In just 2 hours, Fong Xin had learned to envelop his palm with qi. The qi outside his palm evolved into the shape of a dragon's claw. With a sweep of his 5 fingers, several cracks appeared on the puppet's chest. This was under 6 times the gravity. Outside, Fong Xin's combat power would double. During training, Hua Cheng also acted as Fong Xin's sparring partner, pointing out flaws in his combat techniques. With countless real combat experiences, Fong Xin learned and grasped things quickly. When Fong Xin and Hua Cheng emerged from the gravity chamber, many female students cast glances their way. These female students were far more audacious than their male counterparts, and with Fong Xin's rising fame at Tian Shield Academy, the added aura attracted even more covetous looks. Hua Cheng checked the time and said, I'm heading back first. From now on, continue at this time every day. I've secured this gravity chamber for you alone. Train until you can't move, and if I can't make it, message me if you have any issues. Got it, 6th brother Hua. Hua Cheng squeezed Fong Xin's shoulder. Xin, remember this, live with decisiveness and unwavering resolve. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. If revenge is beyond your reach at the moment, don't complain or blame fate. That's what cowards do. All the injustice we see stems from our own weakness. In this world, right and wrong are determined by strength and weakness. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we eliminate all those bastards who bully the weak. Fong Xian looked at Hua Cheng, growing ever more fond of this sixth brother, Hua's character. He'll remember that sixth brother Hua. Hua Cheng grinned at Fong Xian. No need to be formal with me from now on. In class I'm your mentor, after class we're brothers. Alright, I've got things at home so I'm off. Waving goodbye, Fong Xian tugged at his sweat-soaked clothes. He needed to hurry back for a shower and also thank Li Bauer. Today that little silly Bauer had made an appearance with an abstract flair, but she had indeed helped Fong Xian out. Fong Xian also expressed gratitude to Zhu Gaheng, Shang Tian's son Bijuan, and Cheng Bingqing. Favors weren't something you repaid with a meal or a gift and called it even. That would sever future connections. This favor would be kept. When they needed Fong Xian, he would surely go all out to help. As he walked back, a crisp, familiar voice came from behind. Brother, want to grab a meal together? Fong Xian turned around to see Jiang Xiaocha running up, handing him a soft, fragrant dry towel. Fong Xian wiped his sweat. I need to shower first. Then I'll tidy up your room. On the way, students occasionally glanced at Fong Xian, and some even greeted him. Has that young housey been bothering you again? Fong Xian asked. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head and let out a soft sigh. With a bitter smile, she said, back when I was a student, I thought good grades were all that mattered. During talent tests, I believed top scores meant a perfect life. But today's events made me truly feel how insignificant we are. In the face of power, those of us without connections are as small as ants at their mercy to crush us. Even as victims, they still want to trample us underfoot. After a moment, Jiang Xiaocha lifted her head and said word by word, Brother, I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to be stepped on anymore. As long as we're strong enough, even without backing, we siblings will be each other's support. We'll be each other's background. Fong Xian looked at her resolute, determined gaze, smiled gently, and said solemnly, All right. Jiang Xiaocha raised her hand. Pinky promise. Fong Xian raised his hand, and the siblings linked pinkies, sealing the pact. After a moment's thought, Fong Xian took out the eye mask that elder son Bijuan had given him earlier from his spatial ring. This item trains your mental strength. While I'm training other talents each day, you use it to train your mental power. Jiang Xiaocha took it. All right. Arriving at the dormitory, Fong Xian knocked on Li Bauer's door. Zhang Yaozu emerged from his room. Brother Xian, Bauer's not here. She went to the training hall to practice her blade. Before leaving, she said if you wanted to thank her, you don't need to. Just buy her a month's supply of potato chips. No problem. Zhang Yaozu sniffled. Brother Xian, today, only Bauer was able to help you. We couldn't do anything. It happened suddenly. None of us had time to react. Where are the others? Zhang Yaozu chuckled. They've all gone to train. The cult was too arrogant today. A lot of people are furious. Hearing that encounter cult members during the midterm assessment, they're training hard, ready to take them on. I'd better get going too, Brother Xian. See you later. After showering, the siblings had a meal. Without wasting time, Fong Xian ate and immediately headed into the single-person multifunctional training hall. He took out the cultivation technique that Zhu Gaheng had obtained from the cult from his spatial ring. Opening the first manual, a few characters came into view. Light Art Divine Concealment. Fong Xian gazed at this first technique. In essence, it was an invisibility spell. As moonlight cascaded down, Fong Xin's form gradually blurred. Before long, Fong Xin's body became completely transparent. 3 minutes later, his form slowly reappeared, panting heavily as the light stored within him was not abundant. The advantage of this skill over an invisibility cloak was its ability to evade perception to a certain extent, offering superior concealment. Fong Xian turned his attention to the second technique. Light Art Scorching Sun incinerates the heavens. By harnessing light-based skills, he condensed a miniature sun to launch an attack. The damage was exceedingly high. However, it required the power of the sun. Its effect was greater during the day, while at night, it could only be fueled by the solar energy accumulated within. When Fong Xian had absorbed the radiance earlier, he noticed. Above his divine spring, a small sphere of light energy hovered. The sphere was a fusion of black and white. Not only did traces of moonlight merge into it, but also tiny black specks sank in. This must be the light-based talent transformed from his slaughter talent. This sphere was called the Divine Source. Its function was akin to the divine spring of a light-based talent. Yet Fong Xian could absorb not only solar and lunar radiance, but also those black specks when night fell. Following the method of the scorching sun incinerates the heavens technique, Fong Xian drew upon the solar energy stored in his divine source. A white orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared at his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, the orb struck the puppet, instantly scorching a patch of charred marks on its body. Fong Xian extracted a portion of the black energy to activate the scorching sun incinerates the heavens, and a black orb of similar size emerged at his fingertip. He flicked the black orb onto the puppet where it sank into its body. The puppet appeared unharmed, but seconds later it crashed to the ground. Fong Xian hurried over to inspect. The spiritual energy within the puppet was incinerated by the black orb, while the light energy inside acted like fuel feeding the flames. Fong Xian swiftly raised his hand and grasped, pulling a black orb the size of a fist from the puppet. This mutated light-based talent was incredibly overpowered. Not only could it burn the opponent's light energy, but it could also incinerate their spiritual energy. Every living being possessed spiritual energy within them, even ordinary people, though the strength varied. Fong Xian gazed at the black orb floating in his palm. The skill influenced by his slaughter talent seemed enchanted, making it a natural counter to light-based and mental-based talents. He clenched his fingers, and the orb dispersed, merging back into his body. The divine source hovering above his divine spring grew even more solid. A normal light-based talent's divine source was either white, representing solar radiance, or silver, representing lunar radiance. Fong Xin's, however, bore an additional hue of black, like the night. As he absorbed the moonlight, Fong Xian turned his attention to the third technique. Light Art Divine Speed. This skill utilized light energy to enhance speed. In other words, it was a light-powered accelerator. At night, by drawing on the black energy within his divine source, the duration could be doubled. Fong Xian firmly memorized all three techniques. His strength-based talent had reached level 4 in combat power. His beast-taming talent possessed a level 4 combat power polar bear. His mental-based talent had just begun. His perception-based talent was now at level 2. As for his light-based talent, though the divine source had only recently formed, it could already launch attacks with combat power barely reaching level 3. With the boost of black energy, it could exert power at the mid-level 3 stage. After reaching level 4 in strength, his slaughter talent rose correspondingly to level 5 combat power. He wondered what his combat prowess would be like when wielding the power of the Slaughter King. Now his goal was to completely shore up his weaknesses and max out the attributes of his auxiliary talents. There was only one way: slaughter, plunder. After a few more days of training, Fong Xian would take on missions. Returning to the dormitory, he sent the 2 large boxes of potato chips he had just bought to Li Bao's room. Shi Tailing had somehow acquired a projector. A movie was playing on it. This projector was considered a mental-type treasure capable of influencing one's mind, making them feel as if they were truly immersed in the scene. Xian, go come watch a movie. Shi Tailing invited. This suspense film stars my goddess, the rising flower Zhao Rojuan. If I could meet her, I'd even let Zhang Meiqiu fail the midterm exam. Fatty go eat SHD. Fong Xian glanced at it. A beautiful actress with a lively presence. Nowadays, actors were selected based on their performance talent, which allowed them to embody any role. As their popularity grew, they attracted awakened individuals who voluntarily became their devoted fans. He had heard that hundreds of years ago, actors would just make faces count 1234 and still receive sky-high pay for shoddy performances. If that happened now, and they encountered an awakened audience member with hyperandrogenism syndrome, they'd be killed on the spot. Fong Xian greeted a few people before returning to his own dormitory. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed. He took out the phone his grandfather had sent. He lit up the screen. When he saw a new message notification, Fong Xian shot up into a sitting position. Xiao Xian, if you encounter someone surnamed Ko seeking you out, have no fear. They're one of us. The message was nothing more than this simple sentence. And then there was nothing else. Fong Xian examined his phone over and over, flipping it in his hands, confirming there was only this single new message. Someone surnamed Ko. This surname was indeed quite rare. But grandfather hadn't specified who this person's surname Ko was, or what they did. Could they also be a member of the 9th Bureau? Yet the surname Ko felt strangely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Fong Xian was about to lie down, when suddenly, as if recalling something, he sprang upright from the bed. His reaction was even more intense than when he had first received his grandfather's message. Finally, he remembered where he had heard the surname Ko. It was back when Zhuge Heng first took him to the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Back then, Zhuge Heng had mentioned using a piece of news that would thrill the 10,000 Beasts Palace beyond sleep in exchange for Fong Xin's awakening there. That news mentioned primordial No. 1, the Qilin, and also mentioned that a surviving student of the old professor who developed primordial No. 1 had been extradited back from abroad by the church. However, due to internal power struggles within the church, that student was snatched away by remnants of the Eternal Night Army at Dangyin Mountain. The leader of those Eternal Night Army remnants who took the student, his surname was Ko. Fong Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could the person surnamed Ko his grandfather mentioned be the same one Zhuge Heng spoke of who took the professor's student? But with all these threads intertwining, it was hard not to suspect. If this were true, then his grandfather was entangled with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. Fong Xin's organization, the Shield Bureau, was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Eternal Night Army remnants. Could it be that he would have to stage a dramatic confrontation with his own grandfather? If it were true, how did his grandfather become one of them with the Eternal Night Army remnants? Fong Xian tapped his temple lightly with his phone. He sorted through all the clues. Years ago, his grandfather had left the Divine Court organization, even severely injuring many of its elders. If out of spite he had joined hands with the Eternal Night Army remnants living a carefree and gallant life together galloping across the world and sharing its splendor. It wasn't impossible. All sorts of thoughts swirled in his mind. Regardless, since his grandfather said they were one of us, there was no need to dwell on it. For now, improving his own strength was the top priority. Young Housey was eerily well-behaved, but this spoiled second-generation heir, having been humiliated and dubbed clown brother, was bound to be restless. He could only stay docile for a few days. The grudge between him and Fong Xin would never be resolved so easily. Fong Xin put away his phone. He lay back down, put on his blindfold, and sank back into darkness, concentrating his mind to break through it. Over the next few days, the Heavenly Shield Academy was relatively calm. Everyone returned to their normal studies and life. Fong Xin practiced the Supreme Ascending Dragon art every day without fail. Afterward, he spent every day in the training hall until 11:30. Hua Cheng was extremely demanding in his training, always pushing Fong Xin beyond his limits. Just a while ago, when Fong Xin was bullied by the church, Hua Ye was even angrier than Fong Xin himself, wishing he could transfer his own power to Fong Xin so he could go on a rampage. The fastest progress in these days was in his spiritual talent. At first, wearing the blindfold designed to train the spirit entering the dark space took Fong Xin half an hour to regain clarity. Now, in less than 3 seconds, he could break free from it. The spirit spring had also solidified with a faint reddish spiritual energy flowing out like spring water. However, this was only the basic training of the blindfold specifically for Shrank and below spiritual talents. Sun Bijuan told Fong Xin that this blindfold had 2 more levels, one for training S-Rank spiritual talents and one for SS rank. If Fong Xin wanted to try them, he could. Clearing them would greatly enhance his mental strength. Of course, spiritual talent was only his secondary skill, so there was no need to be too demanding. Fong Xin lay on the bed and adjusted the difficulty to the intermediate level designed for S-Rank spiritual talent training. He was curious to see what kind of illusion an S-Rank spiritual talent would face. He put on the blindfold. What met his eyes was a room draped with pink gauze curtains. Fong Xin lay on a strange chair, unable to move, as if afflicted by sleep paralysis. A beautiful woman approached him with delicate steps, tall and slender, with a graceful figure, fair skin, and features like a painting. She was clad in sheer silk, her alluring form faintly visible, with a few small flowers on the gauze perfectly covering the critical areas. As a seductive song emanated, the woman began to dance gracefully. With each bewitching step, she drew closer to Fong Xin, coy, yet reserved, charming, but not vulgar. Her skirt fluttered, revealing glimpses of her figure. Fong Xin frowned. Is this the test for a newly turned 18 young comrade like me? What young comrade could withstand such a trial? Isn't this leading me astray? This thing that defiles my pure soul is truly beautiful to behold. No wonder the saying goes, beneath the peony one can die a romantic ghost. As the woman drew nearer, Fong Xin couldn't help but blush. It was hard not to have some reaction in this situation. He never imagined this illusion could be so perilous. The trial of an S-rank spiritual talent was truly terrifying. The woman traced a finger across Fong Xin's chest, then slowly leaned down. The tactile sensation was so real it was hard to distinguish reality from illusion. As they say, lust is a blade that cuts deep. Indeed it is. What young person doesn't dream of youthful indiscretions? But this felt more real. Fong Xin tried to move, but found himself unable to force to lie there at her mercy. His clothes were slowly lifted and the woman's index and middle fingers walked across his chest, then gently traced circles. Fong Xin wanted to shout, but the woman's delicate finger pressed against his lips. She leaned over his chest, her temple brushing against his, and blew a warm, ticklish breath into his ear. Brother Xin, I want you. Screw you. My heart belongs only to the organization and the people. This kind of trial will never defeat me. Fong Xin tried to concentrate, but every time he began to focus, the woman would throw some trick at him, making his mind wander. Fong Xin persisted, constantly reminding himself that this was all an illusion. Even if it were real, it was but a skeleton of pink flesh. Lust is a blade that carves away at one's strength. My formidable physique is not meant to be wasted on such things. It is meant for building a beautiful dragon country. Audacious demoness, how dare you disrupt my cultivation? Fong Xin recalled an old video he had watched from centuries past. In the video, there was a spell incantation. Whether it worked or not, he would chant it anyway. Great and mighty heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell incantation. Prajna of all Buddhas. Prajna Bamahong. His spiritual energy coalesced and scattered and coalesced. After a full 2.5 hours. Fong Xin opened his eyes, tore off the blindfold, panting heavily, feeling as if his entire body had fallen apart. He was drenched in sweat, and the bedsheet bore a human-shaped imprint soaked through. He felt utterly drained, as if he had been through several fierce battles. He lay on the bed, resting for a long time, rubbing his groggy head. The trial of an S-rank spiritual talent was truly terrifying. If the S-rank trial was this difficult, he couldn't imagine how hard the SS rank one would be. Fong Xin checked his spirit spring to see if there was any progress, but upon inspection he froze. He thought his eyes had grown blurry from being drained in the paradise of pleasure. He quickly widened his eyes and looked again. Beside the original divine spring of Fong Xin, another divine spring had unexpectedly appeared. Fong Xin examined it several times, certain that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. 2 divine springs. What was happening? Could this be the benefit that Elder Sun Bijuan had mentioned upon passing the S-rank trial? Or did the S-rank spiritual talent inherently possess 2 divine springs? Regardless, with this additional spring his spiritual power had indeed grown. Fong Xin used his smart link to look up all records concerning spiritual talents. He also searched for changes when S-rank talent barely passed an S-rank trial. The comments below unanimously mentioned divine spring expansion, allowing more spiritual power to overflow. He found no information about having 2 divine springs. Fong Xin did not search excessively. Too many queries on the smart link might draw unwanted attention. He logged into the country's largest Awakened website using an account bot for gaming, switching to a different IP. After some thought, he posted a question in the Spiritual Talent Forum. A single divine spring limits the storage and production of spiritual power for spiritual type awakened. Could there be geniuses with 2 divine springs? He changed his bedsheets and pajamas, took a quick shower, then checked the forum for replies. Is the OP delusional? Must be a muggle with a spiritual talent. A low-tier talent muggle at that. Just a noob's fantasy. Among all comments, one hot reply stood out. A user named Spear Dipped in Filth Stabs Whoever Dies responded, "Stop bragging. Genius with 2 divine springs. I might as well say I have 2 big DCKS, would you believe it?" Below was a highly upvoted reply from Water Gun Filled with Pea Squirts Whoever Yells, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I have them." Spear Dipped in Filth retorted defiantly, "Don't argue. If you have 2 divine springs, show me proof, and I'll call you daddy." Water Gun Filled with Pea replied, "I wasn't talking about divine springs." The comments below were all directed at him. "Hey Double Gun P guy, can we see?" Fong Xin scrolled through the replies helplessly. A comment caught his eye, posted by a user named Transplanting Chest Hair for Hairline. Awakened with more than 1 divine spring do exist. At the end of the last century, there was a powerhouse with 2 divine springs. Since he was from an enemy faction, our authorities deliberately concealed it with no records. I stumbled upon it while browsing an old biography. A photo of the biography was attached below. Being an old book, the images and text were quite blurry. Fong Xin clicked to load the original image. The photo of the powerhouse with 2 divine springs was stained with coffee, only a figure in what seemed to be a military uniform was visible. He could vaguely make out a thin, elderly man. Parts of the text were also soaked by coffee, only fragments remaining. He pieced together the information. Yin Xingjuan, 3rd of the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, a spiritual-type powerhouse with 2 divine springs. His spiritual power was vast and abundant, fighting alone against many for 21 days without depletion. Fong Xin searched for Yin Xingjuan, but found nothing. After the chaos of the gods, much information about the Eternal Night Army was hard to find, seemingly deliberately concealed. Textbooks only praised the heroes who quelled the chaos, giving the Eternal Night Army uniformly negative reviews, mostly recording their atrocities. When Fong Xin lived with his grandfather, the old man had indeed told him many stories about the Eternal Night Army, mostly matching the textbooks. Brutal like locusts, sweeping through, committing arson, murder, and rape. Yet every time he mentioned the Eternal Night Army, his grandfather would sigh and stare into the distance, lost in thought. Fong Xin thought for a moment and privately messaged the person who posted the picture. "Bro, could you take a more detailed photo for me?" The reply came quickly. "Who are you calling bro? I'm a woman." Fong Xin stared at the username Transplanting Chest Hair for a Hairline for several seconds. "Sis, could you take a clearer picture of the details? You've got a sweet tongue." She quickly sent a new photo, clearer than before. Fong Xin scanned the full text, but found no detailed introduction to the 2 divine springs, and the part about Yin Xingjuan was incomplete. "Sis, what about the rest? Does little bro have abs?" "What for? Show sis your abs, and I'll send you the rest." Oomph. A few seconds later, Fong Xin looked at the remaining introduction. He had to admit Yin Xingjuan was a ruthless man. His 2 divine springs were both formidable, and his control over spiritual power was precise, calculating exactly how much to use against an opponent, neither wasting nor falling short. With 2 springs while one was in use, the other stored power akin to an ordinary person having 2 kidneys while he had 4 indestructible ones. His phone vibrated. Transplanting Chest Hair for a Hairline messaged again. "Slurp slurp, little bro's abs are so tasty. Want to see more biographies? Sis will send them if you show me something nice. If you don't want biographies, we can swap other things." Fong Xin decisively logged out of the forum like a man pulling up his pants and denying everything. After all, he was a fearsome existence who had fought through the S-rank spiritual trial. How could a mere female pervert disturb his Tao heart? Fong Xin contemplated his 2nd divine spring. His spiritual power had indeed greatly improved. If he could complete the S-rank spiritual trial within 3 seconds, his power would surely increase further. Combined with the knowledge of Yin Xingjuan, he could apply his spiritual talent invincibly. However, with only in strength talent, his limits were still constrained. To improve, he needed to kill and plunder. Moreover, his strength talent required practical combat to break through. It was time to take on missions. With no classes on weekends, he could go out and accept tasks. Fong Xian checked the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Fortunately, his strength talent granted him a physique far beyond ordinary people. A short sleep would refresh him for battle. The next day, Fong Xian gave the eye mask to Jiang Xiaocha. She asked curiously, "Bro, have you tried the intermediate and advanced levels of this masked trial?" Fong Xian immediately shook his head. "No, it should be quite dangerous. You should stick to the beginner level for now." "Oh, okay." Since it was Sunday and classes resumed tomorrow, taking a mission today was no longer feasible. He decided to wait until next Saturday. Over the next few days, Fong Xian trained from morning till night aside from attending classes. Teamwork classes had also started with a team competition every 2 weeks, essentially sending squads out on missions. Coordination was observed, and if a team had issues, members would be reassigned. Fong Xian and his group incorporated team training into their daily regimen. Arranged by Zhuge Heng into one team, they complemented each other perfectly. Fong Xian managed his time like a master, sleeping only 4 hours a day, spending the rest training various talents. Sun Bijuan gifted Fong Xian a spiritual talent attack technique, the Eye of Divine Authority, a 13th level ocular art combining control and damage. Yet the old woman tirelessly repeated that he must temper his divine spring, ensuring it was strong enough for greater endurance in battle. Fong Xian did not tell her about his 2 divine springs or the S-rank spiritual trial. For one, a sudden mutation might get him dissected. Lying low was the way to go. For another, the S-rank trial was too embarrassing to mention. He underwent it daily. The illusions scenarios changed every day. Sometimes there was even more than one heroine. The roles and types varied widely: mature women, Lola's big sister, next door catgirls, nurses, sensual secretaries, aloof CEOs. Fong Xian wasn't fond of these. Wasn't at all for advancing his realm and protecting humanity. He was no pervert. Initially, breaking through the illusion took 2.5 hours, but the time gradually shortened. When it compressed to within 2 hours, Fong Xian was astonished to discover his divine spring had undergone a new change. 2 springs had become 3. Moreover, other mutations occurred. Fong Xian sat on the bed. The transformation of 2 divine springs into 3 had already unsettled him. To his astonishment, the light-type divine source that had originally hovered above the first divine spring had now duplicated into 2. 3 divine springs and 2 divine sources. Fong Xian was dumbfounded. What was happening? Even Yin Xingjuan, with merely 2 divine springs, ranked 3rd among the 8 heavenly kings of the Eternal Night Army. So where did his own 3 springs and 2 sources place him? Wouldn't he rank at least 2.5 among the 8 heavenly kings of the Eternal Night Army? Fong Xian stared at his newly emerged divine springs and sources. According to the textbooks, every person possessed only 1 divine spring and 1 divine source. Moreover, divine springs were nearly transparent, while divine sources mirrored the hues of the sun and moon. Fong Xin's divine spring bore a tinge of blood, and his divine source contained a dark energy. Even a fool could deduce this was inextricably linked to his slaughter talent. Fong Xian sensed that both his mental energy and light power had significantly strengthened. The slaughter talent was like a cheat code, even more ruthless than one. Furthermore, with the surge in mental energy, his perception had also risen. Fong Xian felt his perception had already reached the 3rd level, and achieving the 4th level to form a perception web seemed imminent. Fong Xian raised his hand. A black sphere the size of an apple floated at his fingertips. It was far larger than the ping-pong ball-sized black sphere he had before. This small orb, capable of consuming light power as fuel and scorching mental energy, was now Fong Xin's trump card. He gazed intently at the black sphere. His light-type talent was not exceptionally high, barely reaching grade. Yet he had advanced rapidly, reaching 3rd level combat power shortly after starting, and with the addition of the black sphere, he could rival mid-3rd level combatants. After much deliberation, he attributed it all to the slaughter talent. Fong Xian absorbed the black sphere into his body, observing the 3 divine springs and 2 divine sources, wondering if they would increase further. Glancing at the time, it was already late. He prepared to sleep, planning to accept a mission after dawn. Fong Xian rose early. After washing up, he took out his smart link and scrolled through the mission list. Fong Xian had a clear objective. Among his talents, perception was S-grade, while light and mental talents were merely S-grade. Light-type talent awakeners were mostly monopolized by the church. Killing church members to enhance his light talent was too risky. He would have to wait for the midterm assessment in the Divine Demon Ruins. For now, Fong Xian focused on mental and perception talents. However, the mission board listed many wanted criminals with primary mental talents, but far fewer with primary perception talents, as perception-type weaklings with low health and damage preferred to play it safe. Fong Xian browsed and finally settled on a wanted criminal with 4th-level initial combat power and mental talent. Opening the profile, the criminal was named Shimin Buoguang, a 4th-level initial mental talent, who targeted lone passersby for rape and murder with no gender preference, as long as they were attractive, earning him the nickname Multifunctional Plug. Fong Xian carefully reviewed the information, confirming it was accurate. The target was indeed a 4th-level initial combatant. He accepted the mission. Seconds later, mission accepted. Time limit 36 hours. He must return to the academy within 36 hours regardless of mission completion. Mission rewards: Reward 1, 400 points, wanted coefficient 2 stars, 50 points per star, totaling 500 points. Reward 2, 10 mental type fruits. Fong Xian glanced at the rewards. They were generous for hunting a 4th-level aberrant. As for mental type fruits, they replenished mental energy after overconsumption. But for Fong Xian with 3 divine springs, their effect was limited. He had only 36 hours. Travel time to and from took 6 hours, leaving 30 hours to locate and eliminate the target. Mission acceptance allowed anonymity. To avoid attention, Fong Xian opted for anonymous. This trip wasn't just for the mission. Fong Xian also wanted to try, if time permitted, to see if he could glimpse the Slaughter King in the mirror again. Additionally, Fong Xian sent a message to Ellie. How have you been? Any new leads on the case? Ellie replied quickly. I followed another clue and caught someone. After interrogation, the organization that took my sister back then is linked to an organization called the Neely Hall. But the Neely Hall, when it was notorious in the last century, had thousands of members, all killed. Ellie replied. Fong Xian searched for the Neely Hall on his smart link. A notorious human trafficking organization of the last century, later completely eradicated by order of the Great Pope. The introduction was brief. Fong Xian scrolled down, his gaze suddenly stopping at the end. In the photo, the Neely Hall leader was executed by hanging. Hung high, dressed in white like a sunny doll. A scene flashed through Fong Xin's mind. In both his parents' car accident and Ellie's parents' Hitandran vehicle, a sunny doll hung inside. Fong Xian fell into brief contemplation. Further information was unobtainable. Many records and data from before the War of the Gods seemed erased by an invisible hand. People now only learned of past events and figures through official channels controlled by the authorities. Combined with the Chuch's recent interest in him and what Zhu Geheng said about his parents' case involving many parties, Fong Xian felt he had only seen the tip of an iceberg. How towering and immense the unseen part must be. Fong Xian replied, I'll try to investigate too. Thank you. Ellie responded. You're welcome. The two shared a similar plight. Helping Ellie was helping himself. Leaving campus required seeing the advisor. Fong Xian messaged Sister Xiaolu, who replied, quickly going out for a mission. Yes. If you need backup, show your credentials to the local Tiandun Bureau, and you can command a squad from any special action unit, except the 9th Division. Got it, Sister Xiaolu. Oh, and remember to disguise yourself. If Yang Haoxi learns you're out, it's hard to guarantee he won't cause trouble. Understood. Such well-connected young masters were common in the Tiandun Bureau, benefiting from public service and potential power through military merit. The Bureau turned a blind eye, effectively exchanging interests with major organizations, colloquially known as backdoor deals. Sister Xiaolu added, if you can't complete the mission, it's fine to return early. There's no shame in that. Fong Xian intended to reply with an OK emoji, but he accidentally sent a different emoji. He quickly retracted and replaced it. Xiaolu replied with an emoji of a husky pointing a finger. Fong Xian left the Tiandun Academy wearing the disguise mask he got from Ellie. By noon that day, he arrived in the city where Shimin Multifunctional Plug Buoguang was located. Xingqiuan City, a third-tier city. Legend had it this was one of the main battlefields of the War of the Gods. Shimin Buoguang typically struck at night. Nowadays, many places had curfews, and even without them, few people ventured out at night. Fong Xian planned to go out after dark. Night fell. The moon was full. The streets grew emptier. Fong Xian checked the time. Curfew was at 10 every night. Before 10, local Tiandun Bureau members and police patrolled. So aberrants usually came out after 10. Fong Xian walked the streets. Few people were still out, all hurrying home. An elderly woman noticed him walking alone. She stopped and looked at Fong Xian. Child, it's so late, why aren't you home yet? Fong Xian smiled politely. I'm heading back soon. You should go home too. The woman nervously glanced around and said, it's dangerous out here at night, child. Your accent sounds local. Are you from here? No. The woman quickly urged, child, find a hotel to stay in quickly. If the patrols catch an outsider wandering around at night, they might arrest you to boost their quota and demand a ransom from your family. Fong Xian was startled by the poor public security. I understand, ma'am. My lodging is just ahead. I'll go back now. The woman took out keys and headed to a nearby shop. Fong Xian hadn't walked far when a few uniformed men in big hats, clearly police, emerged from a corner. They looked Fong Xian up and down. Stop. What are you doing out so late? My lodging is just ahead. I'm going back now. The lead officer with a long face pushed up his cap brim. Out of towner. The shop door slid open and the woman ran out. She grabbed Fong Xin's arm and lightly patted him. Child, I've been waiting for you. Sorry, officer, this is my nephew from out of town. He got lost. The long-faced officer jabbed Fong Xin and smiled at the woman. Lost. An out-of-towner. Your nephew, huh? Come on, tell me his name. The woman faltered. The officer pressed against Fong Xin and reached into his pocket for ID, but Fong Xin grabbed his wrist firmly. Fong Xin's expression turned icy. The long-faced man's wrist was firmly gripped by Fong Xin. He tried to pull it back only to realize that the young man before him possessed astonishing strength. Oh, what's this? An awakened. You dare to resist law enforcement. I now have reason to suspect you're a deviant. Show me your credentials. Several men immediately surrounded Fong Xin. The elderly woman hastily said, Sheriff, this child has always been stubborn. He truly isn't resisting the law. Hurry, let go of the sheriff and apologize to him. Apologize, my ass. I now have reason to suspect you're an accomplice of a deviant. All of you are coming with me for interrogation. The long-faced man sneered and moved to kick the elderly woman. Fong Xin coldly pulled out his IntelliLink device and scanned the long-faced man. Yu Chong, Sheriff of Xingchuan City Police Department, badge number. Before he could finish, the long-faced man shuddered in fear. When he clearly saw the IntelliLink in Fong Xin's hand and the 9-dragon insignia representing the 9th Division on it as Adam's apple bobbed, he licked his lips and snapped to attention. Greetings, sir. The officers who had been about to arrest Fong Xin and the elderly woman also snapped to attention. The privileges of the Heaven Shield Bureau were immense within the official system, and the 9th Division within it held even greater authority. Police officers had to show considerable deference when encountering members of the Heaven Shield Bureau. They could never have imagined that the youth before them was from the 9th Division. The elderly woman was also stunned. If an ordinary person were taken away by the police and charged with disturbing public order, they would be thoroughly humiliated and forced to grovel and spend money to resolve the issue. She had wanted to help Fong Xin, never expecting that this young man held an official identity, and a rather high one at that. Fong Xin tapped the IntelliLink against Yu Chong's chest. Is this how you maintain order? Yu Chong forced a smile. So you know how detestable deviants are? We were just trying to protect public property. It's not bad to be cautious. Apologize to the auntie. Yu Chong immediately led his men to bow 90 degrees to the elderly woman and apologize. We're sorry, auntie. The elderly woman quickly waved her hand, indicating it was nothing. Fong Xin turned to the elderly woman and smiled gently. Auntie, please go back now. The woman was still dazed, clearly shocked that this young man held such high status that even the police had to bow and scrape. After watching the elderly woman leave, Yu Chong bent over. Sir, are you alone? Are you unfamiliar with the area? Should I contact the local 2nd Division of the Heaven Shield Bureau? I can guide you. No need. Yu Chong quickly nodded and bowed. So you're here on a mission. I understand. I won't ask any unnecessary questions. If you need anything, we're at your disposal. Continue your patrol. Yes, sir. Looking at the men before him, Fong Xin simply shook his head. There were too many injustices in this world. Those with power and influence were the masters. Fong Xin ignored them, holding his IntelliLink as its virtual screen scanned the surroundings. Like a thermal imager, it illuminated everyone still lingering on the street. There were very few people on the street at this hour. In this vast city, only about 100 people were out on the night streets. So a single scan revealed everyone present. Most patrols moved in groups. The IntelliLink could also analyze the talents of each person it scanned. According to Shiman Bogang's previous modus operandi, this multi-talented criminal operated outdoors. He would mentally attack his chosen prey, toy with them, then kill them. Afterward, he would dress the corpses in beautiful clothes, pose them in fixed positions, and leave. So far, 4 women and 3 men had fallen victim. He truly had no preferences. Fong Xin turned around, scanning everyone still on the street. Fortunately, he had a perception talent, so observation wasn't too difficult. However, his current perception level was still somewhat low. If he could reach level 4, he could use his mental power to set up a perception network, making it much easier to detect enemies. An hour passed. Fong Xin's gaze suddenly fixed on a direction. He saw a figure sneakily carrying a woman towards a certain spot. That direction seemed familiar. It was the elderly woman's shop. Through the IntelliLink, he saw the figure had already carried the woman inside. Fong Xin double-tapped the virtual screen, and the figure inside the shop was revealed. It was the kind-hearted elderly woman. As soon as she entered, she collapsed to the ground. Then the man threw the woman he was carrying onto the ground. Seeming hungry, he started looking for food in the shop. Fong Xin quickly strode towards the shop. As he walked, Fong Xin saw through his IntelliLink that the police officers he had encountered earlier had met up with another patrol team. Yu Chong had a baton tucked under his arm, discussing where to go for a drink with his subordinates. Seeing an approaching team, he immediately stood at attention. Captain Ma. The leader of the approaching team responded, no unusual situations. Yu Chong shook his head. Nothing unusual. Good work. Oh, there is one thing. Yu Chong seemed to recall something. During our patrol, we ran into a kid who's also from your Heaven Shield Bureau, specifically the 9th Division. The 9th Division? Ma Wenbing paused and looked back at his men. Someone from the 9th Division is here. I haven't heard anything. Yuchang continued. That kid looks young, probably just a teenager. I think he might be a newly enrolled trainee this year. Ma Wenbing looked around. A new trainee? What's he doing here? Yuchang recalled he seemed to be on a mission. Alone on a mission? What kind of mission could bring a new 9th Division trainee here? One of his subordinates thought for a moment. Could it be he's after Shimin Buoguang? A new trainee. Going after Shimin Buoguang. School only started 2 weeks ago. You're telling me someone can take on a level 4 fighter like Shimin Buoguang in just 2 weeks? Bullshit. Brother Ma, it's the 9th Division. Ma Wenbing sneered. The 9th Division, my ass. I graduated from Heaven Shield Academy, and I've never seen a level 4 fighter after just 2 weeks of enrollment. They're talking out of their ass. Yuchang chuckled ingratiatingly. Brother Ma, you never know, right? The 9th Division is legendary as a monster's den. Maybe there's a super strong newbie who could take down a level 4 fighter. Ma Wenbing sneered again. Stop talking nonsense. Get on with your patrol, and then go rest. The two teams parted ways. When he was 2 streets away from the shop, Ma Wenbing pulled out his phone. I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You guys go ahead, who I need to call and ask what she wanted. He dialed a number. Soon a man's voice came from the other end. Captain Ma, I just got ready when your call came in. Tonight's catch is definitely juicy. I'm at this place called Red Plum Supermarket. Come over and have some fun. Not tonight. My men said a new 9th Division trainee is on a mission possibly targeting you. The voice on the other end paused, then laughed. A new trainee? Coming after me? Are you kidding or serious? My men told me if they wouldn't lie. It should be true. Use your Heaven Shield IntelliLink to scan and see where he is. Ma Wenbing scanned with his IntelliLink. He's from the 9th Division. My clearance can't scan 9th Division members. You'd better leave now. What? You think he can kill me? Really? A new trainee killing me? Then Shimin Buoguang would have wasted all these years. He can't kill me even if he's from the 9th Division. Don't worry, I'll handle him properly. Ma Wenbing growled, don't talk shit. Get the hell out of there now. If a 9th Division trainee gets into trouble here, the higher-ups will investigate thoroughly, and I won't be able to protect you. Alright, I'll leave after I finish having fun. Wait, it looks like someone's coming. Just one person, a kid who hasn't even grown hair, yet holding an IntelliLink. How would a greenhorn? Ma Wenbing immediately said, leave now, or it'll be trouble. There's only one door, and I don't have Earth attribute wall penetration talent. A confrontation is inevitable. Ma Wenbing was silent for a few seconds. Then fight him, but remember, don't kill him. He'll bring my men over to pretend to rescue him, and you can escape into chaos. He'll even owe him a favor. I know. He'll knock him out and signal you later. But the girl I've got my eye on tonight is quite lovely. I'll come over, and we'll have some fun together. Sima Bok, even at this moment, couldn't help but indulge his own whims. Ma Wenbing roared angrily, don't screw things up. Leave right after the fight. Sima Bok replied impatiently, got it. He hung up. Through the gap in the curtains, Sima Bok watched Fong Xin approaching steadily. As Fong Xin drew near, he fully extended his perception. Every move Sima Bok made inside the shop was within Fong Xin's awareness. Fong Xin retrieved a revolver from his spatial ring and tucked it into his waistband, donned a headband resistant to mental attacks, and for good measure slipped on a pair of bright red shorts enchanted against curses. He hung a scale of physical defense around his neck, clutched an earth spirit pearl capable of passing through walls, and cloaked himself in an invisibility garment. Sima Bok watched every move from behind the window, his eyes wide, muttering under his breath, no way. Huh, if you're that scared of dying, why even come? As he spoke, Sima Bok stepped back, flipped his hand, and produced a delicate box from his spatial ring. Opening it revealed a fine powder which he blew with pursed lips, coating the floor and filling the air with a hazy dust. A dozen short blades forged from mental energy took shape around him, poised to strike. Sima Bok wore a helmet resembling a coconut shell, then retrieved a small black, curved blade from his spatial ring, crouching low. A contemptuous smirk curled involuntarily at the corner of his mouth. His gaze flickered to a beautiful woman lying on the floor in a dress, her clothes disheveled skirt hiked up, revealing 2 flawless jade white legs pressed tightly together. Sima Bok licked his lips, a lecherous fire burning in his eyes. Damn new recruit of the Heavenly Shield Bureau ruining my fun. He'll make you pay. He'll take you both tonight, land and water routes together, a grand feast of both. Suddenly Sima Bok's peripheral vision caught something behind him. Ripples spread across the wall like water, and the floating dust shifted, revealing the faint silhouette of a figure vanishing in a flash. Without hesitation, Sima Bok hurled half of the mental blades, circling him toward that spot. But the next moment, the mental blade struck nothing. The figure seemed to disappear entirely. An intense sense of danger pressed in on Sima Bok. A nearly transparent protective film of mental energy emerged over his skin. But this played right into Fong Xin's hands. Using light flash, Fong Xin appeared directly before Sima Bok. A small black sphere was pressed against Sima Bok's chest by Fong Xian. It was like a spark falling into gasoline. Sima Bok's protective barrier instantly ignited with black flames. The mental blades around him tried to pierce Fong Xian at close range, but under the black fire's scorching heat, they twisted, deformed, and melted away. The black, curved blade in Sima Bok's hand attempted to stab Fong Xian, but the dark aura burned away all his internal mental energy, leaving his arm limp as a noodle, the thrust nearly powerless. Fong Xian clenched his fist, blood energy swirling into a dragon claw. A dragon fist from the Tai ascending dragon art unleashed at close range sent Sima Bok flying backward. He slammed into the wall, bounced to the floor, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and struggled weakly, unable to muster any strength. He curled into a ball, clutching his head in agony, unable to scream under the excruciating pain. Fong Xin's expression was cold. He stepped on Sima Bok's neck and pressed down. A crisp crack followed. Sima Bok whimpered, his eyes bulging, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. Still curled up, he was slain by Fong Xian. The ease of today's kill was largely due to the bastard's arrogance. A faint, barely perceptible blood light flew from Sima Bok's brow into Fong Xin's palm. Fong Xin's body trembled violently. He could clearly feel that his 3 spiritual springs had doubled in size. The storage and production capacity of mental energy in each spring had been enhanced. Fong Xian realized that by devouring Sima Bok's talent, his own mental attribute had also been elevated. After a quick inspection, he stripped Sima Bok of his spatial ring. He removed the coconut shell helmet, a mere physical defense artifact, and stuffed it into his own spatial ring. He also picked up the small curved blade, noting its penetrating property, and stored it away. The corpse was to be handed over, but perception-type investigators would probe the victim's last memories. However, that required residual mental energy in the body. Sima Bok's mental energy had been completely incinerated by the black flames, and nothing could be gleaned except signs of mental attack. Just as Fong Xian finished examining the corpse and prepared to teleport it away, a black light enveloped him, and he vanished, reappearing elsewhere. Several mental blades whistled through the space where Fong Xian had stood moments ago. The moment Fong Xin's body materialized in a corner of the shop after his light flash. Those mental blades swerved in midair and vanished without a trace. With his perception fully extended, Fong Xian clearly sensed an impending danger. Several mental blades materialized before Fong Xian, ready to pierce through his skull. Fong Xian tried to escape with light flash, but his body was suddenly immobilized. Even his formidable physique couldn't move. A figure rushed in. A crescent blade spun toward Fong Xian, aiming to sever his head. As the figure drew near, Fong Xian recognized him as Sima Bok. He glanced back. The corpse he had just killed still lay on the ground. Sima Bok sneered, "Kid, didn't see that coming, did you? My greatest talent isn't mental power. It's the rare physical replication. I spent a fortune in blood and sweat to replicate this body, my ultimate trump card, and you've ruined it all." As he spoke, Sima Bok closed and swinging the blade toward Fong Xin's neck. "Ungrateful wretch. How dare you come for me? Die." Fong Xian watched the approaching Sima Bok. A villain monologuing that much. "You're asking for it, aren't you?" As the words left his mouth, a crimson blood sigil appeared on the back of his hand. His pupils instantly turned a bloodthirsty scarlet. The crescent blade pressed against Fong Xin's neck. The skin broke. Blood trickled down slowly. Yet the blade advanced no further. Fong Xin's 2 fingers clamped onto Shimin Bogang's crescent blade. Despite Shimin Bogwang exerting all his strength, it could not advance another inch. Fong Xin's crimson pupils fixed upon Shimin Bogwang. He tilted his head slightly. The wound on his neck healed visibly before his eyes. Witnessing this, Shimin Bogwang panicked for the first time. How can this be? Shimin Bogwang had not heeded Ma Wenbing's words at all. He had still been fantasizing about knocking Fong Xian down, indulging in pleasures with both genders, and swaggering away. In his imagination, this was merely a greenhorn rookie from the Sky Shield Bureau, still wet behind the ears. Who could have anticipated that this new recruit would be so uncanny? What kind of talent is this? Shimin Bogwang abandoned the crescent blade, intending to flee. A talent that takes your life. As Shimin Bogwang turned to leave, Fong Xian raised his arm. Upon his arm materialized 5 rings of blood-red slaughter. Earlier, Fong Xian had summoned the Slaughter King to take over his body. This skill seemed to have been imprinted in his mind. The rings of slaughter looped one around another, growing larger, longer, and thicker. Layer after layer, they stamped onto Shimin Bogang's back. Shimin Bogwang stumbled. A blood hole the size of a fist appeared in his chest. Shimin Bogwang looked down at his chest in disbelief. He stiffly turned his head to look back in Fong Xin's direction, his body swaying. He tried to speak, but ultimately failed, collapsing face first into a pool of blood. Fong Xian stepped forward and delivered several more strikes, then turned around cautiously to survey his surroundings. Only after confirming there was no further danger did he relax. A gleam of blood flew from Shimin Bogang's brow and burrowed into Fong Xin's hand. Fong Xin could clearly sense his divine spring growing considerably stronger. He took the spatial ring from Shimin Bogang's hand. After inspecting it, Fong Xin scoffed in contempt. This bastard spatial ring contained the most bizarre collection Fong Xin had ever seen. There was only a little over 2 million in cash. Besides the crescent blade and the black dagger Fong Xin had just seized, there were only a coconut shell helmet and this strange powder case. A wanted criminal was less wealthy than Fong Xin. But this bastard's 2 spatial rings, each the size of a 100 square meter room, were crammed with all sorts of aphrodisiacs, potency wines, various animal parts, garish essential oils, bizarre magazines, instructional materials on the speed, angle, frequency, environment, tone, and discipline during intimate union, plus countless small toys Fong Xin had never seen before. Fong Xin's pure, innocent soul was sullied by the contents of those rings. Shameless, despicable, utterly brazen. When I get back, I must thoroughly denounce these things. Among all that clutter, only the powder case caught Fong Xin's interest. The powder inside, when manipulated with mental energy and attached to a person, could accurately track their position and even exert control over them. Fong Xin wiped the case clean. On it were the characters Nian Rang, presumably its name. He stuffed the case into his own spatial ring. Fong Xin searched Shimin Bogang's body again. There was no need to hand over this corpse, as it had witnessed Fong Xin's use of his slaughter talent. If he erased the memory with a cleansing pearl, anyone discerning might grow suspicious. Fong Xin stuffed the corpse into his spatial ring. Then he teleported back the body of Shimin Bogwang, whom he had killed first. As he did all this, a sound came from behind. Fong Xin turned around and saw the girl who had been abducted by Shimin Bogwang waking up on the ground. The girl looked at Fong Xin warily. She scooted backward on the floor, her back hitting a shelf, causing snacks to tumble onto her head. The girl was quite beautiful, with 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and a mouth. Fong Xin glanced at her. Shimin Bogwang is dead. You're safe. Yet the girl kept retreating, her eyes filled with terror. Fong Xin touched his face. Though disguised with a mask, it looked normal enough not to be frightening. The girl curled into a ball, arms wrapped around herself, staring at Fong Xin in panic, her voice trembling. Mirror. Fong Xin turned to look behind him. Not far to his side stood a mirror. Moonlight poured in through the window. The store retained enough visibility. But in the mirror beside Fong Xin, his reflection faced him directly. Such a sight in the dead of night was indeed a bit unsettling. Seeing the image in the mirror, Fong Xin was taken aback. He had never expected to encounter the Slaughter King under these circumstances. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Looking for me? Fong Xin glanced at the girl and noticed she remained merely terrified, unaware that the mirror version of him had spoken. To prevent her from remembering this, Fong Xin activated his mental energy to use the Eye of Divine Authority. The girl's expression turned blank. Fong Xin took out a cleansing pearl and erased her memory. After that, the girl's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Fong Xin turned back to face the mirror. How do you appear in this form? On the night of the full moon. That's it. Fong Xin was thoroughly exasperated. So all this time he had been acting like a fool, watching his grandfather's video every night, then spending so long in the bathroom that Fong Huilong grew puzzled, and Zhang Weidong explained to her that young men at a certain age did certain things, that all men went through it, and that one shouldn't intrude, as it would be awkward. The mirror version of Fong Xin shrugged. What else? Did you expect to wait by the mirror every night? You're not that foolish, are you? Of course not. I would never do that, Fong Xin said. Unexpectedly, the mirror version laughed. I am you and you are me. Do you think I don't know what you've done? Fong Xin muttered to himself. Then let me ask you. The mirror version smirked. My mother is your mother. Think before you speak. Fong Xin swallowed the rest of his words. The mirror version said succinctly, raise your hand and place it on the mirror. Your Slaughter Talon's combat power has reached level 5. It's time to awaken some skills. Fong Xin pressed his hand against it. The moment his hand touched the mirror, something new entered his mind. This sensation was peculiar. Not like being forcibly fed information, but more like awakening something that had always been there, like a dusty childhood memory, suddenly resurfacing at a certain moment. 2 skills. These 2 skills made Fong Xin's eyes light up instantly. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? Divine bestowal. The Slaughter King bestowed the talent of slaughter upon another. The one who received this talent would become a slaughter general under the Slaughter King's command. Once a contract was signed between both parties, if the Slaughter General harbored even a trace of rebellious thought against the Slaughter King, they would self-destruct and perish. Of course, those who obtained the Slaughter talent could also achieve dual enhancements in talent and cultivation realm through slaughter, just like the Slaughter King. However, this ability was limited to controlling those of equal or lower cultivation level than Fong Xin. Currently, Fong Xin could exert level 5 combat power through the Slaughter talent, meaning he could control combatants at level 5 and below. Ever since witnessing the arrogant faces of those with formidable backgrounds, Fong Xin had harbored the idea of building his own power. Just when he was nodding off, a pillow arrived. The other skill was also a talent summoning and commanding spirits. In essence, it was necromancy and invocation ranging from summoning vengeful souls to calling upon deities forging contracts with the summoned entities. This ability was somewhat similar to the Wraith-type talent Fong Xian had encountered before, except that the Wraith talent could only summon spirits of those who died with grievances. Fong Xian could summon both good and evil. The entities summoned and contracted through this skill were called spirit generals. Moreover, spirit generals could devour each other to undergo synthesis. Xingqiuan City was once a major battlefield in the War of the Gods, making it highly likely to harbor various spirits, perhaps even a great bargain to be found. However, as this skill awakened, an additional thought surfaced in Fong Xin's mind: summoning and commanding spirits could be used in the Divine Demon Ruins, where better choices awaited. Thus it seemed the Divine Demon Ruins were a must-visit. Fong Xian digested both skills one by one, then fixed his gaze back on the mirror. When he saw the Slaughter King's form in the mirror begin to distort, a sign of his impending departure, Fong Xian hastily asked a question that had been weighing on him. "Who were you warning me to be wary of?" The Fong Xian in the mirror wore an enigmatic smile. "Beware of whoever stands in the light wielding the power of light." With those words, the mirror's image twisted, then reflected Fong Xian lost in thought. Combining what the old woman had said earlier with the Slaughter King's words today, Fong Xian pondered deeply. Only one person came to mind. But Chu Xian Yao had never done anything wrong. Why should he be wary of her? "Hey, is it Chu Xian Yao? Finish what you were saying." "Damn it, I hate two kinds of people most. One is those who don't finish their sentences." Fong Xian shook the mirror. A thought gradually formed in his mind. The old woman from before could see the future. Chu Xian Yao was a member of the church, and her father held a high position within it. The grudge between the church and Fong Xian had already been settled. Subconsciously, Fong Xian now stood opposed to the church. Piecing it together like this, it didn't seem unreasonable. That bastard Slaughter King only said half of it. Huh. Cursing like that felt like cursing himself. Granny Lease, jelly slurp. Playing tricks on me, huh? Fong Xian snapped back to reality, ready to find a place to test out the two new skills he had learned tonight. Ma Wenbing held a cigarette between his fingers. He glanced at the time, then looked toward Hongmei Supermarket in the distance. He tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, grinding it with the tip of his shoe, a vague unease settling in his heart. So much time had passed, and Shimin Boguang still hadn't come out of there. Ma Wenbing knew Shimin Boguang well enough. Given Shimin Bogang's nature, when his urges hit, he'd even try to fuck a keyhole if he saw one. That young 9th Bureau agent who came here was likely beaten to the ground by Shimin Boguang by now. If he had endured such ravishment, the matter would blow up. If the higher-ups investigated, since this area was his responsibility, he would definitely be implicated. Ma Wenbing's face twisted. That bastard Shimin Boguang, a man ruled by his little head. With that thought, he quickened his pace toward the supermarket. He absolutely couldn't let that young man suffer Shimin Bogang's vicious hands. Thinking this, Ma Wenbing sped up even more. As Hongmei Supermarket drew nearer, Ma Wenbing raised his SmartLink device to scan the store. But the image on the device only showed two women lying on the ground. He couldn't detect the 9th Bureau agent, and Shimin Boguang wasn't inside. Ma Wenbing's heart skipped a beat. Where were they? He hadn't seen Shimin Boguang come out. Could Shimin Boguang have taken the 9th Bureau trainee and escaped through another window? The door was half open. Ma Wenbing cautiously approached, flicking his SmartLink device, which extended a laser blade. As the door slowly opened, Ma Wenbing peered inside. Aside from the two women on the floor, there was no one else. Ma Wenbing entered, his back pressed against the wall. After checking thoroughly and finding no one, he remained vigilant as he walked toward the shop auntie and the woman Shimin Boguang had abducted. Suddenly, Ma Wenbing froze. Something hard pressed against his lower back. From the sensation, it was a gun. A real one. Glancing sideways, although he realized the person behind him wore an invisibility cloak, at such close range, he could clearly sense their presence. "What's your name?" A voice came from behind. "Ma Wenbing. Why are you here?" Someone from below reported, spotting Shimin Boguang nearby. "So I came to check." "Are you that new trainee from the 9th Bureau of the Heavenly Shield Bureau?" Fong Xian pressed the gun barrel forward again. Before engaging Shimin Boguang, Fong Xian had fully extended his perception and clearly heard Shimin Boguang on the phone outside the store. From the content of Shimin Bogang's call, it wasn't hard to deduce there was a mole. Fong Xian pulled out Shimin Bogang's phone with one hand and dialed the number of Shimin Bogang's last call. The next second, Ma Wenbing's phone rang. Gulp. Ma Wenbing's throat bobbed as he swallowed. "Who reported to you?" "Shimin Boguang." Fong Xin's voice came again from behind. Ma Wenbing stood rigid. Glancing back, the cloak's hood had fallen away, revealing a young face. Ma Wenbing was stunned. It seemed Shimin Boguang had likely died at the hands of this young 9th Bureau trainee. Shimin Boguang, that old pervert, was a level 4 combatant. How could he have been taken down by a trainee who had just started school? Was there no law anymore? The 9th Bureau's monster room truly lived up to its reputation. As Ma Wenbing scrambled for a countermeasure, his waistband loosened and the next second his pants fell to his ankles. Huh. Ma Wenbing's asshole tightened. Wait. This isn't right, is it? Ma Wenbing's throat bobbed, his voice stammering. Brother, listen to me. I have money. I can give you money. I can explain about Shimin Buguang. 3 have hemorrhoids, brother. Stay still. Fong Xian jabbed the gun barrel harder. Naturally, he had no hobby for such things. He pulled down the pants to prevent escape. He hadn't expected that even within the Heavenly Shield Bureau there were those colluding with wanted criminals. Fong Xian planned to ask Zhu Geheng how to handle this. Ma Wenbing's eyes darted, his jaw muscles working as he gritted his molars. The next second his head twisted a full 180 degrees. He spat a cloud of smoke toward Fong Xian. Without a second thought, Fong Xian pulled the trigger, using his flash of light ability to instantly appear at the store entrance. Ma Wenbing staggered and collapsed to the ground. Fong Xian felt dizzy, his body swaying as he nearly fell. To be safe, he fired another shot into Ma Wenbing's back. A sound came from the doorway. Then a pair of high heels appeared in Fong Xin's peripheral vision, accompanied by a woman's faint fragrance. Fong Xian focused his gaze and was stunned. The woman was tall and slender. She wore a coffee-colored trench coat. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. She stepped in red-bottomed high heels. A pair of long, shapely legs were encased in sheer stockings. With each step, a rhythmic tapping sound echoed. These high heels were themselves a treasure artifact. Their sound as she walked had the power to unsettle one's mind. Those who heard the clatter of the heels on the ground involuntarily had thoughts in their minds that were hard to pass censorship. Fortunately, Fong Xian wore a rustic headscarf and possessed strong resistance to mental attacks. He managed to stay lucid. The red-bottomed heels stopped before Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked at the newcomer. This face was familiar to him. Previously, when Shi Tailang and Zhang Yaozu were watching a movie in the dormitory, there was an actress named Zhao Rojuan in it. Shi Tailang had specifically introduced her as his goddess. Upon closer inspection, wasn't she the very woman before him? In the film, she played a sweet, innocent girl. In reality, she was quite the contrast. The woman raised a hand toward Ma Wenbing, and a stream of energy shot toward him. Visibly, Ma Wenbing's body convulsed, then writhed, gasping heavily as he collapsed to the ground. Ma Wenbing lay on his side, clutching his left chest. Damn, good thing I moved my heart to the right side, or that kid would have killed me. Put your pants on, Zhao Rojuan said coldly. Ma Wenbing struggled to pull up his trousers. The bloody hole in his chest under the woman's aura slowly stopped bleeding, but the pain persisted. Ma Wenbing grimaced and grunted. Zhao Rojuan slowly bent down to look at Fong Xian, who was leaning against the wall. So young, you killed Shimin Buguang and nearly killed Ma Wenbing. Impressive. Fong Xian pretended to clutch his chest with one hand, already prepared to summon the King of Slaughter. This woman's combat ability was mediocre, but behind her stood a burly bald man with a rose tattoo on his head, exuding an exceptionally fierce aura. Miss Zhao, this kid is a new recruit from the 9th Division. Ma Wenbing stood up respectfully at Zhao Rujian's side and took several fruits from his spatial ring, stuffing them into his mouth. His complexion visibly recovered. Zhao Rojuan raised an eyebrow, eyeing Fong Xian with keen interest. A new recruit from the 9th Division. Little brother, what's your name? Fong Xian stared at the woman so close to him. You can call me brother, but please drop the little. Zhao Rojuan smiled sweetly, slowly leaning closer to Fong Xian until their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart. She blew a soft breath toward his face. Her eyes seemed to hold a power that could captivate hearts. Fong Xian became instantly alert. This must be the art of performance, using her talent to charm others into following her. Zhao Rujian's demeanor subtly shifted. She unconsciously exuded a mature intellectual charm. Fong Xian saw it and thought, damn, this woman's allure is different from a mental attack. Damn it, this woman doesn't seem like a good person. Brother, your face is dirty. Let sister wipe it for you. Zhao Rojuan raised her hand to wipe his face. Slap. Fong Xian instantly grabbed Zhao Rujian's wrist, keeping his heart and mind steady, resisting her aura. Sister, this doesn't look like a wipe. It's more like a tease. Zhao Rujian's eyes were tender like ripples in an autumn stream. She said softly, you're hurting sister. Fong Xian was already preparing to take her hostage. But the burly man with the rose tattoo seemed to sense Fong Xin's intent, glaring at him with tiger-like eyes ready to strike. Release Miss Zhao, the man roared. Visibly his head reddened, as if it might explode at any moment. Fong Xian glanced at the rose-tattooed man. This must be Zhao Rujian's follower. People like this centuries ago were called brainless fans. Fong Xian had once researched it out of curiosity. The opposite were haters, and a certain Kuan sect from centuries past was a prime example of haters. Zhao Rojuan pinched Fong Xin's cheek. Tell second brother Ko that I've caught a new recruit from the 9th Division. Ask him what to do with him. The man with the rose tattoo glared fiercely at Fong Xian, took a photo of him, and sent it out. Fong Xian was taken aback by her words. The woman had just said to message second brother Ko. Earlier, his grandfather had sent a message saying that if someone named Ko came looking for him, he needn't be afraid. They were on his side. Fong Xian hesitated briefly, then asked to confirm. Does that Ko's second brother have the surname Ko? Of course second brother Ko has the surname Ko little brother. Zhao Ruojuan pinched his cheek again. The Ko with the treasure cover radical. What else? Fong Xian was stunned again, not expecting such a coincidence. Zhao Ruojuan said softly, brother, would you like to follow sister? Sister is on the rise in her career. If you follow me, I definitely won't treat you poorly. We'll talk about that later. How dare you? Show some respect to Miss Zhao. The rose-tattooed man immediately bellowed, looking ready to attack Fong Xian. Zhao Ruojuan turned back and shot a cold glare at the man. A Bao who told you to speak like that? Kneel. To his surprise, the burly man knelt with fanatical reverence, looking up at her like a lapdog. Miss Zhao, you have me. Don't seek other followers. I'll protect you with my life. Fong Xian snapped back to reality, sizing up the rose-tattooed man. Big and burly, yet he turned out to be a submissive. Zhao Ruojuan ignored a Bao, smiling at Fong Xian. Brother, if you follow me, I'll reward you by letting you massage my feet every day, okay? Fong Xian laughed. What do you take me for? A foot fetishist? Hilarious. Just bait the old perverts. My heart belongs only to the people. A Bao was agitated, his body flushed like a boiled shrimp, staring at Fong Xian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if Fong Xian had stolen his livelihood. Zhao Ruojuan's phone soon rang. She answered, and a man's voice came through. Why is he wearing red boxers? Ask him if his name is Zhang Chong. Zhao Ruojuan asked softly, brother, is your name Zhang Chong? Fong Xian habitually layered his aliases. Yes. The voice on the other end said bluntly, then kill him. Hey, no. Fong Xian. My name is Fong Xian. The man on the phone laughed. Have him use his smart link to verify his identity. After Fong Xian pulled out his smart link and proved his identity, Zhao Ruojuan said, second brother Ko, it is indeed Fong Xian. Take him to the hotel, treat him well with food and drink. He'll head over right away. Zhao Ruojuan was taken aback. Understood. She shook the wrist still held by Fong Xian. Brother, you've been holding on for so long. Sister really hurts. How about switching to massaging my feet? Fong Xian released her wrist with disdain. Zhao Ruojuan looked at him, curiously puzzled by second brother Ko's arrangement. Fong Xian glanced at Ma Wenbing. That second brother Ko was a remnant of the Eternal Night Army. Zhao Ruojuan was also a remnant. It seemed Ma Wenbing was one too. The Eternal Night Army's infiltration seemed far greater than he had imagined. With Ma Wenbing around, checking into the hotel was easy. Zhao Ruojuan led Fong Xian into the room, turned and sat on the bed, which bounced softly under her weight. She took off her high heels and massaged her stocking-clad feet. She then ordered a Bao to prepare food and drink. A Bao glared venomously at Fong Xian. Zhao Ruojuan let out a cold snort. Deaf. Get moving. A Bao nodded with satisfaction and ran out the door. Seeing him like that, Fong Xian felt nothing but contempt. Zhao Ruojuan tilted her head, smiling at Fong Xian, her stocking-clad feet gently swaying. Brother, would you like to? Fong Xian immediately cut her off. Go flirt somewhere else. Zhao Ruojuan looked stunned, clearly not expecting Fong Xian to resist her charms. At that moment, Fong Xian was filled with doubts. He had just started his mission and happened to run into someone named Ko. Was this coincidence or deliberate? If it was a coincidence, it was too perfect. But if it was deliberate, that was terrifying. Few knew Fong Xian had left Tianshield Academy. Over an hour later, a knock came at the door. Zhao Ruojuan quickly went to open it. A man in a trench coat entered, tall and lean with a sharp, capable demeanor. The submissive A Bao immediately stood at attention and bowed respectfully. Second young master. The man's gaze locked onto Fong Xian as soon as he entered. He stepped forward with a warm smile. You must be old Master Fang's grandson. Upon hearing the other party's opening remarks, Fong Xian deduced that his grandfather had previously interacted with them. How should I address you? He inquired. The visitor introduced himself warmly. My name is Ko Tianlin. In the underworld, they call me the second young master, and those close to me call me Brother Ko. Since you are old Master Fang's grandson, if you don't mind, just call me second brother. Fong Xian studied the man who walked with a commanding presence. Through his keen perception, he sensed no malice from him. However, beneath the seemingly straightforward demeanor, Fong Xian clearly detected a strong aura of bloodlust. Although this killing intent was not directed at him, Fong Xian could tell that the man's hands were undoubtedly stained with blood. Second brother Ko. Ko Tianlin patted Fong Xin's shoulder. Have a seat, Zhao Xian. Old Master Fong has been living in seclusion for years. I never thought that when he reappeared, his grandson would be so grown-up and outstanding. Fong Xian replied with neither humility nor arrogance. You flatter me. After a pause, he continued. May I ask, when was the last time you saw my grandfather? About half a month ago. Old Master Fong met with my grandfather, and fortunately, I was present. What did they discuss? Fong Xian asked again. Ko Tianlin replied bluntly. I overheard their initial pleasantries, but as for the specifics of their subsequent conversation, I'm not sure. After Old Master Fong left, my grandfather told me that when the Ko family army encounters new trainees from the 9th Division in the future, we should ask before making a move. If there's one named Fong Xin, don't kill him. If Fong Xin is willing to join our co-family army, he's always welcome. Fong Xin was taken aback. Do you know where my grandfather went? Ko Tianlin took out a cigarette, tapped 2 on the pack, and said, no idea. If he doesn't tell, I don't dare to ask. After all, your grandfather was once the most fearsome general of the divine court. Smoke. Fong Xin shook his head. Mind if I do? Fong Xin grunted in assent. Zhao Rojuan, who had been standing by with her hands clasped, quickly stepped forward to light Ko Tianlin's cigarette. It was evident from her gaze that she regarded him with admiration and reverence. Ko Tianlin's cigarette, dangling from his lips, glanced at Fong Xin. Don't smoke. Drink. No. Still a virgin, huh? I run a film and television company with many stars and artists under me. Sexy ones, pure ones. Pick one or take them all, and it'll help you lose your virginity. Fong Xin was thoroughly embarrassed. Second brother Ko this. Ko Tianlin shrugged, holding the cigarette. For any awakener, lust is a hurdle that must be faced. Many have fallen to it, especially young men your age who are at their most energetic. Some boys can't control themselves as early as 11 or 12, filled with fantasies about the opposite sex. After awakening, they're easily led astray, focusing all their energy on this. Introducing you to this now will on one hand help you temper your excessive fantasies about the opposite sex, and on the other keep your mind from being easily disturbed by lust, allowing you to focus on honing yourself. With that, Ko Tianlin turned to Zhao Rojuan. How about you accompany him tonight? Before she could respond, he asked Fong Xin, is one enough, brother? If not enough, I can call a few more. Fong Xin's mouth twitched. No need, I can control myself. Ko Tianlin's cigarette in hand said, either way. If you ever feel like it, just let me know. Seeing Fong Xin's expression, Ko Tianlin laughed. Think I don't respect my artists? Fong Xin smiled. Ko Tianlin continued with a laugh. I never force anyone. Everything is voluntary. They do things for me, and I provide them with resources to help them reach greater heights. It's a kind of transaction. This society is cruel. Everyone shouts about equality, but have you ever truly seen it? Since the dawn of human history, when has there ever been true equality? Social resources have never been evenly distributed. A vast majority is held by a small minority. That's reality. Equality is a pie in the sky drawn by the strong for the weak. Trading your body for resources to become stronger is a shortcut morally despised by the masses, but in the harsh reality, it's also a survival tactic through unorthodox means. When you reach the pinnacle, there will always be scholars to justify your actions. Seeing Fong Xin's dazed expression, Ko Tianlin laughed. What's wrong, Zhao Xin? Fong Xin looked at Ko Tianlin. I'm done for. I actually think what you said makes some sense. Ko Tianlin laughed heartily. No worries. The education you received in school was all about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, gentleness, kindness, respect, frugality, and humility. What I said sounds heretical and seditious to normal ears. Of course you can listen to what others say, but don't rush to believe it. You need to have the ability to think independently and act according to what you believe is right. Fong Xin studied Ko Tianlin. The man known as the second young master exuded an indescribable aura. No wonder Zhao Rojuan looked at him with such admiration. Second brother Ko, may I ask, are you a member of the Eternal Night Army? Ko Tianlin flicked his ash and joked. Yes, I'm a member of the Ko family army under the Eternal Night Army. My grandfather is its commander. What feeling uncomfortable sitting with a member of the 9th Division as a member of the Eternal Night Army? No, it's not that. I have a question. Want to ask how I knew you were here? Ko Tianlin voiced Fong Xin's thought. Fong Xin nodded. Ko Tianlin exhaled a straight stream of smoke. Because the Aegis Academy has our mole. As for who, it's not convenient to tell you yet. As expected, Fong Xin leaned back slowly. Then you came to see me, surely not to ask me to be your mole. Not at all. Your Aegis Academy's midterm exam will be held in the Divine Demon Ruins. Members of the Eternal Night Army will also be there. Take this. When you encounter the Eternal Night Army, just show this, and there won't be any conflict. Even if you run into other organizations of the Awakened, showing the Ko family army's token will earn you some respect. Ko Tianlin flicked his thumb, sending a warm jade token flying toward Fong Xin. It was engraved with the character Ko. Is that all? You have a power-type talent, right? Ko Tianlin suddenly asked. Yes. Ko Tianlin smiled. Then you've come to the right person. I'm sure you've heard that one's cultivation level is suppressed upon entering the Divine Demon Ruins. I've heard that. We have a senior who once ventured there and stumbled into a forbidden area. Only someone with a power-type talent can withstand the overwhelming gravitational pressure there. I know you're wondering if the Eternal Night Army can't find a single power-type talent. Power-type awakeners are easy to find, but an SS-level power-type talent is not. So you want me to rescue him? Is that it, eh? Ko Tianlin stated the ultimate goal. Not rescue. That senior has already fallen. We hope you can bring his body back. That senior's flesh is very useful to us. But you've probably already guessed that retrieving the body is extremely difficult. Previous estimates suggest it requires an SS-level power-type Talon Awakener with a combat power of at least level 5. You're currently at level 4. Reaching level 5 by the midterm seems tough. So for now, go and scout the perimeter, locate the position, and familiarize yourself with the environment. By the final exam, you should be at level 5, and then you can bring the body out. Ko Tianlin stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. I've said all this without hearing your agreement. So what do you think? Fong Xian paused. What if I refuse? Then refuse. No need to be coy. Oh, I forgot to mention the benefits. Upon successful completion, you'll receive a 10th rank offensive spirit artifact, a 10th rank defensive spirit artifact, plus a bonus of 100 million. Even if you don't succeed, as long as you try, you'll still get half of those rewards. Of course, if you think it's not enough, we can negotiate. Fong Xian immediately waved his hand grandly. Second brother Ko, we're brothers. Talking about such things is tacky. Hey, raise my card number. Ko Tianlin laughed. Rojuan, write down the card number and transfer 50 million to Xiao Xian first. Fong Xian quickly took back his card. Just kidding. He'll go in and take a look first. If it's feasible, he'll give you a definite answer. Deal? No problem. Ko Tianlin checked the time. It's getting late. Get some rest. Hey, raise my contact info. Feel free to come find me anytime you leave the Aegis Academy. You can also come to me for anything. Fong Xian accepted a high-quality black business card. Ko Tianlin paused, then added. Also, on the surface, things are calm within the Aegis Bureau, but the power struggles are fierce. If you can't make it there, the Ko family army's doors are always open to you. Facing Ko Tianlin's offer, Fong Xian replied succinctly, okay. Ko Tianlin raised his chin. It might be lonely staying alone tonight. How about I let Rojuan keep you company? Her acting talent is strong. She can play any role you want. Rest assured, she hasn't been touched by anyone else. She's pure. At these words, the burly man with a rose tattoo on his head visibly flushed red, but could only swallow his anger. Zhao Rojuan bit her lip, her expression complex, but she seemed prepared to make the sacrifice. Fong Xian immediately refused, mindful of the saying that lust is a knife at one's head. Just days ago, he had read a story about one careless act ruining 3 lives. No need. Ko Tianlin glanced at Ma Wenbing, who stood with his hands clasped, not daring to breathe. Ko Tianlin left a parting remark and departed for the Ko family army. Watching Ko Tianlin and his men leave, Fong Xian let out a breath. The second young master's presence was overwhelming. He toyed with the jade token Ko Tianlin had given him. Pondering the matter of the divine demon ruins, Fong Xian suddenly sat up. There was more than one divine demon ruins. How could Ko Tianlin be sure that the one Fong Xian would go to was the same place where their senior had fallen? After a moment of thought, Fong Xian stroked his chin. New gadgets, one more thought. The truth is only one. Mom's province not. Grandpa said so. The jade token spun nimbly between Fong Xin's fingers like a fish. 2 skills had also been awakened tonight. It was easier to get things done late at night. Xingqiuan City was an ancient battlefield from the chaos of the gods. He would summon a dead spirit to test it out. Fong Xian pricked the tip of his index finger. Holding his breath and concentrating, he traced in the air. A crimson ring formed by arcane and obscure blood runes linked end-to-end hovered vertically in midair. Fong Xian spread his 5 fingers and reached into the ring. In the name of my slaughter, I command the ghosts and gods of all directions to appear. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Fong Xin's body trembled as he instinctively recoiled. His hand, which had reached into the ring, clearly felt an icy hand pressing against his own, their fingers interlocking. An eerie aura swept over him. Fong Xian was enveloped in a chilling presence, as if he had fallen into an abyss of endless torment. Gusts of ghostly wind blew from the blood-red ring. A hoarse, bewildered voice emerged from within. Who summons me? Fong Xian steadied his nerves. After a moment of thought, he pulled toward himself. The first thing to emerge was a muscular arm stained with blood. Then the figure's shoulder and head emerged from the crimson ring. As Fong Xian tugged, half of the being's body crawled out. It gazed around in confusion. Fong Xian pulled again, and the entity was fully extracted from the ring. He looked at the undead before him. It stood nearly 2 meters tall with a robust frame like an iron tower. Its expression was vacant, long hair flowing, clad in tattered armor. On its back were 4 short halberds, and a shield was strapped to its arm. Is it you who summoned me? Fong Xian looked around and said, there doesn't seem to be anyone else here. The undead stared at him, somewhat speechless. Fong Xian got down to business. First, introduce yourself, name where you served, your talent, and your cultivation level. The undead spoke in a deep voice. I am Immo, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under Grand Marshal Tai Shu Xiong. S-grade rampage talent. Peak 11th level combat power before becoming undead. Fong Xian pulled out his smart device. Hold on, let me check this. A figure this legendary should have appeared in history textbooks. He searched and found only a few lines. Tai Shu Xiong, Grand Marshal of the White Robe Army. After the War of the Gods, he was involved in internal church conflicts, opposed the royalist faction, was ultimately defeated, and disappeared. Fong Xian scratched his cheek. Just a single sentence encapsulated a man's tumultuous life. But details about the church infighting and opposition to the royalists were nowhere to be found. Many things in current history textbooks had been secretly erased by behind-the-scenes manipulators. He then searched for the 13 Tiger Guards under Tai Shu Xiong. The description was also brief. The 13 Tiger Guards, personal guards created by Tai Shu Xiong, composed of 13 awakened individuals with S-grade talents. They repeatedly achieved great merits for Tai Shu Xiong. Fong Xian searched for MO of the 13 Tiger Guards. The screen displayed a line, MO of the 13 Tiger Guards, one of Tai Shu Xiong's personal guards. Fong Xian chuckled at the search result. He tucked the smart device back into his pocket and looked at MO, whose expression remained somewhat vacant. Did the White Robe Army also participate in the War of the Gods in Xingshi City? MO said solemnly. The White Robe Army played a crucial role in the War of the Gods. So why was there no record of the White Robe Army's role in that war? The reason was obvious. Tai Shu Xiong had been involved in church infighting, chosen the wrong side, and was erased from the annals of merit. Tai Shu Xiong disappeared after the War of the Gods. The one named MO died in that war, so asking for details was pointless. Still, this one wasn't bad. Having survived the baptism of war, his combat prowess was undoubtedly high. The upper limit of his combat ability was level 11, but how much he could actually unleash was tied to Fong Xin's own strength. The moment Mo was pulled from the blood-red rune ring, a contract was forged, making him a glorious working soul under Fong Xin's command. How much power can you unleash now? Fong Xian asked. Mo paused for a few seconds. My combat power is linked to your chi and blood and spiritual energy. Based on my resonance with your condition, I can sustain level 4 combat power for 10 minutes, level 5 for 5 minutes, and level 6 for 30 seconds. Fong Xian observed the translucent eerie being before him. His own power-type talent was level 4, but his slaughter talent was level 5, so allowing Mo to unleash level 6 power for 30 seconds was reasonable. But 30 seconds? What got a problem? 30 seconds is still strong, alright. That's what a real man should be. Are there any of your 13 Tiger Guards comrades on the ancient battlefield of Xingshi City? Or anyone stronger than you? Fong Xian asked again. I'm the only one of the 13 Tiger Guards here. The undead stronger than me have already reincarnated. You haven't entered reincarnation, so your obsession must be strong, right? Yes. All 13 Tiger Guards bear the mission of bringing peace to the world. Until the world is at peace, we will not enter reincarnation. Fong Xin's eyes lit up. Then do you know of any other fallen Tiger Guards? I know of 2 others. They fell on other battlefields. Do you wish to contract with them? Is that not allowed? Mo showed a rare, earnest smile. I look forward to fighting alongside them again. Tell me their locations, and I'll find time to go. Zheng is at Guyuan Ridge and Ali is at Chuwang Ancient Ferry. Fong Xian memorized the names and raised his hand, drawing the floating blood-red rune ring toward him. The ring spun, shrinking until it landed in his palm. He aimed his palm at Mo, who instantly turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished into Fong Xin's hand. The rune ring sank into his flesh, leaving no trace. Fong Xian activated his slaughter talent and released Mo again, repeating the process several times. Mo stared at him with a straight face. Master, if you have nothing better to do, go get a job. Fong Xian laughed. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Mo replied seriously. Master, I'm not joking. Fong Xian raised his hand and recalled Mo. He could still contract more soul generals like this. His divine springs were not limited to 1, so he could handle it. But it seemed he could only contract 3 S-grade soul generals. He wondered if it was because he only had 3 divine springs. If he had many soul generals, the combat time for each would be shorter during battle. With 10 soul generals, they could collectively unleash level 6 power for 3 seconds. Fortunately, he had just devoured Shi Min Boguang's talent. With more refinement, his divine springs could grow significantly, possibly extending the 30 seconds to 3 minutes. But contracting was exhausting in terms of both physical and spiritual energy. After resting for over an hour, Fong Xian sat up, full of vitality. It was nighttime when the awakened were most active. If Fong Xian wanted to build his own power, the awakened, especially those without strong backgrounds, were the best choice. Tomorrow, when he returned to Tianshi Academy, he could have his slaughter generals continue scouting for good prospects. The next time he came out, he could recruit them all, growing his forces like a snowball. Fong Xian left the hotel and walked through the night-shrouded streets, scanning his smart device for suitable targets. After scanning, the highest talent among these awakened was a grade feral beast talent. This talent allowed one to absorb energy from fierce beasts and convert it into personal power. Having spent time in the 9th Bureau, Fong Xian had a subconscious bias that everyone had good talents. Grade was acceptable. The slaughter generals who received divine blessings would also gain the slaughter talent, allowing them to rapidly improve through combat. Fong Xian locked onto the grade individual. This guy must have done something wrong, as he was sprinting wildly in one direction. Following him, Fong Xian realized he was being chased by 3 people. The target was only at peak level 2 in combat power. Of the 3 pursuers, though their talents were inferior, one had level 3 combat power and the other 2 were level 2. After over 10 minutes, Fong Xian stood in the target's path. When he got close, he saw the man's appearance: a head of curly hair, a face full of wrinkles looking like a Shar-Pei that had become a spirit. "Oi!" Fong Xian called out. The man glanced at him. "Oi, your mother." He then changed direction and ran. Fong Xian chuckled and gave chase. The man was clutching something to his chest and running fast, but he was slower and had less endurance than Fong Xian when he activated his swift travel skill. Fong Xian ran alongside him. "I see you have excellent bone structure, a natural martial artist. Join me, and it'll solve your problems. I can even make those chasing you follow you. How about it?" The man glanced at Fong Xian and let out a scornful laugh. "A wet-behind-fears brat dares to talk to me like that. You think too highly of yourself. I'd rather be hit by a car today. I'd rather be beaten to death by them than follow a brat like you."